Chapter 1. The Fighter Among the Cannon Fodder. Shen Wenyuy had been transported into the pages of a book for 2 days now. Had she known of her impending literary journey a couple of days earlier, she would have diligently memorized the melodramatic tale titled The Delicate Concubine, the Emperor's sole favor 500 times over. Alas, such foresight eluded her. All she was aware of was her transformation into the daughter of a mere cannon fodder character, a veritable fighter amid the backdrop of expendability. Her sole appearance in the narrative was marked by her being sent off for a political marriage, only to be tormented and perish a year later. Today, however, marked her first encounter with the biological mother of this body she now inhabited. This mother was a pitiable woman who had taken her own life by hanging after the emperor dismissed the harem. Lady Yi regarded her daughter, whom she had carried for 10 months, with a frigid expression. What else can you do besides causing trouble all day? Yet, as soon as she uttered these words, Lady Yi heard a child's voice echoing in her mind that, waking up to see 2 sneaky maidservants hovering by your bed, eating your breakfast, is quite maddening, isn't it? Anyone would lose their composure in such a situation. Lady Yi's expression froze. She unmistakably recognized the voice as that of her daughter. But how could this be? What was happening? It's not that I wish to cause trouble. It's just these maidservants won't let me eat. I'm so hungry, I just wanted to come out and have something to eat. And thus, Shen Wenyuy felt a pang of guilt. Coughing lightly, she rationalized that climbing a tree to pick fruit, which ultimately damaged the tree, was somewhat justifiable, wasn't it? Lady Yi gazed at her daughter, whose face radiated innocence. Completely oblivious to the tempestuous thoughts that had just transpired in her mind, she couldn't help but press her lips together. Mother looks far more beautiful when she isn't angry. It would be even better if she smiled more, reflected Lady Yi, momentarily taken aback as she met her daughter's gaze. The eyes of a child are the purest of all. When those large eyes looked into hers, it created an illusion that she was the entirety of her world. Yet considering that her father, the emperor, held no affection for her, indeed, she was all that remained for her. Lady Yi pursed her lips, momentarily attributing the peculiar connection to the bond of motherhood, and waved her hand toward her chief maid. Wanshu, go and search the quarters of the maidservants attending the 6th princess. Though she held no favor, she would not allow a mere handful of maidservants to bully her daughter under her very nose. It was about time something was done. Those 2 maidservants are lazy, and one of them has even been secretly cavorting with a eunuch. How ridiculous. That young eunuch is covered in pimples. How could anyone find him appealing? Lady Yi pondered, bewildered. Such sordid affairs have transpired in my palace? Wanshu, be thorough in your investigation. After issuing her instructions to the maid by her side, Lady Yi redirected her attention to her daughter. Her feelings toward this child had never been so intricate. When she first entered the palace, her beauty had earned her favor, yet shortly thereafter, she found herself with child. The palace was not lacking in beauties, nor was the emperor short of heirs. Following her pregnancy, the emperor merely elevated her to the status of a concubine and quickly took a new favorite, forgetting her entirely. She had clung to the hope of giving birth to a son, believing it would elevate her status. Yet she bore a daughter instead. The emperor had never even cast a glance in her direction, and her rank remained uncomfortably stagnant at that of a mere concubine. Shen Wenyuy, having gained insight into her own struggles through the pages of the book and the memories of her predecessor, understood the challenges faced by a powerless concubine yearning for the favor of the princes in this era. Thus, she harbored no ill feelings towards her. After all, when the original owner was sent off for a political marriage, her mother had knelt before the Yangshin Hall for 3 days and nights, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion. Even if she does not favor me, there is little I can do. Had I not embarked on this journey, I would likely have become the first princess to perish from starvation, leaving behind a peculiar mark in history. Yi Guiran, burdened with worries, found herself amused by the girl's words. What a curious notion of leaving a mark in history. Whom has this little one learned such phrases from? Feeling a sense of connection with her daughter, she no longer resisted her presence, instead beckoning her to sit beside her. Shen Wenyuy, delighted, readily complied. She believed that a mother willing to kneel for her daughter was certainly not a villain. Thus, she nestled closer to her mother, inhaling the fragrant scent that enveloped her, marveling at the softness of the fabric. Igaran, taken aback by her daughter's words, suddenly noticed that the attire adorning her child was merely coarse cloth. How could such a fabric befit a princess? Initially, she intended to address her as the sixth princess, but recalling her daughter's earlier remarks, awkwardly called out. Yeah. The challenging beginnings soon gave way to a smoother conversation. Do tell me about the garments you wear. Shen Wenyuy blinked her eyes, recalling the adage that a crying child is fed. Reflecting on her recent experiences, her eyes brimmed with tears. Mother, they have all bullied me. The provisions sent by the Naiwafu have been usurped by them. How outrageous! They dare to take the prince's monthly allowance. Before Yigaerin could express her indignation, Wan Shu entered, flanked by two stern maids dragging the two offending palace maids, their demeanor fierce. Little mistress, I discovered these in the quarters of these two. Yigaerin rose to inspect the items, realizing they were indeed her daughter's rightful provisions. She initially considered instructing Wan Shu to take the two deceitful maids to the Shunxing division. However, she overheard her daughter's inner thoughts. What a splendid opportunity. This could directly implicate the Naiwafu, claiming their servants have disrespected the princess. The subordinates have dared to bully the sovereign. If they can mistreat a princess, they will certainly not hesitate to do the same to other royal relatives. Does this not tarnish the dignity of the imperial family? My father values his reputation highly and will undoubtedly regard this matter with utmost seriousness. Yigaerin could scarcely believe such words were spoken by her merely 5-year-old daughter. Yet, she had not raised other children. What if her daughter possessed extraordinary talents? Contemplating this seemed a promising course of action, and the prospect of having grounds to present her case to the emperor stirred excitement within her. However, one must approach grievances with discernment. If I were to bypass the empress and report directly to the emperor, she would surely feel slighted, given her authority over the inner court. Why, Yigaerin pondered for a moment, realizing the truth of the matter. Thus, she took her daughter by the hand and proceeded to the Jiaofeng Hall alongside the two errant palace maids. As she grasped her daughter's delicate hand, a thought crossed Yigaerin's mind. Ah, it seems this is the first time I am holding hands with my mother. Her hand is so warm. Instantly, Yigaerin felt a pang of guilt, unable to meet Shen Wenyuy's gaze. Meanwhile, the empress was engaged in managing palace affairs when a maid reported Yigaerin's request for an audience. The empress briefly contemplated who Yigaerin was. Only upon seeing her and Shen Wenyuy performing their respects did she realize, oh, she is indeed the mother of the sixth princess. Rise. What brings you before me? The empress inquired, her tone tinged with impatience. For these less favored concubines often sought her out to plead for an audience with the emperor. They ought to reflect on the fact that if they possessed such capabilities, they would not be childless. What a regal presence mother possesses. What was that sound? The empress heard the innocent voice of a child, and her gaze fixed upon the sixth princess before her. Yigaerin nearly fainted upon hearing her daughter's words. How could she address her as mother? The current empress, being childless, was particularly sensitive to other princes or princesses calling her mother, as it served as a constant reminder of her own childlessness, overshadowed by a multitude of illegitimate offspring. Fortunately, the empress' expression remained unchanged, while Yigaerin sighed in relief, feeling a faint joy at the unique privilege of being the only one to hear her daughter's heartfelt words. Having witnessed countless spectacles, the empress remained unfazed, even by the most extravagant displays. She merely shielded the corners of her eyes with her hand, concealing her momentary vulnerability, while her expression retained the imposing demeanor of the empress. Chapter 2. The emperor's test in both her previous life and this one. Though she could easily disregard the latter 2 days, Shen Wenyuy encountered a living empress for the very first time. She felt an overwhelming admiration for the opulent beauty cultivated by such grand wealth. Is mother still busy managing palace affairs at this hour? How exhausting. With such a stunning beauty as mother and the empress, why does father still need so many concubines? The empress, praised simultaneously as a great beauty, straightened her back discreetly, presenting her most alluring angle. Indeed, she could hear the inner musings of this ungrateful admirer squealing in delight. The empress endeavored to compose her expression. Yet since ascending to her role as the model of womanhood in the realm, she had rarely received sincere compliments, and thus a slight smile inevitably graced her lips. Yigaerin, awakening from her daughter's exuberant flattery, pondered why she had stood there for so long without eliciting the Empress's ire. Nevertheless, she gathered her thoughts and recounted the events in detail. How outrageous! The Empress exclaimed in indignation. She understood that after nearly a decade of marriage, the Emperor had long since lost any romantic feelings towards her. Maintaining his respect was contingent upon her fulfilling her duties as Empress. However, the fact that a servant had dared to bully a princess within her domain, and even resorted to such vile behavior concerning food, was intolerable. Thankfully, it was Yi Guiran who had the foresight to inform her. Had the matter escalated to the Emperor, he would have likely deemed her incapable of managing both the concubines and the palace staff. Thus, the Empress softened her demeanor towards Yi Guiran and her daughter. I am aware of the situation, and I shall report it to the Emperor. Rest assured, I will ensure adequate compensation for both of you. Mother is truly kind. The Empress, hearing the innocent voice in her mind and observing the young girl clad in coarse fabric, felt an unusual surge of tenderness. Gontang, fetch my white jade bracelet from the jewelry box. Gontang complied, her heart filled with astonishment. Could it be that the Empress intended to bestow it upon Yi Guiran? However, as the Empress approached Shen Wenyuy and slipped the bracelet on her slender wrist, she noticed its frailty and sighed once more. I grant you this, so that you may understand. A royal princess is akin to precious jewels. She must be cherished and protected. Do you comprehend? Ultimately, the Empress reflected on her own shortcomings as a mother, realizing that her daughter's current state was a stark reminder of her neglect. Wah! Mother is so gentle and even gifts me with treasures. So sweet. Although the Empress was unfamiliar with the term, she sensed the child was praising her. Instantly, her heart swelled with both joy and sorrow. Ah, if only she had a daughter as delightful as this one. What a pity that such a wonderful Empress, due to her excessive toil, has not lived as long as the Emperor. It hasn't been long since he passed. Yet the Emperor seeks to elevate others as Empress. The Empress pondered, where did this audacious man come from? Yet, more astonishing than this revelation was the realization that the sixth princess before her seemed to possess an uncanny ability to foresee future events. Reflecting upon the previously inconceivable notion of being able to hear another's innermost thoughts, the queen pondered with a furrowed brow. Could it be that her fate was not yet sealed, and that the heavens wished to alter her destiny in this manner? With this thought, warmth flickered in her gaze as she looked at Shen Wenyuy. Such a good child. Your mother delights in your obedient nature. Should you find leisure in the future, do come to the palace to visit. Upon hearing these words, Lady Yi felt a sudden surge of vigilance. What did the queen mean by this? Was she attempting to usurp her daughter? A sense of crisis welled up within her. Thus, upon returning to the palace, she took the rare opportunity to express concern for her long-neglected daughter. As the saying goes, where there is one, there is often another. Lady Yi took her first step towards caring for her daughter, and everything else unfolded naturally thereafter. She first brought her daughter to live with her. Yay! I love being with my fragrant and beautiful mother. Lady Yi felt invigorated by this exclamation and instructed Wanshu to fashion several garments for Shen Wenyuy. Indeed, she was greeted with another joyous yay. It was amidst these resounding declarations of delight that Lady Yi lost herself. By the time she regained her senses, Shen Wenyuy had bathed, donned soft night clothes, and was gazing at her with wide, innocent eyes. Seeing the face so reminiscent of her own softened Lady Yi's heart. However, lacking experience in sharing a bed and aware of the Emperor's suspicions, she felt somewhat stiff as she lay beside the small figure. Conversely, Shen Wenyuy skillfully nestled into her embrace, her sweet voice echoing in her mind. Mother must sleep well. Good night. At such a tender age, children require ample sleep. Shen Wenyuy tilted her head and promptly drifted off in Lady Yi's arms, the rhythm of her even breaths calming the latter. In that moment, Lady Yi finally comprehended the words of her wet nurse during her pregnancy. Little master, even if a princess, is still your own flesh and blood. To have a child accompany you in this palace is a privilege envied by many. Good night, you wearer, she silently whispered. For the first time since entering the palace, she fell into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Lady Yi was busy fitting Shen Wenyuy in the garments hastily crafted overnight by the tailoring bureau. Instantly, she became enamored with this ancient version of warmth. Shen Wenyuy was undeniably adorable, with her almond-shaped eyes, charming cherry lips, and the cherubic face inherited from her mother, making it impossible for Lady Yi to part with her. However, at that moment, the sharp voice of a eunuch pierced through from outside. The emperor has arrived. Startled, Lady Yi quickly adjusted her daughter's attire and knelt to pay her respects. No need for formalities, came the voice of Shen Wenyuy from above. Rising with Shen Wenyuy, Lady Yi was met with the sight of her husband, allowing Shen Wenyuy to finally behold the visage of her father. Father looks so handsome. Shen Wenyuy raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the youthful voice echoing in his mind. Yet among all present, only the little one garbed in pink palace attire could call him father. He nodded in satisfaction at the sight of her. Indeed, the apple does not fall far from the tree. Good genetics lead to beauty. Upon noticing the emperor's gaze fixed upon Shen Wenyuy, Lady Yi immediately tensed. The entirety of the imperial harem was well aware that His Majesty favored princes over princesses. Fearing that he might chastise Wenyuy, she gently tugged at the little girl's hand, saying, "Wenyuy, this is your father." Shen Wenyuy was taken aback by Lady Yi's words. Even if she had never laid eyes on him since birth, such a statement felt inappropriate, as if it implied she did not recognize her own father. In a bid to salvage both her and her mother's dignity, Shen Wenyuy forced a radiant smile, wriggled free from Lady Yi's grasp, and leapt onto Shen Wenyuy's lap, looking up at him with a clear, melodious voice, exclaiming, "Wenyuy knows her father." Oh, Shen Wenyuy was aware that she recognized him. Otherwise, the familiar voice echoing in his mind would not have called him father. Yet, he was inherently suspicious. He was conscious of his neglect towards a mother and daughter, and the fact that a child he had never seen before could recognize him at a glance raised his suspicions. Could it be that Lady Yi had deliberately taught her this to curry favor? Shen Wenyuy despised it when concubines used their children as pawns. Just as he was about to summon a eunuch to remove the child from his lap, the little one spoke again. "Father is clearly different from everyone else." This remark piqued Shen Wenyuy's interest, causing him to narrow his eyes and bend down slightly, asking, "Then tell me, what sets me apart from others?" Su Xuanfu, who was attending to him, could not help but feel anxious for the sixth princess. It was known that the last time the emperor wore such an expression was during an examination of a minister, whose response had failed to satisfy him, resulting in a rather grim fate. Chapter 3. The Bond of Father and Daughter Before Transmigrating. Shen Wenyuy was merely an ordinary person. Now, facing the emperor's imposing presence, she felt a surge of nervousness, especially as he intentionally exuded an air of authority. However, if she were to display calmness, it might only arouse Shen Wenyuй's suspicion. Ironically, her instinctive reaction of fear relaxed his brow. After all, whether it was ministers or his own princes, they all displayed trepidation in his presence. What right did a 5-year-old girl have to be composed? Unbeknownst to Shen Wenyuy, her display of humility only endeared her to Shen Wenyuy. She was striving to maintain eye contact with her esteemed father, her voice trembling yet attempting to retain a playful tone. "Father is more handsome than all of them." She gestured towards the surrounding court. "Mother says that father is the most esteemed person in the world." Wenyuy believes that only the most esteemed person could possess such an aura, which is why Wenyuy recognized father immediately. Shen Wenyuy regarded the little one with a complex expression. Subconsciously, he felt she was flattering him, yet she was merely a 5-year-old child. Could a child truly grasp such concepts? Besides, a person's inner thoughts cannot lie. Shen Wenyuy was not a ruler who merely issued commands. He often disguised himself to observe the sentiments of his subjects. Thus, he was aware of many extraordinary tales from the common folk. Ever since he heard the voice in his mind, he had been intentionally observing the reactions of those around him. However, they had all remained oblivious, primarily because Lady Yi was too frightened and had become utterly paralyzed. However, Shen Wenyuy remained unaware. He believed that he possessed a unique bond with his daughter, enabling him to hear her innermost thoughts. "Father, why are you silent? Are you angry? Is it inappropriate for me to say that father is handsome? Do men mind being called attractive?" Observing her silence, he sensed that this little girl was lost in her musings. Thus, Shen Wenyuy took action. He lifted her up, intending to return her to her mother. Yet she seemed to misunderstand his intentions, effortlessly grasping his arm and settling herself onto his lap. She actually sat down, Lady Yu was genuinely startled by Shen Wenyuy's audacity. How could she be so fearless, daring to provoke anyone? Su Xuanfu, on the other hand, bowed his head lower than ever, his legs poised to catch the sixth princess should the emperor decide to set her down. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the emperor merely furrowed his brow and allowed the sixth princess to remain nestled in his embrace. Shen Wenyuy found her remarkably light, almost weightless. However, considering her compliment about his appearance, he could tolerate her presence for a moment longer. After all, he recalled the purpose of his visit. The empress had informed him the previous day that a palace maid had usurped the princess's share, and his reaction aligned with Shen Wenyuy's expectations. If one dared to neglect an unfavored princess now, they would certainly disregard the imperial relatives in the future. The princess must not leave the palace. Yet, what if the latter engaged in whispering behind their backs? The emperor and empress swiftly reached a consensus and promptly reformed the internal affairs. His visit to Lady Yi was also a gesture to assert the empress's authority, signaling to the harem that he held her in high regard. Any concubine who bypassed the empress to lodge complaints would only incite his displeasure. He had initially intended to leave after a brief glance. There were numerous memorials awaiting his attention in the Yangxin Hall. Yet this little bundle was undeniably clingy. Terrified of heights, Shen Wenyuy clung tightly to Shen Wenyuy's sleeve. But in her quest to integrate into palace life, Shen Wenyuy compelled herself to cultivate a sense of affection for the man before her. As the saying goes, one must first deceive oneself to deceive others. She did not believe that the emperors of ancient times were easily swayed by her whims. Thus, father, you are so tall. Being lifted high makes me so happy. Father is so tall and handsome. No wonder mother cherishes him so dearly. I don't want father to leave. If only he could stay with me a little longer. I adore father. Unbeknownst to Shen Wenyuy, as she hypnotized herself, Shen Wenyuy felt himself succumbing to the allure of her voice echoing in his mind. Now, every time he saw her, he was reminded of her declarations of affection for him. He had never been this close to any of his daughters before. Convinced that the heart's whispers cannot deceive, he attributed her innate warmth towards him to their profound connection. Thus, Shen Wenyuy suddenly perceived this daughter as extraordinary. Why else could only he hear her thoughts? Why was she the only one among his daughters who approached him with such affection? As an emperor, he held a touch of superstition. Shen Wenyuy firmly believed that he was the chosen sovereign, and the birth of such a unique child was indeed his blessing. Contemplating this, her demeanor towards Shen Wenyuy softened considerably, reflecting on the fact that she had not seen Lady Yi for 5 years. Yet the latter bore no grievances and instead continued to extol her virtues to her daughter. She felt a newfound fondness for her. Furthermore, Lady Yi was indeed a beauty. Her downcast gaze and softly pursed lips lent her an air of delicate charm. Shen Wenyuy's expression darkened momentarily. Today's encounter had certainly etched the figures of Lady Yi and her daughter into his memory. However, he had pressing affairs to attend to and soon departed, leaving Shen Wenyuy behind. The emperor, much like a weather vane within the palace, had influenced the fortunes of Shen Wenyuy and her mother, as their meals had improved significantly since his visit. When Wanshu entered with a food box, she bore an expression tinged with indignation. The kitchen staff seemed adept at currying favor. The dishes that the young mistress had previously desired were now readily provided. Lady Yi sighed, reminiscing about the days when she herself was favored. What was there to quarrel about with them? They were merely a bunch of eunuchs. As she spoke, she picked up her chopsticks to serve Shen Wenyuy. Observing her daughter's earnest struggle to grasp the chopsticks, her cheeks puffing with effort, she could not help but feel a swell of pride. Indeed, her daughter was increasingly endearing. Mother, the food here is truly delicious, far better than what I had before, Shen Wenyuy exclaimed, which made Lady Yi's heart ache with remorse. Had she not neglected her daughter, the child would not have had to endure such hardships at such a tender age. Those 2 palace maids must have been sent by Yue. I wonder if the Empress Dowager will uncover this. Lady Yi mused, her beautiful eyes widening. Yue? That was the Emperor's recent favorite. How could she possibly conspire against her own daughter? Moreover, how did her daughter come to know of it? Fortunately, after experiencing the bond between mother and daughter, she had come to accept that her child was far from ordinary, pondering that perhaps the 2 maids had let slip some information. Yue, tell me, What is your impression of Yuetian? Shen Wenyuy nearly choked on her rice. Why is it that just as I think of Yuetian, you mention her mother? Could it be that you possess the ability to read minds? Unbeknownst to Shen Wenyuy, she had unwittingly stumbled upon the truth. In fact, Yuetian was the protagonist of the soft and delicate concubine, the emperor's sole favorite. However, in the emperor's eyes, she was merely another beautiful concubine in the harem. Considering the future in which Yuetian would ascend by stepping on Lady Yi, Shen Wenyuy resolved to remain vigilant against this woman. Chapter 4. A fortuitous encounter previously. Those two palace maids had incessantly praised Yuetian in front of her. "Mother," she said, her soft little hand grasping the hem of Lady Yi's attire. Her almond-shaped eyes filled with curiosity. Just how good is Yuetian? Does good mean she is very beautiful? Lady Yi felt a surge of indignation. Yuera was her own flesh and blood, born after 10 months of carrying. How could Yuetian attempt to manipulate her daughter into favoring her? At that moment, Lady Yi had entirely forgotten her earlier disdain for Shen Wenyuy. With a cold huff, she replied, "Beautiful? Compare to me, she pales in comparison." Lady Yi was not mistaken in her assertion. Within the palace, she was indeed a unique beauty. Although Yuetian possessed charm, she could not hold a candle to Lady Yi's level of allure. Considering Yuer's preference for beauty, Lady Yi felt reassured. That ugly woman Yuqin dares to vie for you. It is but a dream. What did you say?" Upon hearing her subordinates report that Lady Yi had sent her spies directly to the Empress's palace, Yuqin felt darkness envelop her vision. Was this truly the same Lady Yi Ran, who possessed beauty but lacked wit? Fearing the Empress's investigation into her, she was forced to sever ties to protect herself, sacrificing numerous valuable pawns in the process. "My lady," Chen Yu grasped her hand, inquiring with confusion, "why would you target such a minor noble? Their mother and daughter have clearly fallen out of favor." Yuqin cast a displeased glance at Chen Yu. Ever since ascending to her position, she had dismissed the numerous palace maids and eunuchs who had previously served her, seeking out more useful individuals. The reason? She simply did not wish those around her to know the humiliation she endured upon entering the palace, continually oppressed by that wretched Yuran. Thus, she could not possibly divulge this to Chen Yu. Noticing her mistress's reluctance to speak, Chen Yu recalled her usual methods. Realizing that many palace attendants had found themselves dispatched to the Ministry of Punishments on dubious charges, causing her to shudder and refrain from looking up. Yet at that moment, a eunuch brought news of another misfortune. "The emperor has come to see you." Yuqin, in a fit of irritation, shattered the tea set upon the table. Chen Yu skillfully dodged the flying shards, her heart aching for the expense of the delicate ceramics. While her mistress found solace in her rage, she knew that when it came time to foot the bill, it would be another matter entirely. Yuqin could only reassure herself that the emperor had not lingered to dine, indicating his disdain for them. Meanwhile, the emperor was in the hall of nurturing the mind, fervently writing. He had never encountered such a mountain of memorials. His thoughts drifted to Lady Yi's enchanting visage and her tender daughter. Shen Wenyuy yearned to sprout 8 hands to complete the revisions on all the documents at once. After cradling Shen Wenyuy, he marveled at the velvety softness of the child. This afternoon, his paternal instincts surged, prompting him to summon the crown prince, eager to experience holding his son. Of course, the crown prince ended up fleeing in tears. Initially, the Defei was pleased that the emperor had summoned her son alone, but her joy turned to shock when she beheld the crown prince weeping profusely. What had transpired? Had he not studied diligently? As the crown prince endured his father's reprimand, he then faced his mother's probing, as she pinched his palm and chastised him for his apparent laziness. Overwhelmed, he cried out, "No, mother, I haven't been lazy. Father just said I was too heavy and that I was stiff all over, unlike my sister." As the firstborn of his father, the crown prince had never faced such indignity. In the tender age of childhood, when vanity flourished, he clutched the Defei's sleeve and exclaimed, "Mother, am I truly fat?" The Defei, feeling a twinge of guilt, turned her head away. After all, were not the children in the palace considered beautiful when they were plump and fair? She could only comfort him, saying, "Our yener is just right. Where is the fat?" Hearing this, the crown prince rubbed his eyes with his chubby hands. "Really? But father said I am not as good as my sister." At the mention of this, his eyes reddened once more. Compared to his brothers, it was one thing, But to be compared to his sister by his own father? Which sister? The defaced demeanor shifted with a hint of wariness. The heart cannot help but ponder whether it is some restless soul using their daughter to undermine their son. The eldest prince, in a state of confusion, shook his head. After all, his father had not uttered a word on the matter. The noble consort contemplated the situation. There were only 3 princesses remaining in the palace. The first princess born of consort Nya, the 6th princess born of noble Lady Yi, and the 7th princess born of consort Yu. Consort Nya typically remained secluded, and her daughter had already surpassed 10 years of age. The noble consort could not fathom her involvement. If her daughter had only begun to curry favor with the emperor at such a late age. What had she been doing all this time? As for noble Lady Yi, her presence in the palace was notably diminished. One could easily discern the status of the mothers of those 3 princesses. If noble Lady Yi possessed such cunning, would she truly be of a lower rank than the others? Furthermore, although the emperor had gone to Yonghe Palace today, the young eunuch who delivered the message claimed he would emerge shortly. How could a once-favored consort manage to capture the emperor's attention in such a brief span? Reflecting on her own decade-long attempts to please the emperor without success, the noble consort halted her musings. It was simply impossible. It seemed it must be that wretched consort Yu. Noble Lady Yi and her daughter had cleverly concealed themselves. After soothing her son to sleep, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed the noble consort's eyes. She summoned her trusted maid and whispered a few words. The maid, taken aback, wondered why her lady had suddenly taken issue with consort Yu, with whom she usually maintained a cordial distance. Unbeknownst to consort Yu, she had unwittingly become the scapegoat. In a fit of rage, she shattered a second set of tea utensils, exclaiming, "Wretched woman." Just a glance from the emperor and she was ensnared. Wenyuy skillfully dodged the flying cup, her heart growing numb. The emperor had no intention of visiting her tonight. What was the cause of her fury? And what of Yenner? How fares her dance lessons? Wenyuy felt even more speechless. The 7-year-old princess was already being forced to practice daily, and it pained her to witness it. It is nearly sufficient. Consort Yu finally took a deep breath to quell her irritation. Had she borne a son instead of a daughter, perhaps she would have secured a favored position long ago. The noble consort mused. Since she had usurped the rightful place of her son, she ought to diligently appease her father. Consort Yu exhibited no compassion for her daughter, insisting that at such a tender age, she must maintain her figure. Wenyuy found herself praying fervently for consort Yu to meet a deserved fate. Father looks truly handsome in this attire. Shen Wenyuy gazed intently at Shen Wenyuy, who had donned a dark, casual outfit. The latter stood tall with pride. Having found the dragon robe uncomfortable and opting for a more relaxed ensemble in the presence of the consorts, this little girl truly had an eye for beauty. Shen Wenyuy promptly gathered the soft bundle into his embrace. Was this the feeling of having a daughter, so distinct from the eldest prince? Yet, the weight of his expectations for his son resurfaced, leaving him uncertain about how to engage with his daughter. However, Shen Wenyuy harbored none of his complexities. To her father's affectionate embrace signified his favor. Everything fell into place. With a smile, she tugged at Shen Wenyuy's clothing, her eyes gleaming with delight. Shen Wenyuy was unaware that the radiance in her eyes was a yearning for a life of effortless success. She silently marveled at how the child seemed to idolize her. And a gentle embrace brought joy to the little girl. Chapter 5. The bestowal of a title as bedtime approached. Su Xuanfu caught the emperor's gaze and promptly instructed the wet nurse to take the little princess away. Are mother and father going to engage in something embarrassing? Shen Wenyuy and Yi Ran paused, their hands having found their way to Yi Ran's waist, suddenly halted by an unexpected wave of embarrassment. After Su Xuanfu led Shen Wenyuy away, the two could finally immerse themselves in their moment. Following a passionate encounter, Lady Yi rested against Shen Wenyuй's chest, breathing softly. After calling for water and cleaning themselves, Shen Wenyuy intended to return to the Yangxin Palace. His naturally suspicious nature made him wary even of his closest companion, and thus, he could only find rest within the fragrant confines of the palace. "I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep with Mother." The child was still awake. Perhaps due to the distance, they had not noticed her faint whisper earlier. Now, in the quiet of the hall, it was audible. A flicker of concern appeared in Lady Ye's eyes as she silently looked to the emperor, hoping he would leave so she could fetch her daughter. However, Shen Wenyuy's concerns diverged from hers. Do you often sleep with her? He had intended to call for Yuyo alongside Lady Yi, but having never used a nickname for any child before, the words momentarily eluded him. Fortunately, both parents could hear their daughter's thoughts, a unique connection that allowed Lady Yi to respond to the seemingly inconclusive statement. She hesitated internally. The emperor had always disapproved of the royal heirs relying on their birth mothers, yet such matters were well known to him through his inquiries. Lady Yi bowed respectfully, yes. Yuyo was previously reprimanded by those two maids for her restless sleep, so I took it upon myself to let her stay with me. In truth, the child had slept soundly and remained undisturbed through the night. Shen Wenyuy frowned. Why are you so anxious? I was merely inquiring. Yet, Lady Yi could not afford to take his words lightly. In the past, noble consort Nya had presumed that bearing the emperor's first daughter would grant her favor, parading her child before him continually. However, that favor never materialized, and the title was swiftly stripped away. Now, the eldest princess was nearing her coming of age, while noble consort Nya remained in her position, unwilling to face a similar fate of stagnation for years. Shen Wenyuy, with narrowed eyes, seemed lost in thought, while Yi Ran grew increasingly impatient. He called for Su Xuanfu, bring the princess here. Lady Yi instinctively clutched his garment, but Shen Wenyuy merely cast her a fleeting glance, not rushing to extricate himself. Father, mother. Shen Yuyo, unlike her mother, appeared unfazed and dove into Lady Yi's embrace like a weary bird returning to its nest. She was unafraid, for today's unfolding was a plan of her own design. To capture a man's heart, one must first become the special one in his eyes. This sentiment was undoubtedly overheard by the two adults, yet her youth rendered it innocuous. The two individuals could only chuckle at her youthful exuberance, bemused by how she had learned to capture a man's heart, even with his profound suspicions. Shen Wenyuy could not bring himself to believe that she was merely echoing Yi Gairen's directives. For a man of his disposition, discovering a daughter capable of perceiving his innermost thoughts was an unexpected delight. The bond of blood and the intertwining of interests only served to deepen this sense of security. In an instant, Shen Wenyuy felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Having spent some time teasing Shen Wenyuy, he noticed that the sky outside had darkened considerably. Observing the modest yet cozy decor of the room, he felt a rare sense of languor. I shall rest here tonight. Su Xuanfu maintained a calm demeanor, responding affirmatively. Though internally he was tumultuous, contemplating the formidable nature of the Yi mother and daughter duo, it appeared that the winds of change were stirring within the palace. After extinguishing the candlelight, Yi Guiran lay beside the emperor. However, Shen Wenyuy, caught between two statuesque figures, found sleep elusive, turning restlessly. Yi Guiran dared not make a sound before the emperor. Accustomed to his solitary slumber, the emperor, unfazed by the commotion of the little one beside him, gently pulled her into his embrace, instructing, sleep now. To be candid, the emperor's embrace lacked the softness and fragrance of the late empress. Yet, perhaps due to the mysterious bond of blood, Shen Wenyuy yawned and soon fell into a peaceful slumber. Yi Guiran, having not exerted herself in years and feeling utterly exhausted, soon succumbed to sleep as well, especially after witnessing her daughter drift off so obediently. Meanwhile, Shen Wenyuy, observing the two similar faces beside him, felt an unusual warmth in his heart, managing to fall into a deep sleep that lasted until dawn. When Su Xuanfu roused the emperor, he was met with a glare, and he cautiously placed his daughter back in her bed. Shen Wenyuy frowned slightly, her little hands grasping at the air before she, perhaps sensing her mother's familiar scent, nestled into her embrace and dozed off once more. Shen Wenyuy watched the scene unfold, and Su Xuanfu dared not hurry him. Fortunately, he was known for his diligence and did not linger in this tender refuge for too long, attending the morning court promptly. However, after the session, he issued a decree bestowing the title of Hui upon Yi Guiran. At that moment, the concubines were in the midst of paying respects to the empress, and the current emperor was notoriously stingy with titles and ranks. Envy immediately brewed among them. Yet, upon the empress's command for silence, the lower-ranking concubines refrained from being overtly envious. Upon returning to her quarters, Yi Guiran, now to be addressed as Hui Guiran, found her daughter engrossed in playing with a Chinese puzzle. She surmised that this generous reward from the emperor was granted out of regard for her daughter, and her affection for Shen Wenyuy deepened. While she was playing, Shen Wenyuy suddenly found herself enveloped in her mother's embrace. "Did someone bully you in the Jiao Fong Hall?" Hui Guerin, recalling that her daughter was unaware of the delightful news, eagerly shared it with her. Shen Wenyuy initially felt a sense of joy for her, but soon the plot of the original story filled her with melancholy. Alas, no matter what, once Yupin ascends to the rank of noble consort, our fates will be sealed, dear mother. Yupin, noble consort? Lady Hui was utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the convolutions of her daughter's mind. Yet, following Shen Wenyuy's arrival, a series of fortunate events had unfolded, leading the superstitious Lady Hui to accept that her daughter might indeed be a harbinger of good fortune descended from the heavens. Since she was indulging in superstition, it wasn't too far-fetched to believe that her daughter possessed the ability to foresee the future, was it? Chapter 6. Dining after clandestinely gathering numerous impressions from her daughter regarding Yupin, Lady Hui became convinced. A 5-year-old child who had never left the palace. How could she possess such knowledge unless it was a celestial revelation? Indeed, Lady Hui had begun to rationalize her daughter's insights. It turned out that the wretched Yupin had poisoned her, driving her to madness in an attempt to harm the emperor, only for her to become a shield, thereby capturing his attention. Afterwards, in a feigned display of compassion, Yupin had implored the emperor to spare her life, leaving her imprisoned in the cold palace, which ultimately drove her to insanity. As for her own daughter, Yupin had not shown mercy either, pretentiously adopting her while deliberately raising her to be arrogant and overbearing, creating a stark contrast with her own daughter, the 7th princess. Before the emperor, her daughter was scorned and sent away in marriage, while Yupin's daughter wed the heir of a noble house, destined for a life of opulence. Contemplating her daughter's fate of dying far from home in despair, and recalling her own 3 days and nights spent kneeling before the gates of Yangshan Hall, pleading for her daughter's life, only to hear the emperor dismissing the harem in favor of Yupin, Lady Hui felt a bitter resentment gnawing at her heart. She began to pity her daughter, now bearing the memories of a past life. The concept of transmigration was far too complex for someone of her era to grasp. The tales of this age would never dare to expose the forbidden scandals of the royal family. Thus, she naturally accepted this as what people refer to as the connection between past and present lives. Then Shen Wenyuy felt her mother embrace her even tighter. After being granted a place to stay and a title, the benefits were immediately apparent. In addition to the gifts sent from Yangshan Hall, primarily toys crafted from gold and jade, the most commendable change was that they could finally choose their own meals. Previously, they had to eat whatever was provided by the imperial kitchen, a dismal fate for a low-ranking consort. However, due to the recent frequent visits of Shen Wenyuy, Lady Hui and her daughter had been placed on the special care list of the imperial kitchen. Thus, a small eunuch was dispatched to inquire about their preferences. "Yay! Here comes the feast of fish and meat." Lady Hui, assuming the role of her daughter's chief mind reader, believed she understood her daughter's desires. Consequently, Shen Wenyuy mashed shrimp and fish into a paste with a small spoon, adding just a pinch of salt, while watching Lady Hui indulge in her meal across the table, silently shedding tears of regret. "Woo woo woo, I crave spicy chicken. Why can mother enjoy stir-fried shrimp while I am relegated to shrimp puree?" Hui Guerin spoke sternly. "You error. Focus on your meal." Your mother inquired with your nurse, and they advised that at your tender age, you ought to consume light and nutritious food. Thus, Shen Wenyuy could only sigh in discontent as she ate her shrimp puree. "His Majesty has arrived." Hui Guerin nearly choked on a piece of chicken, astonished that the emperor would visit the inner palace at this hour. In her surprise, she pulled Shen Wenyuy to pay her respects. Shen Wenyuy cast a cold glare at Su Xuanfu, admonishing him to remain silent. Su Xuanfu, bewildered by the emperor's sudden tension amidst the heartwarming scene between mother and daughter, could not comprehend the discomfort. Shen Wenyuy took a seat, and Su Xuanfu promptly offered him a pair of chopsticks, saying, "I have yet to dine, and I thought to join you." He had intended to accept Yupin's invitation, but could not resist stepping in upon witnessing the tender moment shared by Hui Guerin and her daughter. Realizing the emperor's intent, Su Xuanfu discreetly signaled a young eunuch to decline Yu Pin's invitation. Meanwhile, Yu Pin was preparing for the emperor's arrival. Forcibly adjusting her daughter's hand and scolding her tear-streaked face, "All you do is cry. If you continue when your father arrives, you shall rue the day." Wenyuy, standing nearby, wiped the little princess's tears while shielding her from the teacup hurled in Yu Pin's rage. At that moment, Xiao Gizi arrived, feigning ignorance of Yu Pin's furious countenance upon hearing the news. He glanced at the seventh princess, who cowered in the embrace of a palace maid, and reflected on the stark disparities between individuals, reminiscent of the earlier encounter with Huiguei Run and her daughter. The eunuchs, when reporting, could not bluntly state, "The emperor intended to visit you," but changed his mind midway. Instead, they offered diplomatic phrases, claiming the emperor had grown weary from reviewing memorials and decided to dine first, saving face for both parties. However, Yu Pin was not one to accept such placation. Upon confirming that the emperor had been intercepted by Huiguei Run, she furiously shattered a set of teacups. Despite Wenyuy's efforts to protect the seventh princess, the child was nonetheless struck by a teacup, her fair forehead turning red as she clutched Wenyuy's garment and wept. Yu Pin's irritation escalated, and she shouted at the child, "What use are you? You cannot even compare to your elder sister, let alone the princess." In contrast, the atmosphere within Yonghe Palace was rather warm, though this sentiment was solely perceived by Shen Wenyuy. To Shen Wenyuy, the presence of a father merely meant another figure indulging beside her, tempting her with lavish dishes. She gazed at her bowl of shrimp puree, as if merely observing the food could suffice for her appetite. "Woo-woo spicy chicken. Woo-woo stir-fried shrimp. Woo-woo cheese bowl." Shen Wenyuy was amused by her antics. A glance at the palace maids arranging the dishes revealed his understanding. He picked up a piece of spicy chicken, intending to place it in Shen Wenyuy's bowl. "No!" Huiguei Ren immediately sprang into action, protective as a mother hen. Shen Wenyuy looked at her with a hint of astonishment, feeling somewhat displeased by her loss of composure. Noticing her father's expression, Shen Wenyuy's heart sank, and she quickly declined the piece of meat, tugging at Shen Wenyuy's sleeve. "Father, mother is worried that my young age may cause discomfort if I eat something spicy." Only then did Shen Wenyuy realize that his daughter was merely 5 years old and not yet able to handle such flavors. It was indeed his oversight. Observing the honorable concubine Hui, who bowed her head and dared not meet his gaze, he suddenly comprehended why he always felt out of place in this cozy atmosphere. Yet, it was unbecoming for an emperor to lower his head before a concubine. Thus, the emperor and the concubine continued their meal in silence, with only the sounds of the serving maid breaking the stillness. Shen Wenyuy deemed this to be the most suffocating meal she had ever experienced. Gazing at the two adults who resembled gourd-like figures, she silently clenched her fist. Such a moody demeanor. No wonder readers will clamor for more during the pursuit of love. "If I were the author, I would torment you too," the emperor inquired. Pursuit of love? More chapters? What kind of vocabulary is this? However, before he could ponder further, well, it seems I must take charge. Both the honorable concubine and the emperor cast furtive glances at her, eager to discern her intentions. The little girl then approached her mother, speaking kindly on behalf of Shen Wenyuy. "Mother, father only wishes to indulge me a little, for he cares deeply for me. I'm already quite content knowing I hold a place in Father's heart amidst his busy affairs." After praising Shen Wenyuy, she tugged at his sleeve once more, playfully asserting, "Father and mother are simply concerned for me. It was my fault for requesting." Yet, she soon felt something amiss. Did I just fail to express what I truly thought? Shen Wenyuy coughed lightly, cherishing the hope that he hadn't overheard her inner musings. Chapter 7. The revelation with their daughter having provided a path for them. What else could they do but comply? Yet, Shen Wenyuy, accustomed to being unyielding, merely remarked, "I shall instruct the imperial kitchen to prepare something suitable for you. This meat paste is far too bland." The honorable concubine was far more gracious. Acknowledging her previous rudeness, "It was my indiscretion, and I thank your majesty for your magnanimity." Their hands, still clasped together by Shen Wenyuy, prompted Shen Wenyuy to observe the 3 intertwined hands, 2 large and 1 small. He sighed and said, "There is no need for such formality. Feel free to be at ease in my presence." Su Xuanfu, attending nearby, silently elevated the status of the sixth princess in his mind. This young mistress had managed to make the emperor bow his head. Indeed, in Su Xuanfu's view, the emperor's earlier soft-spoken remarks were tantamount to a concession. Meanwhile, the kitchen staff nearly fainted upon receiving the emperor's request. Was that even human language? How could one describe a dish as both bland and flavorful? After the emperor departed, the honorable concubine Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeding her eagerly waiting daughter some milk cake. Upon realizing that she had inadvertently gained favor at the expense of concubine Yu, she felt no guilt whatsoever. It was the emperor who wished for her presence. And if concubine Yu had the ability, she could certainly confront the emperor herself. However, the reality proved that concubine Yu dared not challenge the emperor, but only sought to trouble her instead. The following morning, Shen Wenyuy was astonished to learn that Hui Guo was punished by Yuepin to kneel. Wasn't she supposed to be the delicate and soft consort? Where did this carnivorous flower come from? The frightened little palace maid continued to weep, saying, "Princess, the young lady is in poor health. How can she endure kneeling under the sun for an hour?" Shen Wenyuy, while summoning the wet nurse to carry her to see the empress, thought that by the time she arrived, Hui Guo might have already fainted. She repeatedly confirmed with the maid, "Are you certain that Yuepin provoked her first and acted on her own accord with the palace rules?" The little maid nodded vigorously. Within the Jiaofeng Hall, upon learning that the sixth princess requested an audience, the empress's hand trembled slightly over her book. "Are you sure it is the sixth princess and not Hui Guo?" The young eunuch bowed his head, assuring her, "Indeed, it is only the sixth princess. I would never dare deceive your majesty." "Let her in," commanded the empress. The young girl entered, performed a curtsy, and then rushed into the empress's embrace like a cannonball. "Mother, I can't find my mother. They won't tell me where she is." At that moment, Gontang's heart nearly stopped as she heard the sixth princess call the empress mother. She had intended to instruct the nearby maid to carry the sixth princess away, but upon receiving a glance from the empress, she was rooted to the spot. Unable to move, the empress gazed at the little girl with a complex expression. Although the girl had rushed into her arms, she had not collided with her, and now, despite her tears, none had stained the empress's garments. Moreover, the affectionate words used by the girl caused the empress, who already held a fondness for her, to remain frozen in place. Ultimately, she not only permitted the girl's address, but also awkwardly patted the child's back. "Shall mother take you to find your mother?" Shen Wenyuy wiped her tears with her small hand and nodded obediently. "Thank you, mother." On the surface, she appeared calm, yet internally she thought, "Oh, I knew mother was the best. Oh, mother, you smell so good." Gontang was further astonished to discover that the usually impassive empress was smiling. Alarmed, she pinched herself. It hurt. This was no dream. The empress and her entourage made their way to a secluded corner of the imperial garden. Yuepin, not bothering to conceal her actions, could easily be found by asking any palace maid or eunuch. The little girl, who had nearly dried her tears while holding the empress's hand, began to weep again upon seeing Hui Guo, who was pale and drenched in sweat, kneeling against Wanshu. The empress, exasperated, offered her a silk handkerchief, finally realizing that women were indeed made of water, for after crying for so long, the girl still had tears to shed. Seeing Hui Guo's daughter approach, hand in hand with the empress, Yuepin was momentarily taken aback. However, she had always feared the empress and quickly rose to pay her respects. The empress, however, ignored her completely. Gontang, assist Hui Guo to rise and let her rest in the nearby pavilion. Gontang complied with a bow. "Your Majesty," protested Yuepin, displeased that the wretched woman would escape punishment so easily. "Yesterday, the emperor clearly promised to dine with me, but she intercepted him, and now she dares not pay her respects upon seeing me. Thus, I merely punished her a little." Supported by the gentle hands of Gontang, the favored concubine Hui struggled to rise and pay her respects. Upon noticing the tears welling up in the eyes of the young girl beside her, the empress felt an overwhelming headache and sighed. "Enough, you may remain seated and speak." The favored concubine protested, "Your Majesty, I did not. Yesterday, at the meal shared with His Majesty, there was no mention of an appointment with concubine Yu. It was only today that she appeared unannounced. And before I could even pay my respects, she accused me of disrespecting my superior. Naturally, such matters often lead to a cacophony of conflicting claims. Amidst the commotion, a clear, youthful voice chimed in. How did concubine you come to know that yesterday my father was taken away by my mother and me? Coincidentally, the emperor, passing by the imperial garden, overheard the commotion regarding his own abduction. He raised a hand to silence the eunuch who was about to announce his arrival. Keen to discover the nature of their dispute, concubine, you scoffed. Is there anyone in the palace who is unaware of yesterday's events? Simply ask any maidservant along the way. Is concubine you then spying on the empress movements? What an audacious accusation. Concubine you was taken aback, quickly fixing her gaze upon the young girl with fury. Spying on the emperor? Oof. Your mother dares not face the truth, and yet seeks to tarnish my reputation. Shen Wenyuy shrank back behind the empress. Concubine you. Are you not aware of the proverb that 3 men can create a tiger? To blame my mother for hearsay that you have gathered is utterly unreasonable. Concubine you grew impatient with her, fearing that if news spread that she could not best a mere 5-year-old in debate, how would others perceive her? Relying on the fact that the mother and daughter lacked the capacity to directly confront those from the Yangshin Hall, she boldly declared, when did I ever claim it was merely hearsay? It was a young eunuch sent by the emperor himself who reported this to me. Shen Wenyuy's eyes sparkled with insight. She understood that the clever individuals from Yangshin Hall would never speak the truth, even if the events had transpired as described. Just as she was about to press further, a familiar announcement echoed from a distance. His Majesty has arrived. Concubine you instinctively performed her curtsy, though her mind was a tumult of confusion. Concubine you, which young eunuch spoke to you? Chapter 8. House arrest upon witnessing the emperor emerge from the side. Concubine Yu's heart was in disarray. Even her curtsy was only completed with the assistance of Chun Yu, who pulled her along. In the presence of Shun Shiryan, Concubine Yu seemed to have lost her temper, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. This evoked a flicker of misplaced pity within him. However, he mused, does she not fear her eyes might cramp from all this blinking? What a performance of fragility. Just moments ago, she seemed ready to charge at me. Shun Shiryan, after her remarks, and observing the flirtatious glances from Concubine Yu, felt as if she were making exaggerated gestures. He turned his head and called, Xiao Gizi. Your servant is here. What did you say to Concubine Yu yesterday? Speak the truth. Xiao Gizi, feeling quite uneasy, hurriedly explained. Your servant understands the importance of not revealing the emperor's whereabouts. I merely informed Concubine Yu that you had attended to matters in the Yangshin Hall. Shen Shiryan nodded. This was the reason he had tacitly allowed the palace attendants to use. Seeing that he did not intend to shield her, Concubine Yu's heart brimmed with resentment, her long nails digging deeply into the flesh of Chun Yu, who supported her. Chun Yu shivered, yet she dared not move, standing in place and enduring the moment. The dilemma facing Yue Pin was whether to acknowledge her act of spying on the emperor or to propagate the rumors. The former, if exploited by those with ulterior motives, could lead to severe repercussions. Gritting her teeth, Yue Pin murmured, I have misunderstood the intentions of your excellency and have been misled by rumors. I accept my punishment. The emperor nodded with satisfaction, initially intending for the empress to handle the matter according to palace protocol, when a familiar childish voice echoed in his mind. Wow, so adaptable. No wonder she could become a noble consort and even put a green hat on father. Shun Shiryan. Her, as a noble consort? Is he blind or simply mad? What does putting a green hat on mean? The child's unusual phrasing transported the emperor back to the lessons of his youth, leaving him somewhat dazed. At that moment, Shun Shiryan longed to pull out the little one hiding behind the empress and inquire who had told her such nonsensical tales about becoming a noble consort. However, Shen Wenyuy no longer pondered this. Instead, her thoughts drifted to what to have for lunch. Her musings even made Shen Shiryan feel a bit hungry. The mention of a noble consort had stirred him as well. Previously, he had regarded her through the lens of her rank as a concubine, which was passable. But now considering her as a noble consort was truly lacking. Hence, he abandoned his initial thought of letting the empress handle the matter. Yue Pin shall be confined for 3 months to diligently copy Buddhist scriptures and temper her disposition. Empress, remember to oversee her. Your Majesty. Yue Pin looked at the man before her in disbelief. She had thought the emperor held her in some regard. TSK men? Shun Shiryan shot her a glare, for it was her inexplicable remarks that now made it difficult for him to look directly at her. One must treat such a wicked woman with the ruthlessness of autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Father, I support you in this. That was more like it. And he withdrew his gaze. As the imperial carriage departed from the imperial garden, Su Xuanfu heard the emperor's calm voice. Investigate who has been gossiping about you lately. His words were vague, but Su Xuanfu was accustomed to the emperor's half-revealed nature and nodded in acknowledgement. However, he observed the imposing figure of the emperor and pondered whether his majesty had noticed his differential treatment towards the sixth princess. After all, he had never called the first prince by his childhood name. But if the emperor was aware yet chose to remain silent, Su Xuanfu shivered at the thought. Regardless, it seemed the palace was destined for upheaval. On the way home with noble Lady Hui, Shen Wenyuy suddenly realized something was amiss. According to the storyline, wasn't next month the time when Yue Pin would win the emperor's favor by showcasing her daughter in a dance at the palace banquet? But now, the female lead was unable to make an appearance for the time being. Did her actions inadvertently ruin the female lead's opportunity? Noble Lady Hui was momentarily lost in thought, surprised by the serendipity of her sudden decision, feeling that the punishment she had endured was worthwhile. Indeed, when Yue Pin had been following her, Noble Lady Hui had already prepared for what was to come. They had both entered the palace as talented young women during the same period and had once shared a cordial relationship. Thus, she understood that this individual was rather impatient. Indeed, after being humiliated by the emperor yesterday, she was determined to reclaim her dignity. Initially, she had intended to send Yue to seek the emperor, but unexpectedly, Yue managed to summon the empress instead. However, the outcome was remarkably favorable. It appeared that Yue Pin genuinely held the emperor in her heart, though she failed to consider that he was, after all, the emperor. Yet, reflecting on what Yue had mentioned about the emperor's singular affection for the delicate and soft concubine, Hu Gu'er felt a twinge of uncertainty. Did the emperor truly favor such a simple and unadorned type? Shen Wenyuy, who had successfully rescued her mother from the clutches of a wicked woman, was still envisioning her mother as a pure and delicate flower, oblivious to the true nature of the palace intrigue. If her mother were indeed such a flower, then a mere concubine would have long been devoured, and she would not have survived in the cold palace to plead for her daughter later in the narrative. Naturally, Hu Gu'er could perceive her daughter's misconceptions about her. Yet, she found it preferable to let her remain in her ignorance. No mother wishes to expose her unsightly side to her child. As for the dance of power, Hu Gu'er scoffed softly. She intended to render all of Yue Pin's schemes futile, allowing her to experience the suffering that she and her daughter had endured in their past lives. Indeed, at this moment, she had fully embraced her belief in the notion of reincarnation. Yue Pin, confined within Qishao Palace, was lost in her thoughts. She felt utterly helpless, even resorting to confiding in the nearby Chunyu, lamenting, "How could the emperor treat me this way? How could he be so heartless?" Chunyu found herself at a loss. Ever since the empress had returned to the palace and been placed under guard, she had transformed into this state. Chunyu could not comprehend it. Why not simply secure her position as the esteemed consort, nurture the little princess, and enjoy the blessings that the emperor would bestow upon them? Why contend for such meager favor? The bystander sees clearly, while the participant remains bewildered. In her eyes, the emperor's so-called special affection for her mistress was merely akin to finding a delightful pet. Unbeknownst to Yue Pin, she had repeatedly shielded the emperor from threats, akin to an external armor, which had indeed cultivated a unique feeling in his heart. However, Yue Pin was unaware. She only recognized that after 6 years in the palace, the more willful she became, the more the emperor indulged her, naturally leading her to believe he cherished her true self. Contemplating the 3 long months of being confined within the palace walls, she imagined that the charming young women outside must have captured the emperor's heart. With a resolute bite of her lip, Yue Pin summoned a palace maid, whom Chunyu found somewhat unfamiliar. "Go tell her I have agreed." "Your Highness," Chunyu gasped, sensing that Yue Pin was about to undertake some ill-fated endeavor. "Please, think of the little princess." Chapter 9. Father, this is for her own good. With her decision made, Yue Pin shed her earlier anxiety, adjusting her disheveled hairpin. In this palace, one's maternal lineage often dictated their worth. Yet in the case of our emperor, The situation was entirely reversed. If I should lose his favor, just watch how well Yenner fares. Oh, Yupin responded. The noble consort waved her hand, dismissing the little palace maid who had been relaying messages. A nearby maid took the needle and thread from her hand, remarking, Your Highness, you truly possess an uncanny foresight. This Lady Yu is indeed quite impatient. The noble consort gazed at the garments she had woven for her son, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she remarked. Her strengths are indeed rooted in her temperament, yet her flaws are also ensnared within it. The preparations I previously instructed may commence now. Recently, the palace's Lady Duan had been diagnosed with pregnancy, and it seemed she was on the verge of giving birth. Recalling her son's complaints from the day before, she feared that with the arrival of a new brother, the emperor's attention towards her would diminish even further. The reigning emperor's remaining 3 princes had all reached maturity and had been sent to the prince's residence, a place dominated by the emperor's associates. The noble consort found herself at a disadvantage in this situation. However, beneath her gentle demeanor, a flicker of malice glimmered. Meanwhile, Lady Hui was earnestly advising her daughter. In these recent days, you must remain obediently within the palace and refrain from wandering outside. Do you understand? Shen Wenyuy, feeling discontent, protested. Why must I? Her frail body, having suffered from malnutrition and lack of exercise since childhood, had compelled her to diligently run in the imperial garden each day since her arrival. Lady Hui shook her head. Lady Duan is about to give birth and is taken to frequenting the imperial garden. If you were to inadvertently bump into her, it would lead to great trouble. Lady Duan? Shen Wenyuy ruminated on the later chapters of the book, recalling the princes and princesses. Ah, I remember that none of their birth mothers bear the surname Duan. Does this imply that this child is doomed? In truth, Lady Hui was not entirely surprised by this outcome. Within the current imperial harem, few children were born and survived to maturity. Some concubines, upon becoming pregnant, remained confined to their quarters, only to suffer inexplicable miscarriages. Not to mention Lady Duan, as if possessed, was parading around with her large belly, frequenting the garden daily. It would indeed be a miracle if nothing were to go awry. That evening, when the emperor visited Yonghe Palace, he found his daughter sulking, pouting at the golden, jade-embellished rattle drum with a glum expression. What is the matter? He inquired. Hadn't she previously expressed her fondness for toys made of gold and jade? Little did he know that her affection lay solely with the materials. She had long outgrown the age of playing with rattles. Alas, if I remain cooped up in this room any longer, I shall wither away. I yearn to go out and play. Could Lady Duan not have notified us in advance regarding her garden excursions? Or could someone not persuade her to refrain from running about with such a large belly? The garden path is strewn with cobblestones. What if she slips and suffers a miscarriage? Upon hearing her grievances, Shen Wenyuy was equally perplexed, glancing towards Su Xuanfu. Has Lady Duan not been confining herself to her chambers as she prepares for childbirth? Though Su Xuanfu was unsure why the emperor had suddenly inquired about this matter, he too had been taken aback when he first heard. Lowering his voice, he replied, Lady Duan has been informed by her attendants that she should exercise more before giving birth. Thus she insists on taking daily walks in the imperial garden with the help of her maids. The emperor's expression darkened. This untroublesome one, is it not sufficient to walk in her own courtyard? Has her palace treated her poorly? He immediately issued a decree. Let Lady Duan remain in her sleeping quarters until after she has given birth. Shen Wenyuy quietly eavesdropped on the dialogue between the two, feeling a wave of excitement despite her uncertainty about why her father suddenly broached this topic. Finally, I can go out and play, hooray! The innocent voice in her mind transformed from despondence to exuberance, prompting a faint smile to grace the emperor's lips. After dining with noble consort Hui, Shen Wenyuy was once again cradled by the wet nurse as they made their way to the side hall. This time, she behaved quite obediently. Yet she turned back to say, Father and Mother, do not forget about you. Remember to come back for me. The enchanting atmosphere that had enveloped the two was abruptly shattered. The emperor and empress exchanged glances, unable to suppress their amusement. The tension dissipated by their daughter's innocent interjection, and noble consort Hui became exceptionally accommodating that evening. The emperor, content, caressed her long hair. admiring the vibrant beauty of the flower that had been nourished by rain. He wondered how he could have forgotten such a lure in the palace over the years. "Bring her over," he requested. "Your Majesty?" Noble consort Hui was taken aback, propping herself up, as she had assumed the Emperor's previous interest was merely a fleeting whim, especially since there had been no news of him staying overnight with other consorts thereafter. Perhaps it was the depth of their recent conversation that made the Emperor unexpectedly amiable. As he even explained, "In your palace, I sleep soundly." However, noble consort Hui could not truly comprehend the loneliness that accompanied such high status. Yet, since the Emperor had spoken, the soft little bundle was once again nestled between them. She even began to deliberate. "Oh dear, should I sleep in Father's embrace or Mother's tonight?" The two adults on either side were rendered speechless. Ultimately, the Emperor, his face darkened by his daughter's disdain for the rigid embrace, transferred her to noble consort Hui's arms. The following morning, the Sushuanfu alarm clock chimed punctually. As the Emperor rose, he inadvertently brushed against Shen Wenyuy, who rubbed her eyes and sleepily called out, "Daddy." In her groggy state, she had merely mumbled the endearing term. Yet the Emperor misheard it. A ripple of emotion stirred within Shen Wenyuy. Sensitively, he had long noticed that Shen Wenyuy sometimes referred to noble consort Hui as mother, but she had never called him father. This disparity in their relationship was suddenly stark. Although he felt it unnecessary, as Emperor, to contest a title with a child, he couldn't help but care. Thus, upon hearing those two words, Shen Wenyuy's subsequent request for him to hold her was impossible for him to refuse. At that moment, still caught between dreams and reality, Shen Wenyuy was oblivious to how her innocent call had awakened the paternal affection of the tyrant in front of her. In her dream, she seemed to return to her childhood, reaching out with open arms, calling for her father to embrace her as he left for work. Little did she know she had truly enacted this scene. When she finally awoke and beheld her surroundings, she was astonished. Had she been abducted? Yet, the lavish golden decor around her certainly did not suggest a lack of wealth. Chapter 10. This is a man. It was not until the palace maids entered in succession to help her wash and dress that she realized she was likely within the Yangxin Hall. Not only was she bewildered, but also the palace maids and eunuchs were equally confounded by the Emperor's demeanor. Fortunately, Supervisor Su was not one to speak in riddles. He instructed them, "This is the sixth princess. You must take good care of her." So, she was indeed the sixth princess. The other two princesses who frequented the Emperor were more familiar. The eldest princess had often accompanied her mother, the Empress, to meet the Emperor, until his annoyance led him to revoke her title. The seventh princess, on the other hand, had been brought along by Lady Yu whenever she delivered delicacies, and thus, the Emperor had scarcely seen her on more than a few occasions. Nevertheless, the court attendants had remembered her well. The sixth princess was truly enchanting, resembling a delicate figurine, akin to those depicted in traditional paintings. It was said that her birth mother, noble consort Hui, was among the most exquisite beauties. No wonder. When the Emperor descended from the court, he was filled with pent-up frustration, primarily due to the audacity of Lady Yu's family, who had dared to petition for their daughter's release from confinement within the palace. Had it not been for the watchful eyes of the court officials, he would have thrown that petition squarely at the face of Yu Zhizong. This family seemed perpetually intent on scrutinizing his every action, a testament to their deep-rooted lineage. However, upon returning to the Yangxin Hall and being enveloped in the embrace of a small, fluffy bundle, he felt all his vexations dissipate. "Can you stay here with father for a while?" Such moments, to nurture their bond, were not to be missed by Shen Wenyuy. Yet, she found herself perplexed. Had father been scolded during court? Why did he return looking so fragile? Being an emperor is truly pitiful. Rising so early for court and enduring reprimands daily. How tragic. The emperor, seated at his desk, motioned for Shen Wenyuy to take a small stool beside him. But she was reluctant to play with the trivial toys and instead stood on the stool, observing him as he reviewed memorials. At her age, the princesses within the palace were not yet taught to read, and Shen Wenyuy did not fear her comprehension, thus allowing her to remain. Shen Wenyuy squinted her eyes, engrossed in the documents. However, the more she looked, the more she sensed something amiss. Why are all these memorials merely flattery and greetings? Surely father cannot be preoccupied with such trivialities daily? The emperor paused, glancing at his little daughter, astonished to discover that she could indeed read. A peculiar thought crossed his mind. Recalling the rumors he had previously instructed Su Xuanfu to investigate regarding his intention to elevate Lady Yu to a consort, but had found nothing. An absurd notion suddenly arose within him. He set down his brush and inquired, "Wearer, what if father wishes to promote Lady Yu to the rank of consort?" Shen Wenyuy turned back in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words, her mind swirling with an internal monologue. This is what men are like. This is exactly it. Just recently, he confined her, and now he is considering promoting her to consort. I cannot bear it. Who understands? So he has been contemplating elevating Lady Yu to consort for quite some time? Does that mean I will still be sent off for a political marriage? No. Father, can you not see? If that woman becomes consort, she will surely betray you. And you would be handing over the empire you've painstakingly built to the child of a wild man. Wake up. Oh dear, this is disastrous. Is it too late for me to side with Lady Yu now? The emperor's expression grew increasingly dark with each passing moment. However, one truth resonated within his heart. Yu must have been granted the fortune to be reborn. To a certain extent, his cognitive patterns bore a remarkable resemblance to those of the favored consort, Hui. This was largely due to the prevalent literary works of the current era, which often indulged in tales of rebirth and the rectification of past grievances, with many noble ladies secretly hoarding several volumes. In his youth, the emperor had also followed such trends, and now he couldn't help but reflect. It turns out that the narratives within these tales held some truth. He felt a sense of pride in being the true dragon of the realm, recognizing the extraordinary nature of even his own daughter. Yet, the thought of marrying her off in a political alliance? Shen Wenyuy believed he could not be so heartless. The Great Xia Dynasty was flourishing, and there was no need to sacrifice his own flesh and blood. While he indeed valued his sons over his daughters, they were all his kin, after all. Thus, he perceived that the divine had bestowed upon them the ability to communicate on a spiritual level, perhaps to remedy the deficiencies of their past relationship. The emperor had no intention of awaiting a response from his daughter. It was precisely because the question was unexpected and difficult to answer that, when words failed him, one often inadvertently revealed their true thoughts. He posed the question in this manner, gazing at his vibrant daughter, still full of life, as he had completely immersed himself in the fantasy of their past life. The emperor couldn't help but embrace her tightly, his heart overflowing with affection for her. Shen Wenyuy? This is it. My father has truly lost his mind. If he elevates that woman to consort, then he is no longer my father. I must find a way to escape. I do not wish to be married off. The emperor's expression darkened, fearing he might truly appear mad in his daughter's eyes, and he hastily clarified, I was merely jesting. Rest assured, I shall never elevate that woman to the status of consort in this lifetime. Recalling that his daughter had mentioned how that woman, upon becoming a consort, had betrayed him and even handed his empire to a man of dubious lineage, the emperor felt an overwhelming urge to execute that wretched creature immediately. Yet he could not. When his father had passed the throne to him, the state was already in turmoil. Even the military power had largely fallen into the hands of the powerful families. It was only after his ascension that he had managed to reclaim some control. However, the situation regarding the distribution of power among the noble families had only slightly improved, particularly with the Yu family at the forefront. Pulling on one thread would unravel the entire tapestry, whether for the throne or the welfare of the people. He could not afford to provoke these families at this juncture, but rather had to consolidate their support. The thought of this was suffocating. He wished he could confront the late emperor on the road to the underworld and demand, Father, what were you thinking? Did you think that the throne could be maintained without effort? Contemplating these matters while gazing at the endless array of formal petitions only deepened his displeasure. This was an archaic custom inherited from the previous dynasty that now required reform. He believed that the primary purpose of these petitions should be to convey matters of significance. The emperor resolved to regulate the format of these petitions during the next morning's court session, aiming for concise narratives without the embellishments of flowery language. After all, could he truly reward someone with a promotion simply for crafting a captivating tale? Shen Wenyuy remained oblivious to the fact that her recent remarks not only shattered the dreams of the favored concubine, Yu, but also left numerous officials who relied on their court visits for performance metrics in a state of distress. Reassured by her father's repeated promises, Shen Wenyuy felt a sense of relief. Father has always been a man of his word. It appears I am safe for the time being. Oh, dear father, you are my only parent. However, while these two shared a tender moment within the palace, the mood of the Defei standing outside was far from pleasant. Su Gonggong, why would His Majesty be unwilling to meet with this humble servant? I kindly ask you to report once more. Su Xuanfu, who dared not offend either side, had just overheard an intriguing discussion between the emperor and the sixth princess regarding matters of the favored concubine, which compelled him to retreat hastily and decline the Defei's request. Nevertheless, she was not one to be trifled with. Su Xuanfu bowed respectfully, saying, "If it pleases your highness, please wait a moment. I shall convey your wishes immediately." Chapter 11. The Defei's demotion. The Defei? What brings her here? The emperor furrowed his brow, his paternal aura dissipating, casting a weighty presence that pressed Su Xuanfu lower. "This servant does not know, your majesty. The Defei merely indicated she had matters to discuss with you." The emperor rubbed his temples and replied, "Let her in." Su Xuanfu's gaze flicked toward the sixth princess, perched on a stool. "What is it that you gaze upon her for? Is there something untoward in you, or remaining here with me?" "Not at all, your majesty, but I fear the Defei may not be able to bear it." Thus, Su Xuanfu wiped the sweat from his brow and ushered the Defei inside. Yet, before she could cross the threshold, Shen Wenyuy hastily concealed herself behind a screen. "What a jest! I certainly do not wish to be pursued by this melon." The emperor regarded the Defei with a complex expression. Her face, dignified like a moonlit disk, had begun to sag with age. Yet, in light of Shen Wenyuy's remark, she did indeed resemble a melon. Tears glistened in the corners of the Defei's eyes as she delicately pressed a silk handkerchief to her lashes. Noticing that the palace attendants had discreetly withdrawn, she lamented, "It was I who suggested that Duan Kaijin take a stroll outside, believing that a pregnant woman ought to enjoy the scenery to alleviate her spirits, which would also benefit the child. However, I did not foresee that her attendants would escort her to the imperial garden." Thankfully, His Majesty noticed in time. "Had anything happened to the heir, I would bear the weight of eternal blame." Her words cast all the responsibility upon herself, failing to mention that it was Duan Kaijin who insisted on visiting the garden, and she had come forward to admit her fault before any inquiry had commenced. Even facing the increasingly melon-like visage of the Defei, the emperor's heart softened. "As if you could bear eternal blame. You would have perished millions of times over by now." The emperor responded, "Oh, my foolish father, do you truly believe the survival of your child is due to mere chance? Indeed, it is this very melon who has seen each one perish one by one. Let me ponder, Duan Kaijin's miscarriage was indeed due to her. At the time, I thought to achieve two objectives: to have Duan Kaijin stroll through the imperial garden, coincidentally crossing paths with the concubine whom she had manipulated, leading to a disastrous fall that resulted in her miscarriage. It all transpired so swiftly. The emperor's hand, which had been reaching out, retracted silently. What a venomous woman! Once, the Empress Dowager, plagued by the frequent demise of her offspring, remained oblivious to the sinister hand behind their misfortunes. She now spends her days in Ling Mountain, offering devotion to the Buddha in hopes of accumulating merit for herself. Alas, it is all due to this venomous woman." Shun Shurian's face was a mask of coldness. Knowing one has erred, one ought to seek punishment from the Empress. The Defei looked up in astonishment. "Your Majesty?" "Very well, since my beloved consort is here, I shall take it upon myself to act in the Empress's stead." Su Xuanfu. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Xuanfu hurried in. "This servant is here. Proclaim my decree. From this day forth, the Defei shall be demoted to noble consort, her title stripped away." Su Sumfu? He had only stepped out for a brief moment. What had the Defei, or rather, the now noble consort, done to warrant such punishment? Shen Wenyuy? "Respectfully, what madness has befallen you? Father, you have truly lost your senses. Will you not condemn the entire harem to Ling Mountain as nuns? To accompany the sovereign is akin to walking with a tiger. No wonder you are dubbed a tyrant in later generations." Upon hearing that his posthumous reputation might be tarnished, the emperor's fury intensified. He gazed at the Defei, who knelt on the ground, genuinely weeping. "Hurry and leave. Do you believe the noble consort is unsatisfied?" The noble consort, filled with disbelief, stared at the emperor. Though she was unaware of what she had said to provoke him, fearing a fall from grace to the likes of the consort, she had no choice but to flee in embarrassment. The emperor's series of actions, initially confining her, then demoting her, left even the empress bewildered. The current sovereign had always been miserly regarding ranks. It was only after the Empress Dowager casually mentioned the noble consort who bore 3 princes that he bestowed a title upon her last year. It is worth noting that in the previous dynasty, any woman who bore a royal heir would at least secure a rank as a consort. And now, another had been stripped of her position. The empress, who had never seen eye to eye with the Defei, relished the fall of a rival. The woman, relying on having given birth to the emperor's first son, had been particularly ostentatious during her time in the royal residence, likely dreaming of becoming a favored consort. How amusing. Indeed, she had elevated her status, but now she was merely a noble consort. Just as the empress reveled in the downfall of her former adversary, Shen Wenyuy arrived. Having been in this world for nearly a month, she had successfully acquired a pass to the Jiaofeng Palace, allowing her entry without the need for palace attendants to announce her. "Mother, can you guess what your daughter has brought today?" Shen Wenyuy clasped her small hands behind her back, her delicate face adorned with a radiant smile. The empress, though exasperated, smiled fondly. Ever since the imperial doctor suggested she alleviate her melancholy by venturing out, this little girl had taken it upon herself to drag her out for some amusement. "Is it a kite?" Shen Wenyuy gazed out at the darkening sky, falling silent for a moment. Given this weather, venturing out to fly a kite could lead to mischief. Understanding that the empress, having long dwelled in the depths of the palace, lacked imagination, Shen Wenyuy promptly pulled out a sugar painting from behind her and placed it in the empress's hands. The empress was taken aback. She had only tasted such a confection in her childhood, as her parents strictly prohibited her from indulging in such trivial delights. Once she came of age, she was betrothed to the emperor, and her responsibilities shifted from the royal kitchen to palace affairs, leaving little room for such memories. "It is a painting I made myself, especially for you, a phoenix." Shen Wenyuy blinked eagerly, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she looked at the empress. The queen remarked, "Indeed, a phoenix that has lost its feathers is no better than a chicken. I had thought it merely a chicken." Yet, she was genuinely touched by Shen Wenyuy's thoughtfulness. In this palace, accustomed to solitude, having someone eager to share fresh tidings was a treasure the queen cherished. Thus, buoyed by the queen's praise, Shen Wenyuy presented her exquisite work to Lady Hui. Lady Hui examined the sugar painting with great care and, moments later, realized, this depicts a hen pecking at insects. "Mother, this is the magpie embroidered on your garment." Until evening, when the emperor came for dinner, Shen Wenyuy remained resentful, pondering how her mother could make such a glaring mistake. Shen Wenyuy felt fortunate that he had recognized the centipede as a dragon. Otherwise, he would have been subjected to additional scolding. Recently, he had taken to frequenting Yonghe Palace for meals. Even if it meant borrowing from others, he would still dine there. Although Shen Wenyuy considered this behavior to be that of a rogue, she accepted the exquisite and unique dishes sent from the imperial kitchen due to the emperor's presence. Initially, Shen Wenyuy felt somewhat awkward, as his daughter regarded him merely as someone to glean meals from. However, the relaxed atmosphere of Yonghe Palace, perhaps owing to their newfound closeness in this life, allowed Shen Wenyuy to act more casually around him, while still maintaining a level of decorum. Lady Hui was both beautiful and gentle, and he often found himself listening to his daughter's amusing anecdotes from the day, such as the one shared today. This ambience resembled that of an ordinary family of 3, a simple happiness that was elusive for an emperor. Reflecting on the recent precariousness of the crown prince, who had become increasingly cautious in the wake of his birth mother's demotion, the emperor sighed and snatched the dessert from Shen Wenyuy's hands. "You have already indulged enough today." Upon hearing her exclamation of, bad father, the emperor felt a surge of joy. Chapter 12. Miscarriage. It is said that a smile does not vanish. It merely shifts from your face to mine. The mid-autumn festival approached, and the palace maidens were busily preparing for the festivities. just as everyone basked in the joy of the holiday. A piece of news spread throughout the palace. Lady Hui was weaving a net when she heard the news, nearly pricking her finger with the needle. What? Lady Duan has miscarried, and Lady Zhou has sustained serious injuries? How could these two events be intertwined? She was not the only one confused. The most perplexed was the emperor, who stood by Lady Duan's bedside, observing the numerous physicians kneeling before him. He had initially come to the palace to stroll after reviewing the day's petitions, but before he could savor the autumn scenery of the imperial garden, he was summoned to Lady Duan's chamber. Gazing at the two concubines lying in bed, the queen felt a headache coming on. You are Lady Duan's personal maid. You must explain what has transpired. Your Majesty, Your Highness, you must seek justice for the young mistress, pleaded the young maid, bowing repeatedly, her face streaked with tears and snot. Some concubines had already begun to cover their mouths in disdain. Get to the point. The emperor had grown somewhat impatient. Indeed, today the young lady was merely strolling in the palace when a eunuch assigned to her announced that the emperor intended for her to attend the mid-autumn palace banquet, encouraging her to walk more in the days leading up to it. The young lady was elated and thought to visit the imperial garden to admire the goldfish. However, unexpectedly, she stumbled midway, and it was the noble consort, Lady Zhou, who rushed to shield her. Yet alas, the young lady still suffered a miscarriage. As she spoke, her sorrow became unbearable, and she wept. I never sanctioned this, the emperor mused, bewildered. How could I allow a pregnant woman to attend a gathering as crowded and chaotic as the mid-autumn banquet? It must have been that eunuch who falsely conveyed your command. I recognize him, and I can identify him, she asserted. However, before she could elaborate, Su Xuanfu entered with two young eunuchs, announcing, Your Majesty, all the eunuchs in the quarters of Lady Duan have committed suicide. What a cruel method, the empress exclaimed in fury. Has the site in the imperial garden, where Lady Duan fell, been investigated? Su Xuanfu nodded. That area had been slicked with oil, causing the young lady to lose her footing. The emperor closed his eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, the perpetrator's audacity to harm others so brazenly within the palace and silence witnesses had crossed his threshold of tolerance. Were the palace attendants responsible for that area? Have they also perished? As soon as he finished speaking, a maid bound with ropes was brought forth by the two eunuchs. Su Xuanfu hurriedly added, I found her just as she was attempting to take her own life. But fortunately, I arrived in time to save her. The emperor raised his hand, and the eunuchs loosened the ropes binding the maid. Spare me, Your Majesty. I meant no harm to the imperial heir. It was merely negligence. Nonsense. If you had no such intentions, why attempt to end your life? The empress's scolding shattered the last remnants of her hope, and the maid knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. If you can reveal the mastermind behind this, I shall grant you a favor, allowing you to leave the palace. What say you? Yet the maid insisted that no one had directed her. It was simply an accident. The empress, with a hint of disdain, remarked to the emperor, Do not waste time with her. Send her to the Department of Punishments. As long as she remains silent, she shall be interrogated daily. If she dies, her family outside will bear the consequences. Ah, no wonder they call him a tyrant. How ruthless. The emperor gazed at Lady Hui with some exasperation, questioning her presence with Yuer at such a scene. However, there was no unspoken understanding between them, and she merely offered him a gentle smile. The maid, upon hearing mention of her family, suddenly erupted with fervor, only to be restrained by the two eunuchs beside her. Do not touch my family. I will confess. Her eyes, filled with rage, scanned the surrounding concubines before finally settling on one, a consort examining the rouge on her hands. It was her. Consort, you exclaimed in disbelief. What? You claimed that I instructed you? I was recently placed under house arrest by the emperor. How could I have directed you? Unexpectedly, the young palace maid produced a hairpin from her bosom, exclaiming, This was entrusted to me by Her Highness. I sincerely wish to serve you, yet you fail to acknowledge my efforts, which leaves my heart heavy with sorrow. The focus of Yu Pin's gaze sharpened on the hairpin. She recognized it as a gift from the emperor sent shortly after her elevation to concubine, a treasure she had cherished deeply. Just recently, it had mysteriously vanished. So how could it have come to be in the possession of this unfamiliar maid? If she remained oblivious to the plot against her, it would be sheer foolishness. She immediately knelt, addressing the emperor, "Your Majesty, someone must be scheming to slander me. I reported the loss of this hairpin to the imperial household department. Indeed, this accusation was utterly unfounded. She would rather display every gift from her father on her bed, sleeping beside them, than bestow such a treasure upon a mere maid." The father and daughter shared a mutual understanding. Both believed Yupin incapable of such an act. However, the emperor's expression darkened. Sometimes, it is not the truth that matters, but what one chooses to believe. Recalling the arrogance of Yupin's family upon her brother's victorious return, he had already made up his mind. He signaled to Su Xuanfu, who promptly went to verify the matter with the imperial household department. But Su Xuanfu, who had accompanied the emperor from the royal residence to his current position, was astute enough to discern the emperor's intentions. This was an opportunity to suppress Yupin. Therefore, when he returned, he conveyed precisely what the emperor wished to hear: "Your Majesty." The palace servants in the imperial household department reported that they did not receive any notification from concubine Yu. How could this be? Yupin felt as if her strength had drained away, collapsing to the ground. The emperor averted his gaze. Had he been unaware of past events, he would have felt a pang of sympathy for her plight. Yet, considering her current display of affection and the impending infidelity, the stark contrast extinguished any remnants of his compassion. Chapter 13. The Cold Palace. Enough, Yupin. Given this, do you have any final words? The empress's voice rang like a death knell, and Yupin could only perceive a buzzing in her ears. At that moment, the two individuals lying on the bed began to awaken in succession. Upon feeling the weight in her abdomen dissipate, Duan Kalin disregarded the protests of the physicians and palace maids, kneeling down with her bloodied lower half exposed, pleading, "I implore your Majesty and her Highness to give justice to this concubine. My child had already taken shape." She collapsed into the arms of the maid beside her, weeping inconsolably. "What are you waiting for? Quickly assist Duan Kalin back." The emperor's tone was inscrutable, leaving the palace maid trembling as she complied. Meanwhile, Zhou Guipin, who had purportedly injured herself while protecting Duan Kalin, managed to rise and bow, stating, "Your Majesty, to conspire against the imperial heir is a grave crime. Please, you must uncover the true culprit." She had hoped that her self-sacrificing display would alter the emperor's perception of her, but instead, she caught a glimpse of the coldness in his eyes. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Indeed, the very next moment, the emperor declared, "This is my child, and naturally, I shall be concerned." Zhou Guipin discerned a profound aversion within his gaze. How could this be? Did nothing truly come to light? Could it be that the emperor is aware? At this moment, Shen Wenyuy found it nearly impossible to endure the hypocrisy and filth of this room. What a deceitful concubine she was, having used such a facade to manipulate his affections in a past life. He let out a cold laugh and said indifferently, "Bring forth the Yu concubine and cast her into the cold palace." With that, he swept away, but as he reached the doorway, he caught the faint voice of Shen Wenyuy. "Is father in such a poor mood today? Is he unwell?" The emperor paused, turning his head to see the mother and daughter gazing at him with concern. His heart softened instantly. Since that day, the emperor's visits to Yonghe Palace had become increasingly frequent, and Hugurin felt as though she had once again transformed into the favored concubine of yesteryears. In the Yu residence, Yu Zheng paced restlessly within the confines of his chamber, unable to endure any longer. Yu Xing set down her teacup and remarked, "Father, you need not wander aimlessly. We must devise a plan. My sister is still suffering in the cold palace." "Devise a plan? Have I not considered it?" Yu Zheng thought of the emperor's harsh reprimand earlier that day and felt overwhelmed. Logically, since she had achieved merit, her position at the mid-autumn banquet should have elevated. Yet why was she so impatient, resorting to schemes against others and leaving behind evidence? Indeed, it seemed that his greatest concern was not why his daughter sought to harm others, but rather why she had left proof of her misdeeds. "Enough, father. Do not speak ill of my sister. She has truly suffered enough this time." Yu Zheng, feeling pity for his daughter, allowed his anger to surface as he began to criticize the emperor. Does the emperor not fear that such treatment of loyal subjects will chill the hearts of us old ministers? The hidden guard stationed in the Yu residence returned to the palace and recounted the entirety of the conversation to the emperor. The more Yu Zheng spoke, the lower his head sank, and upon catching sight of the emperor's expression, he wished to bury himself in the ground. But then, he uttered, "There's more." The emperor nearly let out a derisive laugh, questioning who had given him the audacity to be so hesitant. "Speak." The hidden guard swallowed hard. Yu Shangshu had also said, "The trust of Baidi City can be claimed at will." The guard felt as if he were losing his mind, while he himself bore the brunt of the emperor's piercing gaze. Baidi City's trust. Did he dare to equate me with Liu Shan? The emperor commanded the guard to withdraw, continuing to observe the movements of the Yu residents while he took a sip of strong tea to suppress his fury. The anecdote regarding Baidi City involved Liu Bei entrusting Liu Shan to Zhuge Liang, stating, "If the heir is capable, support him. If he is not, you may claim him yourself." Ironically, the current emperor, too, was a young sovereign, and Yu Zheng was a crucial minister for the previous dynasty. Such an apt comparison revealed his long-standing treachery. It was no wonder that Wenyuy claimed that the woman, after becoming a noble consort, dared to indulge in infidelity and bore an illegitimate child. With a father like that, it was little surprise what kind of daughter would emerge. Nevertheless, the seventh princess remained his daughter, and he needed to contemplate who would raise her in his stead. The crown prince, upon hearing that his mother had been demoted, was eager to rush into the inner palace to inquire about the matter directly. However, he was intercepted by the little eunuchs beside him. "Your Highness, in a few days, the emperor will come to assess your studies. If you run off now, won't that only anger his majesty further?" The crown prince understood that his father had always placed great importance on their education, and in order not to add to his mother's distress, he suppressed the unease in his heart. Yet, misfortune seldom comes alone, and upon hearing that his mother had been injured, he could no longer contain himself. Ignoring the objections of the attendants around him, he rushed back to the palace. "Ahem, Yenner, what brings you here?" Lady Zhou, furrowing her brow, propped herself up and asked, "Shouldn't you be at the prince's quarters at this hour?" The crown prince gazed at the once resplendent hall, now stripped of decor that did not conform to regulations by the Internal Affairs Department, and noticed the absence of attendants around his pale-faced mother, as well as a few palace maids who had been taken away. Grief welled within him. "Mother, how could father have the heart to treat you this way?" This was also a question Lady Zhou wished to pose, yet she dare not. The fact that her son voiced her unspoken grievances brought her some solace. Just then, a figure clad in bright yellow entered the hall, his tone somber and his emotions inscrutable. "Yin, you should ask your mother who the truly cold-hearted one is." Lady Zhou froze, her body stiffening as she intended to bow. His words left her too fearful to contemplate. Her mind was consumed with a singular thought. He knows. He knows. One who is not guilty has no fear of midnight knocks. Yet, over the years, Lady Zhou had indeed committed many wrongs. And in the depths of her dreams, she could scarcely recall how many lives had been stained by her hands. From the indifference shown by the emperor towards Duan Kai, her suspicions had already begun to fester. Now, this inquiry only solidified her doubts. The emperor was aware of her deeds over the years. That is why he had demoted her for trivial matters, and why he ignored her after she orchestrated a scheme for merit. "Your Majesty," Lady Zhou's eyes shimmered with a plea. "Please, let Yen leave first." The emperor had no intention of allowing such a young child to witness the disgrace of his own mother. Thus he waved his hand, and two palace attendants came forth to escort the crown prince away. However, the delicate child, without the emperor's permission, resisted their grasp and knelt directly before Lady Zhou. "Father, mother, I have grown up. Is there anything that I should not know?" Chapter 14. A dreadful misfortune. Meanwhile, Lady Zhou was still urging him to return to the prince's quarters to review his studies. The emperor watched their tender mother-son interaction, hesitating for a moment before making a decision. "Yen is indeed half a grown-up now. Since you wish to stay, then remain." Lady Zhou could hardly believe her ears. She stared blankly at the emperor, as if she had never truly understood him during all these years as his confidant. This was unexpected. Had he not always disliked his offspring being exposed to the sordid affairs of the inner palace? Yet soon, an unwelcome realization surfaced within her. The emperor no longer wished for Yen to acknowledge her as his birth mother. As anticipated, the emperor continued, "Do you still remember your fourth brother?" The crown prince paused, then nodded. Of course, he remembered. The fourth prince was the first child born after the emperor ascended to the throne. He shared a close bond with him during his early years, but tragically, he succumbed to an illness at a tender age. A palace maid, bound and helpless, was brought in by two eunuchs. The crown prince recognized her. "You are the maid who served the fourth prince." The emperor, hands clasped behind his back, regarded the maid and commanded, "Speak to the crown prince about all that you know." "I am merely a pawn in this game," the maid replied. "The noble consort once entrusted me with a cloth tiger that had been played with by the sick child, instructing me to let the fourth prince play with it. If I had refused, my brother would have been threatened." Consort Zhou slumped on the bed, realized she was at her wit's end, and decided to drop the facade. "You are still alive? Your fate is truly remarkable. Thanks to the consort's foresight. If I had not been cautious back then, I would not be standing here today." The crown prince was overwhelmed by the weight of this revelation. He looked at the three individuals before him, ultimately focusing on Consort Zhou. "Mother, why?" Consort Zhou forced a bitter smile. "It was not my wish, but you wept daily, lamenting that your father favored your brother over you. That tore at your mother's heart." The crown prince was taken aback by her response. He longed to defend himself, to explain that he was merely a child back then, and that he had indeed cherished his younger brother. Yet, the emperor's rebuke interrupted him. "How dare you place the blame for your own misdeeds upon a child? If that is your reasoning, what are those yet unborn? Are they also the result of Yenner's actions?" Consort Zhou was astonished that he was aware of everything. "Yes, it was all my doing. I only wish for you to direct your attention towards me and Yenner. What woman does not yearn for a lifelong companionship?" The emperor, unwilling to indulge her further, simply stated, "You chose to enter my household, and at that time, I already had a consort. If you truly longed for a lasting bond, why did you act as you did? Your sweet words are but a guise to secure your own position." Turning to the dazed crown prince, his tone softened. "Yenner, speak for yourself. Your mother has committed numerous wrongs. How should your father deal with her?" "Father." The crown prince felt conflicted. Although he perceived a stark transformation in the dignified and gentle mother he had always known, he could not dismiss the affection she had shown him throughout his life as mere pretense. He knelt and bowed deeply to the emperor. "I understand my mother's grave sins. Yet the love she bestowed upon me cannot be disregarded. I humbly request to guard the imperial tombs in her stead, imploring you, Father, to confine her first and grant me the grace to take her with me when I leave the capital. I shall do my utmost to ensure she harms no one again." To guard the imperial tombs was tantamount to relinquishing not only the opportunity to become emperor, but also the chance to lead a life of wealth and leisure as a princely lord. The crown prince was bartering his future for Consort Zhou's life. For those who lingered too long in the cold palace often succumbed to madness or illness. Yet before the emperor could express his sentiments, the noble Consort Zhou, in a state akin to madness, vehemently refused, ignoring the pleas of the palace attendants. She dragged her ailing body to kneel beside the crown prince. "My son was merely jesting, Your Majesty. He is still but a child. How could he possibly comprehend the significance of guarding the imperial tombs? I beseech Your Majesty to cast me into the cold palace." Consort Zhou felt as if her heart might burst from the vexation caused by her son's actions. How could he think so? As the eldest son, with the backing of his maternal clan within the court, and being the most capable among the three remaining princes, once he ascended the throne, she would naturally enjoy a life of luxury as the Empress Dowager. Yet, he has chosen to speak of guarding the imperial tombs. Upon perceiving the ambition flickering in her eyes, the emperor scorned his earlier inability to discern character, which had led to the loss of so many of his offspring, and fulfilled her wish by banishing her to the cold palace. In an unguarded moment, Shen Wenyuy caught sight of a figure clad in princely attire, crouching in a corner of the imperial garden's rockery, seemingly engaged in some unknown activity. She felt an urgent desire to slip away unnoticed. Given the current circumstances, there were only 3 princes remaining in the palace, and her 3 half-brothers were each more unfortunate than the last. While it was essential to cultivate good relations, doing so in such a palpably unsettling environment felt ill-advised. Countless dramas have illustrated a singular truth. No matter how many expendables gather, the ultimate outcome remains that of mere fodder. Their collective worth is hardly worth a glance. Suddenly, A wailing erupted from the rockery, the voice a discordant croak of a pubescent child, creating a cacophony that was almost unbearable. Shen Wenyuy found herself overwhelmed, truly unable to endure it any longer. With a resigned sigh, she approached and gently tapped the shoulder of the figure. The crown prince turned, wiping his tear-filled eyes, and strained to recognize her sick sister. Shen Wenyuy acknowledged him and offered a handkerchief. "What has transpired, brother? Why are you here alone?" The moment she laid eyes on him, she recognized him as a character doomed to be a reluctant antagonist in the narrative. In the latter part of the tale, upon witnessing the emperor's favor towards his younger brothers and the increasing power of the Yu family, he relinquished his ambitions for the throne, directly informing his brother that he would not compete and would even offer assistance. He merely sought a piece of land to retire in comfort once the matter was settled. This nonchalant attitude led them to a swift understanding. However, the consort was unwilling to accept such resignation. Since the birth of her eldest son, she had nurtured dreams of becoming the Empress Dowager and could not abide her child's complacency. Thus, she embarked on a desperate course of action, instigating a coup under the guise of the crown princess name. Unbeknownst to her, the emperor in the narrative had entrusted the imperial guards to the favored consort and her son, leading to an immediate suppression of the uprising. Meanwhile, the crown prince, who was outside contemplating his evening meal, was inexplicably ambushed and met a gruesome fate. One could only lament that he was betrayed by his own mother, leaving him unaware of how he met his demise. It can be said that while the consort may have maximized her skills in palace intrigue, she indeed became the greatest political adversary of the crown prince. Chapter 15. Guilt. The crown prince took the handkerchief offered by Shen Wenyuy, and his immediate reaction was one of guilt. He pondered whether his sister had suffered harm even while still in their mother's womb. Shen Wenyuy observed him holding the handkerchief, lost in thought, before he began to sob uncontrollably once more. She felt a pang of annoyance. What was happening? Was he now addicted to crying? However, turning away and leaving him there felt rather awkward, as if she were rejecting him. Once her life in this narrative had settled into a routine, Shen Wenyuy resolved to cultivate amicable relationships with all her brothers, should any of them ascend the throne. She certainly wished to avoid any petty grievances. Of course, this excluded the potential son of the future consort Yu, for she had always regarded this so-called delicate consort as excessively cunning, feeling sympathy for the original character. Now that she had transformed into this pitiable figure, she fervently wished for consort Yu to remain childless and never step outside again, with the intention of fostering a bond with her brother, who had a 13 chance of becoming emperor. Shen Wenyuy seated herself beside him, gently patting his shoulder. In a voice that even she found somewhat nauseating, she said, "Brother, seeing you like this makes me feel distressed as well. Please do not be sad." To her surprise, the crown prince was genuinely receptive to this approach, feeling that the heartache inflicted by a relative had been healed by his soft-hearted sister. Yet he was aware that the actions of their mother could not be disclosed. So he hastily wiped away his tears with the handkerchief and decided to shift the blame onto their father. "It's nothing. I just didn't perform well during an impromptu lesson from father today and received a scolding. I felt down and came here to hide, thus causing you to witness my folly." Shen Wenyuy initially lamented that education was no easy path in any era. Then it struck her within this narrative, even the princess was required to attend the Imperial Academy for her studies. To her dismay, it seemed that even in this new life, she could not escape the fate of being a student. For a moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to join the crown prince in a theatrical display of wailing. Realizing that his present circumstances mirrored her own future, Shen Wenyuy reluctantly rummaged through her pocket and produced a small cloth pouch, placing it into his hand. "Brother, it's all right. No matter what happens, always look forward. It will eventually pass. The day is drawing to a close, so remember to return early and not worry father." After saying this, she felt uneasy leaving him alone, considering the numerous palace attendants who had met unfortunate fates in the imperial gardens. So, she summoned a maid to stay with him. Fearing her mother would be concerned about her prolonged absence, she bid him farewell. The crown prince stared blankly at the cloth pouch in his hand, which contained 2 pieces of candy. In ancient times, the technology for sugar production was rudimentary, and most common folk could not afford refined white sugar. Although white sugar was relatively commonplace in the palace, their mother had, in his childhood, worried about him consuming too much and damaging his teeth. Hence she had provided him with a small pouch containing a limited amount of candy to prevent overindulgence. Reflecting on his carefree childhood, the crown prince slowly lifted the candy to his mouth. The sweetness melted on his tongue, yet he found it tinged with a hint of bitterness. The emperor only learned during dinner that evening about the eldest prince's emotional outburst earlier that afternoon. With a sigh, he hoped that this experience would lead the child to grow. Upon returning to the palace, Shen Wenyuy was taken aback by the news of the former Fei being relegated to the cold palace. She was stunned. It had only been a short while, and already 2 individuals had been cast aside. At this rate, would the cold palace require expansion? The emperor, contemplating the situation, found himself perplexed, wondering if his harem was akin to a breeding ground for peculiarities, as oddities seemed to abound. However, with the Fei gone, the eldest brother would likely not meet the same tragic fate as in the past. What kind of misfortune had befallen him? The emperor's appetite waned as he awaited Shen Wenyuy's elaboration. Yet, having already reflected on the eldest prince's situation earlier that afternoon, she chose instead to focus on savoring the delicate egg custard in her small bowl, a product of the imperial kitchen's efforts. Shen Wenyuy had long wished to express that children could begin to consume salt in moderation after the age of 1. But the palace regulations dictated a strict adherence to cautious development until the age of 5. According to the imperial physician, the priority was to establish a solid foundation before considering other matters. It seemed that the Fei's ruthless tactics had indeed instilled fear, making her question her parenting skills. After ensuring the eldest prince was settled, the emperor eagerly sought updates on his other children. Yet, Shen Wenyuy appeared particularly engrossed in her bowl of egg custard, displaying little psychological engagement. The emperor, feeling compelled, engaged in awkward conversation with Lady Hui about parenting techniques for quite some time. Silence during meals, tranquility during rest. He mused. Why are you sharing these thoughts with my mother? While she may have fewer children, the fact remains that you do not raise them yourself. Father, I implore you, cease your chatter. Do you not see my toes are close to breaking through the floor? Lady Hui nearly burst into laughter, stifling her amusement with a few faint coughs. The emperor, feeling the disdain from both, had expended too much energy addressing the matters of the Fei and the eldest prince that day, leaving him disinclined for any further engagements. The 3 soon found themselves drifting into slumber on the couch. However, in the cold palace, 2 individuals found it difficult to sleep. One was the former Fei, currently in the midst of her relocation to the cold palace. She watched as the eunuchs from the Naiwafu sealed her belongings in boxes, leaving behind only a few items she had brought from her family estate, alongside some essential utensils that had been withheld. Even so, Su Xuanfu had claimed it was a gift from the emperor, questioning why such a commotion was necessary for a simple package to the cold palace. Infuriated, Zhou Shuren resolved that when her son ascended the throne, she would ensure this old eunuch face consequences. The other occupant of the cold palace was Yupin, who had moved in just days prior. Irritated by the clattering noises from next door, she furrowed her brow and turned to a nearby, maid engrossed in her work. What is happening outside? Unexpectedly, the young palace maid sent by the Internal Affairs Office displayed even more impatience than herself, rolling her eyes and exclaiming, "Is it not merely that someone has moved in? Do you not see I am busy?" Before Yu could engage in a debate regarding her attitude, she was captivated by the implications of the first half of the maid's statement. How could it be that someone has moved in? It is well known that within this palace, there exists no prominent sign proclaiming a cold palace. Usually, one is merely shoved into a secluded courtyard that is unoccupied. Thus, the idea that 2 individuals could have moved in here was something Yu found utterly implausible. Chapter 16. Palace Lanterns. Consequently, when Yupin discovered that the one who had moved in next door was none other than Fei, she was left to ponder whether she had lost her mind or if Fei had. After the miscarriage of Duan Kairin, she became acutely aware that someone was scheming against her, and among the potential suspects, Fei was decidedly at the top of the list. When has this woman ever exhibited the benevolence to act selflessly? Moreover, it was she who, during her confinement, had dispatched a young palace maid to relay messages. conspiring to use Duan Kairan's pregnancy as a tool to ensnare Huigueran. Yu Shiyu was not naive. She quickly connected the dots, realizing that Defei's initial target was indeed herself. When her initial plan, which capitalized on Yu Shiyu's animosity towards Huigueran, failed, she resorted to concocting a scheme against her. Thus, Defei's strategy had evidently succeeded. How could it be that she now found herself here as well? The two women stood at their respective doorways, gazing at one another from a distance. The palpable tension in the air causing Su Xuanfu to instinctively pull out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. It is worth noting that the arrangement of these two individuals was a spur-of-the-moment decision by the emperor that very night. Reflecting on the emperor's earlier mutterings about nurturing venomous creatures, Su Xuanfu found the current scene remarkably fitting. The downfall of these two formidable figures in the harem had left the other concubines abuzz with gossip as they arose the following morning to pay their respects to the empress, their hearts brimming with excitement. Regrettably, when the emperor visited the former Defei's chamber accompanied by the crown prince, he forbade any palace attendants from remaining within, subsequently sealing off any news, leaving the entire assembly of concubines blissfully unaware of the finer details. With Defei's fall from grace, the highest-ranking individual present, aside from the empress, was Xu Fei. She delicately coughed into her hand, feigning modesty. Having suffered a few setbacks at her hands, the empress promptly advised her to return and recuperate, to which Xu Fei gracefully took her leave. Her demeanor was indeed quite lofty. It was not unfounded. The empress dowager was her aunt, the emperor her cousin, and she had a prince under her care. Her circumstances were unlike those of the others. It was precisely due to this lineage that the empress did not wish to trouble her, for the empress dowager held a particular fondness for her niece. In recent days, Xu Fei had been in low spirits, especially with the impending mid-autumn festival banquet. She had anticipated enjoying the spectacle of Defei and Yu Pin's misadventures, only to find herself surrounded by a multitude of people, none of whom offered any respite. Of course, she dared not voice this sentiment aloud, fearing her aunt's reprimand. Lost in thought of the Empress Dowager, she sighed softly. While her aunt treated her well, the constant matchmaking endeavors with her cousin were exceedingly irksome. Just then, she suddenly perceived the sound of a child's voice. Last night, when the esteemed Lady Zhou was cast into the cold palace, it was astonishing that no one seemed to be aware of the circumstances. A group of young maidens had gathered, and I had expected some juicy gossip, only to find them preoccupied with trivial matters. The noble consort felt it was quite a stroke of luck to encounter someone who shared her sentiments within the palace. She had intended to follow the sound to discover which child it belonged to, perhaps a lady bringing her offspring into the court, allowing her to entertain the second prince and alleviate his perpetual somber demeanor. Yet, she soon realized that the voice seemed to resonate from within her own mind. In that moment, memories of the novel she had secretly stashed away in her chamber flooded her thoughts. If the Empress Dowager were to discover them, she would surely chastise her for quite some time. Suddenly enlightened, she concluded that this must be a kindred spirit sent by the heavens to alleviate her solitude in the depths of the palace. With this thought, she no longer felt the urgency to seek out the girl, confident that fate would allow their paths to cross again. Meanwhile, hidden behind a rockery, the oblivious Shen Wenyuy brushed the dust from her skirt, her heart simmering with frustration over her father's reluctance to divulge the true nature of consort's transgressions. To be honest, the sensation of the plot veering unpredictably filled her with both joy and anxiety. The joy stemmed from the notion that her destiny might be shifting, while the anxiety arose from the uncertainty of how long this foreknowledge of events would last. Lost in contemplation, the young princess remained unaware of the proud expressions adorning her beloved parents' faces as they simultaneously thought to themselves, "Thank goodness for me." With two high-ranking consorts recently demoted, each of whom bore children, the fate of the imperial heirs became the focal concern of those in the palace. The first prince was not an issue, as he would soon be of age to establish his own household, alleviating the need for immediate arrangements for a new mother. However, the seventh princess was still young and at an uncertain age, prompting many consorts to harbor their own thoughts. In the hall of nurturing the heart, the emperor, his countenance darkened, instructed Su Xuanfu to decline yet another consort who had come bearing soup in hopes of winning favor. Angrily, he remarked, "What a pretense of benevolence! I see only a desire to raise the seventh princess." Upon uttering these words, he felt a pang of headache. The young princess still resided in a side chamber of Qixia Palace, tended by a maid previously in service to Consort Yu. Although recent reports indicated she was eating well and sleeping better than before, the emperor still believed it prudent to select a foster mother for her as soon as possible. Yet, with high-ranking consorts already scarce, the sudden loss of two left him hesitant to act without proper caution, especially since he had not yet verified the loyalty of those remaining. The emperor truly felt as though his harem was a breeding ground for intrigue, with surprises lurking at every turn. Thus, he chose to remain silent for the time being. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, paper lanterns adorned the palace. While exquisite palace lanterns crafted by skilled artisans from various regions were bestowed upon the consorts by the emperor. However, according to palace customs, once those of higher rank had made their selections, little remained in terms of new styles. Today, the emperor frequently turned the sign of Yonghe Palace, developing a certain fondness for concubine Hui. Moreover, Shen Wenyuy was his most cherished child, and fearing that the mother and daughter might not find the lanterns to their liking, he took it upon himself to prepare 2 lanterns for them. The delivery was entrusted to a young eunuch named Fucking, a disciple of Su Xuanfu, who was plump and fair, embodying the very appearance that would surely appeal to the noble ladies of the palace. With a silver tongue, he explained to concubine Hui and her daughter the significance of the 2 lanterns he bore. These lanterns were originally crafted by a skilled artisan from the common folk, who claimed to have dreamt of the moon goddess Chang'e, accompanied by the jade rabbit descending to earth, with the stars twinkling between them. Thus, the tassels adorning the lanterns were conceived. However, as the themes of Chang'e and the jade rabbit were rather conventional, the artisan pondered for a long time before deciding to split the lantern into 2. When Fucking held the 2 lanterns close together, the jade rabbit appeared to circle around Chang'e, and the tassels beside them, of an unknown material, collided and intertwined, emitting a starry glow in the light of the candles. Yet, if the mere sight of the lanterns was to astonish concubine Hui, Fucking's next words were the true surprise. The emperor had initially intended to present 2 other lanterns to the young master and the princess, but upon seeing these 2, he was reminded of concubine Hui and the princess, and hastily dispatched a servant to deliver them. His words revealed the emperor's esteem for the mother and daughter, leaving concubine Hui overjoyed, for the beauty of Chang'e and the endearing nature of the jade rabbit surely stirred memories of loved ones. Thus, Fucking departed from Yonghe Palace with a generous red envelope, leaving an atmosphere of festive joy throughout the palace. However, Shen Wenyuy, who felt like a mere pawn in her father's game, remained oblivious to the celebrations. Following this, the ordinary palace lanterns delivered by the eunuchs from the Ministry of Internal Affairs no longer captured concubine Hui's interest. Although exquisite, they lacked novelty and true sentiment. After bidding farewell to the 2 festively attired eunuchs, concubine Hui sighed as she observed her daughter gazing intently at the jade rabbit lantern. This left Shen Wenyuy perplexed, prompting her to turn and inquire, "Mother?" Concubine Hui gazed at her exquisitely delicate daughter, her heart heavy with concern. This was primarily due to the fact that the recent palace banquet had also invited numerous high-ranking officials and their families, and the Empress Dowager had returned to the palace from Lingshan. It was likely that this would be Yuer's first encounter with the Empress Dowager since her birth. While it is often said that grandchildren are favored by their grandparents, the dynamics within the royal family differ significantly. The Empress Dowager had borne 2 sons, one who became the emperor and another who lived leisurely as a prince in the capital, enjoying a comfortable life. The number of grandchildren in the prince's household alone reached double digits, not to mention those of the emperor, of whom only 6 had survived, yet 15 had been born. The Empress Dowager had almost become desensitized to holding grandchildren. Thus, the notion of generational favoritism was hardly applicable. When she had given birth to Yuer, she had merely cast a fleeting glance before departing. In truth, she did not particularly care for the Empress Dowager's feelings towards Yuer, as the emperor ultimately held the power in the palace. However, given the emperor's evident affection for Yuer in recent days, concubine Hui feared that the Empress Dowager might harbor discontent and express her opinions to the emperor. the prince can still rely on his own abilities to garner attention, while the princess often must depend on their father's favor. Noble Lady Hui earnestly hopes that the Empress Dowager will take a liking to her daughter. She swears that she will gild the statue of Buddha in the palace's small temple. Now, as a semi-favored concubine with a fuller purse, her words carry more weight. Today, Noble Lady Hui has put considerable effort into adorning her daughter. She first selected a charming palace outfit, then adorned the two small buns of her hair with fluffy white pom-poms. Wan Shu, observing from the side, remarked that from a distance, it indeed resembled a jade rabbit. To this, Shen Wenyuy responded, "I'm so hungry, mother. Please, no more dressing up. I want to eat." Noble Lady Hui retorted, "You silly girl. All you can think about is food." However, given the limited decorations suitable for children, Noble Lady Hui eventually settled on the bracelet gifted by the Empress, feeling a loss for further embellishments. At the mid-autumn banquet, Shen felt restless at the thought of not seeing her sister that evening. "Father, do you think the Emperor will agree to our request?" Yu Zhimeng, pondering his plan, sneered. How could he refuse? Even a 3-year-old would know what to choose. Meanwhile, in the cold palace, Zhou Yu and her counterpart were exchanging insults. At this moment, the Zhou family reached a consensus with the Yu family. Seizing the opportunity presented by the banquet to reward the meritorious, they proposed bringing the lady from the cold palace back home. This was not without precedent. After the death of the late emperor, grace was bestowed upon childless noble women, allowing them to return home and marry, though, in truth, no one dared to marry a woman who had been with the late emperor. Of course, the current emperor was still alive, making the request for grace rather challenging. However, exchanging this for the merits of their own offspring was certainly negotiable. Initially, the emperor felt a surge of joy at the thought of his own accomplishments flourishing. Yet, he immediately rejected the Zhou family's proposal. What nonsense! The Zhou daughter is guilty of countless misdeeds. I merely spared her life for the sake of the crown prince. And while I have kept her wrongdoings from becoming public, that does not mean I shall overlook her faults. If the Zhou family were to take her away, she would live her latter years in comfort, and those innocent children who perished unjustly would surely blame me, their father, in the afterlife. However, the Yu family was a different matter. The emperor found it worth considering. Although Yu Shiyu had committed many foolish acts in her past life, she had yet to err in this one. The emperor was merely incensed, but felt no substantial grievance. More importantly, her brother was undeniably a talented general, and his victory over the southern barbarians was largely due to his efforts. The emperor had intended to reward him, which would significantly bolster the Yu family, already prominent in literature, with the addition of military prowess. This had been a source of considerable headache for the emperor. But now, if Yu Zongyun were willing to exchange military merit for his sister, the emperor considered this a transaction even a child could comprehend. Yet he did not reveal his thoughts entirely, saying he would respect Yu Shiyu's wishes and would not obstruct her return if she desired it. The Yu father and son felt assured. Compared to the cold palace, home would undoubtedly be a far more comfortable option, and even a fool would know the right choice to make. Indeed, one does not feel remorse when trading away military achievements that are not one's own. Alas, it is a pity for that soldier whose accolades were usurped. He is likely nearing the brink of death from despair. The emperor, gazing upon his daughter, who was adorned like a rabbit, wished fervently that he could grasp her long ears and shake loose some information. Fortunately, Shen Wenyuy did not withhold the truth this time. As he pondered the narrative, he followed the train of thought. This soldier was indeed unfortunate. The surprise tactic against the southern barbarians was originally his brainchild, only for it to be appropriated by Yu Zongyun, who reported it as his own, thereby claiming the glory. Not only did this thief of merit act with such audacity, but he also displayed both foolishness and malice by sending men to brutally beat the soldier upon returning to the capital. The soldier's family was impoverished, with only a blind mother to care for him. Their home was bare, devoid of means to seek medical aid, and she could only feel her son's pulse, which gradually faded away after the mid-autumn festival. With the sole laborer of the household gone, she too perished from starvation shortly thereafter. The subsequent rise of Yu Shiyu to the status of favored concubine was only revealed long after, by which time the soldier had been dead for years, leaving no witnesses to contest the matter. This string of revelations caused the emperor's blood pressure to soar. The Yu family, Yu Zongyun, Were they unaware of the precarious times we live in, where a talented general is an invaluable asset, only to be left to such a tragic fate? To casually exchange another's military honor for a mere concubine of lowly birth? In the emperor's eyes, Yuxiu was utterly unworthy. Fearing that time was running out for the soldier, he swiftly summoned his covert guards to investigate. Fortunately, the fact that this soldier's family consisted solely of a blind mother was quite rare, and soon his men, accompanied by a physician, were dispatched. At this juncture, the emperor resolved not to permit the Yu family to take Yuxiu away. However, the gentleman's word is as steadfast as a chariot, and having made a commitment in the presence of the court and the concubines, he could not retract it without consequence. Yet, considering Yuxiu's deep affections for him, a wicked thought crept into the emperor's mind. Chapter 18. The Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager arrived late to the banquet, supporting Consort Shu. As the Dowager's niece, she had set out the previous day to retrieve the Dowager from Ling Mountain. Shen Wenyuy found no mention of the Dowager in the original character's memories. Thus, she curiously leaned forward to glimpse the iron-willed matriarch described in the novel. The Dowager appeared far from 50. At first glance, one might mistake her for being in her early 20s. Truly, beauty withstands the test of time, even with strands of white hair. It seemed merely an additional layer of the filter of experience. The smile that the Dowager had maintained faltered momentarily. The emperor, empress, and noble consort Hui could not resist the temptation to inspect their reflections in the clear wine, ensuring they bore no blemishes before returning to their serene expressions. Meanwhile, Consort Shu, who had been deeply engrossed in her meal, paused in surprise. The fateful individual from the imperial garden had reappeared. However, as she surveyed the surroundings, she realized there were many young women present, and thus, she had to quell her desire to seek out the familiar figure. The Empress Dowager endeavored to maintain an air of tranquility, yet her heart was beset with confusion. What was the meaning of this? Had she encountered a ghost? Yet, could a specter possess such a sweet disposition? The Empress Dowager had long been troubled by the wrinkles and graying hair that accompanied her advancing years, feeling as though time was a relentless foe. However, given her esteemed position, an overt preoccupation with her appearance could easily invite the criticisms of others. Hence, she would subtly lament to her son, perhaps remarking on the recent emergence of more gray hair or the increasing looseness of her skin, hoping for some words of solace in return. The emperor would typically scrutinize her with earnestness, affirming her observations while fretting over whether he too would one day resemble her in age. The Empress Dowager would retort, "It would have been better to have birthed a piece of Charsiu." It is not hard to imagine that since the passing of the late emperor, it had become a rare delight for the Empress Dowager to receive genuine compliments, a sentiment that undoubtedly brought her great comfort. As for the existence of ghosts, it had ceased to matter. If such entities were indeed real, the late emperor would surely have transformed into one. At worst, she could simply confine him behind closed doors. Her gaze wandered among the young girls below, eventually alighting upon the two fluffy buns atop the head of the sixth princess. This child, inherently adorable with her round apricot eyes gazing obediently at the performance on stage, was further sweetened in the Empress Dowager's heart by those two white tufts. It appears that as one ages, there is an innate fondness for the innocent charm of youth, and the Empress Dowager was no exception. Thus, she leaned toward the matron beside her and whispered a few words. Lady Hui observed the matron Hien drawing closer to the Empress Dowager, her heart fluttering with unease. Matron Hien had been by the Empress Dowager's side since her entry into the palace, enjoying her utmost favor. Yet, the prominent figure before the Empress Dowager halted before her, bowing respectfully and, amidst Lady Hui's astonished gaze, announced, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager wishes for the sixth princess to come forth." Lady Hui instinctively glanced toward the Empress Dowager on the elevated platform, who maintained her usual inscrutable demeanor, causing her to feel a twinge of anxiety as she cautiously inquired, "Might I ask, matron, does the Empress Dowager summon you for a particular reason?" Matron Hien replied with a reassuring smile, "The Empress Dowager merely feels a connection with the princess and wishes to observe her up close. There is no cause for concern, dear lady." Relieved, Lady Hui smiled and permitted Matron Hien to lead her daughter away. However, while her exterior remained composed, her mind was racing with invocations to the deities and ancestors fervently praying for their blessings, regardless of their efficacy. As Matron Hien walked ahead, her head bowed. She adjusted her pace to accommodate the sixth princess, affording her mind the leisure to ponder the Empress Dowager's unusual behavior that day. It was well known that although the Empress Dowager had initially claimed her pilgrimage to Ling Mountain was to pray for the emperor's progeny, it was, in truth, a reflection of her disdain for her emotionally inept offspring, believing it better to listen to the tales of the Taoist priests of the temple. Thus, as Lady Hui had surmised, the Empress Dowager did not hold much affection for her grandchildren. Perhaps she had cherished the initial few, but her feelings had waned with time. By the time of the sixth princess, her grandmotherly affection had diluted significantly, leaving Matron Hien puzzled as to why the Empress Dowager had summoned the sixth princess to her side. Upon encountering the true visage of Shen Wenyuy, the Empress Dowager could not help but marvel at the exquisite beauty of the child. From a distance, she appeared merely adorable, yet up close, she was intricately crafted, resembling a delicate ear-painting doll, her skin fair and imbued with a hint of youthful plumpness, likely a result of indulgent nourishment from the royal kitchen. Exuding an air of festivity, adorned with her hairpieces, she resembled a celestial jade rabbit descended from the heavens, illuminating the Empress Dowager's heart with joy, making it difficult for her to part ways with the child. Unbeknownst to her, this little bundle shared similar sentiments. Goodness, seeing grandmother up close reveals even more charm. Though it seems she has grown rather thin, her waist appears almost as slender as that of the dancers ahead. Could it be that life at Ling Mountain has been unkind to her? This praise resonated deeply with the Empress Dowager, even though Shen Wenyuy's curiosity was innocent. As one ages, aside from wrinkles and gray hair, what troubles her most is the gradual alteration of her figure. Yet, those around her, including Hien, fail to comprehend her concerns, dismissing them with the notion that since the late emperor has passed, such worries are unnecessary. But how could the Empress Dowager be troubled for him? Her concerns were for herself. How many women in this world do not cherish beauty? At the very least, she was not among them. In truth, her efforts in grooming and maintaining her figure were solely for her own delight. However, the lack of understanding from those around her occasionally instilled a tinge of doubt within this solitary elder, making her question whether her feelings were indeed misguided. Yet, the voice within her mind regarded her as an independent entity, not merely as the late emperor's consort or the current emperor's mother. The title of grandmother, coupled with the echoes of a child's voice in her mind, alongside the clarity of Shen Wenyuy's approach, stirred a flicker of speculation within the Empress Dowager and the Shu Fei. Could it be that this child was her confidant? Meanwhile, Shen Wenyuy felt the weight of two fervent gazes upon her. Bewildered, she managed to bow before the Empress Dowager. Observing the fluffy pom-pom that swayed near her head with each movement, the Empress Dowager felt a playful urge. After beckoning the child to her side, she could not resist the temptation to gently pinch it. Soft to the touch, it truly resembled a rabbit's ear. Perhaps the emperor's description of a rabbit had taken root in public memory, as Shen Wenyuy suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment, akin to having her ears pinched in a crowd. Consequently, the Empress Dowager was met with a flurry of nonsensical squeaks. All right, it is indeed her. Reflecting on her advancing years and the emperor's wish for her to find peace in the palace, the Empress Dowager gazed tenderly at her granddaughter and softly inquired, "Would you be willing to come to Sinang Palace to chat with grandmother in the future, rather than endure the insincere and hollow praises of noble women?" The Empress Dowager preferred the company of this child. She recalled that this mother-daughter pair seemed to have fallen out of favor. Thus, she considered it a means of providing them protection, ensuring that others in the palace would not trample upon them. How delightful it is to know that fortunes can indeed fall from the sky, Shen Wenyuy mused, eagerly nodding like a chick pecking rice to express her enthusiastic agreement. This left Hien utterly astonished. Who was this amiable elderly lady before her? Was this merely a figment of her imagination? Chapter 19. Qin Huai Hien brought a small chair for her, and she settled beside the Empress Dowager. It is no wonder that a high platform was constructed. The view of the performance from this vantage point is indeed more captivating. This is an authentic imperial court dance, featuring the most skilled dancers from across the nation, far superior to the amateur performances of later generations. Shen Wenyuy is utterly absorbed, her eyes fixed on the spectacle, unwilling to blink. As she watches, she provides commentary. critiquing everything from the costumes to the movements and makeup, to the extent that even the Empress cannot help but glance downwards. Strangely, despite the dances being familiar, the act of commentary imbues them with a sense of novelty. In the end, the Empress even bestows a reward upon the lead dancer. This evening's banquet certainly left a lasting impression of the sixth princess on many attendees. The poise she exhibited beside the Empress led numerous onlookers to regard her as extraordinary, though only Shen Wenyuy herself knew that her enthrallment was solely with the dance. Furthermore, the Emperor's evident affection for concubine Hui and her daughter added a layer of significance to the Empress's demeanor. However, being a princess, such actions would invariably lead the concubines and officials below to ponder whether there were implications for the line of succession. In the case of a princess, many officials directed their attention towards their own children, thinking that perhaps a friendship with the princess would be beneficial. Although there exists a regulation forbidding men from entering the inner palace, there are no restrictions on women and children. Thus, after the banquet, many high-ranking officials and noble families received permission to enjoy the moonlight in the imperial garden. This, too, is a form of indirect favor, as not every member of the royal family is permitted to remain. Shen Wenyuy was soon encircled by a group of children. She looked helplessly towards her mother, only to find concubine Hui similarly ensnared by the mothers of the children. Consequently, Shen Wenyuy was reluctantly compelled to adopt the role of a nursery teacher, feigning youthfulness as she engaged with the children. In the distance, within a pavilion, a woman reeking of alcohol shoved a boy before her. "I told you to go earlier, but you refused. Now look, the princess is surrounded by people." The boy, appearing no older than 7 or 8, bore a refined countenance devoid of childish innocence. Instead, his expression was one of deep gloom as he gazed at the girl, the center of attention, and scoffed. "I said I wouldn't go. If you wish to ingratiate yourself, do so on your own." Qin Huai, the woman, incensed by his mockery, had her ornate hairpins clashing together, producing a jarring sound. "How is it that I bore such a creature as you, so unwilling to do anything for your mother?" She then softened her tone, attempting to coax him. "If you behave this time, you can keep your monthly allowance next month. All right? I want to use it for jewelry." The shamelessness of her words astonished a passing palace maid, but upon catching sight of their true appearances, she found it less surprising. The Crown Prince of Qin? Shen Wenyuy was momentarily taken aback by the maid's report, struggling to connect this title with her father's various brothers. However, she soon recalled that such a character indeed existed within the pages of literature. Unlike her own role as a mere supporting character, he was a bona fide, formidable, and tragically compelling antagonist. His parents' life stories alone were riddled with adversity. His father, Qin Pan, was the only prince of a different surname in the current dynasty. Yet this status did not bestow upon him any glory. It was Qin Pan who benefited from his father's reputation. His father, Qin Yuan, had been conferred the title of a prince by the late emperor due to his remarkable military achievements, which also granted the then heir, Qin Pan, the privilege of not having his title diminished. Unfortunately, due to an old ailment, Qin Yuan passed away prematurely, allowing Qin Pan to ascend to the throne of Qin at a young age. Although his title was obtained through his father's influence, his handsome appearance made him a sought-after suitor among many young ladies of noble birth. This included the younger sister of the late emperor's favored concubine, who eventually became his rightful consort. Given the concubine's esteemed position, securing a marriage for her sister was a trivial matter. Consequently, the two wed swiftly and soon welcomed their son, Prince Qin Huai. The early days following Qin Huai's birth were perhaps the only moments of brilliance in this tragic character's childhood, allowing him to bask in a period of opulence. However, this fortune was fleeting as the late emperor passed away. The concubine and her son attempted a coup but ultimately faced exile. With nothing to restrain him, Qin Pan began to act with reckless abandon, first bringing his mistress from outside into the household, even insisting that Qin Huai refer to the elder child of the mistress as his brother. This was just the beginning. As the concubine's family fell deeper into disgrace, Qin Pan grew bolder, contemplating elevating his mistress to the status of a primary wife. According to the laws of the dynasty, this was only permissible if the primary wife had failed to bear children for many years. His audacious move angered many women in the capital, and the matter was eventually swept under the rug. However, his increasingly outrageous behavior could not be tolerated, prompting Shen Wenyuy to summon him and deliver a stern warning, implying that he should resolve his family matters privately to avoid public humiliation. From that point, the Qin royal residence appeared stable from the outside. Yet, Shen Wenyuy understood that Qin Huai's tragic existence was only just beginning. First came his father's neglect, followed by the persecution from his mother's illegitimate children, who wished for him to perish to make way for themselves. The most outrageous of all was his mother. Since their family's fortunes had dwindled and the support from her family had ceased, the Qin princess, unable to sustain a lavish lifestyle on her meager monthly allowance, turned her ambitions toward her son. Although Qin Pan had little affection for him, he still ensured that Qin Huai received adequate monthly provisions for a comfortable upbringing. However, all these funds were siphoned off by Qin Huai's biological mother to fill her jewelry box, forcing him into a life of deprivation. The details of his struggle were not chronicled in the text, but was known that he ultimately aligned himself with the crown prince born to the favored concubine and exacted revenge upon the royal family. Yet, a villain remains a villain. In the end, he amassed troops and clashed with the crown prince, engaging in a battle of wits and strength that occupied much of the latter half of the narrative. Readers eventually grew impatient, inundating the author with inquiries. Have you seen your book title? It's turning into a male-centric power struggle. Who is the true protagonist? Are you really suggesting that Qin Huai is the male lead after all this time? Thus, the author abruptly concluded the narrative of Qin Huai, the specifics of which she momentarily struggled to recall, yet it was undoubtedly absurd, given the tumultuous comments flooding the section at that time. Perhaps unable to withstand the daily attentions of readers, the book hastily reached its conclusion and consequently became a source of mockery for numerous bloggers. Now, however, the antagonist from the story stood before her. Shen Wenyuy observed him with curiosity, noting that although his attire was of fine fabric, the sleeves bore signs of wear. Despite his exquisite appearance and air of nobility, in comparison to the chubby children around, his chin appeared overly sharp, as though it were a product of hunger. Indeed, it was hunger that prompted Qin Huai to attend this mid-autumn banquet, primarily for the opportunity to enjoy a hearty meal. Chapter 20, Bullying, as the saying goes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Shen Wenyuy recalled the portrayal of this prince in the book, depicted as a gentleman who, despite having endured considerable hardship in his youth, remained as gentle as jade. The narrative described how, even in his quest for vengeance, he merely stripped his father of his title, allowing them to wander with the riches of the royal estate. When Shen Wenyuy read the novel, she found his actions overly merciful. She knew that if she were treated thus, she could never emulate his restraint. Not to mention, she would never relinquish even a breath of the royal air. Although she had previously disagreed with his methods, she now viewed this quality as a virtue. At the very least, she had no desire to collaborate with someone ruthless. Suddenly, Qin Huai sensed the princess before him regarding him with a keen interest. Could she be contemplating some mischievous prank? He frowned, his gaze turning somewhat aloof. The young princesses from the royal household, observing his demeanor, instinctively clustered around her, whispering, "Princess, look at him, always so gloomy. We just like playing with him. You should ignore him too. Let us go." However, their words evidently failed to sway the princess, who now viewed Qin Huai through the lens of the original text. Where was the gloom? Shen Wenyuy regarded the boy with delicate features and a slight curl to his hair, finding even his stern expression quite endearing. She recalled the character from the original story, an embodiment of patience, always enduring without retaliation. Feeling emboldened, Shen Wenyuy boldly tugged at a lock of his curly hair. The royal princesses around her gasped in shock. One slightly older girl nudged her younger sister, quietly remarking, "Did we forget to mention he once knocked 2 of our brother's teeth out?" The younger sister swallowed hard, recalling the incident where their brother had teased Qin Huai about his looks, only to be met with a fierce beating from the younger boy, who was 4 or 5 years his junior. While it was true her brother had been foolish and provocative, the severity of the punishment was excessive. She stepped forward, closing her eyes to shield the princess, thinking it better to risk losing her own teeth than to let harm come to the princess. However, she overestimated her courage. Shen Wenyuy merely pinched the lock of hair and chuckled coldly, prompting a chorus of shrieks from the group of young girls as they scampered off in search of their mothers, leaving Shen Wenyuy in a state of bewilderment. She was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the behavior of these children. She had observed Shen Wenyuy smiling adorably, offering them a benevolent smile, yet they all fled. Shen Wenyuy realized that this was akin to a historical version of campus bullying. Before her transmigration, Shen Wenyuy had a niece who also suffered from the exclusion of her classmates. She still vividly recalled the vacant gaze and trembling body of that child as she recounted her experiences. In an instant, her empathy for her niece resonated with Shen Wenyuy. "Let them be. We shall not concern ourselves with them." With these words, she grasped Shen Wenyuy's hand and pulled him towards the rockery where she often hid to eavesdrop on gossip. The hollowed-out entrance of the Taihu stone was spacious enough to accommodate 2 children. Moreover, the location was remote, surrounded by the rockery except for the opening, making it the perfect sanctuary for a heart-to-heart conversation. From the moment Shen Wenyuy felt her tugging at his hair, he began to feel somewhat dazed. Due to his naturally curly hair, many found pleasure in tugging at it, usually with malicious intent as though they were trying to rip it from his scalp. His father, under the influence of alcohol, would often grab his hair as if to assert that his natural curls indicated he was not his biological child, sometimes making Shen Wenyuy feel as if his scalp might be torn off. If even his own father behaved this way, one could only imagine the antics of the insipid scions of noble families. Yet, Shen Wenyuy's actions and demeanor were entirely different. Her touch was gentle, as if she feared causing him pain, and her expression bore none of the novelty and disdain typically directed at those who were different. In that moment of distraction, Shen Wenyuy caught sight of the peculiar princess resting her chin on her hand, uttering a statement that left him baffled. "You are simply too kind. Do not worry about what others think. If they insult you, retaliate. I will stand by you." Shen Wenyuy was genuinely perplexed. Typically, when others insulted him, he would retort immediately. However, seeing the princess's eyes filled with indignation on his behalf, he felt that voicing his usual response would shatter the atmosphere. Thus, he merely mumbled an acknowledgement. He had thought his aloofness would deter her, but Shen Wenyuy, noticing his reluctance to retaliate, sighed. Indeed, he embodied the archetype of the tragic yet noble male lead from the original narrative. It seemed that a child who had endured bullying would be somewhat weaker than his peers. Shen Wenyuy considered that he was merely 8 years old, with 8 more years until he began to showcase his talents. For now, he was still too young. There was no rush to persuade him further. After all, once he attended the Guozijian, she would keep a close watch over him to cultivate their bond. She planned to seize the opportunity of her father's recent good spirits to petition for an early admission to her studies. With this in mind, Shen Wenyuy rolled up her sleeves and surreptitiously stuffed several large gold bracelets into Shen Wenyuй's embrace. These were gifts presented by the ladies earlier. Although they were clearly not designed for a young girl, it was evident they had been hastily chosen to curry favor. Nevertheless, they were gold. Who could resist gold? Thus, handing these over to Shen Wenyuy, Shen Wenyuy had prepared herself psychologically for quite some time. However, this situation resembled an investment. These golden bracelets would merely gather dust in her possession, yet bestowing them upon Shen Wenyuy felt akin to investing in a promising stock, one that had been validated by the original source. One must risk losing a child to catch a wolf. Shen Wenyuy stared in astonishment at the young girl before him as she offered him the bracelets, her gaze filled with an unwillingness to part with them, almost as if they were slipping through her fingers. Yet, the heavy weight resting in his hands spoke volumes of the sacrifice she had made. Why? Shen Wenyuy could not comprehend why, despite their first encounter, she would feel such compassion for him. Having already given him the bracelets, Shen Wenyuy composed herself, gracefully gesturing towards his frayed cuffs, saying, "Just now, a palace maid informed me of your identity. Your sleeves are tattered. I believe you are in dire need of funds." Shen Wenyuy narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. If she were truly simple-minded, she would never have garnered the Empress's esteem. Shen Wenyuy recognized that her act of presenting gold would likely raise his suspicions. After all, he was kind-hearted but not foolish. Therefore, adopting the tone of child from her relatives, she inquired, "Why are you looking at me like that?" I'm lending you these to mend your clothes today, but you must repay me later. My father says that lending money allows one to collect interest, so you must give me some little gold in return. In ancient times, this interest was understood as a form of profit, and Shen Wenyuy feigned innocence, portraying the bewilderment of a child encountering a new term for the first time. Shen Wenyuy thought, it's nothing. Turns out she is just a simpleton, although he felt it somewhat unethical to accept a child's money. He was indeed in desperate need of funds. Chapter 21. The Beauty Scheme. Ultimately, Shen Wenyuy accepted the golden bracelets. According to the regulations of the current dynasty, children of officials ranked third class and above were permitted to attend the Imperial Academy. However, to navigate life there comfortably, one must invest money for connections, as these nobles valued social relationships above all else. Furthermore, he required funds to acquire several outfits, as well as sufficient capital. These affluent individuals could afford to be so generous because they owned numerous shops and residences, yielding a steady annual income. Otherwise, their meager salaries would scarcely cover daily expenses and social interactions. He had long been preparing for this, yet lacked initial capital. Now, with several golden bracelets in hand, Shen Wenyuy pressed his lips together and expressed his gratitude to Shen Wenyuy. Seeing that he had finally accepted her offering, Shen Wenyuy felt a surge of joy. Concerned that the esteemed Wagairan had not seen her for too long, she waved goodbye and departed. As soon as she left, Shen Wenyu's expression darkened again, and he concealed the bracelets within his sleeves and the folds of his garment, leaving only the lightest one in a shallower pocket. Indeed, the moment the princess saw her son return, her first action was to search him thoroughly. Did the princess reward you with something? I just saw her pull you away. Upon seeing the deliberately placed golden bracelet outside, she took it out to examine its quality and weigh it in her hands. A wave of joy sweeping over her. Well done, you have some skill. You may as well spend next month's silver as you wish. As she contemplated how many garments this hefty bracelet could procure, she muttered to herself, this design is undoubtedly a gift from those few martial ladies, utterly cliché, only they would take delight in it. Shen Wenyuy, trailing behind her, cast a cold glance at her superficial and greedy mother. Let her revel in her triumph for a while longer. She would inevitably pay the price. Your Majesty, the atmosphere here is quite oppressive. You ought to don a cloak lest you catch a chill, for the two mistresses of Yonghe Palace will certainly berate you for it. Su Xuanfu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the emperor drape himself in the fox fur cloak, reflecting on how Yonghe Palace was indeed the emperor's Achilles heel. Recalling how he had caught a cold during the recent seasonal transition and the incessant chatter of the mother and daughter beside him, warmth blossomed within him. Thus, his resolve to step towards the cold palace grew ever more steadfast. He vowed to safeguard them throughout his life. In the desolate cold palace, Yushiyu irritably listened to the festive sounds outside. Her hand instinctively reached for her teacup, intent on smashing it to the ground. But she quickly realized it was the last of her remaining tea set. Despite her mounting anger, she begrudgingly set her hand down. Amidst the wind that swept through the corridors, she heard footsteps. Xiaoa? She initially assumed it was one of the maidservants attending to her, but the footsteps were far lighter. As she discerned the unmistakable sound of a man's approach, she silently removed the wooden hairpin used to style her hair and clutched it tightly in her palm. She even contemplated the possibility of an assassin being sent to eliminate her, never suspecting it would be the emperor. Thus, upon seeing him, an indescribable joy replaced the resentment she had harbored during her days in the cold palace. Why have you come to see me? To witness my current state of ruin? She declared, stubbornly gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle to prevent her tears from falling, while turning her head away to present the emperor with a sorrowful profile. The emperor, however, could not quite grasp the struggle she wished to convey. He silently recited the speech he had prepared in his mind. My beloved consort, listen to my explanation. I am well aware that you would never act in such a way, but with your brother's recent illustrious achievements, there are those who wish to harm you. I have placed you in the cold palace for your protection, to dispel the fears of those behind the plot. Acting is so difficult. Just kill me instead. You must know that Zhou Shuren has been assigned to your side. She was the ringleader that day. Only by capturing her can I dare to release you. Is that true? Yushiyu wiped her tears with a handkerchief, her heart now half convinced. She had always felt the emperor was different towards her, Yet, she still felt the sting of the suffering endured these past few days and awkwardly remarked, "Then why did you not inform me sooner and release me earlier? I have been unable to wear the garments I made." In the end, she had begun to revert to her previous self-reference. The emperor, racking his brain, remarked, "You are well aware of how envious your brother has made himself in court recently. I fear they might harbor ill intentions towards you, which is why I intended to wait until this turmoil subsides before speaking. I refrained from telling you earlier, fearing it might reveal my thoughts." He concluded with a heartfelt declaration, "It is solely out of my profound love for you that I wish for you to remain unharmed." Yuxiyu, with tender affection, grasped the emperor's sleeve, blushing and smiling coyly. "However, your father and brother wish to visit you today to discuss certain matters. Regardless of the choice you make, I shall honor it," he assured her. Ultimately, the emperor hastily departed the cold palace. Upon returning to the Yangxin palace, he found solace only after sipping several cups of tea to quell the nauseous feeling that had settled within him. "Su Xuanfu," he called. "Yes, your majesty," the servant replied. "You may summon the Yu family to see her." Given that men are generally prohibited from entering the inner palace, the Yu father and son were escorted to the cold palace by a group of eunuchs. What a dismal place. My sister has never endured such indignities at home. Yu Tsongyun protested on behalf of his sister. Yu Zhizong nodded in agreement, sighing, "Your sister has been spoiled since childhood. She remains blissfully unaware of how difficult this meeting will be." Despite their indignation at the palace's starkness, they felt a sense of relief, given the circumstances. Surely she would be eager to return home. However, the radiant happiness illuminating Yushiyu's face, seemingly from nowhere, struck them as a small shock. Had it not been for the presence of the eunuchs, Yu Tsongyun would have turned back to ascertain whether this was truly the cold palace. Once the eunuchs withdrew, allowing the three to converse, Yu Zhizong gazed at his daughter, whose face was adorned with a sweet smile, and lamented, "How can you be so joyful in the cold palace? Your father and brother have worried needlessly for you." Yuxiyu waved her hand dismissively. "Father, I am quite content here. There is no need for concern." "Content? In such a place?" Yu Tsongyun interjected, pointing at the meager surroundings. "Come home with us at once." "Indeed," Yu Zhizong agreed. "Your brother has already petitioned the emperor for a favor, exchanging military merit to secure your return home. Fear not. We shall find you a worthy husband." Yuxiyu frowned, finally grasping why the emperor was so eager to see her immediately after the banquet. He was, in fact, anxious about her leaving him. Chapter 22. Refusal. Reflecting on the emperor's handsome countenance as he professed his love, Yuxiyu felt her cheeks flush and lowered her gaze. "Please do not let my brother cause a scene. I truly am well here, and the emperor will soon take me away. He has his reasons." What reasons could he possibly have? Yu Zhizong scoffed, believing his daughter was being deceived by a man. Seeing her father's skepticism, Yuxiyu recounted the emperor's words during his visit. As her father and brother learned of her romantic exchanges with the emperor, she shyly buried her face even lower. After contemplating her words, Yu Zhizong pondered the possibility that there might be some truth in them. After all, if he were the emperor and had no affection for a concubine, he would certainly prefer to exchange her for military achievements. However, the emperor had deliberately spoken to his daughter before the arrival of her father and brother, indicating a genuine affection for her. How could Yu Zhizong have known that there was an unseen force beside the emperor, capable of foreseeing the future? Thus, he remained silent for a while, allowing his daughter to depart. After all, she was his only daughter, should she leave the palace. Given her former status as a consort and the fact that she had borne a daughter for the emperor, it would be difficult for her to find a prominent family for a marriage. It would be as though she had been rendered obsolete. Since the emperor harbored feelings for her, it would be prudent to keep her in the palace. If she could bear a son, then when the emperor passed, the Yu family could elevate their young heir to the throne, thereby wielding control over the entire nation. He had already begun to indulge in the exhilarating fantasy of power. This illustrates that while he held a certain affection for Yushiryu, in his heart, power remained paramount. Conversely, Yu Tsongyun was resolute in his desire to take his sister away. Today, the emperor may have cast you into the cold palace, but in the future, he is sure to make you suffer. This is the best opportunity for you to leave the palace and find a good family to marry into. I have many subordinates who are still unmarried. they would surely treat you well. Subordinates? You sure you completely lost interest in the conversation? How could those lowly soldiers possibly be worthy of marrying her? Even if the emperor's favor were to be divided among many, it would still be preferable to marrying beneath her station. Unable to restrain herself, she retorted, if I were to marry one of my brother's subordinates, it would be uncertain whether I could even live as well as I do now. Yu Wenyuy was infuriated, wanted to take her away by force. However, he was halted by Yu Song. Since your sister is so determined, you should respect her wishes. After all, we have influence in the court. I doubt the emperor would dare to let her down. Father, despite Yu Wenyuy's confusion, his lifelong admiration for his father rendered him unable to voice a rebuttal, and he could only follow behind his father in indignation as they departed. Yu Wenyuy pouted behind them, resolved to live well enough to show her brother. The Mid-Autumn Festival fell on the 15th day of the 8th month. Traditionally, the emperor would spend this night in the empress's palace. When the young eunuch accompanying the Yu family came to report, the emperor was dining with the empress. Su Shunfu, aware of the significance of the matter, leaned in to relay the information to the emperor. As he spoke, Su Shunfu couldn't help but marvel inwardly at how the emperor managed to keep someone after merely a brief conversation. He lowered his head, missing the fleeting look of embarrassment on the emperor's face. Has something happened? The empress inquired, setting down her chopsticks. The emperor nodded and recounted the events that had just transpired, starting from the Yu family's plea to the remarks made by Su Shunfu. Naturally, he omitted the humiliating incident regarding Yu Wenyuy's military achievements being obtained through deceitful means. The empress merely nodded, attributing it to Yu Wenyuy's romantic folly. Yet, after they were settled, the emperor found himself unable to sleep. It was evident that he could do so in the Yonghe Palace. The empress, too, was unaccustomed to having someone beside her. Previously, the emperor would return directly to the Yangshin Hall after attending to official matters. Thus she, ever perceptive, suggested, if your majesty is weary, perhaps you should retire early to rest. Although feeling as though her physical prowess was slighted by the emperor silently dressed and returned to the Yangshin Palace. The candles in the Jiaofeng Hall were rekindled. The lady, Gantang, observed the empress furrowing her brow and rising to continue managing palace affairs, feeling somewhat aggrieved on her behalf. It was whispered among the servants that the emperor had recently taken to resting at Yonghe Palace after flipping its plaque. The empress lifted her gaze to her, her expression tranquil. Indeed, but was not Yue also sleeping there with them? It was precisely because the princess was nestled between them that the concubines of the harem believed that the emperor would only stay due to the blood ties with the child, allowing Huiguo to remain undisturbed until the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, the current princes and princesses were either too old to share a bed with their parents, or the seventh princess was being raised separately due to her biological mother's circumstances. No one had yet attempted to leave the emperor behind in this manner. Yet Gantang, though aware, could not help but voice her concern. Your Highness, are you not afraid that the emperor may hold too special an affection for Huiguo and her daughter? What if, when you have your own children in the future, they do not receive the emperor's regard? The empress, understanding what her maid had been pondering since childhood, set down her brush, turned to Gantang, and replied earnestly, the emperor is not one to overlook the bigger picture. Moreover, Huiguo is a woman of propriety. I hope this will be the last time I speak of such matters with you. Gantang pressed her lips together, ultimately refraining from further comment. Yet, she sensed that the empress's tolerance stemmed from the sixth princess. Gantang's feelings were quite complex. On one hand, she was grateful that the little princess frequently accompanied the empress, bringing more smiles to her face in recent days. On the other hand, she was uncertain whether the empress's affection for the little princess was ultimately beneficial. However, her mind was still occupied with such thoughts. The following day, upon hearing that the Empress Dowager had summoned Shen Wenyuy to stroll through the gardens, her heart stirred no emotions. Alas, it seemed even the Empress Dowager had succumbed. Your uncle dotes on her father. In truth, the so-called garden stroll was not what it appeared. Due to the Empress Dowager's limited mobility, it entailed merely sitting in a pavilion, listening to the monks maintained by the palace expound on Buddhist teachings. Initially, Shen Wenyuy was quite inclined to refuse this activity, The notion of Buddhist doctrine was intimidating, and the thought of dozing off was utterly unthinkable. Yet, Wenyuy, for reasons unknown, appeared particularly timid in the presence of the Empress Dowager, as if she would faint at the mere suggestion of refusal. Thus, Shen Wenyuy found herself thrust beside the Empress Dowager, much like a duck forced to the water. Alas, my acting skills are truly remarkable, Wenyuy remarked to the amused Wan Shu, observing her daughter's departing figure. The Empress Dowager's favor was of paramount importance for a princess's future, and for her daughter's sake, she would not allow her to retreat at the last moment. Chapter 23. The story upon being led by the matron to the venue. Shen Wenyuy discovered that Xu Fei was also present. It was to be expected, given the Empress Dowager's steadfast trust in Xu Fei, who was regarded as a younger member of her household. Thus, the three of them, 2 adults and a child, settled in the pavilion, while palace attendants timely presented an array of exquisite pastries. Due to Shen Wenyuy's petite stature and short arms, the Empress Dowager, fearing she might be unable to reach, assigned Madame Hien to attend to her. Should the palace concubines witness this scene, it would surely incite a wave of envy. Madame Hien is among the most favored attendants of the Empress Dowager. When it comes to status within the court, she surpasses many of the less favored concubines. The thought of being attended by someone of her standing is something they can scarcely imagine. However, for Shen Wenyuy, an outsider in this realm, she perceived Madame Hien merely as a kind, ordinary elder and graciously accepted her offerings. The Empress Dowager observed her demeanor from aside, and, seeing her poised and confident, nodded in satisfaction. While she might not concern herself with the other concubines, as her granddaughter, she certainly did not wish to witness a royal princess shrinking in the presence of an attendant, regardless of the attendant's proximity to her. Though the Empress Dowager claimed she sought the teachings of Buddhism, it resembled more a delightful tea gathering filled with stories. A venerable monk sat across from them, narrating tales of Buddhism in a gentle tone, which captivated Shen Wenyuy's attention. How fascinating! I had thought Buddhist teachings were merely recitations like Namo Amitabha Buddha, she mused. Truly, my grandmother is extraordinary. Her years of meditation on Lingshan have granted her insights beyond ordinary comprehension. Upon hearing this, concubine Shu discreetly turned to the Empress Dowager, noticing her take a sip of tea, revealing a hint of self-consciousness. To claim that the Empress Dowager was devoutly pious on Lingshan would be an exaggeration. It was simply that with so many people in the harem, she sought a quieter place to hear stories, lest the monks on Lingshan be driven to madness by the crowd. Even their bald heads seemed to shine more brightly under the pressure. After all, how many tales could there be for the Empress Dowager? Nevertheless, she remained unconcerned. If there were no stories left, she could always summon someone else. After all, there were plenty of monks available, and if one did not suffice, there were always brothers and disciples waiting. The Empress Dowager's every action served as a barometer for the noble women of the capital, akin to a modern influencer. The master she summoned could genuinely thrive within the circles of the elite ladies, earning handsomely in the process. Thus, the masters, albeit reluctantly, felt compelled to comply. For even monks required sustenance, and who would refuse an abundance of wealth? Those who truly shunned fame and fortune had long since ventured into the mountains and seas, leaving no trace in the capital. Before the Empress Dowager departed, the masters became increasingly frantic, nearly resorting to performing for her amusement until she wisely halted them, deeming it unbecoming. Hence, concubine Shu discerned that the Empress Dowager's intent was purely to indulge in stories under the guise of reverence for Buddhism. Initially, the Empress Dowager anticipated a rather dull day, for the masters within the palace could not compare to the looser storytellers outside, who had nearly turned their craft into a part-time vocation. Yet, having someone share in the storytelling rendered the experience distinctly different. For instance, at that moment, the master recounted an encounter with a corpse during his travels. After thorough inquiry, it was revealed that the individual had been brutally beaten to death by creditors during her pregnancy, and her husband, ashamed of the ill omen of her death during such a time, abandoned her there. As he spoke, a certain pride was evident in his demeanor as he recounted how he had bestowed charity upon that family, urging them to extricate themselves from their debts and preparing a coffin for the deceased. He had anticipated that the Empress Dowager would reward him for his benevolence. Yet her expression remained neutral, devoid of any acknowledgement. Even the typically vivacious consort Shu concealed her lips and cast her eyes downward, obscuring her thoughts. However, Shen Wenyuy was seething with indignation. By heavens, if it were I would have delivered 2 resounding slaps to that foolish family. Not stopping until their teeth were knocked out, considering their audacity, they left a pregnant woman behind to flee from their misfortunes. And now they dare to scorn her even in death? The fire of her wrath continued to blaze. And you even bestowed money upon them? Do you not understand the concept of enabling their cruelty? Report them to the authorities at once. They should be apprehended alongside those who harass the dead for debts. Should any more innocent girls fall victim, you fool, would be complicit in their crimes. The Empress Dowager and consort Shu silently applauded her fervor. Ordinarily, such coarse language from a younger generation would have earned reprimand. Yet today, the Empress Dowager felt an unprecedented sense of ease. She turned to the attendants waiting nearby and remarked, "Take him away. I wish not to see him again." Yes, the attendants, well versed in palace etiquette, swiftly dragged the struggling monk from her presence. Having spent considerable time within the palace, they understood the gravity of the situation and promptly dispatched someone to investigate the family based on the monk's revelations. It was astonishing how much could be gleaned from a mere tale. The Empress Dowager gently caressed her bewildered granddaughter's fluffy head, saying, "These individuals are adept at feigning virtue. They cannot even perform good deeds with clarity. If they cannot comprehend this, they need not remain in the palace. Let them be sent to the countryside to till the land and rid themselves of some of the folly in their minds." Shen Wenyuy maintained a composed smile outwardly, while inwardly she nearly succumbed to laughter. Indeed, their minds are filled with nothing but folly. How fortunate it is that grandmother is here. Otherwise, that unfortunate woman would have had to witness her murderer thriving on the money he extorted. Grandmother is truly wonderful. The Empress Dowager smiled in satisfaction. However, consort Shu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at being overlooked by the little one, for she had contributed significantly by providing a place for miscreants to atone for their wrongs. Thus, she delicately offered a piece of sweet delicacy to Shen Wenyuy. Shen Wenyuy gazed in astonishment at the resplendent beauty before her, realizing she had never previously interacted with consort Shu. "I had no idea that consort Shu was such a gentle soul. How could anyone say she is willful? Such malicious gossip is truly detestable. Did father save the world in his past life? How is it that in this life he is surrounded by so many gentle and beautiful wives?" The gentle and lovely consort Shu smiled as she used her handkerchief to wipe the crumbs from the girl's mouth, her heart contemplating the need to uncover the source of the malicious whispers and ensure they face consequences. Experience proved that wisdom comes with age. The Empress Dowager accepted her granddaughter's effusions of praise without a second thought, snatching the plate of treats from consort Shu and feeding the little one with delight. Consort Shu, feeling somewhat neglected, could only watch. Eventually, when Shen Wenyuy, patting her belly in regret, declared that she could eat no more, the Empress Dowager instructed Hien to escort her back. After Shen Wenyuy departed, a fleeting silence enveloped the pavilion. The Empress Dowager sipped her tea and remarked, "You can hear it too, can't you?" Chapter 24. Leaving the palace. The noble consort was momentarily taken aback, but upon realizing the implication of her words, she hesitated briefly before nodding. Curiosity soon followed as she inquired, "How does Aunt know this?" With a wave of her hand, the Empress Dowager signaled for the attendants nearby to discreetly withdraw, ensuring that their conversation remained undisturbed. "Do you think I am unaware of your little schemes?" With the absence of attendants, their dialogue became more relaxed. "I noticed your peculiar reactions at yesterday's banquet. Bringing you here today was merely a ruse to elicit the truth. You typically do not exhibit such patience towards the emperor's offspring." The consort, having been so directly exposed, laughed with delight. "Indeed, Aunt knows me well." Thus, she candidly recounted her initial encounter with the sixth princess. Ordinarily, the Empress Dowager would have chastised her niece for any unrefined language, but after Shen Wenyuy's earlier outburst, she found herself devoid of grounds for reproach. Instead, she offered a simple comment: "You truly possess a child's heart," and refrained from further remarks. The consort, gleefully leaning closer to the Empress Dowager, jested, "With your discerning eye, And can you perceive if anyone else can hear Yuer's thoughts? The Empress Dowager pondered momentarily before shaking her head. Do you recall when we asked Master Yunkong to divine for us? What did the omens reveal? The consort, having been present at the time, readily recalled, it foretold that our family would encounter a noble benefactor in the coming years. When Father inquired how to find this benefactor, he stated that one could sense them through the dragon's aura. This prophecy was the reason the consort had been sent to the palace. As the Empress Dowager had spent recent years in seclusion at Ling Mountain, devoid of opportunities to meet such a benefactor. Are you suggesting that Yuer is this benefactor? The consort quickly grasped the implication. The Empress Dowager nodded. Initially, I assumed it was merely a supernatural occurrence. However, given Yuer's pure heart and your similar circumstances, I began to consider this possibility. The consort did not dwell on the matter, cheerfully stating, in any case, time will reveal whether our Yuer is indeed a harbinger of fortune. The emperor genuinely believed he had encountered a stroke of luck. Yesterday, when he dispatched someone to rescue a soldier named Xia, the physician described that by the time he arrived, the soldier was barely clinging to life. Fortunately, the physician's skills were exceptional, details omitted for brevity, and the soldier was saved. Furthermore, according to the intelligence gathered by his covert agents, Yu Zhengyun had a history of seizing military credit, though it remained unverified whether his cunning tactics in the battle against the southern barbarians were also pilfered. While the emperor trusted his daughter, he understood that convicting someone required substantiation. Thus, upon learning that Xia had awakened, he resolved to don a disguise and inquire about the particulars of the incident himself. Naturally, he had not forgotten the greatest contributor to this endeavor. Contemplating that Yuer had likely seldom ventured beyond the palace walls, he entertained the thought of taking her outside for a glimpse of the world. Consequently, Su Xuanfu was dispatched with the emperor's decree to Yonghe Palace. In the gentle embrace of her beloved daughter, Huigairen could not help but feel a pang of jealousy as others flocked to vie for her childless affection. Yet, upon hearing that the emperor intended to take their daughter out of the palace for a day of leisure, her reluctance was swiftly subdued. She recalled that the only time her daughter had ventured beyond the palace walls was to be sent away for a marriage alliance. And thus, she eagerly anticipated the opportunity for her daughter to explore the world outside. Consequently, Su Xuanfu seamlessly assisted the little princess into the carriage. Yuer, come to father. The emperor called, now donned in casual attire, his arms outstretched, presenting an image akin to that of an ordinary father. Shen Wenyuy found this familiarity heartwarming, reminiscent of her own childhood, and readily leapt into his embrace. Meanwhile, Su Xuanfu was taken aback by the emperor's self-reference, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he mused on how frequently he had found himself dazed since the emperor had encountered the sixth princess. The emperor's affection for her was unparalleled, even when traced back through generations. Father, what shall we do today outside the palace? Shen Wenyuy inquired, her small hands pressed against the window, peering curiously outside. The emperor gently pulled her away from the window, cautioning, sit still. You must not fall. He affectionately ruffled her hair and added, today we are incognito. What should you call me, Yuer? With the emperor's self-address, Shen Wenyuy quickly caught on and called out, Father. Ah, the emperor beamed with satisfaction at the success of his plan. The carriage came to a halt before a dilapidated residence. Neighbors nearby exchanged whispers, speculating. The Yi family must be experiencing a stroke of luck lately. It seems some elegantly dressed dignitaries delivered gifts to their home last night. Indeed, they are fortunate. I wonder what these officials see in them. Just two invalids, another voice chimed in. The emperor's attire, which he deemed inconspicuous for a private visit, was nonetheless exquisite in tailoring and craftsmanship, revealing his noble status despite the ordinary fabric. The hushed conversations around them hinted at the malice harbored by the surrounding community towards this family. Shen Wenyuy instinctively clutched the emperor's hand tighter. Shen Shiyan, feeling a surge of indignation, instructed the guards, quiet them. Do not disturb the sick. With the guards' intervention, the area fell into a hush. The interior of the house was even more meager than its crumbling exterior suggested. In stark contrast, the cold palace seemed like a luxurious abode. The walls were nearly stripped bare, the remnants of plaster hanging precariously. A large bowl sat by the stove, containing thin porridge, likely the meager sustenance for the mother and child. On a narrow bed lay a frail young man, his pale face straining to salute the emperor, while beside him sat an elderly man with gray eyes, devoid of life. At this moment, the surname Yi, representing a mother and son afflicted by illness and blindness, instantly reminded Shen Wenyuy of the tragic tale she had contemplated the previous night, the very pair who had perished due to the military exploits of Yutsongyan. I visited my father, whose wisdom and foresight seem unparalleled, a veritable embodiment of both intellect and bravery, a ruler who values merit above all else. The emperor straightened his back with pride, for he aspired to be a sagacious monarch of his time. He swiftly halted Yi Xian's gesture of reverence, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Please lie back and rest well." Nearby, Yi's mother, upon hearing the commotion, wept softly, exclaiming, "Our benefactor has arrived." She then groped for a nearby vessel, intending to offer them tea. However, Su Xuanfu assisted her back to the bedside, asserting that such tasks were best left to him, lest the emperor cast a disapproving gaze upon him. In Chapter 25, titled The Seventh Princess, fearing that her mother might overhear her suffering and worry, Yi Xian had Su Xuanfu escort the elderly lady outside for a brief respite. Once Yi's mother had departed, Yi Xian exhaled in relief, and despite her physical limitations, she performed a profound bow to the emperor. "I am eternally grateful for young Master Shen's rescue. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Should you require anything in the future, I shall do my utmost to assist." Having said this, Yi Xian's gaze shifted to the girl whom Shen Wenyuy was holding, and she remarked with a smile, "This must be your daughter. Truly, a tiger begets no dogs. She is remarkably bright and lovely." Though she was unfamiliar with the term bright, she was aware that Shen Wenyuy had not received formal education, and thus, the girl beamed at the compliment, basking in the glow of admiration. The emperor, observing this exchange, silently noted the adjective in his mind, pondering its implications. He then inquired, in yesterday's moment of desperation, "I neglected to ask, do you possess any evidence of the theft of your idea by the Yu family?" Yi Xian, her complexion pallid, shook her head, her voice hoarse. "It was merely a conversation with companions. He likely overheard us. Even if my companions could attest to my words, the evidence remains insufficient." She offered a rueful smile. "While I am uncertain how young Master Shen came by this information, the Yu family is substantial and influential. I would dare to advise you to tread carefully." Since Su Xuanfu had altered his appearance, he did not recognize his true identity as a eunuch. He merely speculated that the emperor was likely a wealthy young master with grievances against the Yu family. "Oh, how foolishly I worry. Before you stands the emperor, the conqueror of the Imperial Medical Academy and master of the Cold Palace." The emperor recalled his recent proclamation, uttered in frustration, that should Yi Xian's condition fail to improve, he would be inclined to execute the physicians. However, determining culpability is indeed a challenge. One cannot simply condemn based on words alone, he mused internally. Yet, he perked up, an idea forming. Why not send him back to the front lines? I recall the last endeavor involved 500 men ambushing the enemy leader. Surely, he possesses the capability to replicate such a feat. I refuse to believe that the Yu family, with their extensive connections in the Ministry of War, lacks 500 loyal followers. Let him take his allies to face their demise. What a sound argument. The emperor cast a look of appreciation at Shen Wenyuy, resolutely affirming to himself that he was indeed a man of integrity, and his daughter's inclinations could not possibly reflect poorly upon him. He deemed Shen Wenyuy's proposal to be quite feasible, requiring only a touch of refinement before implementation. He turned to Yi Xian, who lay on the bed, lightly coughing, and said, "Just focus on your recovery. There is no need to worry about anything else. Once you are healed, I shall come to see you." Seeing that her attempts to dissuade him were in vain, Yi Xian could only clasp her hands and wish him well. Shen Wenyuy observed the delicate beauty with great interest. Reflecting, "I never expected that although Yi Xian is a mere warrior, he possesses the appearance of a refined scholar. Quite striking indeed." Just as the emperor prepared to depart, he paused momentarily. Upon reaching his carriage and finding it deserted, he turned earnestly to his daughter, who was indulging in pastries, and inquired, "Am I not more handsome than Yi Xian?" Shen Wenyuy. She struggled to swallow the pastry in her mouth. confirming that her father was serious and not merely engaging in whimsical banter. Goodness, is it not awkward for him to ask such a question? I could easily dig my toes into the very foundations of the Forbidden City out of embarrassment. Yet, the emperor was not one easily flustered. Even when officials from the censors penned satirical articles aimed at him, he remained unfazed, conveying to his daughter through his unwavering gaze that he felt no embarrassment whatsoever. Ultimately, Shen Wenyuy acquiesced, conceding that her father was indeed the most handsome in the entire realm of Daxia. Satisfied, he began to peruse travelogues within the carriage. Upon returning to the palace that evening, the emperor did not even turn over a single card before he earnestly commenced preparations for the expedition of Yu Tsongyun to the frontier once more. He intended to secure the Yu family, promising them grand rewards upon their victorious return, including nobility titles. It is well known that such titles hold far greater allure than mere official positions, for they can be inherited. Subsequently, he penned a letter to the general stationed at the border, instructing him to manage his troops diligently, cautioning that if Yu Tsongyun were to lead a surprise attack, he must rely on his own connections. Should the endeavor necessitate sacrificing innocent soldiers, the emperor would indeed feel a pang of guilt. However, just as his plans were taking shape, the emperor grew wary. He remained uncertain of the general's fidelity. At this hour, his daughter, the loyalty detector, had likely succumbed to slumber. Thus, he relaxed his sore wrists and reminded Su Xuanfu to prompt him the following day. After attending to the emperor's nightly routine, Su Xuanfu stood outside the door, his mind racing. How could it be that noble Lady Hui and her daughter held such a significant place in the emperor's heart? Although the emperor had taken Shen Wenyuy out of the palace primarily to showcase the great hero before Great Xia, he had also brought her numerous toys from the streets, in part to compensate for the absence during her childhood in his previous life. He was becoming increasingly adept at accepting this reincarnation. Of course, the emperor had matters to attend to, with Su Xuanfu largely overseeing the acquisitions. At this moment, Shen Wenyuy gazed despondently at the array of rattles, bamboo dragonflies, and colorful balls before her. The wet nurse attending her mistakenly assumed that the little princess was unfamiliar with these toys and eagerly demonstrated their playful uses. The sight only deepened Shen Wenyuy's gloom. Here she was, a fully grown adult, forced to engage in performances with these juvenile trinkets, a tiresome endeavor indeed. Yet she had not anticipated that an opportunity to escape this confinement would present itself so swiftly. That very afternoon, Shen Wenyuy, as per her usual routine, took the palace attendants for a stroll in the imperial garden. Since Hui Guiran discovered that her daily excursions were gradually improving her health, she accompanied her. To her surprise, she encountered a young girl in palace attire, whom she had never seen before, being cradled by the grand maid Xunyue while admiring the flowers. Given the girl's age, attire, and Xunyue's presence, Shen Wenyuy realized that this was none other than her sister. However, the descriptions of Yu Shiyu's daughter in the book were rather sparse, primarily focusing on the disparity between their fates, one destined for marriage as a political alliance, the other to a powerful nobleman, thus highlighting the favored status of the concubine. Therefore, when Shen Wenyuy observed the timid seventh princess shrinking in the maid's embrace while secretly glancing at her, she felt a profound shock. How could such an extraordinary character as Yu Shiyu give birth to such a daughter? Your Highness, the little girl was the first to break the silence. Seventh sister, how do you do? Shen Wenyuy maintained a polite but lukewarm demeanor, reluctant to provoke the daughter of the original protagonist, despite her uncertainty regarding the girl's disposition. Yet, the seventh princess was undeterred by Shen Wenyuy's indifferent attitude. Her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the colorful toys held by the maid beside her. What are these? The vibrant toys seemed to naturally captivate the attention of children. Shen Wenyuy followed the direction of the seventh princess's gaze and discovered that they were small, colorful balls brought by the empress for play. You don't know what these are? Despite her efforts to keep her tone steady, it slightly rose at the end. She looked at Xunyue, who appeared momentarily taken aback, before responding earnestly. The late mother of the princess never allowed her to play with such things, so she truly does not know. Goodness! Shen Wenyuy was astonished. So, the daughter of the protagonist also lacked a childhood, just like the inconsequential characters in the book. Seeing the seventh princess's eyes filled with longing, Shen Wenyuy quietly took an unused small ball and placed it in her arms. Well, although your mother may not be the best, you are still just a child. The seventh princess paused, holding the soft, bouncy ball thoughtfully. She then removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and offered it to Shen Wenyuy. Sister, let us trade this. Shen Wenyuy was taken aback. She looked at the little one with a hint of sadness. Sister, with such a trade, even if our father is the emperor, it wouldn't suffice. As a mentally mature individual, she could not engage in such transactions with a child, so she declined the bracelet and quickly excused herself to leave. She truly did not know how to face the daughter of the protagonist and preferred to avoid the situation altogether. The seventh princess, standing there with the ball, watched Shen Wenyuy's departing figure and blinked, turning to Chunyu and saying, Sister is a good person. Chunyu was at a loss for words, taken aback that it was the first time in her life she had seen someone so easily won over by a ball. Of course, she was unaware that soon her princess would become Shen Wenyuy's delightful plaything, affectionately dubbed the beautiful waste collection station. That evening, the emperor arrived as expected after days of interaction. He had completely discerned the temperament of Shen Wenyuy. It was precisely because she possessed an excess of knowledge yet was unable to voice it that, upon uttering a key phrase, she could conjure a multitude of thoughts in her mind. Thus, General Li, stationed at the borders, sent a missive of greetings. Alas, the valiant General Li, a paragon of virtue, met his demise for opposing the crown prince's ascension, though it mattered little, as the emperor did not outlive him by many days. The emperor remarked, the chancellor appears rather dispirited during today's court session. ISNT that our venerable chancellor, who at 70 fell into the embrace of 7 maidens and perished in a brothel. Perhaps he has taken on too many concubines and is unable to bear the strain? The emperor furiously gnawed on a rib, astonished to discover that this robust chancellor harbored such secrets. The imperial censor lodged yet another accusation against me. Cherish the moment you write disparagingly about the censor. I recall how he vehemently opposed your intent to crown the offspring of Yu as the heir, boldly slapping you through layers of resistance. TSK, clearly a practitioner of lightness in his movements. The emperor found himself at a loss as to whether to commend or chastise. However, upon reflection, he surmised that he had likely been incited by Yu, thus absolving himself of blame. He continued speaking with an air of self-satisfaction, only to be reminded of Yu, whom he had carelessly left in the cold palace and forgotten to summon back. What would happen if the Yu father and son were to harbor suspicions? Finally, after a long wait, Yu received the imperial decree for reinstatement. Of course, that is a matter for another time. Meanwhile, noble consort Hui could scarcely swallow her meal. For meddling in the affairs of the previous dynasty was considered a grave sin in the current reign. Unbeknownst to her, the emperor could hear the silent thoughts of his daughter, and she feared he would expose their mother-daughter bond. Thus, she contemplated the possibility of emulating the censor's actions and striking him before they faced execution. Fortunately, the emperor's inquiries were limited to primary official positions, concluding swiftly, and he finally noticed the distressed expression of noble consort Hui. He recalled the regulation, realizing that this delicate beauty, trembling in fear, may be gathering her strength, which stirred a sense of pity within him. He gently embraced her shoulders, reassuringly saying, My beloved consort, do not let your imagination run wild. I merely find amusement in these matters and spoke them for your ears. I vow I will not punish you for it. Only then did noble consort Hui relax her grip, leaning softly against the emperor, exclaiming, You nearly frightened me to death. I almost struck you across the face. Although the beauty was in his arms, the emperor's mind was preoccupied with noting certain ministers down in his ledger, leaving no room for romantic thoughts as he promptly returned to the Yangshin Palace. Without the diversion of their playful banter, Shen Wenyuy was fortunate enough to drift into an early slumber. Eventually, I shall compel him to spend the night alone with mother. With this small goal set, Shen Wenyuy surrendered to dreams. Meanwhile, noble consort Hui, having opened her eyes, tucked her daughter's blanket carefully, thinking to herself, Rest assured, mother shall strive diligently. In the Yangshin Palace, the emperor, under the stars, sneezed unexpectedly, wondering who might be speaking of him at such a late hour. The following day, the same place, the same time, Shen Wenyuy encountered the seventh princess once more. However, This time, the child clutched the ball in her hands, and upon seeing Shen Wenyuy, she flushed and approached her, her eyes filled with anticipation as she asked, "Sister, can you play with me for a while?" Shen Wenyuy was not particularly inclined to assume the role of a nursery teacher. Thus, she turned her gaze towards Wenyuy, who sighed, first bowing to Shen Wenyuy before gently leading the seventh princess aside. She explained, the princess's biological mother is exceedingly strict with her. The princess spent her days either practicing dance or calligraphy, leaving no time for rest. Consequently, her temperament has become somewhat timid. Is my oversight? I did not realize that the princess has yet to have any toys, which is why she found your colorful ball so intriguing yesterday. After a pause, she continued, I understand that this request from the princess may seem a bit presumptuous. Yet, she possesses a pure heart and is very fond of you. Today, she has been tugging at my sleeve for nearly 2 hours. With boldness, she implored, I humbly ask you to play with the princess. After speaking, she knelt down to perform a deep bow to Shen Wenyuy. Shen Wenyuy slightly shifted to avoid the bow, letting out a sigh inwardly. She comprehended the princess's sentiments. Even those royal offspring who are not favored still hold a certain status. For instance, when she first arrived and faced harsh treatment from those 2 palace servants, the queen's wrath was palpable when the matter was brought to her attention. At least on the surface, the servants were required to show deference to these young masters. What if she inadvertently caused the princess to cry during their play? Hence, the servants would not willingly engage in play. It was evident that the 7th princess, having no peers or maternal companionship since childhood, must yearn deeply for familial affection and friendship. Unluckily, she could possess both. Observing Wenyuy, who repeatedly bowed until her forehead bore red marks, Shen Wenyuy sighed, You may rise. Chapter 27. Promotion. Wenyuy understood this as a consent, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. Having cared for the young princess over the years, she had watched her grow and hoped that once freed from the clutches of the concubine the princess could enjoy a complete childhood. Shen Wenyuy instructed the accompanying palace attendants to step back. As an adult, she found it challenging to accept playing with a ball under the scrutiny of so many onlookers. She picked up a bamboo dragonfly and approached the 7th princess, rubbing it between her hands until it took flight. Wow! The 7th princess exclaimed joyfully, carefully inching closer to Shen Wenyuy and tugging at her sleeve. Sister, I want to see more. With the earlier interaction, her address had transformed into something more affectionate. Yet, Shen Wenyuy was not inclined to indulge her. What joy was there in merely watching others play? Thus, she handed the bamboo dragonfly, which had fallen to the ground, to the 7th princess, saying, You try it yourself. Although hesitant at first, once she took that initial step, everything thereafter followed suit naturally. Before Shen Wenyuy departed, the princess had managed to keep the ball in the air several times. Though she felt a tinge of reluctance to part from her sister, Shen Wenyuy obediently bid her farewell and took Wenyuy's hand to return to the palace. Along the way, she animatedly recounted the delightful moments they had just shared, clutching the toy Shen Wenyuy had gifted her. However, upon reaching the palace gates, the smiles of both mistress and servant abruptly froze. Yesterday, the emperor recalled the presence of the favored consort and promptly decreed her reinstatement. However, due to the late hour and the little princess's persistent desire to venture outside, the news did not reach Wenyuy. What were you doing outside? A woman's sharp voice startled the 7th princess, who instinctively shrank into Wenyuy's embrace. Witnessing her daughter's reaction, consort Yu's irritation intensified. After enduring my time in the cold palace, you dare to hide from me now that I have finally emerged? Her tone grew increasingly impatient. Were those you were clutching in your hands? Shen Wenyuy was reluctant to reveal them, but consort Yu, intolerant of such defiance, ordered her attendants to seize the items. Upon discovering they were merely ordinary toys, she commanded that they be discarded. Your Highness, Wenyuy could not help but interject. The princess is very fond of those. If you do this, it will surely sadden her. Consort Yu cast an irritable glance at her. Has she ever considered that her lack of ambition might cause me sorrow as well? The 7th princess tugged at Wenyuy's garment, shaking her head, and with tears held back. She respectfully bowed to consort Yu. Is my fault, mother? I will go practice my calligraphy with the nanny. Only then did Consort Yu soften her expression. Even during her time in the cold palace, she had heard of how the sixth princess, born to noble Consort Hui, was favored by the emperor. She pondered if perhaps the emperor had changed his affections. Furthermore, the notorious idleness of the sixth princess, known for her aimless wandering, did not lead Consort Yu to believe her daughter, raised under strict discipline, would be inferior. Based on past experience, with the emperor's reinstatement of her position today, she anticipated that he would likely summon her to showcase her newly acquired skills before him that very night. Coupled with the emperor's inherent favor towards her, she believed that noble Consort Hui and her daughter would not enjoy the spotlight for long. However, as night fell, the emperor, without even a semblance of hesitation, hurriedly made his way to the Yonghe Palace. During court that day, he had relied on the intelligence gleaned from his daughter the night before to chastise a number of officials who idled in their positions. Despite the current influence of powerful families, with solid evidence in hand, none dared to utter a word in defense. It was the first time since his ascension that the emperor had publicly humiliated them to such an extent, and he had elevated several of his own trusted officials. His mood was thus buoyant. Having passed the age of 30, he felt an uncommon excitement akin to that of a newlywed father as he anticipated sharing his joy with his family in Yonghe Palace. Yet, upon entering, he was met with his daughter's melancholic gaze. The emperor mused, "Ah, men are such foolish creatures. Today, I restore someone's position. Tomorrow, she becomes a noble consort. And the day after, I become the unloved little cabbage. What happened to the notion of a promise being unbreakable? What your imperial authority?" The emperor chuckled, suddenly remembering that he had not explained the situation to them. Striding into the palace, he affectionately tousled the hair of the pouting little one, taking delight in her ruffled appearance, before clarifying the reasons behind his actions. Shen Wenyuy was taken aback. "Aksha, has Consort Yu lost her mind or been kicked by a donkey? How can she remain in the palace? I had thought the recent silence was due to father's negotiations with the Yu family falling through. Well, it seems the emperor is the most shameless of all. The first among monarchs to sell his charms," sighed noble Consort Hui for the umpteenth time. Fortunately, the emperor could not hear Yu's thoughts. Otherwise, the two of them would have already been on the path of reincarnation. Little did she know that the emperor not only could hear, but had to pretend he could not. Thus, he bore the brunt of the scolding in vain. After taking a seat, the emperor sipped a cup of hot tea and, holding noble Consort Hui's hand, remarked, "I am aware that I unjustly punished you by having you call upon a concubine you. Rest assured, once this recent tumult subsides, I shall elevate your rank." He allowed her to frolic a little longer. He observed that in the palace, only Yu's biological mother had long been displeased, and he pondered how those opportunistic courtiers would treat Yu if he were to ignore her. If this were to reach Su Xuanfu's ears, he would have to remind this emperor, whose mind was preoccupied with his daughter, to remain calm. Even if one holds a lowly rank, dear emperor, your daily visits to Yonghe Palace deter the courtiers from harboring any ill intentions. Noble Consort Hui, who had unexpectedly gained a promotion, felt a surge of joy. As she gently pressed the emperor's shoulders, she mused that her daughter's scolding had inadvertently led to her elevation. Perhaps she should scold him more often. After all, he could not hear her. The emperor, fatigued from 2 days without rest, leaned into the soothing presence of his beautiful consort, allowing warmth to fill his eyes as he grasped noble Consort Hui's hand and called out, "Ranner." Noble Consort Hui blushed at the opportune moment and gazed at him. "Is this something I can witness for free? The heavens and earth have conspired. I have somewhat transformed into a radiant light bulb. What shall I do now? Is it too late to cover my face in embarrassment?" The two, enveloped in affection, froze momentarily, suddenly reminded of their daughter's presence. They had momentarily forgotten her while engrossed in their meal. Neither wished to reveal their ability to hear one another's thoughts. So, despite feeling awkward enough to want to distance themselves and prove their innocence to their daughter, they maintained a facade of composure. "Su Xuanfu, take the princess away." Shen Wenyuy, bewildered, looked up, unsure of what had drawn her father's ire. "No, I have not finished eating. I wish to stay and watch. Bring the princess's supper along as well." Bad father. Chapter 28. The selection with the emperor's promise of promotion and increase in status. Noble Consort Hui was particularly enthusiastic today. The emperor, for the first time, felt a sense of aging. Afterward, he ran for a while before summoning Su Xuanfu. Once the palace attendants have caught their breath, bring the little princess back. Su Sungfu, unfazed by the amorous atmosphere in the room, replied, Your Majesty, the sixth princess is already asleep. Do you not have an inkling of how long you two have been occupied? The emperor and noble consort Hui exchanged glances, for their daughter was clearly still awake. Father must become accustomed to sleeping with mother early. Otherwise, when I grow up, will he not just return to the Yangxin Palace? Father and mother, good luck. I shall sleep first, hee. Moments later, they realized that there was complete silence from the adjoining room. The emperor remained silent for a while, contemplating that. Had it not been for Shen Wenyuy, he would not have stayed overnight. It was not that he held any objections toward noble consort Hui. He merely harbors an equal distrust towards everyone. However, times have changed. He has stayed in the Yonghe Palace on numerous occasions now. If he departs today, what will be said of her in the court tomorrow? After so many days of companionship, how much warmth has truly blossomed in his heart for the mother and daughter. Observing his hesitation, noble consort Hui did not wish to squander her daughter's subtle assistance. Your Majesty, it is getting late. It would be wise to retire early. She understood perfectly how to wield her beauty to her advantage. Otherwise, she would not have ascended to the rank of consort from humble beginnings. Her enchanting gaze lingered upon the emperor, and he found himself yielding to her gentle persuasion, reclining back onto the bed. Whether it was due to genuine fatigue or the familiar embrace of the incense and bedding in Yonghe Palace, he, who expected a sleepless night, was roused the next day by Su Xuanfu. Noble consort Hui had long awakened, and upon sensing his stirring, feigned a sudden awakening, rising to assist the emperor in dressing. The emperor stared, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the woman before him, suddenly struck by the illusion of a common wife helping her husband don his garments. This illusion reached its zenith when he encountered Shen Wenyuy, who approached him softly to bid farewell. Father must work hard to provide for us, okay? Although he did not fully grasp the meaning behind his daughter's words, the emperor still departed with a renewed spirit for court. After his departure, noble consort Hui chuckled at her daughter, who seemed to align with her own thoughts. Come now, your eyes can hardly stay open. Return and rest some more. Shen Wenyuy rubbed her eyes and complied. Wanshu stepped forward to drape a coat over the young lady, thinking that soon she would have to address her as your grace. Yet, mingled with her joy was a tinge of worry. Would the emperor truly be swayed by this? Noble consort Hui adjusted her rabbit fur cloak and remarked, Wanshu, the heights are cold. Those like the emperor, who lack in one area, tend to place greater value on it. Her aim was to ensure that Yonghe Palace became the sole refuge for the emperor in his heart, thereby guaranteeing that even with the arrival of younger and more beautiful newcomers, the mother and daughter would remain special to him. Of course, this was a grand gamble. Yet, had noble consort Hui known that the emperor could hear her daughter's innermost thoughts, she might have felt that she had already succeeded halfway. During this period, an atmosphere of anxiety permeated the palace. From the empress and even the empress dowager down to the maids sweeping the halls, no one could find peace. The cause was simple. The triennial selection of beauties was imminent. Time flew swiftly. The empress dowager squinted at the portraits of the candidates laid out before her. It was but yesterday that the previous election had resulted in the highest among them reaching the rank of noble consort. Enough of this. My eyes are beginning to blur, she exclaimed, sweeping the portraits aside and instructing a nearby eunuch to present them to the emperor, insisting he select his own concubines without troubling her further. Grandmother? Shen Wenyuy peered in. The empress dowager beckoned her over, and after the girl performed her courtesies, she naturally seated herself beside her. You arrived just in time, the empress dowager said, rubbing her brow. Come, take a look at these beauties and see if any catch your fancy. Shen Wenyuy hastily waved her hand, exclaiming, This is beyond what you can intervene in. The empress dowager gazed at the exquisite hairpin atop her head, round and lustrous, clearly a recent offering from the Eastern Sea, which the emperor had eagerly presented to his daughter. With a knowing chuckle, she mused, regardless of whether she is selected, given the emperor's recent disposition, he likely won't visit often. It would be far better to choose someone we find pleasing to keep in the palace for our enjoyment. Reflecting on how the emperor had been predominantly frequenting the Yonghe Palace, The threshold of her Sinang palace was nearly worn down by the influx of various concubines, prompting the Empress Dowager to glance over at the sixth princess. Indeed, she found the princess had quietly lowered her head. In the palace, conversations were often veiled in layers of meaning. Shen Wenyuy had grown accustomed to this. For instance, though she appeared obediently bowing her head, her mind was rife with irreverent thoughts. What should we do? When father next visits Yonghe Palace, we could send a servant to drag him away in a sack to another palace. Why not choose some unattractive candidates to give him a little shock, making him realize he must choose for himself in the future? The Empress Dowager understood that the issues at hand were not the fault of the noble lady and her daughter. Oh no, the lady had recently been elevated to a concubine, and it was rumored that concubine Yu had demanded 4 or 5 sets of tea sets from the Ministry of Internal Affairs that very afternoon. However, she had been vexed by the incessant pressure from other consorts. Yet, the Empress Dowager, with her straightforward and candid nature, recognized her misplaced frustration towards her granddaughter and offered her a jade ruby as an apology. It is my fault. I have been irritable lately and lost my composure before you. Holding the jade ruby with an fa of restraint, Shen Wenyuy's heart was already dancing with joy. Oh my goodness, this is genuine jade, so large and so translucent. Grandmother, why not say a few more words? I feel I could embrace 3 more. The Empress Dowager subtly shifted the topic, presenting a small portrait of a young lady before her. Take a look at this girl. Shen Wenyuy received it and, upon glancing, burst into a sweet smile, finding her quite lovely. The Empress Dowager nodded, preparing to outline her with a vermilion brush. However, Shen Wenyuy paused momentarily upon seeing the name beside the portrait. Oh no, she cannot be selected. It seems she has a beloved. On the day she learned she was to be chosen, she hanged herself. Ironically, her paramour was a prince from another nation, who later ascended to the throne. Believing her demise was orchestrated by her father, thus sending troops to war, leading to widespread suffering. The Empress Dowager's hand faltered. This girl was from her maternal family, as the Shu concubine had failed to conceive after many years in the palace, leaving only one adopted second prince. The Qin family had grown anxious. Yet she had clearly stated that a willing selection was paramount. Chapter 29. The second prince. Regrettably, the Empress Dowager had read many romantic tales in her youth, which lacked the notion of past lives and reincarnations. She had indulged in fantastical stories of enduring love between mortals and spirits. At this moment, she couldn't help but wonder if her granddaughter possessed the ability to foresee the future. She exchanged a glance with the maid Hien, and only upon noticing the latter's bewildered expression did she recall that, yes, only she could hear these thoughts. Instantly, the Empress Dowager felt a peculiar sense of pride swell within her. After Shen Wenyuy had departed, she instructed Hien, investigate whom the young ladies of the Duke's residence have been associating with lately. She could not directly inquire about someone else's lover, lest Hien would suspect how she had acquired such knowledge so soon after returning to the palace. Indeed, after she spoke, he merely assumed it was the Empress Dowager safeguarding the Emperor, and she departed without further reaction. The Empress Dowager gazed at the floral crown her granddaughter had just given her. What had she said? Ah yes, grandmother, as I passed the imperial flower garden, I noticed several blooms in full splendor. After confirming with the palace attendants that they were not of any rare variety, I crafted this floral crown for you, a skill taught to me by mother. The aged hands of the Empress Dowager, now roughened by time, caressed the delicate yellow petals of the crown, and a smile involuntarily graced her face. In truth, even if she had inadvertently gathered some precious blossoms, it would have mattered little. The Empress Dowager, who had always placed great importance on propriety, immediately tempered her expression upon realizing her own thoughts. Until now, she had treated all her grandchildren equally. Even the second prince, raised under the care of the Shu concubine, had not drawn her undue attention. After all, the emperor was the child she had carried for 10 months, and she did not wish to cause difficulties for her grandchildren due to her favoritism when they grew older. Initially, her intention to elevate the sixth princess was not solely based on her ability to hear the child's heart, but also because she had heard of the emperor's neglect towards her, and as a royal princess, she ought not to be overlooked, should the Empress Dowager also disregard her. The child would suffer when it came time for her marriage. However, She did not anticipate that reality would unfold quite the opposite of her expectations. Not only did the emperor's affection for this daughter surpass that for the earlier princes, but even she, who had resolved to treat them all equally, found herself swayed. Yet, she was still the empress dowager, the most esteemed woman of this era. After a moment of contemplation, she placed the floral crown back on the table. It mattered not. After all, Wenyuy was merely a princess, and indulging her a bit was permissible. Conversely, the Shu concubine, who also received a floral crown, was devoid of such convoluted thoughts. Oh, what a beautiful floral crown. Thank you, Wenyuy. She paid no heed to the palace attendant's protests and donned the still dewy crown upon her head. Is it not lovely? Shen Wenyuy clapped enthusiastically. The Shu concubine carefully removed the crown and took Shen Wenyuy's hand, saying, "You have come at an opportune time. Your second brother is here. You seldom see him when he is engrossed in his studies." "Ah, my second brother. He is the most unfortunate among the 3 brothers of the Great Xia." The Shu concubine. "Let me calculate the days. Today must be the day he was beaten and had to ask for leave from his tutor to recuperate at the palace." The Shu concubine was taken aback. Who had the audacity to strike a prince? Did they not know that she was notoriously domineering? She struggled to suppress her fierce expression. Shen Wenyuy, however, chose not to elaborate further, tantalizing her curiosity. The Shu concubine's expression darkened again. While she silently took deep breaths to maintain her composure, she slightly lifted her head, relieved that Shen Wenyuy, being shorter, could not see her face. However, Shen Wenyuy did not notice. The second prince, on the other hand, met the Shu concubine's gaze directly. Upon seeing the expression on the gentle consort's face, his frail body trembled slightly, yet he quickly mustered his strength to straighten his back. Truly, he appeared quite emaciated. Did those individuals who stole his lunch not fear being discovered? His wariness towards the gentle consort was evident. One could not help but wonder who had informed him that she had harmed his mother. Such malice was truly abhorrent. The gentle consort understood. It dawned upon her that the esteemed figure who spoke of a person of extraordinary fate was indeed referring to her own abilities in divination. Typically, she had little interest in the sentimental tales of love that spanned lifetimes. However, her inclination towards metaphysics had inadvertently led her down a path of misunderstanding. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Wenyuy had already been elevated to the status of a metaphysical master in her eyes. After calling out to her second brother, she began to signal to the gentle consort. "Sister, I implore you, show some concern for your son. Otherwise, if he truly believes the slander of others, what shall we do if he becomes estranged from you?" The gentle consort gazed at the cold, wary child before her and sighed inwardly. She had never been adept at interacting with children. Her willingness to raise the second prince stemmed not only from the emperor's and the empress dowager's directives, but also from her decent relationship with his late mother. She thought keeping the child close would provide some comfort. However, she had not anticipated that he would be incited by those around him. Nor had she realized that he was being bullied at the Guozijian due to her lack of attention. This reflection stirred a sense of guilt within her. Thus, she took Shen Wenyuy by the hand and led her to the bedside, pulling back the tightly wrapped quilt of the second prince, only to reveal a frail back covered in bruises. The 2 children beside them gasped in shock. "Oh, is this something I can see? Let me take a look. Goodness. Purple ribs, how dreadful. But how could a prince be in such a miserable state?" The description of purple ribs was indeed quite fitting. She halted the second prince's struggles with one hand while applying medicine with the other, gently massaging the bruises. Shen Wenyuy observed the prince's expression of humiliation and, fearing that her younger brother might direct his anger towards her, quietly turned her head away. Wait, how does the gentle consort know he is injured? According to her character, if she had noticed her child's wounds, she would have reported them without hesitation. The gentle consort paused in her ministrations, realizing she had almost revealed her secret. She had no desire for the young girl to discover her ability to hear her thoughts. That would spoil the fun. Clearing her throat, she remarked, "Child, if your mother had not seen the medicinal wine you left aside, would you have continued to conceal this?" Tell your mother who is responsible for this." Shen Wenyuy understood. It appeared that the second prince had inadvertently exposed himself. Initially, the second prince had suspected that the gentle consort was covertly monitoring him. But upon hearing her words, he felt a wave of relief. In truth, he had intended to inform the emperor about the bullying he endured. However, the emperor had been preoccupied with state affairs lately, leaving little opportunity for father and son to converse privately. As for informing the gentle consort, the words of his companion, who claimed that his mother had caused her own demise, had led him to instinctively distrust her. Yet today was different. The second prince cast a glance at Shen Wenyuy, who was eavesdropping intently. Chapter 30. Reporting with onlookers present, it is likely that the virtuous consort, despite her reluctance, must feign concern for him. Hence, she pretended to exhibit genuine interest. He promptly produced a notebook and handed it to the virtuous consort. Shen Wenyuy continued to steal glances. Initially, upon seeing the thick stack of paper, the virtuous consort was taken aback. What could have happened to this child, to be bullied by the entire Imperial Academy, including the monkeys, to have produced such an extensive account? Fortunately, the young scholars of the Imperial Academy were presumably well-educated and unlikely to resort to violence. The sheer volume of writing stemmed from the second prince meticulously documenting every detail, the dates, the parts of the body each individual had struck, and what everyone had eaten during lunch, down to the minutiae. The sight was enough to make the virtuous consort's hands tremble slightly. Surely, her own notebook could not be thicker than this. Thanks to her pristine eyesight, only 5 years old, Shen Wenyuy was able to catch glimpses of the intricate details. In truth, the extent of the second prince's grievances could be considered minor. It seems manageable. But the accusations he later noted against the virtuous consort could stack high enough to fill half a room, requiring 10 palace attendants to carry them all. Though much of it is likely his own embellishment, it still reveals the extent of his grudges. No wonder he went to such lengths to exact revenge on the virtuous consort after the Empress Dowager's passing. It is fortunate that the virtuous consort believed these grievances were calculated by her own design. Had she known they were events from the original narrative, her temperament might have led her to abandon the child to the Emperor and Empress Dowager, leaving them to care for him as they pleased while she made her escape. However, when faced with the potential for future occurrences, one invariably harbors a desire to effect change, especially considering the child as pitiable plight. Thus, the virtuous consort, seething with anger, took the second prince directly to the Yangxin Palace. Naturally, Shen Wenyuy was not to be excluded from such a front-row spectacle. To appease the weary child who had not yet dined sufficiently and was forced to run about, she also brought along his favorite pastries mentioned in the book. Though the second prince was reluctant to associate with these pampered sisters, he recalled a childhood incident when he accidentally bumped into the eldest sister, who then seemed to take pleasure in mocking and ridiculing him every time they met. Nonetheless, he could not resist the narrative's design. Perhaps the characterization was as immutable as the laws of this literary world. Preferences remained steadfast. Thus, the second prince accepted this sugary fade and tacitly permitted Shen Wenyuy to accompany him. The emperor had been preoccupied with the affairs surrounding Xin, finally managing to send Yu Tsongyun to the borders, contemplating that should he fail, he could dispatch Xin for urgent assistance. It is easy to embellish a situation, but difficult to provide timely aid in times of need. If Xin could achieve notable accomplishments during this time, it would naturally facilitate his placement in a relatively significant position. Currently, the court favored seniority, with the assembly dominated by the elderly. The emperor feared that one day, should he raise his voice, he might inadvertently faint them all. To him, the notion of enduring for seniority seemed utterly absurd. In your youth, you failed to achieve any significant accomplishments, and now, as you linger on, you wish to leverage your so-called experience to diminish the potential of truly gifted newcomers? Just then, Su Xuanfu entered, announcing that Consort Shu sought an audience. Consort Shu's visit could only pertain to two matters. Either she had been involved in a conflict with another concubine, or she was en route to confront someone and wished to gauge the emperor's sentiments regarding the affair. Naturally, the emperor opted not to receive her. Su Xuanfu hesitated, mentioning that Consort Shu was accompanied by the second prince and the sixth princess. The sixth princess? After a moment of contemplation, the emperor realized that his daughter Yu was present. What could Consort Shu possibly want with the children? Surely, she had not descended into madness and resorted to violence against Yu. A rare flicker of concern crossed the Emperor's mind. Yet, he soon perceived a faint melody echoing in his thoughts. "Little bunny, be good. Open the door." The Emperor reassured himself. Well, if she's still lively, she must be fine. Thus, he permitted their entrance. After the trio bowed in greeting, Consort Shu wasted no time and placed a hefty ledger upon the table. The Emperor glanced at the three of them before reaching out to open the book. With just a few glances, he was enraged and slammed the book down upon the table. He recognized his son's handwriting and turned to the second prince standing beside him, inquiring, "Is every word in this account true?" The second prince cast an admiring glance at his father and nodded affirmatively. The Emperor inhaled deeply and summoned a guard, handing him the ledger with barely concealed hostility, instructing, "Investigate every word of this." Upon glimpsing the names within, the guard bowed deeply, unwilling to meet the Emperor's gaze. Nevertheless, the Emperor did not offer the comforting words the second prince anticipated. Instead, he spoke sternly, as a royal, "You will face even greater schemes ahead. If you do not strengthen yourself, do you expect your father to manage your affairs for a lifetime?" The words resonated too closely with the admonishments he had received from his own parents in a previous life, causing Shen Wenyuy to momentarily drift away in thought. To be honest, it's not unfeasible. After all, he lived less than you did, the Emperor mused. His admonition caught in his throat as he regarded his son with a subtly sympathetic gaze. Moreover, as a father, you might as well offer more encouragement and solace. Your elder brother has been struggling at the Imperial Academy, enduring hunger and bullying. The Emperor found merit in her words. Thus, he approached the second prince, slightly bending forward, and remarked, "Though it may seem weak to refrain from retaliating when others bully you, failing to seek me out immediately afterward was also a grave misjudgment. However, enduring so many blows and still standing is a considerable achievement compared to your sister." Shen Wenyuy was taken aback. What is this? A mockery? Yet, the second prince, remarkably attuned to his father's line of reasoning, wore a countenance of inspiration as he declared, "I shall not betray Father's expectations." Shen Wenyuy was astonished. What is this? Aren't they supposed to be from different households? No, wait. It seems I've inadvertently included myself in that reproach. Consort Shu was stifling laughter, and the Emperor recalled something, saying to her, "Consort Shu, you may withdraw. I have matters to discuss with him." Consort Shu responded with a hint of disappointment and turned to leave. Alas, the amusement had dissipated. Similarly, Shen Wenyuy quickly lowered her head, wishing to avoid the unfolding spectacle. The Emperor, in a moment of resignation, said, "You should stay as well." Shen Wenyuy responded calmly on the surface, while internally she rejoiced. "Yea, father is the best. I shall perform a perfect 360-degree backflip to express my gratitude." Outside, the imperial concubine, unable to hear the exchanges within, was nevertheless attuned to Shen Wenyuy's innermost thoughts. This made her even more restless. What are you discussing in there? Is there something that this palace cannot hear? Chapter 31. Provocation at that moment, within the Yangshin Hall. Clandestine dealings were indeed underway. Upon hearing his father's words, the second prince was initially so taken aback that he forgot his trepidation and audaciously questioned, "Seriously? You want me to engage in such provocations, father? Have you no shame?" The Emperor, demonstrating his lack of shame, replied, "I advise you to provoke the Yu and Zhou families, and it would be best if you could incite them to act against you." He paused, as if realizing his words were somewhat callous, and added, "Of course, I shall send someone to protect you. The goal is merely to provoke them into action." Concerned that his son might be reluctant, he sought to persuade him through reason and emotion. "Chun, you know father has been preoccupied with the affairs of these noble families. If you can accomplish this, it would provide me with a justification to undermine them." Fortunately, the second prince's admiration for his father transcended all, and he ultimately agreed, albeit in a daze. Alas, poor Zhou family, poor Yu family. Alas, the hearts of men are no longer as they once were. Alas, the world is in decline. The Emperor mused. However, I must admit, though this method is somewhat unscrupulous, the two families are hardly virtuous. He continued, "As for the Yu family, they are a household of three fools. The eldest son of the Zhou family, a veritable beast. even engages in the trafficking of people for profit, all the while taking advantage of his sister, the concubine, and his nephew, the crown prince, to act with impunity. The emperor swore that his initial intention to deal with the Zhou family arose from their apparent desperation following the dismissal of the concubine. Recently, they had allied themselves with several reformists in the court, with the Zhou family holding military power. Should they further consolidate their influence within the court? How could the emperor retain control? Thus, he set his sights on the Zhou family's lackeys. Yet perhaps due to receiving orders, those individuals had recently grown unusually cautious. The emperor found himself at an impasse, and with the incident involving the second prince, he turned his thoughts to his own child. Little did he expect that the eldest son of the Zhou family would dare to engage in human trafficking, a capital offense under the laws of the Great Xia Dynasty. Shen Wenyuy glanced at his daughter, who was currently puffing her cheeks as she munched on pastries brought by Su Xuanfu. Noticing his gaze, she looked up with her glistening, round eyes, as if to ask, "Why are you looking at me?" However, internally, she thought, "Why are you staring at me? Do you want me to provoke someone too? I am only 5 years old. Is he out his mind?" The emperor couldn't help but feel that he was indeed losing his sanity. Yet he found his daughter's innocence quite endearing. Fortunately, Shen Wenyuy was unable to hear his innermost thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely have expressed his alarm. However, he had indeed been quite busy these days, as he was to receive envoys from other nations shortly. Once Shen Wenyuy finished her snacks, both were escorted out by Su Xuanfu. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, they found it eerily vacant. Where was the noble consort Shu? Shen Wenyuy was momentarily taken aback. A nearby courtier respectfully replied, "The noble consort Shu felt the sun was too harsh and departed early, instructing me to remain here and escort you both back to the palace." The second prince, whose emotions had been soothed by his father, felt a resurgence of discontent. It was evident that she couldn't even spare a moment to wait for them, demonstrating that her rare concern today was merely a performance for others. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but direct his frustration towards his sister. Had she not been indulging in snacks at Yangxin Hall, they would not have been left behind. Moreover, the second prince recalled the warmth that his father had shown Shen Wenyuy, which far surpassed the tenderness he received. It was not a matter of scarcity, but rather inequity. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would have thought his father was equally indifferent to everyone. Just as these thoughts clouded his mind, a pair of warm little hands grasped his. The second prince, unaccustomed to such intimate contact, stiffened instantly. He instinctively attempted to withdraw his hand, fearing that an exaggerated motion might lead her to feel wronged and report to their father. Thus, he reluctantly endured the moment. Shen Wenyuy, however, was unperturbed by his aloofness. After all, her second brother was characterized by his cold demeanor and suspicious nature. Yet, she too was constrained. With 3 princes under their father's roof, if she were to impede the birth of the future crown prince, the throne would inevitably fall to one of them. Therefore, it was essential to cultivate a favorable relationship with the future emperor to ensure her own comfort in the days to come. Thus, Shen Wenyuy showcased the admirable qualities of a diligent worker, completely disregarding the second prince's frosty demeanor. Instead, she playfully shook his hand and inquired, "Second brother, does your wound still hurt? Those people are truly wicked. Once I enter the Guozijian, I shall avenge you." After stating this, she made a fist to emphasize her determination. The second prince looked at her petite arms and legs with mild exasperation, musing that if he were to wait for her to exact revenge, he might as well prepare for an early demise. However, unlike others who would criticize his father, Shen Wenyuy did not admonish him for not exercising to defend himself. Instead, she innocently proclaimed her intent to fight for him. This, in turn, eased the second prince's lingering prejudice. Indeed, were he in their father's position, he would likely prefer such a daughter. Yet, he did not anticipate that Shen Wenyuy was not jesting. She was genuinely devising a plan to confront those individuals. Since her arrival in this literary world, she had established several guiding principles for herself. First and foremost, she was determined to ensure that those responsible for the original host's demise faced the appropriate consequences. Secondly, she resolved to obey the emperor's directives without question, steadfastly embodying the ideal of being a loyal servant. In a feudal society, The emperor's power was overwhelmingly vast. And the character of the emperor in this narrative is portrayed as both a man of authority and governance, which is essential for him to be the protagonist. She aspired to establish her own princess residence and enjoy a life of leisure after reaching maturity. Witnessing the emperor's fury towards certain individuals today, Shen Wenyuy recognized that the moment to reveal her intentions had arrived. After painting a grand vision for the young, innocent, and somewhat naive second prince, she began to ponder the execution of her plan. Confined within the depths of the palace, she rarely encountered men from the outside world. And to connect with the scions of noble families, she needed to gain admission to the Imperial Academy first. Shen Wenyuy counted on her fingers and mused. At 6 years of age, rounding up, she was nearly 10, which meant she could indeed enter the academy. Thus, during the emperor's evening meal, she continuously hinted at her desire to attend the Imperial Academy. Yet, she hardly needed to hint, for the emperor and consort Huey's minds were already filled with her fervent pleas. I want to go. I want to attend the Imperial Academy. Father, please agree to this. You are the best. If you consent, I promise I won't speak ill of you in my heart anymore. I beg you. See, her excitement had even quickened her speech. The emperor was taken aback, realizing the girl was fully aware of her daily thoughts about him. Chapter 32. Sunkos, what perplexed him most was that the second prince had just laid bare evidence of his bullying before her. Yet she still yearned to attend the Imperial Academy. Shen Wenyuy had contemplated this conundrum and had prepared her response. She claimed that with the Empress Dowager's birthday approaching and seeing her siblings preparing gifts, she felt unprepared and wished to learn calligraphy to transcribe Buddhist scriptures for the Dowager. The emperor was acutely aware that her words were mere fabrications. Setting aside the fact that she was reborn and already possessed the skill to write, her own thoughts had betrayed her. Given my filial piety, you should grant this request. I have already devised a plan to deal with those who bully the second prince. I feel an urgent itch, as if ants are crawling over my body. This child, ignoring her peculiar metaphors, or perhaps having grown accustomed to them, warmed the emperor's heart. He had not anticipated her fervent sibling affection. It was indeed to defend the second prince that she clamored to attend the Imperial Academy. Despite his own ruthless ascent to power, devoid of compassion for his siblings, as a father, he certainly wished for his children to have a different fate. Consequently, he waved his hand and readily approved Shen Wenyuy's application to enroll. Meanwhile, Consort Hui, who had steadfastly believed the emperor would never allow such frivolity from their daughter, could hardly contain herself. Your Majesty, Wenyuy is still young. Entering now may hinder her progress. She is not concerned about the second prince. He is not her child. Let her stay where it is comfortable. However, she could not deter the resolute emperor. My dear consort, the child is growing up. We must respect her choices. The recent batch of students has just begun their enlightenment. Wenyuy will not fall behind. Consort Hui was taken aback. No, take another look at your daughter. She is only 5 years old. What does it mean to grow up? Fortunately, Huiping understands that her daughter is not merely a 6-year-old girl. Although there is a tinge of reluctance in her heart, she ultimately agrees. Wu, father and mother are the best. Shen Wenyuy buried her head in Huiping's embrace, feeling somewhat moved. She recognized that in this era, such concessions from her parents reflected their deep affection for her. Rest assured, father, I will never allow the offspring of Yupin to usurp your position and force you to abdicate. You must remain on this throne until your last breath. The emperor finally comprehended the meaning behind his daughter's earlier words regarding General Li, who had perished for opposing the crown prince's ascension. It dawned on him that he might have to relinquish his throne voluntarily. It was that illegitimate child who compelled him. This revelation explained much. He pondered that, true to his character, being forced to abdicate would indeed be a humiliation he could scarcely endure. He gently patted Shen Wenyuy's head, his gaze icy. Contemplating that his daughter should live her life as a carefree princess, he would never allow Yupin to bear that child. Yet, he was soon struck by another thought. Damn it, that illegitimate child wouldn't even need his intervention to come into existence. This realization only fueled his anger further. Meanwhile, Yupin, who was under his silent curse, was in a state of agitation. Are you certain the emperor has not arrived? Wenyuy felt numb. Ever since Yupin emerged from the cold palace, she had asked this question every night. However, Fearing to provoke her mistress, she respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness, the Emperor should be staying at Yonghe Palace tonight." With a crash, the tea set she had just received from the Naiwafu shattered into pieces. Damn that wretched woman. Yupin's chest heaved with anger, and her once charming visage twisted into a fierce scowl. She monopolizes the Emperor all day. Has the Empress Dowager said nothing? Xinyu could only shake her head. Yupin had begun to doubt the sincerity of the Emperor's earlier declarations during their time in the Cold Palace. If he truly loved her, could he endure not visiting her for so many days, even to avoid suspicion and protect her from other schemes? In truth, she had misjudged. If the Emperor wished to protect someone, would he worry about whether she could withstand his affection? Just like now, with Huiping and the Sixth Princess. Their obvious favoritism was a thorn in the eyes of many, yet who would dare to strike against them? The Emperor's wrath could result in the downfall of millions. And it was no jest. However, even with this realization, Yupin had invested too much into this relationship to accept the possibility that the Emperor did not love her. She had relinquished the rare opportunity for women in the harem to leave the palace, making it impossible for her to entertain the thought of his indifference. She resolved to visit the Emperor at Yangxin Palace the following day, and with hopes for tomorrow, she quickly drifted into slumber. Xinyu tiptoed out of the main hall and indeed saw the lights still burning in the side hall. Sister Xinyu, the two palace maids, holding lamps and observing the young princess practicing her calligraphy, slightly bowed as she approached. Noticing the evident fatigue in the princess's eyes, Xinyu sighed. "You may all retire for the night." Yes. After the two palace maids withdrew, the seventh princess finally set down her brush and turned to Xinyu, inquiring whether something had been smashed again. Xinyu could not help but sigh. Ever since the princess's outburst towards the empress, she had not dared to refer to her mother in private. Yes. Why? Is it because His Majesty has been residing in Yonghe Palace lately? Xinyu nodded, uncertain whether the princess might direct her ire towards the sixth princess and the others. Yet, it was evident that she did not. A hint of irony, incongruent with her tender years, graced her face, which bore a resemblance to that of Upn, yet was marked by a serene composure. Is there anything difficult to accept in that? Were I His Majesty, I too would prefer to remain in Yonghe Palace. Your Highness, Xinyu hastily interrupted, for the Empress was, after all, your biological mother. The seventh princess pressed her lips together, choosing not to pursue the matter further, but her gaze flickered with hope as she asked, "Xinyu, may I visit my sister tomorrow?" Upn had promised her that if she practiced her calligraphy diligently today, she could enjoy some leisure time the following afternoon. However, Xinyu, unwilling to deceive her, responded, "The Empress likely does not wish for you to grow too close to Yonghe Palace." "And what about you?" Xinyu was taken aback, lifting her head. A servant naturally wished to see the princess happy. Strictly speaking, her life had been saved by the princess. Had it not been for the princess's bravery when she had witnessed Xinyu being dragged away by an old eunuch, she might have truly faced a dire fate. "Then help me just this once, conceal it from her, please. I long to see my sister." Chapter 33. Misguided thoughts. Xinyu pursed her lips, ultimately acquiescing to the request. The following morning, Upn awaited at the entrance of Yangxin Hall, accompanied by palace attendants. Upon seeing Su Xuanfu emerge, a smile broke upon her face. "Master Su, has His Majesty concluded court? I have come to deliver a bowl of sweet soup to the Emperor." Lady Uten sununtai funtu doved respectfully. His demeanor courteous yet evasive, merely stating, "His Majesty has just finished court and is fatigued. I must trouble you to wait outside for a moment while I inform the Emperor." Upn nodded, not forgetting to remind him. "Inform His Majesty that I prepared this personally at dawn." Su Xuanfu nodded in acknowledgement, internally rolling his eyes. After years in the palace, he had encountered a myriad of consorts, and he would sooner believe that the Emperor himself cooked than accept that Upn truly did. For these concubines, merely observing the process sufficed for them to claim involvement. The Emperor was evidently aware of this as well. Thus, he perused the memorial without lifting his gaze. Not available. Su Xuanfu had anticipated this outcome, not surprised, but rather bitterly amused. Given Lady Upn's temperament, it was likely she would create quite a ruckus outside. True to form, the Emperor soon heard a woman's sharp voice echoing from the entrance. How could the emperor refuse to see me? Release me. I must enter to question his majesty myself. The emperor rubbed his temples, a flicker of annoyance crossing his features. What chaos was this at the entrance of Yangxin Hall? He had intended to instruct Su Xuanfu to escort Yu Pi in a way to spare them both further embarrassment before the attendants. Yet, upon hearing her cry, "Your Majesty, did you not profess your affection for me?" He recalled the words he had spoken to deceive her earlier. In the present day, the net surrounding the Yu family has been cast, and Yu Tsungyun has accompanied his personal guards to the front lines. He certainly does not wish to rouse that old fox, Yu Zhimeng, at this moment. Thus, he takes a deep breath and concedes. Let her in. Su Xuanfu is somewhat taken aback. He had been left outside by the emperor that night and did not hear the conversation between the two within. Hearing the sudden emergence of the emperor's fondness for the Yu concubine, he finds it quite ridiculous. Yet, the emperor, upon hearing this, permitted her entry into the palace. Su Xuanfu is puzzled, and he begins to think that perhaps his previous entanglement was not entirely in vain. The matters of love between men and women are indeed complex. The emperor senses that Yu concubine's voice, which rang out moments ago, will likely give rise to rumors throughout the palace by the morrow. While allowing such gossip to circulate could comfort the Yu family, he cannot help but feel a headache at the thought of Yuer, who might sulk and silently curse him upon hearing such rumors. He has reached a point where he interprets his daughter's internal grievances as a sign of her distress, and he dreads to think what kind of uproar it would cause if the others in the harem were to overhear. The emperor is drawn back to reality by the bashful voice of Yu concubine. What is it, my beloved? He finds the term beloved never felt so stifling. However, Yu concubine, lost in her fantasy, fails to notice anything amiss. Blushing, she lowers her head and presents a bowl of sweet soup before the emperor. This is what I prepared early this morning. Do taste my culinary skills. The emperor is not particularly inclined to drink it. He genuinely fears that this woman might have poisoned it. After all, she is capable of schemes as audacious as swapping a prince and staging a coup. Who knows what she might have included? Fortunately, Su Xuanfu, who prides himself on understanding the emperor's thoughts, instantly comprehends his silence. He steps forward with 2 young eunuchs and a silver needle for testing. Yu concubine's expression darkens as she thinks, what a bothersome eunuch. Do they truly believe I would harm the emperor? Yet, it is indeed customary for food consumed by the emperor to be tested for poison, and she can only pout in discontent as she watches. Thankfully, it is indeed safe. The emperor reluctantly takes a spoonful. Very good, a standard flavor of the imperial kitchen. You dare claim you made this? He does not wish to directly confront Yu concubine, but a few veiled remarks are permissible. Thus, he sets down the spoon and remarks blandly, your skills are remarkably good, comparable to those of the palace chefs. However, blinded by love, Yu concubine bites her lip and shyly replies, Your Majesty, you flatter me. Perhaps it is the sentiment infused in this soup that makes it particularly sweet. The emperor, internally cringing, thinks I feel like retching. What nonsense! Would that my father had poured a bowl of soup over her face to show her what true sentiment is? The emperor is startled. Wait, why is Yuer nearby? The voice echoing in his mind feels vague, as if enveloped in mist. He lowers his gaze and silently surveys the hall. No one is present. Most likely, she is eavesdropping. The emperor, envisioning that chubby little figure pressing her ear against the wall, likely pouting in annoyance at his summons of Yu concubine, finds the thought rather amusing. In recent days, through the unwavering nourishment provided by the imperial kitchen, Shen Wenyuy has transformed from a frail child into a more rounded version of herself. Although she expresses alarm at her newfound softness, others are quite satisfied with her appearance. This is especially true for the emperor, who, in his leisure, enjoys playfully pinching her cheeks. His genuine delight is clearly reflected on his face. The emperor, already handsome, has inherited the exquisite features from the Empress Dowager, which not only avoids any femininity, but rather accentuates the boldness of his countenance. At this moment, with a slight curve of his thin lips and the fine lines at the corners of his eyes adding an imperial gravitas, he makes Yuan Chan feel increasingly bashful. She muses that the emperor must surely sense his affection for her. However, realizing that their shared glances might be deemed inappropriate in front of the palace attendants, she teasingly admonishes, Your Majesty, How inappropriate. There are others present. Shen Wenyuy's pupils flicker with astonishment. What does that mean? What are you two doing in broad daylight? In front of so many people? Goodness, could it possibly be what I'm thinking? My ears. They feel tainted. The emperor, feeling overwhelmed, recognizes that despite having numerous consorts, he should possess some understanding of a woman's sentiments. Yet he finds it utterly perplexing that Yuan Shan would provoke him and then deflect blame. Had he been in the 21st century, he would have understood that his current state of discomfort, wishing to vanish, is termed social death. Alas, he is unaware. Consequently, he directs his embarrassment entirely at Yuan Shan, convinced that it is her fault. He can hardly bear to imagine the expression his daughter will wear when he visits Yonghe Palace later that evening. Thus, he articulates, almost syllable by syllable, enough. The soup has been consumed. Yuan Shan, you may return. I shall visit you when I have the time. Then, he hears a faint voice echoing in his mind. Was that soup legitimate, or have I misinterpreted? The emperor's expression darkens, consumed by a desire to turn back the clock and expel both the woman and her troublesome soup. Chapter 34. The director of a nursery, when the emperor yanked Shen Wenyuy from her hiding place, she was utterly bewildered. But there were no palace attendants passing by just now. How did father know I was here? The emperor, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. However, Shen Wenyuy possessed a knack for pushing boundaries. Seeing that her father did not reprimand her for eavesdropping, she boldly questioned, "What were you doing with consort Yuan Shan in the Yangxin Hall?" To her, this inquiry was straightforward, but to the emperor, it was perceived quite differently. He noted that the little girl, clearly upset yet too timid to speak loudly, peeked at him as if she had committed a wrongdoing, which he found rather endearing. Yet, recalling her misunderstanding, his expression darkened. Who had filled her mind with such notions in her previous life? He felt an urge to clear her mind of such inappropriate thoughts, and thus earnestly explained, she merely came to deliver sweet soup. It was too noisy outside, and I had no choice but to admit her. Shen Wenyuy cast him a doubtful glance. You're lying. I noticed that the enchanting lady had sent you countless gifts before, almost to the point of throwing a tantrum at the door, just to be let in. The enchanting lady is merely the daughter of a low-ranking official, lacking the reserved demeanor of noble ladies. She embodies the spirit of liberation, frequently visiting the palace of nurturing the heart, hoping to catch the emperor in a good mood, which would be a considerable gain for her. The emperor, realizing she was not easily swayed, had no choice but to divulge everything he had just contemplated. You are indeed such a father, she remarked, deceiving a woman's feelings, alas. However, if the target were consort you, I must say, well done, reflecting on the peculiar quotes she had just heard from consort you. Shen Wenyuy finally empathized with the emperor. With an abundance of sympathy, she gazed at her father and said, Father, hold on for a few more days. Once news arrives from the front lines, you should be liberated. Shen Wenyuy did not conceal his plans from his daughter, for he believed that his reborn daughter would undoubtedly stand by his side when confronting the Yu family. By sharing his strategy with her, he could gauge the viability of his plans through her insights. At that moment, Shen Wenyuy was akin to a smart pen, guiding him wherever she was needed. Under the emperor's tacit approval, Shen Wenyuy was exposed to numerous matters of state. It is no exaggeration to say that she might be more acquainted with the affairs of the previous dynasty than her several brothers. Trust is built gradually. The emperor may have initially hesitated to share such matters with Shen Wenyuy. Even though he could hear her thoughts, it was still within a limited scope, and a hint of unease lingered. Yet, after taking the first step and receiving positive feedback, he grew increasingly comfortable with having no secrets before Shen Wenyuy. He had mastered the art of self-strategy, leaving Shen Wenyuy somewhat astonished. However, to be fair, am I truly capable of grasping such significant court affairs? She questioned. I don't recall him being this way. Father, please do not squander your throne before I get to enjoy life outside the palace. I'm looking forward to indulging in feasting and merrymaking. Such a lack of ambition. The emperor suddenly felt that his previous anxieties were self-inflicted humiliation. Why would he think that someone whose life goal was mere indulgence would have an interest in meddling with state affairs? After being half encouraged and half urged out of the palace of nurturing the heart by his own fatherly instincts, Shen Wenyuy encountered the sycophantic gaze of Eunuch Su as he escorted her out. Eunuch Su, Is there something you wish to discuss? Unfazed by being seen through, Su Xuanfu smiled and inquired, "Do you know the situation between the emperor and consort Yu?" He had pondered this question for quite some time. If the concubines relied on favor, then what he depended on was his understanding of the emperor. Su Xuanfu prided himself on being the one who understood the emperor best. With just a glance, he could manage affairs adeptly. However, today he had stumbled significantly with consort Yu. Moreover, the sixth princess seemed capable of keeping pace with the emperor's thoughts, prompting him to seek her wisdom. Shen Wenyuy was unsure how to respond. Since her father had not proactively disclosed anything to Su Xuanfu, it was clear he did not wish for him to know. Thus, she could only vaguely say, "Just assume she is still in the cold palace." Shen Wenyuy felt that her remarks were not without merit, as it appeared that once the emperor dealt with the Yu family, the position of the Yu concubine would undoubtedly be untenable. Most likely, she would have to reside in the cold palace, sharing a bond with the favored consort. However, Su Xuanfu's interpretation was vastly different from hers. Observing the retreating figure of a young princess, he felt a twinge of gratitude, as if he had attained enlightenment. The goal was to ensure that the Yu concubine experienced the palace as if she were in the cold palace itself. Thus, he directly instructed his apprentice, "Go and communicate with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. From now on, should the Yu concubine drop anything, do not provide her with replacements." The young eunuch, still bearing a youthful visage, scratched his head in confusion. "Master, did not the Yu concubine just have an audience with Her Majesty? According to palace etiquette, a concubine who has recently been graced with the emperor's presence should be afforded some leniency. Why are you so talkative? Susumfu whispered. Such privileges that exceed the norm ought to be borne by the young mistress herself. We are merely adhering to the established protocols." Fulu, upon hearing this, also found no fault in the reasoning. In the palace, rules possess a peculiar nature. When one is favored, the rules naturally bend in one's favor. Ultimately, the emperor is the supreme rule within the harem. Yet, when one falls out of favor, a myriad of regulations can suffocate one's very existence. In the afternoon, the imperial garden basked in the gentle sunlight. A refreshing breeze of early autumn caressed the faces of a few young girls in the pavilion. Shen Wenyuy sipped on floral tea, relishing the harmonious blend of floral fragrance and the sweet tart essence of plum, leaving a lingering taste on her lips. However, the delightful tea could not soothe her heart, which felt as though it had been thrust into the role of a nursery director. The predicament arose when the princess consort of the Hongqin king entered the palace with her child to meet the empress, and by chance, Shen Wenyuy was summoned by the empress to listen to a story, leading to an unexpected encounter. With both elders engrossed in a significant discussion, a group of children was ushered outside by the palace attendants to play. Although Shen Wenyuy was the youngest among them, her age from a previous life rendered her capable of assuming the role of their mother in this era, thus creating a rather peculiar sense of being a playmate. Fortunately, the girls from the Hongqin prince's household showed little interest in the palace toys. After all, most palace toys were designed with safety in mind, leading to the rejection of many popular civilian toys. However, after personally experiencing the intricacies of sibling rivalry, Shen Wenyuy concluded that she would prefer the role of a playmate. Even playing with a rattle seemed more appealing than this situation. Chapter 35. Princess Xia. This time, 3 girls accompanied the princess consort of the Hongqin king into the palace. One was, of course, her only daughter, Princess Xia. It was said that the princess consort lavished affection upon her sole daughter, resulting in the young girl's demeanor reflecting a carefree disposition, nurtured by indulgence, accompanied by a hint of haughtiness towards her half-sisters. The other 2 princesses were born of a favored concubine within the royal household, and only the legitimate daughters of princes were entitled to the title of princess. Shen Wenyuy found it perplexing that the princess consort would bring her 2 illegitimate daughters into the palace. It was well known that if one gained the empress's favor, the status of a mere princess would be a triviality. After all, there's a distinction between a nominal title and tangible rewards. Take, for instance, Princess Xia, being the younger sister of the emperor, was bestowed a fief upon her birth, thereby securing her a position at the pinnacle of the court's hierarchy. However, one must ponder why Princess Hong would feel compelled to advocate for the reputation of children not born of her own lineage. Moreover, Her demeanor towards Ijia and her two younger sisters appeared rather adversarial. "Your Highness, the sixth princess, this is my first visit to the Imperial Garden, and it is truly a sight to behold. Might you kindly allow me to accompany you and my sisters for a leisurely stroll?" This request emanated from the elder of the two county ladies, while her intent may have been to forge a connection. Recalling the actions of these sisters within the narrative left Shen Wenyuy with an unfavorable impression. Thus, upon receiving the invitation, she frowned slightly and replied, "I have grown weary of wandering. If you wish to explore, the palace attendants will gladly escort you." Shen Wenyuy struggled to maintain her polite smile, feeling reluctant to appease a girl 3 or 4 years her junior at her mother's behest. To her dismay, she was further humiliated when the elder sister simply seized her younger sibling and departed. Shen Wenyuy did not lift her gaze, but signaled to the attendants to follow the two girls, ensuring they did not fall into the water. Observing the sisters' embarrassment, Princess Ijia was astonished by their audacity to disregard the imperial princess's dignity, yet she felt a wave of satisfaction, finding herself drawn closer to this cousin who shared her disdain. Were they not exceedingly impolite? Shen Wenyuy silently nodded in agreement. Indeed, it had been quite rare since her ascension to princesshood to encounter anyone bold enough to confront her openly. Did they behave so within the confines of their own residence? Princess Ijia sipped her tea and scoffed lightly, her exquisite features betraying her disdain for the two girls. Not merely impolite. Today, I have shown them some leniency. The narrative offers little insight into these supporting characters, leaving Shen Wenyuy aware of the sisters' brazen nature, but unprepared for such an extent of insolence. Do the prince and princess not intervene? Shen Wenyuy inquired. How could they? If my mother were to reprimand them, my father would surely erupt with fury. Ijia sighed, explaining that her mother had intended to enter the palace to negotiate a marriage on her behalf, only for her father to insist on the presence of these two sisters. Despite being on the cusp of her 13th birthday, an age suitable for betrothal in this dynasty, the preferential treatment shown to her younger sisters left her feeling quite aggrieved. Betrothal? Shen Wenyuy furrowed her brow, recalling the plot surrounding this young lady. It was not in her nature to thrust a girl into such a perilous situation. Yet, she could not reveal her identity as a transmigrated individual for the sake of a mere acquaintance. After some contemplation, she posed a question. Do your younger sisters frequently seize your possessions at home? As anticipated, Ijia nodded in affirmation. Shen Wenyuy could surmise the situation, but posed the question merely to segue into her next inquiry. Are you not concerned they might usurp your betrothed? Ijia momentarily appeared taken aback, then laughed. I appreciate your concern, dear cousin. However, Feng Lang has always treated me well. We have grown up together as childhood friends, and our feelings are mutual. Otherwise, my mother would not have been so eager to seek a marriage decree for us at such an early stage. Shen Wenyuy regarded her silently. That may not necessarily be the case. For instance, the book narrates how your fiancé engages with both of your sisters in a series of clandestine affairs. While they are indeed elegant and admirable, he audaciously aspires to marry all three. Such absurdities are intolerable, not only for a prince, but even for the emperor to condone. Consequently, your suitor, Feng Lang, resorted to administering a potion, thus consummating the matter without your consent. You ought to be more vigilant. However, she cannot articulate this so plainly. Nevertheless, with 2 years still remaining before this transpires, Shen Wenyuy contemplated the days ahead and remarked with a smile, what a love story to be envied. At grandmother's birthday banquet. Sister, why don't you invite young Master Feng, and I shall ensure your interests are safeguarded? Naturally, Princess Ijia was delighted to agree, as it was beneficial for Feng Lang to make an appearance before the princess, who in the capital is unaware of the sixth princess's favor. Sister, a timid voice interrupted their conversation. Ijia, who had been sharing gossip joyously with Shen Wenyuy, initially thought it was merely her unfortunate siblings, and her expression soured slightly. However, upon turning, they discovered it was Shen Wenyuy. Ijia quickly rose to greet her with a courtesy, her demeanor shifting from displeasure to brightness. Oh, it is the seventh princess. Why do you linger outside? Come in and sit with us. Hearing her hospitable invitation, Shen Wenyuy pressed her lips together, glancing at Shen Wenyuy. Strangely, Shen Wenyuy felt as if she were a forsaken puppy in the rain, her eyes reflecting a sense of grievance. Will the concubine be angry if you are out here? Shen Wenyuy guided her into the pavilion and took a toy from a nearby servant, placing it in her hands. The seventh princess obediently cradled the ball, a smile blossoming on her face. I sneaked out to see my sister. She is unaware. Goodness, Shen Wenyuy thought, somewhat incredulous. The seventh princess, clearly timid. How could she possibly dare to slip away from the concubine? Thus, she gently patted her head, saying, You should return soon. If the concubine sees you, she will undoubtedly scold you. Little did she know, her sweet and bashful sister was already plotting her escape from the concubine. The seventh princess shook her head, stubbornly clinging to Shen Wenyuy's side, her fingers fiddling with the colorful ball. Noticing her reluctance, Shen Wenyuy refrained from insisting, offering her a few pieces of pastry while turning her gaze toward Princess Xia. Please continue. Princess Xia was secretly astonished at the harmony between the sisters. Was it not said that royal siblings are often embroiled in complexities? Yet, the seventh princess appeared so docile in the presence of the sixth princess. Once she heard Shen Wenyuy's voice, she regained her composure and chuckled. It would be dull for me to speak alone. Why not the two princesses share any amusing tales from the palace? The three of them fell into a contemplative silence. Amusing tales from the palace? Would it involve discussions of miscarriages, those cast into the cold palace, or untimely deaths? Such topics seemed rather inauspicious. Ultimately, the situation devolved into Princess Xia observing Shen Wenyuy play with the toy alongside the seventh princess. Before departing, Princess Xia wiped her face, resolving to bring them some storybooks on her next visit, for the palace truly lacked excitement. Chapter 36. Intrigue. How could hunger commit such an act? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow as she gazed upon the distraught and breathless princess hung below, her heart filled with uncertainty. I would never dare to deceive you. If you were to send someone to inquire within the estate, it would be evident that everyone in the Wang residence is aware of concubine Yun. Yet what position remains for my mother and me? Indeed, such matters are easily verifiable, and she would not resort to self-deception. How could one's own son be a man who favors his concubines over his wife? It is well known that during the time when the Empress Dowager was the queen, she suffered considerable grievances due to the favored consort being deeply cherished by the emperor. One need only observe the present respect the emperor extends to the empress to understand the dowager's sentiments. Yet, under such circumstances, could Prince Hung still indulge in favoring concubines at the expense of his wife? Even Grandma harbors deep doubts. However, allowing the Princess Hung to weep in vain is not a solution. The Empress Dowager sighed and said, Enough, cease your tears for now. I shall summon Prince Hung and that concubine to the palace tomorrow. Thank you, your majesty. The Princess Hang's tears vanished in an instant, and she forced a smile. What of Xia's marriage? The Dowager waved her hand dismissively. Xia is also my granddaughter. How could I possibly make things difficult for her? You need only return home and await the outcome. Upon returning to the Wang residence in the carriage, upon hearing that the Dowager would summon the two into the palace the next day, a sense of joyful anticipation lit up Xia's face, though the Princess Hung remained composed and less exuberant. After all, this is a family affair. The Dowager might only reprimand the prince a few times. But could she truly compel him to dismiss that woman? The prince might yield to the Dowager's authority, but once the door is shut, who can ascertain his actions? As the Princess Hung had anticipated, the narrative unfolded as written. The Prince Hung feigned compliance before the Dowager, yet returned to the estate to continue indulging his favored concubine. However, the situation has shifted. The scene was now interrupted by the arrival of the curious Shen Wenyuy. Your Majesty, is this not sheer folly? The Dowager, observing the emperor holding his daughter and preparing to meet Prince Hung, felt a wave of exasperation rising from her two increasingly unreliable sons. The emperor, feeling guilty, placed his daughter onto a nearby chair. How was he to explain this? Did he wish for Wenyuy to offer him guidance on how to navigate this predicament? He glanced at Shen Wenyuy, who silently met his gaze. Don't expect me to shoulder your blame. The emperor replied, It is Wenyuy who cares for her uncle. Wishing to observe, Come now, do you truly expect anyone to believe that? The Dowager certainly did not. I am aware of your fondness for Wenyuy. However, this is ultimately a matter for the elders of the family. How could you allow your younger brother to be witnessed by a mere child? The emperor found her reasoning compelling and instructed Su Xuanfu to bring a screen to shield Shen Wenyuy from view. Mother, see? This way he shall not feel awkward. Forced to reflect in solitude, Shen Wenyuy thought, "You truly are quite clever." The dowager exclaimed, "Must you insist on bringing Wenyuy along?" Shocked, she felt sympathy for her granddaughter being isolated behind such a large screen and hurriedly pulled her into an embrace, casting a stern glance at the emperor. "Very well. If she is to stay, you must take full responsibility should your brother inquire later." The emperor readily agreed. How ridiculous! He would never exploit his own child. Unnoticed in a corner, the second prince attempted to provoke the second son of the Zhou family. "Previously, you did not express yourself in such a manner." Shen Wenyuy obediently sat beside the empress dowager, her heart brimming with anticipation for the unfolding drama. "My imperial uncle's consort is quite a formidable character. If they're already en route, TSK, the spectacle must have already commenced." Goodness! The emperor's expectations soared to unprecedented heights. While the empress dowager might harbor some concern for her biological son, he reveled in sheer schadenfreude. The relationship between him and his younger brother had always been fraught with tension since childhood. Were it not for the empress dowager's influence, his ability to enjoy life in the capital would certainly be in jeopardy. Moreover, he was secretly cursing his brother. "In my past life, I was wronged. Why should you, as my brother, not share a similar fate?" Little did the emperor know that his conjecture was indeed accurate, yet his brother had evidently surpassed him in this regard, adorned with an even more vivid shade of green atop his head. As he beheld the consort, delicate and fragile, nestled beside Prince Hung as they entered the hall to pay their respects, the empress dowager's brow twitched in dismay. Such a lack of decorum. The woman appeared startled, trembling as she shrank into Prince Heng's embrace. He, filled with compassion, gently patted her shoulder and cast a reproachful glance at the empress dowager, saying, "Mother, Guillaume is timid. Please do not frighten her." "Timid, you say?" A timid person would not allow their biological mother to bring them into the palace. She surely relied on the fact that those with refinement would not cast her daughters into the lake. "Why tremble? Have you suffered a stroke?" The empress dowager maintained a stern demeanor, instructing the pair to take their seats. At that moment, Shen Wenyuy, who had been squinting to observe the consort, finally discerned a telling clue. On her neck, there are red marks. Good heavens! It appears she had quite the dalliance in the carriage. Her garments are also quite wrinkled. Upon closer inspection, her lipstick has been hastily reapplied, TSK. As her words fell, both the empress dowager and the emperor's expressions darkened. Being seasoned in such matters, they easily grasped the implications within her statement. The empress dowager felt as though she might faint from indignation. How long could it possibly take to travel by carriage? Such impatience! I recall that the guard involved in the affair was one of Prince Heng's attendants. How scandalous! Ultimately, it was when they were caught in the act by Prince Heng that the truth came to light, though that transpired 5 years later. Empress dowager. This is scarcely better than informing her son of their indiscretions in the carriage. Emperor. He nearly lost control of his expression. A glance toward Prince Heng revealed a mix of pity and mockery. "Today is your day of reckoning. Even if we have both been wronged, you, who were caught unawares, are indeed more unfortunate than I." The empress dowager struggled to maintain her composure, resisting the urge to seize the scandalous couple immediately, lest Wenyuy grow suspicious. Yet the emperor was quite adept. He glanced at Su Xuanfu, making a gesture to apprehend them. Su Xuanfu was taken aback. Apprehend whom? Which of these individuals would he dare touch? However, the emperor, as if harboring deep secrets, merely offered a single gesture before turning away, no longer regarding him. Su Xuanfu took a deep breath, resolute in his decision. Chapter 37. Deep Affection. Outside, the guards had apprehended Prince Heng and his concubine. "Su Xuanfu, what are you doing?" The empress dowager chastised, promptly instructing a nearby guard to release her son. The emperor, clearing his throat, explained, "It was my decree, though I failed to articulate it clearly." Su Xuanfu must have misunderstood. Su Xuanfu quickly knelt in a gesture of contrition. Upon hearing this, the newly liberated Prince Heng could no longer remain silent. He positioned himself protectively in front of his beloved concubine, exclaiming, "Royal brother, mother, I am unsure of what the princess consort conveyed to you yesterday. But Qian'er is truly a good girl." "Ah, good girl." I can hardly contain my laughter. Bring forth the examination. The emperor remained impervious to his pleas. The empress dowager, however, narrowed her eyes at the emperor's words, a flicker of suspicion igniting within her. Was it mere coincidence that as soon as Wenyuy spoke, he took action? Yet the emperor's following words dispelled her doubts. "I commanded Su Xuanfu yesterday to keep watch over your concubine. Behold the mark upon her neck. A dignified prince cannot even manage his own woman." At this, Su Xuanfu trembled on the ground, questioning why he had not consulted the almanac before venturing out, perpetually becoming a shield for the emperor's wrath. The matron, tasked with the examination, revealed the telltale mark on Yun's neck. Prince Hung felt darkness wash over him, for he had never indulged in such behavior. With no hindrance from the prince, the matron successfully led Yun into the side chamber. Prince Hung, seated, felt utterly drained, his emotions tangled in uncertainty. He could not discern whether it was better to uncover the truth or remain ignorant. The latter might suggest that the pair were not as scandalous as presumed, yet the mark on her neck served as undeniable evidence of her infidelity. In any case, regardless of what the examination revealed, his dignity had already been tarnished. Meanwhile, the emperor, guided by the incessant whispers of Shen Wenyuy, identified the paramour. Upon capture, the man knelt, drenched in cold sweat, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy. As Prince Hung finally scrutinized the man's visage, he found him somewhat handsome, yet lacking the unparalleled royal lineage. This only fueled his anger and confusion. Why would Qian'er choose to consort with someone so inferior? Soon, Yin was escorted out by two stern-faced matrons. They bowed and reported, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, this woman indeed engaged in intimate relations." A palace maid covered Shen Wenyuy's ears. Prince Hong felt as though the world had collapsed around him. He could not restrain his fury and rose to kick the guard, sending him tumbling to the ground. Clutching his chest, no, his concubine broke free from the matron's grasp and lunged directly toward the man. "What do you see in him?" Prince Hong bellowed. The woman bit her lip, tears streaming down her face as she confessed, "Love knows not its origin, yet runs deep. My lord, I loved him even before I arrived at the royal residence." Silence enveloped the assembly. "Please do not belittle this statement. It truly feels like a betrayal. Your wit is quite amusing. You nearly brought a smile to my face. Very well, let us banish the two of you to the countryside to cultivate the land, living in your own little world. Let us see if you can maintain your carefree existence without wealth." Shen Wenyuy could only chuckle at the absurdity, feigning deep affection. Yet during the later dispute over Ijia's dowry, you were not above seducing Prince Hong. Speaking of love, no one forced you to enter the royal palace. You could have chosen to fly away with your beloved. Despite her disdain for Prince Heng's pretense, his foolishness did not diminish her contempt for the couple before her. The Empress Dowager let out a cold snort, turning towards her son, who appeared lost in thought. "You ought to decide how to handle these two." Prince Hung numbly gazed at the entwined pair on the ground, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. "Grant them death. I no longer wish to behold them." Upon hearing this, the emperor felt a secret sense of relief. He was certain he had not perceived Wenyu's earlier thoughts. Indeed, only he could hear his daughter's innermost musings. Just as Shen Wenyuy was immersed in the chaotic contemplation of the three talents before her, she suddenly caught the emperor's loving gaze directed at her. "Why, father, are you so pleased when your son has been wronged?" The Empress Dowager turned upon hearing this, and indeed, she spotted a peculiar smile on the emperor's lips. She shot him a fierce glare and commanded the attendants to swiftly remove the two sprawled on the ground like dead dogs. The concubine suddenly realized her surroundings and clung to Prince Heng's leg, pleading, "My lord, you mustn't be so heartless. We have two children to consider." Prince Hung smiled bitterly, thinking, whether those children are truly mine remains uncertain. Although the emperor found amusement in the spectacle, he feared the woman might inadvertently drive his own brother to despair, urging for their prompt removal. The Empress Dowager observed her youngest son, slumped in his seat, despite believing it wise to rid themselves of such calamity. Her heart ached for her child. "In the future, be more discerning in your affections. Your wife possesses a gentle nature. You ought to show her some respect." Recalling the actions he had taken against his wife for the sake of the concubine and her daughter, Prince Hung could only manage a wry smile and shook his head, saying, "Mother, grant me a moment of solitude." The Empress Dowager understood that any words spoken would likely fall upon deaf ears, so she sighed and allowed him to depart. Within the prince's residence, Shen Wenyuy anxiously awaited the return of her father and mother, though her mother had assured her before leaving that all would be well. An inexplicable sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Indeed, upon seeing her father return alone, without a trace of her mother, a loud buzzing filled her mind. She rushed forward, disregarding the need to greet Prince Hung, exclaiming, "Father, has something happened to Mother? Where is she?" Until now, Prince Hung had cherished his second daughter for her straightforward nature, which set her apart from other noble ladies. However, witnessing her current state, he felt an unexpected displeasure. "Qing'er, have you forgotten the etiquette taught by the matron in our household?" Shen Wenyuy gazed at him in disbelief. When had her father ever held such matters against her? She merely offered a perfunctory bow before continuing her inquiries. The King of Hung found her incessant questioning exceedingly vexing. How could he possibly convey to her that her mother had betrayed him and was now facing execution? Firstly, it is a matter of pride. Secondly, after nurturing this daughter for so many years, even if there exists the possibility that she is not his biological child, Lord Hung does not wish to treat her with cruelty. Thus, he merely instructs the guards to escort the second young lady back to his chamber. "Father," Shen Wenyuy, her face etched with reluctance, was led away by the guards. Surely, something had befallen her mother. Yet she could not fathom why her father would respond in such a manner. He adored her mother. If she were to face punishment, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken. The King of Hung gazed at her retreating figure, lost in thought for a moment before summoning the physician he had brought from the palace. "Fetch a sample of blood from the second and third misses," he ordered. The steward, standing by, was unaware of the events that had transpired during the prince's visit to the palace, but upon hearing the command for blood, his instinct led him to consider the implications of paternity testing. His thoughts then drifted to the absent concubine Yun. Lowering his head in concern, he wondered if his suspicions were indeed correct. The King of Hung sat in silence, extracting a pale bone from his possession. This had been entrusted to him by his elder brother after the execution of those two wretches. Beyond the blood test for paternity, there now existed a method involving bones. If blood could permeate the bone, it would indicate a familial connection. The king was reluctant to carry the bone of that man, fearing it would bring misfortune. Yet, it was only after the execution that he recalled his two daughters were still unaware of their true lineage. His trust in the deceased concubine Yun had plummeted to an all-time low, and he could even envision a scenario wherein none of the outcomes aligned, with him confronting the seducer wielding a blade. However, that image was too haunting for him to contemplate. Fortunately, fate was not entirely cruel, and ultimately, his blood successfully mingled with that of his two daughters. A sigh of relief escaped him, mirrored by the steward and the physician, who hurriedly took their leave, leaving the steward feeling somewhat anxious as he addressed the king. "Your Highness, while I accompanied the physician to collect blood from the second and third misses, both young ladies insisted on seeing you." "Do not let them in," the king replied, rubbing his temples in irritation. "Guard this courtyard well and ensure no one disturbs me." "Yes, Your Highness," the steward affirmed. Furthermore, the king sighed once more, instructing, "If anyone inquires about concubine Yun, simply say she succumbed to a sudden illness within the palace." Despite his feelings of bitterness, he still harbored affection for his daughters and wished to spare them the stigma of their mother's infidelity. In the Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager and Mama, he were preparing the items needed for Shen Wenyuy schooling when they received news from the palace attendants sent by the emperor. The two exchanged glances, apprehensive. "Those two young ladies do not seem to be the compliant sort. I fear they may stir up trouble," Mama, he remarked. Under normal circumstances, she would never speak ill of her granddaughters in front of the Empress Dowager. However, given the recent events and her affection for the King of Hung, having watched him grow up, she could not bear to see him wounded by the betrayal of his beloved, only to have his daughters add to his distress. The Empress Dowager placed a garment in Shen Wenyuy's satchel and glanced at Hien, knowing well, after all these years, her tendency to be diligent. She refrained from reproaching her, merely sighing in silence. He chuckled softly, noting the Empress Dowager's genuine concern for the sixth princess. This little coat was crafted from materials bestowed by the outer court. The Empress Dowager had only received 2 pieces herself, yet she chose to make one for the sixth princess before even using it herself. Upon hearing Shen Wenyuy's name, the Empress Dowager's face brightened with a hint of a smile as she caressed the soft fabric, casting a sidelong glance at Hien. The weather is gradually turning colder, and that child, has a penchant for running about. I merely worry she may catch a chill. Hien stifled a laugh, choosing not to expose the Empress Dowager's stubbornness, for it was evident that a simple garment could have sufficed from Huipin for the little princess, rather than utilizing such rare material. The Empress Dowager inspected the contents of the satchel once more before stating, rather abruptly, descendants will have their own fortunes. By his age, the emperor was already standing firm in the court. A little setback may serve him well. He had understood that the Empress Dowager was determined to let King Hung experience a significant fall, to prevent him from appearing so naive at such an advanced age. The Empress Dowager summoned a young eunuch, instructing him to take the satchel to Yonghe Palace and to convey a message to the emperor, urging him to ensure the safety of the King Hang's wife and daughters. This daughter-in-law may seem astute, yet she possesses a gentle disposition. Should those 2 sisters act unfavorably towards Xia, I would bear my share of the blame. As a grandmother, she regarded the 3 girls of the King Hang's residence as her own granddaughters. After all, blood does confirm kinship. However, it is a challenge to treat all equally. Although Xia is impulsive, her heart is kind, and her mother is a placid woman. Thus the Empress Dowager naturally favors her. Should the daughters of concubine Yun harm Xia, the Empress Dowager would not show them leniency. In Yonghe Palace, Huipin observed the satchel sent by the Empress Dowager and glanced at Shen Wenyuy, who sat innocently beside her, seemingly detached from the situation. She gently tapped Shen Wenyuy's head. You, child, have quite the audacity. Did you ask the Empress Dowager to prepare this for you? Caught red-handed. Shen Wenyuy was unfazed. Instead, she grinned and embraced the satchel. I merely saw that my grandmother had so many fine things. Grandmother spends her days idly in the palace, and occasionally ventures out to listen to Buddhist scriptures. Finding her something to do would surely bring her joy. Shen Wenyuy was reminded of her own grandmother, a lonely figure, having lost her husband early, while her parents were often consumed with their research. As she grew up and pursued her studies, she could not accompany her loved ones, and her grandmother found solace in crafting clothing and preparing treats for her children and grandchildren, filling her days with purpose. In modern times, there are televisions and other diversions for the elderly, yet in ancient times, such comforts were scarce. Shen Wenyuy was genuinely concerned about the emotional well-being of her family. Upon hearing this, Huipin ceased her admonishments, for even she had been grappling with the thought of not seeing her daughter during the bright days ahead, longing to keep her hands occupied to alleviate the pain of separation. Huipin gently stroked Shen Wenyuy's fluffy head, deliberately challenging her. Now that Yuer has received so many gifts from the Empress Dowager, what should be done about the items sent by your father? Oh, I almost forgot. My father also sent me several rabbit fur cloaks. Perhaps I should wear 3 of them in a day to indulge them. With such thoughts, she spoke her mind. Huipin rolled her eyes in a most ungraceful manner, weary of dealing with this capricious girl, just like her father. At that moment, the emperor, who was making his way to Yonghe Palace for dinner, suddenly sneezed. However, it soon became evident that if all these garments were brought along, Shen Wenyuy might conjure an elephant on the spot to carry them. She maintained a serious expression. Why not send some to my elder brother and second brother? Judging by concubine Shu's appearance, she likely forgot to prepare seasonal clothing for the second brother. Huipin silently agreed. When she paid her respects to the empress that morning, concubine Shu was still dressed in summer attire. Truly, as the daughter of a military general, she was robust in physique. If she herself had neglected to change her clothes, how could that child, who was already distant from her, remember? Thus, when Huipin saw Shen Wenyuy stealthily handing over the garments to the palace attendants for delivery to those unfortunate brothers, she chose to turn a blind eye. One Shu, imitating the princess's demeanor, crept closer to Huipin and whispered, "Your Highness, will the emperor be angry about what the princess is doing?" Angry? Not a chance. Huipin shot a glance at Wan Shu. Did you not notice that some of those rabbit fur cloaks are not even your size? Wanshu shook her head in confusion. Never mind. Hui Pin looked at her affectionately, thinking that her naivety made her appear all the more astute. The emperor likely intended to use Yuer as a means to send clothing to the two princes. Wanshu instinctively wanted to ask why, but promptly realized that her question was somewhat rhetorical. What other reason could there be? To foster a good relationship between the young princess and the princes. In the imperial harem, a princess's standing is inherently tied to the favor of the monarch. If, in the future, the emperor were to pass away and one of these three princes ascended the throne, they would surely remember the bond formed during their childhood with the princess and would extend her some consideration. As Wanshu felt gratified by the emperor's care for the little princess, she couldn't help but subtly urge her mistress to strive for advancement. After all, they are not siblings by blood. With the emperor's attention almost entirely focused on you, have you never considered giving the little princess a brother? She spoke softly, glancing around as if fearful of being overheard. Hui Pin replied, "There is no need for such caution, as if one were guilty of theft. I'm not about to steal a child." She caressed her flat abdomen, gazing at Shen Wenyuy in the distance, who was smiling as she welcomed her father. "Let nature take its course. I worry that you may find it hard to accept." Wanshu responded affirmatively, but felt puzzled, having a brother or sister in the palace who could rise to prominence or even ascend the throne would surely elevate the princess's status as well. Why would that be difficult to accept, unbeknownst to others? Hui Pin harbors deep affection and love for her daughter, feeling a pang of sympathy for the neglect she endured in her previous life. Now that her life has finally found some semblance of stability, the prospect of another child might evoke feelings of neglect in Yuer. Moreover, the decision to bear a child is not one that she can simply dictate. Hui Pin gazes at the emperor before her, greeting him with a smile and a respectful bow, her eyes subtly drifting to a distant point. It has been quite some time since a child was born in the palace. Could it be a matter concerning the emperor? Little does he know that the woman before him is contemplating such rebellious thoughts. Today, he has finally managed to settle affairs from the previous dynasty, allowing himself a rare moment of indulgent reverie. Shen Wenyuy, observing the change in her father's demeanor, senses something amiss. "Wait, hold on, we haven't even had dinner yet." She interjects. The two, lost in their tender gaze, are momentarily taken aback. Consequently, Shen Wenyuy is escorted away by Su Xuanfu. The scene of their electric encounter leaves Shen Wenyuy astonished. Fortunately, the emperor is mindful that children should not go hungry, thus instructing Su Xuanfu to take her to the Empress Dowager for a meal. Upon meeting with Mama An, her face beams with unyielding joy. "What brings you to the Sinang Palace for dinner today, little princess?" Mama An warmly welcomes her into the hall, setting a place for her, with the princess's presence. Perhaps the empress will indulge in a few extra bowls of food. Susumfu okwerdli checkers, explaining that the emperor had pressing matters to discuss with Hui Pin and had to send him to bring the little princess for dinner. The Empress Dowager served Shen Wenyuy a pair of chopsticks filled with Longjing shrimp, casting a glance at Su Xuanfu. As the emperor's chief secretary, he possesses a remarkable ability to conceal his emotions. Yet, the Empress Dowager, a survivor of the last palace intrigue, easily discerns his clenched hand, betraying his tension. Indeed, pressing matters, indeed. I suspect they're deliberating on the continuation of life. My father, upon seeing my mother, promptly dismissed me as though I were a dog in pursuit of prey. Alas, such are men. The Empress Dowager's expression darkens. She is aware of his busy schedule today, having hardly acknowledged her. But does he truly need to hastily send Yuer away? However, Mama An's eyes light up as she leans closer to whisper something in the Empress Dowager's ear. The corners of her mouth quickly lift, revealing a mischievous smile. Since the emperor and Hui Pin are preoccupied with serious discussions, let Yuer stay with me tonight to avoid disturbing them. She feigns a sigh, pressing her forehead with a hand. At my advanced age, I am reluctantly obliged to watch over their child. Really? May I sleep with grandmother? How wonderful. Your bed looks so soft and inviting. Su Xuanfu remarks, I see no signs of your reluctance whatsoever. However, with the Empress Dowager's command, he has no choice but to comply. Thus, he takes the hefty bundle of joy away, returning empty-handed to Yonghe Palace. The emperor had intended to wait for his daughter to return so they could enjoy her favorite cheese bowl together. Instead, he receives news that his daughter has been spirited away by the Empress Dowager. Huipin cannot help but cast a reproachful glance at the emperor. Tomorrow, their daughter is to attend the Guozijian for her studies. She had originally planned to spend some quality time together today. The emperor had scarcely interacted with his daughter, and he found himself somewhat reluctant to part with her. However, the thought of asking the Empress Dowager for his daughter made him realize that he still had room for improvement in terms of his own boldness. Meanwhile, within the Yonghe Palace, concubine Hui was attempting to pierce the emperor with her gaze. In contrast, the atmosphere in the Sinang Palace was serene. The Empress Dowager had instructed Mama He to retrieve her makeup box from her early years. Carefully, she removed her protective finger coverings and began to take out each piece of jewelry, placing them delicately on the table. Shen Wenyuy lay beside her, eyes wide with amazement. Heavens, such craftsmanship can actually be achieved by human hands. Alas, I lack cultural refinement and can only express that it looks extraordinarily valuable. The Empress Dowager cast a glance at this unambitious child. Your elder sister will soon reach a marriageable age, and it seems your father is not inclined to keep her for many more years. He intends to seek a suitable match for her during my birthday celebration. The Empress Dowager's 60th birthday would indeed be a grand affair, allowing the eldest princess to find a worthy suitor among the nation's young talents. All these jewels were bestowed upon me by the late emperor in my youth, and I intend to set aside some as a dowry for your elder sister, which is why I called you here first. The Empress Dowager's warm hand embraced Shen Wenyuy, pointing at the radiant jewelry on the table. Let us have you select the ones you like. Dear Yuer, I shall reserve them for you. Oh, grandmother, you are truly wonderful. Shen Wenyuy nuzzled into her embrace. However, her attention was abruptly captured by a particular phoenix hairpin, causing her to freeze momentarily. It was a rather unique piece. Among the Empress Dowager's jewelry, any phoenix hairpin was typically nine-tailed, as she had been the primary consort upon entering the palace. Yet this one was seven-tailed. I recall, grandmother, that you bestowed it upon my elder sister. Yet, at a recent palace banquet, I spotted this hairpin adorning the head of a concubine of the prince. A concubine of the prince? The Empress Dowager felt as though she were in a dream. When had it become acceptable for the prince of this dynasty to take a concubine? Was the eldest princess truly this ineffectual? Unbeknownst to her, the true turmoil was yet to unfold. Chapter 40 Firecrackers. The Empress Dowager felt as though she were in a dream. When had it become acceptable for the prince of this dynasty to take a concubine? Was the eldest princess truly this ineffectual? Yet, after expressing her thoughts internally, Shen Wenyuy became intensely focused on selecting jewelry, leaving the Empress Dowager in a state of suspense. Reluctantly, she picked up the seven-tailed phoenix hairpin and placed it before Shen Wenyuy, gently prompting her, "Isn't this hairpin quite beautiful? Don't you like it, Yuera?" Shen Wenyuy swallowed hard and quickly shook her head. Although I cannot refuse gold, this hairpin carries a certain ominousness. The favored concubine adores this phoenix hairpin, as if wearing it transforms her into a true princess. However, her audacity is notable. She boldly dons the elder sister's garments and adornments, flaunting herself before all. With the prince stationed at the borders and rarely present in the capital, by the time consort Nye discerned something amiss with her daughter, the elder sister had already passed away 2 years prior. In that remote borderland, few had ever glimpsed the true visage of the grand princess. Hence they could not recognize the impostor. As for the family, they could only catch a distant glimpse of her at the palace banquets a few times a year. Ultimately, it was consort Nye's longing for her daughter that prompted her to beseech the emperor for a grace, allowing her to stay in the palace for several nights, during which she uncovered the ruse of the disguised princess. The Empress Dowager felt her blood pressure rising, her mind swirling with conspiracy theories. What was the prince's intent? Why substitute the royal princess? Where had he found such a strikingly similar woman? As the Empress Dowager's thoughts veered towards rebellion, Shen Wenyuy slowly added, "This literary deception is truly wicked. If the prince had someone he cherished, he should have simply communicated that to the emperor. Instead, he chose to suppress it, and when the emperor granted the marriage, he did not refuse. Shortly after the elder sister wed, that woman returned to him. It was then that the grand princess realized she was merely a stand-in, resembling his beloved, and succumbed to despair. after which the prince had that woman impersonate the grand princess. The Empress Dowager felt a profound disconnection from these individuals. While she remained entrenched in the realm of power plays, they were entangled in matters of the heart. Each of their minds seemed as if they had been struck by a mule. For instance, if the Grand Princess had summoned the Empress Dowager, she would have swiftly pierced the two with a single strike, thus eliminating any further complications. Although the Empress Dowager was indeed curious about the audacious prince, she was at a loss for how to prompt her granddaughter to mention him, and so she relinquished the matter. After Shen Wenyuy fell asleep, the Empress Dowager quietly opened her eyes. After all, she was the woman who had managed to maintain her and her son's position in the palace despite the former emperor's favoritism towards the noble consort. Even after years of cultivating her spirit in Lingshan, she still possessed considerable influence. The Empress Dowager rose slowly, lit a candle, and penned a letter. In the end, she blew it dry and entrusted it to an inconspicuous little eunuch within the palace. Under the cool moonlight, the Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes. Her gaze flickering with capricious emotions, placed this letter in the usual spot. Watching the little eunuch bow respectfully and depart, she let out a cold scoff. If she could uncover the identity of a man capable of stationing at the borders and possessing a lover who resembled the Grand Princess, she would have eradicated this threat long ago. As the night was devoid of witnesses, the Empress Dowager strode back to her chamber, her expression still marred by ire. Thus, she encountered Shen Wenyuy, who was rubbing her eyes in a daze. "Grandmother, why does your expression seem so peculiar?" In an instant, the Empress Dowager's demeanor transformed. As she affectionately approached and tucked Shen Wenyuy's hand beneath the covers to shield her from a chill, her expression reverted to its customary calm. "Oh dear, my precious granddaughter. How did you awaken? Did I disturb your slumber?" Still dazed from sleep, Shen Wenyuy paused momentarily, her thoughts momentarily swept away by the Empress Dowager's presence. She allowed herself to be enveloped in the blankets and shook her head, saying, "No, I merely happened to have a nightmare and awoke to find you absent." The Empress Dowager lay beside her and gently patted her back, suggesting, "Then you should return to sleep early. You have lessons at the academy tomorrow." The thought of an early rise for class caused Shen Wenyuy's head to droop, and she promptly succumbed to slumber, leaving the Empress Dowager momentarily stunned. Little did they know, this was merely a remnant of the schooling habits instilled in her during her high school days. In the dead of night, even the usually bustling Forbidden City fell silent, save for the sound of the night watchmen making their rounds. Yet the Prince of Heng's residence was ablaze with light, for Princess Xia, upon hearing the news of the demise of concubine Yun, was overjoyed beyond measure. She discreetly set off firecrackers in the courtyard. The dilemma lay in the fact that how could one stealthily ignite firecrackers when the noise could not be muffled? Consequently, her two half-sisters, unable to sleep due to their recent loss, caught her in the act. The three of them, entangled in a ruckus, brought their commotion before the Prince of Heng. He gazed at his three daughters, who were at odds with one another, alongside a large bundle of firecrackers that seemed capable of shaking the very mountains. With a weary sigh, he rubbed his temples and asked, "What on earth are you three causing such a ruckus about in the dead of night?" Shen Wenyuy, tears streaming down her face, pointed accusingly at Xia. "It's her fault. After hearing about our mother's death, she set off firecrackers in the middle of the night. My sister and I could not bear it and went to confront her, only to be met with her hostility." Though the Prince of Heng usually favored concubine Yun, which caused a legitimate wife to feel neglected, he was rather lenient towards his first daughter, Xia. Thus, when caught red-handed by her two half-sisters, Xia showed no sign of yielding. "Who says I did this because of her death?" she boldly retorted, meeting her father's gaze. "A death has occurred in our household. Is it wrong for me to light 2 firecrackers to ward off evil spirits? Father, look at her." Shen Wenyuy could no longer contain herself, exclaiming that Xia was denying her motivations even after such a declaration. When the prince's wife hurriedly arrived, draped in a cloak, she overheard her daughter shouting, "Is it only permitted for you to mourn your mother? What are the other deaths in this household?" The prince's wife dared not glance at her husband's countenance, fearing that the news of concubine Yun's entry into the palace might provoke the Empress Dowager and the emperor. How could Xia be so brazen as to touch upon such a taboo? She had mentally prepared herself to protect her daughter if need be. However, the prince merely responded in a low, stiff tone, "Indeed, it is time to properly ward off evil spirits." The two sisters, taken aback by his words, momentarily forgot their tears. The prince's wife stood frozen, bewildered. Had her husband returned from the palace, so affected by the events that he had lost his senses? Only Jia, after a brief moment of astonishment, rushed toward the confiscated firecrackers, fearing her father might change his mind. Moments later, the jubilant sound of firecrackers erupted into the night sky above the Prince of Heng's residence. Chapter 41. The third prince the following day. As Shen Wenyuy sat within the lecture hall of the Guozijian, the noble offspring around her were still engaged in animated discussions about the happenings at the Hung Wangfu the previous night. Upon noticing the sixth princess, they momentarily paused. But upon recognizing her attire and the palace maid accompanying her, they promptly rose to pay their respects. Shen Wenyuy waved her hand, inwardly relieved that she was spared the necessity of greeting so many individuals. Otherwise, given her 2 years at university spent merely learning the names of her classmates, attending this gathering would feel akin to imprisonment. She leaned in, curiosity piqued, and inquired what transpired at the Hung Wangfu. It is often said that gossip serves as the foremost catalyst for social interaction. The children, initially reserved in the presence of the sixth princess, became animated upon hearing her question. "I heard from my father that he awoke in the middle of the night and was startled by the sound of firecrackers, nearly falling into the latrine." One exclaimed, "It must have been the Hung Wangfu setting off fireworks. My home is nearby, and it was chaos over there last night." Another chimed in, "You wouldn't believe it. This morning, the 3 young ladies from the Hung Wangfu even got into a brawl on their way to the Guozijian." This revelation stirred a wave of excitement, drawing everyone closer together to discuss further. Who won? They clamored eagerly. The girl who had shared the news smirked. Who else could it be but Jia? That maniac nearly scalped the other 2. A collective gasp echoed through the group. At that moment, a slender boy with downcast eyes entered the lecture hall. The previously clustered children immediately dispersed, returning to their seats. Shen Wenyuy turned her head in curiosity, catching sight of the newcomer's distinctive curly hair. Chen Wenyuy, still vexed from the morning's turmoil caused by his mother's antics, had not had time for breakfast. Upon hearing his name called, he looked toward the source with a frown. His expression faltered as he noticed the smiling young girl greeting him. He approached her, lowering his gaze. "Your Highness, how is it that you are here?" "Of course, I am here to study," Shen Wenyuy replied, recalling how the moment he arrived, the others had scattered, likely leaving him feeling quite disheartened. Thus she asked, "Where do you sit? May I join you?" Chen Wenyuy regarded her with a hint of surprise, but did not decline her request. Consequently, Shen Wenyuy claimed a splendid seat in the last row. "I presumed you would be a diligent student," she remarked playfully. Yet, upon reflection, it seems many of those who are bullied often find themselves relegated to the last row. Chen Wenyuy gazed at the little princess with an expression of bewilderment mixed with pity. Meanwhile, a few boys in the front row exchanged knowing glances. Wait, the sixth princess is bold enough to sit beside him? Wasn't our earlier respect for this madman quite evident? Shen Wenyuy had initially assumed Chen Wenyuy to be a lackluster student. However, when the teacher finally arrived and the steady, monotonous voice filled the room, she found herself unable to contain her reaction. Nothing could compare to the hypnotic lull of this lesson. It surpassed all the classes she had ever attended. Desiring to avoid leaving a poor impression on others on her very first day of class, Shen Wenyuy resorted to silently pinching her palm. At that moment, the emperor, who had discreetly changed into civilian attire and was observing from outside, did not overlook his daughter's subtle gesture. A pang of sympathy for his child surged within him. The emperor, who consistently advocated for diligence and a thirst for knowledge among the young, pondered in silence that perhaps it was acceptable for such a small child to rest when weary. However, he did not extend the same mercy toward his son. Upon witnessing the third prince slumped and swaying before the tutor, the emperor could no longer contain his frustration and strode in, slamming his hand on the table. The third prince rubbed his eyes, and before he could utter a word of protest, he was startled into silence by the magnified visage of his father before him. "Father, "Father, father, is that you, father?" What has caused the third prince to stutter recently? The emperor's mocking voice echoed in the ears of the venerable sage. With his white hair and aged demeanor, finally clasped his hands and replied, "It is nothing much. The third prince merely informed me upon his arrival today that he had studied late into the night and needed a moment to rest his eyes." The emperor, unwilling to impose upon him, waved his hand to dismiss him. The old gentleman, as if liberated, strode forth with remarkable vigor for someone in his 70s. The emperor silently observed the retreating figure before turning to his disappointing son, remarking, "Look how disdainfully the sage regards you." Unlike princesses, princes are tasked with the study of governance, necessitating an education distinct from that of other children. Thus, each prince is assigned a tutor for individualized instruction. The other two children fare better. The eldest prince, despite having been melancholic due to his mother's confinement in the cold palace, has since been reprimanded and returned to the right path. The second prince, though somewhat reserved and perceived by others as rather somber, is fundamentally an earnest learner. Yet, the third prince, in stark contrast to his siblings, appears particularly indolent. The esteemed scholars he painstakingly recruited have been driven away by this mischievous child more times than he can count. At times, the emperor mused that should he find himself balding in middle age, he would bear half the blame. Ultimately, when he could not secure a reputable tutor, he allowed the boy to choose for himself, and lo and behold, he selected an elderly man of gentle disposition, who has since been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the impish child. The emperor, with a mixture of pride and sorrow, reflected, "Were it not for witnessing your diligence, I might have accepted this child's laziness. Your sixth sister commenced her schooling today, refusing to sleep even when pinching her own palm. How can you, being so many years her senior, rest so comfortably?" The third prince pouted slightly. Well, first it was the eldest brother and the second brother, and now even the sixth sister can serve as his comparison group. He felt a twinge of discontent within. He refused to believe there truly existed children who genuinely loved learning. Perhaps they were merely putting on a facade to please the emperor. Thus, when Shen Wenyuy finally managed to endure until the respite period, she was intercepted by a flamboyantly handsome young man on her way to take a breath of fresh air. Bewildered, she gazed at the royal attire adorning the boy and finally regained her composure enough to exclaim, "Third brother." The third prince typically preferred to remain within the confines of his chamber, rarely stepping outside. Meeting with my younger sisters typically occurs only at royal banquets, where we exchange distant formalities. At this moment, I found myself enchanted by Shen Wenyuy's somewhat dazed voice. Realizing that the hand previously blocking my path had unknowingly clenched into a fist. "Third brother?" Shen Wenyuy, noticing his stunned expression, raised her voice and called out again, "Do you need something from me?" Only then did the third prince regain his senses, recollecting the purpose of his visit. He endeavored to maintain a stern countenance, adopting a fierce demeanor, and declared, "Today, Father chastised me for witnessing your insincere act, reprimanding me for lacking diligence. At your tender age, you have already mastered the art of pleasing Father. It is no wonder he has been frequently visiting Yonghe Palace these past days." His words were harsh, yet Shen Wenyuy was not one to be easily cowed. Although she initially intended to cultivate a good relationship with her brothers, this was contingent upon mutual respect. If someone were to unjustly hurl accusations at her, as was the case now, she would not hesitate to retaliate. If she were to appease everyone, what would be the purpose of her daily efforts to curry favor with the emperor, empress dowager, and empress? Thus, she refused to indulge him, rolling her eyes and retorting, "I was unaware that Father had visited. What concern is it of mine? As for you, are you so fearful of Father that you dare only trouble me? Moreover, what does Father's visit to which consort concern you? If a mere princess like me could sway Father's decisions, I would advise you to prostrate yourself before Consort Zhuang and apologize for not having once brought Father to her palace during your upbringing." You, the third prince, could hardly fathom that such words could emanate from those delicate lips, though they lacked the vulgarity he typically employed among his unsavory companions. They were strikingly piercing and impactful. Observing his speechlessness, Shen Wenyuy grew weary of the exchange and remarked dismissively, "Step aside. There is little time during the intermission, and I have matters to attend to. If you're truly at a loss for what to do, perhaps you should clean the latrines at the Guozijian." As the third prince gazed after his departing sister, he stood forlornly in the corner. "Woe is me. I must enroll in a language improvement course. Why is it that my only recourse for insults is vulgarity? Alas, being a somewhat refined yet rebellious youth of ancient times, he found it impossible to hurl obscenities at his own sister or resort to physical confrontation. Thus, having suffered an unusual defeat in their verbal sparring, the third prince reignited his determination to learn. He sat upright before his tutor and earnestly inquired, "Master, your knowledge is profound. Could you instruct this prince on how to insult without resorting to foul language?" Initially believing that the third prince's chastisement from the emperor would lead to a newfound resolve to study, the tutor trembled as he stroked his beard, managing a feeble smile. "Your Highness, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy." The third prince observed his tutor suddenly clutching his forehead and groaning, which sent a wave of anxiety through him. Initially intending to depart from the National Academy to the Yangxin Palace, he was unexpectedly halted by this unfortunate child. When the emperor noticed the elderly gentleman continuously exclaiming in pain, he promptly instructed Su Xuanfu to summon a physician. Unable to suppress a glare at the utterly helpless third prince, he thought to himself that if anything were to happen to his tutor, this child would not only be left without a new mentor, but would also tarnish his reputation. The physician arrived hastily, carrying his medical kit, barely having time to wipe the sweat from his brow before kneeling to take the old man's pulse. The third prince, filled with trepidation, inquired about the old man's condition. The physician furrowed his brow and checked the pulse again. At this point, the emperor could no longer remain at ease. "Is there a significant issue?" The physician responded. "The absence of a problem is indeed the greatest concern. To all appearances, this gentleman seems robust and in excellent spirits. Yet, given his current state, if I were to report to your majesty that he is entirely unscathed, I might as well pack my belongings and leave the Imperial Medical Department." Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he clasped his hands and said, "The old gentleman's pulse is deep and subtle, likely a result of shock compounded by his advanced age. With proper care, he should recover without major issues. I shall prepare a few tonifying prescriptions for him." The emperor let out a sigh of relief and shot a disapproving glance at the downcast third prince. He then dragged him to a secluded corner, suppressing his anger to inquire about what had transpired. The third prince, shaken by his tutor's earlier demeanor, lowered his head in guilt and wiped away tears. Daring not to fabricate a story, and recounted the conversation he had with the tutor truthfully. The emperor, nearly driven to laughter by his rebellious son, exclaimed, "What were you thinking, allowing your tutor to instruct you in such matters?" The third prince, sobbing, recited his sister's words. The emperor instinctively retorted, "Impossible," but then recalled the things his daughter often expressed in her heart. He fell silent, yet quickly defended his daughter, asserting, "Surely, you must have said something first." The third prince refrained from arguing, and with his head bowed, recounted his own words verbatim. Seeing his honesty, the emperor's expression softened somewhat. "In the afternoon, go to Yonghe Palace and sincerely apologize to your sister. Do you understand? As for your tutor, I too find it troublesome, but we cannot allow you to become illiterate. Thus, I shall find you another tutor. However, should you remain obstinate, do not blame me for disregarding our father-son bond." He was not threatening the third prince, but merely stating a fact. During the late emperor's reign, several princes had been demoted to commoners. Yet, the current emperor, having few offspring, had never made the third prince feel the threat of demotion. Hearing the seriousness in his father's voice, the third prince quickly replied, "I understand, and I shall sincerely apologize to my sister and tutor. Did he not bully you?" Shen Wenyuy looked at Shen Wenyuy with some confusion. "Are you referring to my third brother?" Shen Wenyuy nodded. "I can help you take revenge on him. He dislikes being indebted to others. So if it can be repaid in this manner, it would be most advantageous." However, Shen Wenyuy could only sigh, lamenting the plight of this unfortunate child who, despite suffering such indignities, still sought to take vengeance on her behalf. There was no need for that. He had not wronged her. Shen Wenyuy furrowed his brow, perplexed by the inexplicable shift in the person's gaze, now tinged with a hint of compassion that sent a shiver down his spine. At this moment, Shen Wenyuy had already immersed herself in her own thoughts. The few scions who had bullied the second prince were not in the same academy. Earlier, during the break, Shen Wenyuy had ventured out to scout the situation. After covertly observing the group that had gathered, she devised a corresponding plan in her mind. If they enjoyed forming cliques to ostracize others, then she would return the favor in kind. Chapter 43. The true father. The monotonous morning returned Shen Wenyuy to the school. A place she had longed to escape finally came to an end. Due to her tender age, the emperor had graciously permitted her to return to the palace in the afternoon, recognizing that children still required their midday slumber. However, on her way, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. "Sister Xia?" Shen Wenyuy inquired uncertainly. The woman, with disheveled hair and a swollen left cheek, turned her head and, upon recognizing her, broke into a wide smile, though the sudden movement caused her pain, prompting her to cover her jaw and grimace. "What happened to you? I heard from the academy that you got into a fight with your two sisters." Xia nodded, rolling her eyes. "My father actually believes I can coexist peacefully with them. This morning, he insisted on cramming us into a carriage together, claiming it would foster sisterly bonds. Foster my foot. That madwoman, Shen Wenyuy, lunged at me and pulled my hair the moment the door closed. If it weren't for my cousin, who enjoys practicing martial arts, I probably wouldn't have made it to the academy today." Observing her disheveled appearance, Shen Wenyuy asked in confusion, "Why didn't you have a servant tie to your hair? I heard your tutor is quite strict." Xia sheepishly touched her unruly locks. "Well, I did get a thorough reprimanding from the tutor today. Otherwise, I wouldn't be returning home at noon. I must preserve evidence of that madwoman's misdeeds and go home to lodge a complaint." Shen Wenyuy was taken aback. "But why did she suddenly attack you?" "I have no idea. Perhaps I drove them mad last night by setting off firecrackers in their presence." Shen Wenyuy regarded her cousin with newfound respect, seeing her off as she returned home. Late last night, within the walls of the Hung Wangfu, Shen Wenyuy paced anxiously in her room. The maidservant, witnessing her distress, dared not speak, silently praying for the second young lady's swift return. Otherwise, if the third young lady's temper flared, they could only imagine the consequences. Fortunately, Shen Wenyuy did not keep her waiting long. Moments later, a sullen-faced woman pushed open the door. "Sister." Shen Wenyuy hurriedly approached, her concern palpable. Did they reveal anything about Mother? Mother has always been in good health within the palace. How could she suddenly succumb to a grave illness upon entering the palace? Shen Wenyuy, impatient, frowned and pushed her aside, instructing the waiting maidservants to leave. Taking a deep breath, she coldly scoffed. Mother did not succumb to any illness. She was poisoned to death by a cup of toxic wine. Shen Wenyuy, initially feeling aggrieved by her sister's harshness, was rendered speechless upon hearing this revelation. With a shocked expression, she questioned, "Why would father deceive us? If it was those in the palace who forced her demise, how could he, who loved Mother so dearly, remain silent?" "Why?" "Because the emperor discovered that Mother had been involved with the guard during her journey in the carriage," Shen Wenyuy replied. "You wonder why father did not cause an uproar. It was his decision to remain quiet. After all, Wenyuy was an unmarried maiden." Shen Wenyuy paused for a considerable moment before reluctantly uttering the words, suppressing her embarrassment and anger. "How could this happen?" Shen Wenyuy murmured, her heart filled with disbelief. She looked at her sister with a glimmer of hope. "Isn't the one who told you this trying to deceive you? It must be the consort. Surely, she orchestrated this." However, Shen Wenyuy callously shattered her last shred of illusion. "The one who revealed this to me is our true biological father." Observing Shen Wenyuy stunned, speechless countenance, Shen Wenyuy even managed to smile. For years, she and their mother had guarded this secret, living in constant trepidation. Why should her sister enjoy the lavish life within the royal residence without any burden? But shouldn't father have killed that guard as well? Shen Wenyuy interjected. "That guard in the carriage was merely another lover of Mother. Our true father still serves as a guard in the residence. Otherwise, how could anyone dare to inform me after father issued a decree to silence the matter?" Though Shen Wenyuy muttered that it was impossible, she had already begun to accept this explanation in her heart, for she had always felt no resemblance to Prince Hung. But what of father? Has he never doubted that we are not his children? Impossible, Shen Wenyuy replied. The royal family has always placed great importance on bloodlines. Even if Prince Hung does not wish to investigate, neither the emperor nor the empress dowager would permit him to raise two children who might confuse the royal lineage. The blood test is inherently unreliable. Perhaps we were simply fortunate. Shen Wenyuy grew anxious. Is it truly impossible for us to be father's children? Why are you so pessimistic? Sister? Pessimistic? Shen Wenyuy regarded her with pity. If you had seen our biological father, you would understand who we resemble. For a moment, Shen Wenyuy was overwhelmed by this revelation. The striking resemblance was evident, and her bewilderment shifted to resolve. Let us deal with him tonight. If father sees Shen Wenyuy, she certainly does not wish to lose her current life. Shen Wenyuy lowered her gaze, retrieving a bloody dagger from her bosom, the cold glimmer reflecting in her eyes, sending a shiver through Shen Wenyuy. Did you think I was gone for so long for no reason? Shen Wenyuy concealed the dagger in a hidden compartment beneath her sister's bed and then turned to leave. However, she was caught by the sleeve by someone behind her, who gazed at her with red-rimmed eyes and implored, "Do you not wish to avenge mother?" Shen Wenyuy raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Had it not been for the insistence of the princess to enter the palace and report to the empress dowager, my mother would not have been summoned to the palace, and thus she would not have met her demise. Shen Wenyuy, finding the conversation tedious, abruptly shrugged off the woman's sleeve and departed into the biting cold. Initially, she had contemplated avenging that woman, but upon uncovering the truth, her resolve dissipated. If that woman could not endure even a fleeting moment on the road, failing to consider her own well-being, why should Shen Wenyuy harbor thoughts of revenge? The recollection of the man she had just slain, his face contorted with nauseating affection as he spoke of her mother's last moments, wishing to spare him from burdens. Claiming the guard as her beloved while concealing Shen Wenyuy's existence struck her as absurd. Such a pitiful man hardly deserved the title of father. Her true progenitor could only be the Prince of Hung. As for her younger sister, although somewhat dim-witted, she was not oblivious to the current alliances. Shen Wenyuy, though incensed by her sister's selfishness, instinctively shielded her when a maid entered to inquire about her pallid countenance, merely attributing it to the chill. However, Yijiao was unaware of the multitude of events that had transpired the previous night. After setting off fireworks, she had blissfully succumbed to sleep. Initially astonished by Shen Wenyuy's absence from the morning fray, Yijiao now observed her sister lowering her gaze and calling her sister, prompting Yijiao to glance skyward, contemplating the absence of apocalyptic signs. Chapter 44. Apology. Yijiao had presumed that her sister's return home was to preemptively inform their father of grievances, only to discover she had come to apologize on behalf of her sister. Shinner has recently lost our mother and has acted somewhat rashly. I hope father and sister will not hold it against her too severely. I am willing to bear the punishment in her stead. This statement not only confirmed that Shen Wenyuy had indeed initiated the altercation, but also showcased her sense of responsibility as an elder sister. Upon hearing this, the previously grim-faced Prince of Hung appeared considerably more at ease. He waved his hand, stating, "There is no logic in a sister taking punishment for her sibling. Let Shinner remain at home for now, diligently copying Buddhist scriptures. She shall not attend the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration in a few days to avoid bringing shame upon us." "Yes, father." After the prince departed, Yijiao adjusted her long hair, eyeing Shen Wenyuy with a hint of caution. "What is amiss with you today? What are you plotting?" "I have merely come to some realizations," Shen Wenyuy replied with a smile, bowing slightly. "I wish for sister and young Master Feng to grow old together." Her remark was abrupt, evoking memories of the sixth princess's earlier words. "Are you not afraid they will take away your fiancé?" As she watched her sister's retreating figure, a sense of wariness blossomed within her. Meanwhile, upon returning to the palace, Shen Wenyuy was met with concerned inquiries about her first day at school and whether she had encountered any difficulties and how her classmates fared. Shen Wenyuy responded obediently, though internally, her thoughts began to spiral. "Oh dear, I am not a mere child embarking on my first day at school," she mused. "Well, if you choose to perceive me as a child, that grants me an excuse for any misunderstandings that may arise," she chuckled. "Yipum." Though somewhat exasperated by her daughter's lack of ambition, affectionately patted her head. If her daughter could lead a joyful life, what significance did her academic achievements hold? As the mother and daughter enjoyed their lunch, a young eunuch suddenly announced the arrival of the third prince. The third prince? Huipin, who rarely ventured beyond offering her respects to the empress, and had spent 7 years in the palace without ever encountering this prince up close, felt a twinge of curiosity. What could he possibly want? Meanwhile, Shen Wenyuy, engrossed in her meal, recalled her earlier confrontation with the third prince. She decided it prudent to forewarn her mother about the day's earlier exchange. Huipin, understanding her daughter's intentions, did not perceive her words as antagonistic. Rather, she thought the third prince was being unreasonable. As for Shen Wenyuy's remarks, children often bicker. Such matters are trifles. Turning to her daughter, who had been unjustly accused, she tenderly said, "Dearest, if you would rather not meet him, then we shall not. If your father inquires, simply state that you have not felt well since returning." Huipin recognized that the Imperial Medical Bureau, known for their indecisiveness, could not guarantee the princess's well-being. However, Shen Wenyuy shook her head, insisting, "Let him in. We are not intimidated by him." Both anticipated a hostile encounter, yet before them stood a boy with a flushed face, holding a box and stealing glances at them from beneath lowered lashes. "I pay my respects to the esteemed Lady Hui," he stammered. Rising, he took Shen Wenyuy's hand and placed the box in her palm. "I'm astounded. Who are you? You cannot be the third prince. I must admit, I preferred your rebellious demeanor from this morning," she teased. "Shall I assume this box contains poison, insects, or perhaps an explosive? I sincerely apologize for my earlier remarks. My father sent me to offer my apologies, and I sought this jade pendant from my mother's dressing box, believing it would suit you beautifully." As she observed his increasingly lowered gaze, Shen Wenyuy quietly opened the box to reveal a lustrous white jade pendant, exquisite in quality, adorned not with the trending Buddhist images of the time, but rather a delicate landscape painting. "This is far too precious, third brother," she exclaimed, hurriedly attempting to return the box to him. The third prince, hands clasped behind his back, refused to take it back, his bright eyes blinking at her imploringly. "Will you forgive me then? My goodness, our family genes are truly extraordinary. How can everyone be so striking? Is this not unfair? Your seventh sister gazed at me in the same manner last time, and I could not resist. Well, I find myself unable to resist once more," she conceded. Thus, Shen Wenyuy nodded. "As long as you refrain from speaking in such a manner again, I shall not make things difficult for you." Gazing into the pitiful eyes of the third prince, Shen Wenyuy found herself inadvertently adding a soft la at the end of her words, hoping that this friendly particle might somewhat soothe his emotions. The third prince, witnessing her swift forgiveness, felt considerably better than his elder brother, who clung to past grievances with a petty heart. A smile crept onto his face as he pushed a small box into her arms, saying, "Consider this a token of my brotherly affection. Remember to wear it." With a parting remark, fearing that Shen Wenyuy might refuse, he turned and dashed away, leaving behind a more bewildered Huipin. "This child seems rather different from what I have heard," she mused. "Wasn't he supposed to be a hot-tempered scion? Yet, to her observation, he appeared rather well-behaved. Moreover, Zhuang Pin's generosity was striking. Such exquisite jade was rare, especially with such intricate craftsmanship, likely from a renowned artisan. To think she would present it as an apology gift to a child was indeed a testament to the wealth and stability of these favored consorts. At this moment, the affluent and established Zhuang Pin was anxiously searching for the landscape jade pendant she intended to present to the Empress Dowager as a birthday gift. Had anyone come by in the afternoon? Unable to suppress her conspiratorial thoughts, Zhuang Pin wondered if someone had learned of her intent to gift this hard-to-find, high-quality warm jade, and had snatched it away prematurely. The chief palace maid beside her shook her head, stating, "Your Highness, only the third prince visited today. I have been watching and did not let anyone else in. The third prince was her own son. How could he possibly harm her? Yet, this maid was one she had brought from her family, with her servitude contract firmly in her grasp, making her the least likely to betray her." Zhuang Pin racked her brain, unable to fathom how the third prince, typically unlearned and struggling with recitations, had managed to recall her single remark about his mother's possessions as if it were etched in his memory. Chapter 45. Selecting palace attendants. Although the emperor had previously hinted to Hui Pin about her elevation in rank, the news had circulated throughout the palace, and it was tacitly accepted that her promotion was already being celebrated in hushed tones. However, the formal decree had only recently arrived. With her new rank, the palace required additional attendants, resulting in an increase of 2 palace maids and eunuchs. Hui Pin had planned to wait a few days to visit the Ministry of Internal Affairs in search of 2 capable and pleasing attendants. However, in the afternoon, the head steward, Chui Ping, personally arrived at Yonghe Palace with 8 attendants in tow. Chui steward, what brings you here? Hui Pin inquired. I come to pay my respects to your highness. Having heard the joyous news of your promotion, I have brought some attendants for you to choose from, hoping to share in the good fortune, he replied. Noticing the hesitation on Hui Pin's face, Chui Ping, having spent many years in the palace, was well aware of her inner conflict. He patted his chest and assured her, rest assured, these are all individuals of respectable lineage. I would not dare to bring anyone with a master to you. Should anything arise, you may certainly seek me. Wan Shu, observing from the side, was filled with emotion. A month ago, she could scarcely have imagined her master possessing such fortune. It is well known that the head of the Internal Affairs Office holds considerable power within the palace. Even the less favored concubines dare not provoke them, lest they suffer a reduction in their allowances without recourse. Upon hearing this, Hui Pin nodded in appreciation, acknowledging the effort that had gone into selecting these individuals. This was not mere favoritism towards Chui Ping, but rather a statement of fact. The servants who exit the palace embody its essence. It is not merely about physical beauty, which might attract the emperor's attention, but rather about possessing an upright demeanor and appropriate attire that exudes a sense of brightness. This may sound esoteric, but can be succinctly encapsulated in the term pleasing to the eye. The individuals brought by Chui Ping largely met these criteria. As Hui Pin's gaze swept over them, the servants instinctively straightened their posture. Since the time when Hui Pin was still merely a noble lady, many palace attendants had set their sights on the 2 vacant positions in Yonghe Palace following her promotion. Although a new concubine was soon to enter the palace, rumored to possess considerable potential, most still favor Hui Pin over the new arrival. Hence, the 8 attendants brought by Chui Ping had indeed triumphed against formidable odds to reach Yonghe Palace. Hui Pin was thoroughly pleased. They were all remarkable individuals. Unable to make a choice, she summoned Shen Wenyuy. Yuer, do take a look and see if any of these catch your fancy. But I am visually impaired when it comes to faces. Oh, mother, she lamented, and thus, she had no choice but to ask them to state their names. Upon hearing a few, Shen Wenyuy was taken aback. Isn't this one named Han Chan the same who died shielding her master? Such loyalty, but seems she hasn't yet entered the palace. How has she come to us? Oh, and there's Shui Xiao. She is an excellent cook. It is said she nearly prepared a national banquet in the palace's small kitchen. If only we could have a small kitchen here, with her around, we would surely be blessed. Hui Pin's eyes sparkled. My dear child, we must ensure such talent remains in our palace. After listening to the list, Shen Wenyuy realized they were all renowned attendants. It stands to reason. Anyone who could secure a position in Yonghe Palace must possess remarkable abilities and would not fare poorly elsewhere. Ultimately, Shen Wenyuy succumbed to the allure of a national banquet and chose Shui Xiao along with another young eunuch named Chang Shi, who had significant connections within the narrative. Watching Chui Ping depart with the remaining 6, Shen Wenyuy felt an inexplicable melancholy. Alas, I feel like the emperor discovering that this year's examination is filled with talent. Yet there can only be one top scholar. I truly do not wish to let this group leave. Hui Pin gently stroked her daughter's head, sharing in her concern. Indeed, she found the literate one quite commendable. It would be delightful to have her read aloud. As the number of individuals within the palace swelled, the hearts of its inhabitants grew tumultuous, and the monthly expenditures increased correspondingly. Consequently, Hui Pin relinquished her aspirations of seeking a favor from the emperor. In an inconspicuous corner, the second prince, bolstered by the guard assigned to him by the emperor, no longer feared those who had previously bullied him. It seemed that the emperor had warned their fathers after a thorough investigation, for for the second prince observed their faces adorned with bruises for several days. Eventually, they approach him to offer apologies, their demeanor surprisingly sincere. Yet, the second prince could not find joy in such reconciliations. The task bestowed upon him by the emperor in the Yangxin palace loomed over him, stirring feelings of anxiety that threatened to turn his hair gray prematurely. Unbeknownst to him, the elders of both families had likely caught wind of recent events and instructed their offspring to refrain from causing trouble. The second prince had never witnessed such docility from those two scions. It was quite astonishing. Usually, the son of the general who wielded military power would have his father's status emblazoned upon his forehead. Yet now he was apologizing after an unintentional encounter. The same could be said for the Yu family. Just days prior, the younger Yu had boasted about his brother's military achievements, but today he remained utterly silent. Were it not for the second prince's chance encounter with him, fervently speaking to a tree in the midday sun, he might have thought the boy had turned mute and was serving the greater good. They were not fools, after all. It was indeed a formidable challenge to provoke someone who was already on guard. The second prince began to dream. If only a sensational event concerning them could arise, one that would disrupt their composure. A gust of autumn wind swept by, and he tightened the rabbit fur cloak gifted by his sister around him. This marked the first time anyone had remembered to provide him with additional clothing. Little did he know, it was this very sister, whom he perceived as sweet and endearing, who would soon create such an opportunity for him. Chapter 46. The daughter of the chancellor. This year's selection of candidates for the imperial harem was scheduled to coincide with the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. Although Shen Wenyuy internally lamented that her royal grandmother might merely seek to collect birthday gifts from an increased number of concubines, the event nonetheless offered these newly arrived ladies a chance to present themselves before the emperor. Given the current frequency of the emperor's selections, it would take an eternity for each one to have their turn. After all, the bulk of the emperor's attention was monopolized by the Yonga palace, leaving the remaining high-ranking concubines with little to share each month. The emperor, after all, was but a man. He could not be expected to sow seeds continuously nor indulge in nightly revelries. This concern for her father's middle-aged health was evident in Shen Wenyuy's thoughts. In the selection process, Hui Pin's current rank was insufficient to sway the outcome. Thus, they could only remain in the palace, awaiting the choices of the Empress Dowager, the Empress, and the Emperor. Fortunately, palace regulations did not prohibit the concubines from discreetly inquiring about the selected candidates. It is said that knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in every battle. Therefore, Yonghe Palace dispatched the newly arrived Changxi to gather intelligence on the situation. The connections attributed to Changxi in the original text proved to be no exaggeration, as he swiftly returned with results. Today, the emperor has left behind 3 tokens. It is said that 2 were chosen by the Empress Dowager and 1 by the Empress herself. The 2 young ladies selected by the Dowager hail from modest backgrounds, yet possess gentle temperaments, presenting themselves as agreeable companions. Is it merely their mild demeanor that allows them to stand out among so many? Hui Pin, skeptical, gestured for Changxi to continue. The emperor's original intent was to bestow marital ties upon the royal family through this selection, thereby sparing his own harem from the necessity of retaining anyone. However, the 2 young ladies possess extraordinary backgrounds, as it is rumored that a sorcerer from Yuzhou personally divined their auspicious fates. He glanced at Hui Pin, stepping closer to whisper, "It is said they will bring forth prosperous offspring." Hui Pin understood. One could hardly blame the dowager for finding such fates appealing, especially since the current emperor's progeny are few. When compared to the emperors of previous dynasties, his number is not particularly small. Yet, in light of the former emperor's illustrious legacy of 16 sons vying for succession, one cannot help but notice that the current emperor has but a handful of children, all born within the confines of the royal residence. Since the emperor's ascension, no princes have graced the palace with their births. Such a scenario invites whispers suggesting that the emperor's rise to power was stained by the blood of his brothers, leading to a reluctance in male heirs to be born into the imperial line. Though these are mere rumors, they are unsettling, and the emperor's notorious reputation cannot be allowed to linger indefinitely. It is no wonder the dowager is anxious. Nonetheless, Huiping found the notion of auspicious fates to be laughable. Many concubines in the palace had conceived over the years, yet few children had survived. How could one speak of curses? Shen Wenyuy, as a proponent of socialism, could hardly tolerate such feudal superstitions. In this dynasty, there are still sorcerers, and such fates can lead to twins every 3 years. Moreover, the emperor's children are not so few. At worst, he could hasten his brothers to marry and produce heirs, rather than bearing the burden himself. Initially, Huiping found herself in agreement with Shen Wenyuy's sentiments. However, a thought struck her. If such metaphysical concepts were to be disregarded, what then of her daughter, who had been reborn with memories intact? Huiping mused. It is indeed difficult to find an explanation beyond the realm of metaphysics. She subtly shifted her gaze back to Changxi, inquiring, what of the remaining individual? Changxi, evidently cautious, bore a serious expression upon her otherwise jovial countenance. The last young lady is the legitimate second daughter of the prime minister, who was granted the title of noble consort upon entering the palace, though the emperor has yet to select her quarters. The prime minister's legitimate daughter, no wonder. Considering the connections between the prime minister's family and that of the empress, such a status would indeed facilitate the empress's intervention in retaining her token. Yet, Huiping's brow furrowed as a thought crossed her mind. The prime minister, oh, is she the one with 48 concubines at home, nearly rivaling the number in the emperor's harem? Huiping sighed heavily within. Upon hearing her daughter's gossip, her respect for the prime minister had dwindled to nothing. Nevertheless, with the 3 young ladies' entrance into the palace now a foregone conclusion, she could only silently hope they would not be housed within Yonghe Palace. Since ascending to the primary position, they have relocated from the side hall to the main hall, relishing the spaciousness of the Yonghe Palace, and are quite reluctant to share it with anyone else. Moreover, considering the unique identities of the 3 newcomers, Huiping can only choose to treat them with courtesy until she discerns the upper echelon's attitudes towards them. Unfortunately, nearly all the palace inhabitants share this sentiment. Who would wish for a rival to suddenly emerge as a neighbor? No one dares to trouble the emperor over such trivial matters of relocation. Consequently, the threshold of the empress's Jiaofeng Hall is nearly worn down. Within the Jiaofeng Hall, Kalin, adorned in a pink palace gown, sits upon a chair brought by the palace attendants, sipping her tea. Your Highness, your tea is refreshing. The tea in this palace is all bitter, and I truly cannot get accustomed to it. Gontang observes in Kalin's unrestrained manner of drinking, deeming it a waste of such exquisite tea, and quietly averts her gaze. The empress gazes down at her and coldly remarks, if you have something to say, do so quickly. I have matters to attend to. And Kalin chuckles awkwardly. Realizing her flattery has missed the mark, yet this embarrassment does not deter her resolve to continue speaking. Regarding the 3 newly arrived ladies, as you can see, my palace is quite small, and if they were to share it with me, it would surely be an inconvenience for them. The empress, fully aware of her insinuation, casts her a fleeting glance and replies, before you, 3 other concubines have approached me with similar concerns. However, in this palace, it is unreasonable for everyone to monopolize a chamber. Would you not agree? And Kalin can hardly refute this, and can only nod awkwardly in agreement. Having realized her objective is unattainable, she shifts in her seat, intending to take her leave. And Kalin, the empress's cold voice startles her, prompting her to sit up straight in response. Are you willing to alleviate my concerns? And Kalin's face reflects a grimace, as she anticipates the empress's forthcoming words. Internally, she silently chastises herself for having the audacity to come and voice her grievances, placing herself in the line of fire. Nevertheless, she forces a smile and respectfully states, Your Highness, please command me. I shall naturally follow your lead. Very well. The Empress finally reveals a hint of a smile. I shall arrange for Su Guiran to reside in your palace. As an elder in the palace, you must take good care of her. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. And Kalin replies, her tone rising in disbelief. Wait, who? Sugidan? Is it the one I am thinking of? She is taken aback. Isn't there a rumor in the palace that the Empress has ties with the Su family, leaving behind the name of Su Guiran? Why does she appear to bear animosity now? It is important to note that her Gongquan palace is not merely a minor issue. It is particularly isolated. And Kalin feels that Had she not been born into a less favorable background and had to assist her parents with various tasks, she would have been too frail to endure the daily journey to pay her respects to the empress without fainting multiple times along the way. Nevertheless, this is but a minor concern compared to the unpredictable whims of the emperor. The primary issue is not merely this. An official, Chiron, hesitated for a moment before hesitantly voicing her concern. But Your Highness, the main hall of the Gongquan Palace has not been cleaned for a long time. It may not be possible for Lady Su to move in on time. The Empress smiled as she took a sip of tea. What need is there for a mere noble consort to reside in the main hall? And Chiron fell silent for a moment, her heart racing with urgency. If the concubine were to be moved to the West Side Hall, would that not be an excessive display of power, relocating two consorts at once? You need not move. She may reside in the West Side Hall. And Chiron could not suppress her exclamation. It is well known that the East Side Hall in Gongquan Palace, in terms of both decor and orientation, is far superior to the West Side Hall. Yet, the Empress insists that Lady Su occupy that dilapidated West Side Hall, which is nearly as neglected as the Cold Palace. Enough, I have matters to attend to. You may withdraw. And Chiron was on the verge of tears. To say it plainly, with your attitude towards her, do you wish for me to poison her discreetly or to deliver a swift end? After such treatment, even a person of gentle temperament like Lady Su would be provoked. Who knows how she might react? However, Lady Su was evidently not of such a gentle disposition, and Chiron suspected she was more akin to a firecracker. This was confirmed when, upon her arrival, the sounds of shattered porcelain from the West Side Hall became incessant. Her personal maid, Guyu, cautiously poked her head out, only to retreat quietly and solemnly informing Chiron, "It sounds like a battle out there. I dare not venture outside." And Chiron lay back. "It's all right. Neither do I dare to go out. Let us endure this for now." Just as the two were becoming accustomed to the clamor outside, a sharp female voice began to scold, and Chiron mused, "How delightful. The palace is sure to become lively. It seems Lady Su can stir up more trouble than Yupin." At this moment, Yupin herself wore an expression of displeasure. "The Empress must be doing this on purpose, filling my Yongshou palace with 2 additional consorts when there are so many other palaces left unused." The sounds of moving items filled her ears, and Yupin could not help but pout in irritation. What fate is this? There are plenty of people in the palace who can conceive. Is the Empress deliberately trying to annoy us? When the Emperor declared that no new consorts would be admitted to the palace this year, Yupin felt a flutter of hope, thinking he must be doing it for her sake, to spare her from the jealousy of newcomers. Yet the Empress then introduced 2 lowly commoners. The fluttering hope within her was abruptly dashed. Observing her mistress nearly berate the high-ranking officials, Wenyuy could no longer contain herself and quickly interjected, "Actually, this may not be entirely bad, Your Highness." "Oh, with the new consorts entering the palace for the first time, the Emperor will certainly summon them. When he does, he will inevitably come to Yongshou Palace to see you, won't he?" Yupin retorted, "You truly are a genius. So, I am to watch the Emperor visit those 2 wretched women in the adjoining hall." Just then, seeing Yupin's anger boiling over, ready to smash the porcelain on the table, a nearby maid, who was busy cleaning, immediately knelt and exclaimed, "Your Highness, the Internal Affairs Bureau has stated that if more items are broken, we shall have to bear the cost ourselves." As I pondered the glistening silver that slipped away from me, Yupin fell into silence for a moment before reluctantly releasing her grip. At that moment, the 7th princess peeked her head inside. "Yeno, did Mother Empress not ask you to practice your dance? What brings you here?" The 7th princess revealed a bashful smile. "I was thinking about the new Mother Empress entering the palace, and how Lady Zhou remains alone in the Cold Palace. How pitiful. I thought to pay her a visit." Yupin was infuriated by her daughter's saintly remarks. "What do you mean, Lady Zhou? She is now but a commoner, and you wish to visit her? What bond do you share? What would you even say? That 3 new consorts have entered the palace, while she is destined to languish in the Cold Palace for the rest of her days?" As she spoke, Yupin suddenly realized the potential for mischief. Indeed, she could confront Zhou with such taunts. Yupin was still preoccupied with her scheme to frame Duan for a miscarriage. The thought of thoroughly irritating Zhou filled Yupin with renewed vigor. However, the child could not accompany her. She must not be led astray. For what if she ceased to be so obedient? "Wenyuy, Keep an eye on the princess and ensure she practices diligently. I shall take a brief visit to the cold palace to see Lady Zhou. It will honor our sisterhood." Observing Yu Pin depart with 2 palace attendants, Chunyu turned to the 7th princess. "Your Highness, was that intentional?" The 7th princess tilted her head, her voice youthful yet unwavering. "She was too noisy. I thought to give her something to occupy herself." Chunyu had no objections. After being struck by the splintered remnants of Yu Pin's domestic upheaval several times, she was eager for her to leave. "Now that the lady has gone, perhaps you should rest, Your Highness." Chunyu gently wiped the sweat from the princess's brow. They had been practicing nearly all morning. She could not fathom how Lady Yu Pin could bear it. Yet, the 7th princess shook her head, a rare, lively smile gracing her face. "I want to perform for my sister." Chunyu sighed and affectionately patted her head, unsure whether encouraging her closeness with the 6th princess was wise. Meanwhile, Shen Wenyuy, the subject of this master-servant duo's thoughts, unexpectedly encountered Lady Su. Noticing the beads of sweat at her temples and her slightly disheveled makeup, Shen Wenyuy remarked, "The imperial garden is vast. Why must a consort navigate toward Yonghe Palace, even causing her makeup to smudge? You appear quite fatigued." Shen Wenyuy did not perceive this as a chance encounter. However, Lady Su, with unearned familiarity, crouched down and forced a businesslike smile. "Oh, one adorable little girl. Whose child are you?" Shen Wenyuy was left speechless. "Sister, do you take me for a fool, or are you the one being foolish? Look at my imperial attire. Do you truly believe I belong to anyone but the royal family? It is widely recognized that the presence of brackets signifies the appearance of significant characters. Hence, I find myself at a loss for words today, writing only 4 lines. Oh dear. Chapter 48. You understand metaphors. The emperor, while en route to Yonghe Palace, faintly discerned the sentiments of his daughter. He waved his hand, halting the imperial carriage. The well-trained attendants came to a stop. Su Xuanfu leaned in, lifting the curtain, and inquired, "Your Majesty, is there something amiss?" The emperor cast a glance at him and softly remarked, "Let us linger here for a moment. I wish to admire the autumn scenery." Su Xuanfu gazed at the withered branches and leaves before him and suggested, "Your Majesty, I recall a beautiful grove of maple trees to the west, which should be resplendent in red at this time. Shall we not take a stroll there?" The emperor, engrossed in the sounds of his daughter, found his attention diverted by Su Xuanfu's interjection, rendering those distant sounds indistinct. He shot a glare at him, feeling inexplicably chastised. Su Xuanfu hastily lowered the curtain and touched his nose, pondering whether the emperor had discerned his connection to the Empress Dowager. Alas, he had no intention of entangling the emperor in matters of matchmaking. It was merely that the emperor himself could not defy the fervent wishes of his doting mother, who longed for grandchildren. What could a eunuch do in such a situation? Yet, the emperor's current preoccupation lay not with the 2 newly presented beauties, but solely with the sounds emanating from his daughter. "I'm not so familiar with you. Do not presume to pinch my face. I cannot believe it. Why speak ill of my mother before me? Do you take me for a fool, easily swayed by your insinuations?" "Ah, the consort Hui is also quite taken with the emperor. It is not her intention to neglect the little princess. This tea is utterly suffocating." Hearing his daughter mimic the affected tones of others, the emperor could not suppress a chuckle. It was evident that, from afar, he had heard a lovely voice, yet this girl's imitation was rife with mockery. Although he found amusement in the spectacle, he could not allow such dubious intentions to approach her. Thus, he gestured towards the source of the sound and made his way over in his carriage. Shen Wenyuy, initially resistant to Su Gairen's presence, had transformed her curiosity into a desire to witness what ludicrous remarks might emerge from her. She stood there, fixed in place, observing Su Gairen's performance, occasionally smiling and nodding, as if to affirm its brilliance. Seeing the 6th princess's demeanor soften, Su Gairen thought her earlier words had struck a chord, and a sneer crept upon her lips. Indeed, children are easily fooled. A mere deception ensnares them. She believed that the emperor's regard for her was of no particular distinction. However, Shen Wenyuy soon grew weary of the spectacle and prepared to leave with the palace maid beside her. Yet, When her eyes caught sight of the approaching imperial carriage and the fleeting glimmer of golden fabric beneath the curtain, a spark ignited within her. "Humph! For speaking ill of my mother before me, I shall teach you a lesson." The emperor raised an eyebrow, intrigued, curious about the mischief this little one might conjure to harm her adversary, and subtly signaled to his attendants to slow their pace. In a voice tinged with innocence, the young girl declared, "But my mother says that the new ladies in the palace are all here to steal Father Emperor from me. Is Lady Su one of those villains?" Su Guirin scoffed internally, realizing once more the child's naivete. Did the consorts enter the palace not for the emperor, but rather to adhere to the rigid palace rules, or to bow and pay respects at every turn? However, one cannot express such sentiments openly. Thus, Lady Su concealed her lips with a smile and remarked, "Your Highness, you are overly concerned. It is merely that I, as a concubine, once shared a close friendship with Her Majesty the Empress. My entrance into the palace is solely to honor that bond. You are nearly a decade younger than her. Can you truly claim such a friendship? You were but 8 when the Empress married, were you not?" Shen Wenyuy felt that she was genuinely being regarded as a simpleton, rolling her eyes in her mind, yet maintaining a sweet smile on her face. "Ah, it appears I have misunderstood your grace. It is just that in recent days, too many concubines have lingered at the gates of Yonga Palace, hoping for an encounter with father. They seem as persistent as flies drawn to excrement in the summer." The emperor, likened to excrement by his daughter, was not pleased. Similarly, Lady Su, mocked as a fly, could not maintain a pleasant demeanor and had to internally reassure herself. This is merely a child, just a child, indeed still a child. This thought barely helped her to mask her expression. Before she could regain her composure, Shen Wenyuy inquired again, then, "Dear sister, what brings you here?" The tone of her voice had shifted from innocent to one of earnest inquiry. Lady Su's expression stiffened as she recalled her father's previous words. "Our emperor is exceedingly suspicious. Recently, even your father has faced reprimands. Gaining his trust in the palace as a princess is no small feat for the 6th princess." This stark contrast heightened Lady Su's vigilance, leaving her momentarily at a loss for her premeditated excuse. Her gaze caught sight of a small Buddhist altar beside Yonga Palace. An inspiration struck her. She pointed in that direction, saying, "I have heard from the palace attendants that this small altar in Yonga Palace is particularly efficacious, perhaps blessed by the presence of Consort Hui and your Highness the 6th princess. Thus, I thought it fitting to pay my respects on my first day in the palace." Upon uttering these words, Lady Su couldn't help but mentally commend herself. "Look at how I have crafted a reasonable explanation while also flattering this mother-daughter pair. With this level of skill, that little girl is easily manageable." Shen Wenyuy had not anticipated that her thoughts would extend to the small altar, yet it mattered little. "Does your grace, much like the Empress Dowager, hold the teachings of Buddhism in high regard?" At the mention of the Empress Dowager, Lady Su's eyes brightened. If she could establish a connection with the Empress Dowager through the 6th princess. She contemplated this, and her lips immediately responded, "Indeed, I have always revered the teachings of Buddhism at home, particularly admiring those as devout as the Empress Dowager." Shen Wenyuy succinctly summarized her statement. "So, your grace entered the palace to cultivate a good relationship with mother, alongside your respect for the Empress Dowager, and not for father?" Lady Su furrowed her brow in thought. "Well, that seems to encapsulate the essence, though something feels slightly off." Nevertheless, she nodded in agreement. Shen Wenyuy revealed a hint of a smile as she turned her gaze toward the approaching imperial carriage, meeting the emperor's eyes with a look tinged with regret. Alas, poor father, lacking the allure of mother and the Empress Dowager. "The emperor has arrived." The sharp announcement from the eunuch jolted Lady Su from her daydream of ascending the ranks due to the Empress Dowager's favor. "The emperor? What brings him here at this hour? How much of what was just said did the emperor overhear?" "You were offered her respects to the emperor." The sound of the 6th princess's greeting prompted noble consort Su to instinctively bow as well. No need for formalities. Upon hearing this, noble consort Su felt as though she had been granted a reprieve, rising from her position. Given the distance and the speed of the imperial sedan chair, the emperor should have conveniently not heard her, right? Unfortunately, matters do not always unfold as one wishes. Just as noble consort Su believed she had narrowly escaped disaster, The emperor's icy words, "I instructed you to forego the formalities, not you," plunged her spirits back into despair. In her mind, the innocent voice of her daughter, wielding her father's authority, made the emperor feel a sense of helplessness. In truth, he held no interest in the new consorts selected for the palace. Managing to appease Huipin every few days had already exhausted him. It was merely the insistence of the Empress Dowager and the Empress that led to this situation. Moreover, the complex factions behind these three women meant that keeping them within the palace would at least bring enemies into the open, rather than facing concealed threats later. There was also a part of him that wished to hear Shen Wenyuy's insights. Thus, noble consort Su's entrance into the palace did not provoke his ire. After all, even gold can fail to attract affection, so how could she possess such a lure? Yet, his aversion towards her and the earlier description by Shen Wenyuy, likening her to a fly, sparked his irritation. However, he could not direct his anger towards his daughter, so it naturally fell upon the innocent noble consort Su. "I have just heard that you harbor no interest in me." The deep and authoritative voice nearly sent noble consort Su's spirit fleeing. Her father, Chancellor Su, was already treated like a grandson by the emperor. How could she withstand such pressure? Forgetting to even consider winning the sixth princess's favor, she quickly knelt on the ground in supplication. "Your Majesty, I am wronged. I meant no such thing. I only wished to befriend the sixth princess. I feared she would blame me for coming to the palace for your sake." Shen Wenyuy, feeling unjustly accused, interjected. However, the emperor dismissed her defense. "How could you possibly hold you accountable? She is such a well-behaved and obedient child." The obedient and well-mannered Shen Wenyuy lowered her head in guilt. Enough. The emperor, weary of her prattle, had already condemned her in his heart for previously sowing discord between her and Huipin. Since she had come for the empress, she would henceforth report to the Jiaofeng Palace daily, where she could copy his sutra before returning to the palace, conveniently fulfilling her devotion to Buddhism. He dared not send her to the Empress Dowager, for what if this ill-fated individual were to provoke her into an ill fate? Thus the empress, who had been enjoying the massage of a young palace maid, soon heard this dreadful news. If this person were to come before her every day, what was the point of having moved her so far away? Yet, it was not entirely without purpose. The daily round trip would undoubtedly subject noble consort Su to considerable indignities. The queen felt an immediate surge of motivation, as if her fatigue had vanished and her eyes no longer ached. She yearned for the dawn of the next day to witness the expression on that person's face when they greeted her in the morning. "Your Majesty," Lady Su exclaimed in astonishment, hastily pleading, "I would prefer to transcribe Buddhist scriptures in my own palace. Could you possibly refrain from sending me to Her Majesty the Queen's palace?" Shen Wenyuy interrupted her. But did not Lady Su just claim to have been a close confidant of the Empress Dowager? She grasped the emperor's outstretched hand and ascended the imperial carriage. Glancing back at Lady Su with a smirk, "Father is truly kind-hearted. Despite your disdain, he considers your well-being by ascending you to the Empress Dowager. Should you not express your gratitude?" Lady Su felt a pang of bitterness. So the two of them saw each other as paragons of virtue. Did they? After the emperor's carriage departed, Lady Su was assisted to her feet by her maidservant. A flicker of resentment towards the sixth princess emerged within her. Yet, she struggled to believe that the princess could have acted with malice. After all, she was merely a child, scarcely approaching her sixth birthday. Among her numerous half-siblings, any child of that age learning to vie for favor would be deemed a testament to their concubine mother's education. She instinctively resisted the notion that her fleeting feeling of imminent success had been a mere illusion. Today, as disruption had been caused by the emperor, she mused silently, vowing to draw the sixth princess to her side at their next encounter. However, she overlooked the fact that Chancellor Su's intention in having her approach the sixth princess was to facilitate her connection with the emperor. Now, however, he harbored no interest in her whatsoever. Chancellor Su, aware of his daughter's lack of prowess, had already begun discussions with his wife regarding potential candidates after receiving news from his spies within the palace. Lady Su appeared utterly unfazed by the prospect of her daughter being sacrificed within the imperial court. She had already begun to scrutinize the beautiful concubines in their household. "I find this one quite appealing," Lady Su remarked, presenting a likeness of a concubine's daughter to Chancellor Su, who, upon seeing it, could hardly contain his dismay, his beard quivering in protest. If Lady Wang knew her daughter was to be offered to the emperor, she would surely be furious with me. Lady Su scoffed lightly. I have noticed you have not been visiting her lately. What is there to worry about? Caught off guard by her observation, Chancellor Su chuckled awkwardly, claiming he was simply busy, yet ultimately acquiesced to her choice. After his departure, a confidant approached Lady Su, hesitantly suggesting, Madam, the second miss is still in the palace. If we were to use her as a pretext to send someone to the emperor, it might jeopardize the second miss's situation. However, she was quickly interrupted by Lady Su, who asserted, if she were capable of winning the emperor's heart, why would we need to send anyone else in? Recalling how her daughter was punished on her very first day in the palace, Lady Su felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. Do you think I desire to send that concubine's daughter into the palace? That wretched woman, with her beauty, managed to eclipse me at the height of her favor, and her daughter is likely to surpass her. If she were to gain the emperor's affection, I would have to find ways to appease that concubine. It is a thought that leaves me feeling utterly stifled. However, despite Lady Su's initial anger towards her husband's infidelity, as the years have passed and she has grown older, she has become accustomed to it and even begun to defend him. Recently, the emperor's attitude towards him has shifted, which you're surely aware of. He was once favored, but has recently shown signs of being sidelined during discussions. Lady Su sighed, contemplating the inscrutable nature of imperial favor, wondering what transgressions her family might have committed. Her son, Yuan, has only just secured a position in the Hanlin Academy. If his father were to be demoted by the emperor, what would become of his future? If it were not for Yuan, how could I bear to send my daughter into the palace? Su Yuan is Lady Su's only son, cherished and doted upon. The old matron, hearing her lament, sighed in response. Wasn't it simply a matter of hoping that the emperor would take a liking to the daughter of the Su family, thereby improving his attitude towards Su Yuan? She feigned a maternal heart, while in truth, she was merely pushing her daughter into the flames. Now that she has lost her value, she quickly seeks another pawn to take her place. Chapter 50. Conspiracy. The three newly entered concubines in the palace do not seem to have stirred up the anticipated turmoil. Aside from the remarkable debacle caused by Lady Su on her first day, inciting the emperor's ire, the other two, deemed by the sorcerer to possess favorable destinies, remained quietly in the side hall of Yongshou Palace, as if the two tumultuous figures did not exist at all. Yet, the more composed they appear, the more one must remain vigilant. Shen Wenyuy, observing the two beauties engage in a game of chess at a distant pavilion, stiffened, realizing she should retreat to the palace. However, the sound of the sixth princess's melodious voice reached her ears before she could make her exit. Once recognized, it would be embarrassing to feign ignorance. Thus, Shen Wenyuy had no choice but to greet the two palace ladies. These were the concubines selected by the Empress Dowager, said to be auspicious for bearing offspring. Frankly, in Shen Wenyuy's eyes, they were quite beautiful, each with her own distinct style. One, a delicate willow swaying in the wind, favored light-colored garments, while the other radiated a spirited elegance. For someone who values beauty, her initial impression of them was indeed favorable, were it not for their constant vigil over her. What kind of nonsense is this? The concubines chosen by her father do not gather at the entrance of Yangxin Palace. Why do they congregate here? Is there something about her that makes them behave this way? Moreover, these two clearly possess far more patience than Lady Su did initially. From their first encounter to gradually becoming acquainted, they have met at least 3 times. Each time, they do not burden Shen Wenyuy with lengthy conversations. Instead, they occasionally bring her fresh novelties from outside the palace or some homemade delicacies. To be honest, the former holds less allure than a piece of gold, and the latter, she fears might contain poison, is typically discarded for the rats. If only they could be as generous as the Empress Dowager, presenting her with grand jade ornaments as gifts, Shen Wenyuy would be most welcoming. However, it is evident that they are solely interested in cultivating a relationship with her. Ever since my sister and I encountered the princess, we felt an instant connection, a sense of familiarity, and we often found ourselves longing to converse with you, sharing tales of our recent curiosities. Considering you have never stepped beyond the palace walls, We wish to bring you delightful offerings. Shen Wenyuy could hardly contain her desire to pull over the elegant Su Gairen, who was diligently transcribing Buddhist scriptures in the Empress's quarters to compare her eloquence with yours. However, it seems that Su Gairen's initial encounter with His Majesty did not go as planned. Naturally, they could not always be fortunate enough to catch Shen Wenyuy alone. As anticipated, a petite figure leaped into Shen Wenyuy's embrace. Fortunately, due to the careful dietary restrictions imposed by Yuzhan, she had not grown as plump as the other children in the palace, sparing Shen Wenyuy from being knocked to the ground by the seventh princess. "Dear sister, what brings you here?" The seventh princess exclaimed excitedly, shaking Shen Wenyuy's arm. "Tomorrow is the Empress Dowager's birthday, and Yinner has prepared dance. I thought I'd give you a preview." Shen Wenyui's eyes sparkled with delight at this news. Just as she was about to respond, the two ladies behind her interjected. "We pay our respects to the seventh princess, but we have some matters to discuss with the sixth princess. Might we first introduce a few things to her?" These two talented ladies believed their polite approach was sufficient, not insisting she leave, but merely requesting a moment of her time. Unexpectedly, upon catching a glimpse of the items in their hands, the seventh princess grasped the sixth princess's hand, preventing her from continuing the conversation with them. Shen Wenyuy feigned helplessness, yet felt a surge of joy within, as she thought she might finally escape their grasp. "Your Highnesses, I truly must go, for my younger sister seldom has free time," she said. We watched the departing figures of the two children, unable to suppress a frustrated stomp of her foot, her youthful brow furrowing with impatience. Did the master not say she was merely an ordinary child? Why is she so difficult to please? We have gone to great lengths to prepare so many offerings, yet she remains indifferent. Moreover, the seventh princess, seemingly unbothered by the affection bestowed upon the sixth princess by their father, maintained a remarkably amicable relationship with her. After all, they were royal children, and such maturity was to be expected. In Kai-jin placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, cautioning, "You are too anxious today." Clearly, her standing was considerably higher than Wu Yu's, and upon hearing this, Wu Yu's spirit dampened, lamenting, "It is not as if I had a choice. Just the other day, I witnessed that girl accept all our gifts without a second thought. Today, we added that precious herb to the pastries. And now she is left. What a waste." This was a rare elixir procured by the master from the western regions. Once consumed, it enveloped the body in a delightful fragrance and had once been revered by the Western royal family as a beauty elixir. However, upon realizing its scent could cloud the mind, the formula was destroyed, and the physicians knowledgeable in its preparation were secretly executed. Were it not for the intention to manipulate the emperor of the Central Plains, the master would have been reluctant to utilize such a treasure. With every gain comes a loss, such is the way of the world. In Wanxian chuckled softly, yet the affection the emperor of the Central Plains shows towards the sixth princess is indeed beyond my expectations. Indeed, Wu Yu concurred, in our realm, it is usually the princes who are favored, but never to this extent. To what extent, you ask? It was as if they were simply a pair of ordinary father and daughter, their interactions effortlessly natural, yet imbued with an unmistakable intimacy. In Wanxian responded with a smile. Indeed, otherwise how could the sovereign permit us to administer the medicine to this little princess? After speaking, she averted her gaze, seemingly lost in thought. Had Shen Wenyuy been privy to the full names of these two individuals, she might have recalled their roles within the narrative. Originally, they had not entered the harem as consorts. When Shen Wenyuy first heard of a new consort with a fortuitous fate, she merely assumed it was a consequence of her literary transmigration, thereby introducing characters unfamiliar to her. However, as the saying goes, one cannot conceal all actions. Despite their belief in their successful masquerade, their true identities soon became apparent. Chapter 51, Victory. This occasion marked the Empress Dowager's 60th birthday. As such, the emperor decreed that the celebration be grandiose. Even foreign envoys in the Li Ming Hall were invited to the royal banquet, underscoring the emperor's determination to ensure that his mother's birthday feast would be renowned throughout the realm. The emperor, however, seemed overly concerned with appearances. Observing the bustling palace attendants outside Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager could not help but murmur a complaint. Shen Wenyuy, having discerned her insincerity through their recent interactions, teasingly remarked, "Then why does grandmother still wear a smile?" Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager instinctively touched the corners of her lips, only to realize they were not raised, prompting an authentic smile as she playfully glared at Shen Wenyuy. "You truly take after your father. You never allow me a moment's peace." Yet, the playful glint in her eyes bore no threat, causing Shen Wenyuy to chuckle as if she had triumphed. Madame Hien, observing the harmonious rapport between the grandmother and granddaughter, subtly extended her hand to shield the little princess from the risk of tumbling over in her amusement. The Empress Dowager noticed her gesture and cast a look of approval toward Madame Hien before drawing Shen Wenyuy closer into her embrace. Joyful occasions invigorate the spirit. The Empress Dowager, who already appeared youthful due to her diligent self-care, seemed even more rejuvenated today, radiating vitality. She pinched her granddaughter's cheek and inquired her, "Are you afraid to enter the palace with grandmother today?" Initially, Shen Wenyuy felt a mix of surprise and honor at the prospect of accompanying the Empress Dowager. Aware of the strict hierarchy within the palace, as a concubine-born princess, being led by the Empress Dowager was an immense privilege. It was akin to a prominent celebrity escorting a budding star down the red carpet, a splendid opportunity for visibility, subtly indicating the Empress Dowager's favoritism towards her. A typical 6-year-old girl might indeed feel anxious in such a situation, but Shen Wenyuy, having traversed the realms of fiction, was unperturbed by these circumstances. With her grandmother by her side, she felt fearless. Yet, why was I brought along? It feels rather sudden. The Empress Dowager affectionately ruffled her hair, reflecting that even with foresight, the essence of a child remains. She had nearly forgotten her own impending birthday. The Empress Dowager has long held a disdain for the rank of Hui Pin, the biological mother of Yuer. After all, she ought to hold the status of a consort. Otherwise, according to palace customs, Yuer's upcoming birthday celebration would be conducted in accordance with that of a mere concubine's daughter. However, since the emperor had recently mentioned Hui Pin's rank, it would be rather conspicuous for the dowager to bring it up again. Should envy stir amongst the courtiers, the dowager would not be pleased. Coincidentally, with Yuer's birthday approaching, it seemed an opportune moment for the dowager to bolster her reputation, ensuring that no one would dare to look down upon Yuer due to her mother's lower status. Should he hear of this notion, she might remark that concern often breeds confusion. It is well known throughout the palace that the dowager has showered affection upon the sixth princess. As for the empress, she has been generous with gifts, sending them in abundance to Yonghe Palace. Initially, he believed that the empress had subtly altered her demeanor after years away from the palace, only to realize that her indifference toward other princes and princesses remained unchanged, highlighting the sixth princess's exceptional standing. Particularly, the emperor's frequent visits to Yonghe Palace have not gone unnoticed. Recent gossip from Su Xuanfu revealed that the palace attendants at Yangxin Hall inquire first whether the emperor is headed to Yonghe Palace whenever he prepares to leave, underscoring his habitual presence there. Such overt favoritism among the three matriarchs of the inner court raises the question: how could the dowager presume that anyone might underestimate the sixth princess? He harbors no ill feelings toward the sixth princess. On the contrary, she cherishes her. For the arrival of the sixth princess has brought more smiles to the dowager's face, and he herself appreciates the lively and endearing nature of the child. However, one must acknowledge the adage, a tree that stands out will be ravaged by the wind. The frequency with which the new concubines seek the favor of Shen Wenyuy is telling. Should anyone harbor malicious intent towards the sixth princess, the complexities of palace dynamics could lead to unforeseen consequences, especially considering there are other children within the palace. If the other princes and princesses sense the bias shown by their father and grandmother, they may harbor their own resentments. As the banquet commenced, the eldest princess, initially animatedly observing the array of talented young men, eagerly grasped the hand of consort Nya to discuss potential suitors for her future husband. Suddenly, the lively atmosphere fell into a hush as the Empress Dowager, adorned in a luxurious robe lined with mink and crimson embroidery, made her entrance, accompanied by a little girl dressed in a butterfly-patterned celebratory gown. The eldest princess instantly recognized her younger sister, the sixth princess, and her previously radiant expression dimmed. Observing this, Consort Nye could not help but chide her. What is with that expression? This is your grandmother's birthday celebration. Do you not fear your father's admonishment? Speaking of their father only intensified the eldest princess's ire, her beautiful eyes reflecting a sense of grievance. Why is it that both the Empress Dowager and our father, even our mother, all show favoritism towards her? Although the eldest princess attempted to lower her voice, the resentment in her tone was unmistakable to Consort Nye. The latter, not one to remain docile, had once wielded her status as the mother of the eldest daughter to her advantage, ultimately leading to her downfall when the emperor stripped her of her title. Upon hearing her daughter's words, a pang of bitterness surged within her. You often speak of how the empress urged you towards your father. Yet if the emperor had shown the same benevolence towards the sixth princess as he does now, would we have found ourselves in such dire circumstances? If the emperor could maintain a consistently neutral demeanor towards the princesses, it would be acceptable, but alas, an anomaly has emerged. The other princes and princesses do not exhibit such fervent reactions as she does. The seventh princess is entirely consumed with thoughts of her sister, anxiously anticipating her performance at the highest platform. As for the remaining three princes, the first prince and the second prince are locked in a fierce stare-down, trying to vanquish one another with mere glances. How is it that you possess such a rabbit fur cloak? Was it not a gift from my sister? Has she bestowed it upon more than just me? However, upon noticing the third prince, who is engrossed in the banquet, they both exhale in relief. Fortunate that the one lacking common sense is not among them. Victory. Triumph. Chapter 52. A facade during the previous mid-autumn banquet. Most attendees were close relatives of the royal family, whereas this birthday celebration sees an influx of high-ranking officials. The emperor is poised, eagerly anticipating his daughter's critiques, ready to add certain treacherous ministers to his blacklist. As expected, when the court officials enthusiastically present their congratulatory gifts, the long-awaited spectacle unfolds. Goodness, I recall you being associated with the Yu family. Why do you now act as if you do not know them? The emperor thinks to himself, how naive of me to consider him loyal. You treacherous minister, how much of the people's wealth have you hoarded to amass such riches? No wonder your gifts are so lavish. The emperor casts a glance bemused. Ah, it is still his minister of revenue. Is the empty treasury due to your doing? Take note, I shall remember this. When your misdeeds are uncovered, your family will face ruin, and this year's military salaries will be secure. Ah, this name? Isn't he the fiancé of Sister Ijia? Ijia? The emperor and empress dowager involuntarily turn their gaze towards the gentleman. At first glance, he appears quite refined. Perhaps my judgment is not entirely flawed. That scoundrel who plays with three hearts, attempting to win over the three sisters, a Huang, an Ing, and their sibling trio. The two silently retract their earlier favorable impressions. What a facade of elegance! Beneath that visage lies a beastly heart. Fortunately, I have arranged to meet with Sister Ijia tonight, and will see this fiancé for myself. I am curious to discover what sort of person he truly is. To meet this Feng Kai, the emperor feels a twinge of concern. What sort of individual is capable of entangling himself with three sisters? Should Yue expose him directly, he might react in anger and commit some untoward deed. The emperor discreetly gestures to the captain of the guards, instructing him to send someone to follow the sixth princess. Yet, in his flurry of concern, he forgets that the Empress Dowager had already tasked several hidden guards to protect Ijia. Thus, when Shen Wenyuy is pulled by Ijia to meet her suitor, the two groups of hidden guards collide. They observe similarly attired individuals and can vaguely discern from their features that these are their fellow operatives. Regrettably, the shadow guards cannot utter a sound while executing their missions. They can only attempt to communicate through their glances. What brings you here as well? Are you also here to protect the county princess? With us present, the princess is sufficiently safeguarded. Perhaps the messenger has erred in delivering the message, so you should return to watch over the emperor. Alas, humans possess only two eyes. Were there but a few more, one might witness the spectacle of their pupils dancing upon their faces. The two groups, conversing through their gazes, were clearly not on the same wavelength, resulting in their failure. They could only huddle together in the shadowy corners beneath the eaves. Unfortunately, the location chosen by Princess Ijia was rather poor, leaving only this spot for slight concealment. At this moment, Feng Yunkai remained oblivious to the numerous eyes above him. Watching him intently, he took out a bracelet from his pocket, smiling as he presented it to Princess Ijia. "Here, this is a bracelet I crafted with my own hands. I hope you will like it." Having encountered countless exquisite treasures in her lifetime, Princess Ijia regarded them as commonplace, placing greater value on the thoughtfulness behind the gift. Thus, upon receiving the woven bracelet from Feng Yunkai, she was genuinely surprised, cradling it in her palms as she remarked, "Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable. You must have studied for a long time." Feng Yunkai, unabashedly confident, claimed that it was likely due to his innate talent. Shen Wenyuy interjected, "It is merely a bracelet bought from a roadside stall. You really are quite the braggart." Fortunately, she had come prepared, recalling the detailed description of the shop from a narrative. In a swift motion, Shen Wenyuy produced a bracelet identical to Feng Yunkai's from her own pocket. Tugging at Princess Ijia's sleeve, she widened her eyes in feigned curiosity and asked, "Sister, is this young man selling bracelets? Is the bracelet I purchased outside the palace made by Master Feng?" Furrowing her brow, Ijia took the bracelet from Shen Wenyuy's hand and compared it to the one Feng Yunkai had given her. To her astonishment, aside from the color, the stitches and shape were indistinguishable. She cast a skeptical glance at Feng Yunkai, who remained composed, exhibiting no signs of embarrassment upon being discovered. Instead, he chuckled heartily, "This signifies a connection between me and the sixth princess. I happened upon this stall on my way and consulted the proprietor. I never imagined you would also appreciate such a style." His explanation was not without merit, considering his usual commendable demeanor. Ijia chose to believe him and affectionately patted Shen Wenyuy's head, saying, "If you like it, we shall have your brother Feng craft one for you another day." Shen Wenyuy inwardly fumed at the thought of him being her brother. She longed to reveal the original plot to her cousin, but could not. Instead, she continued to press. "Father has said that it is better to teach someone to fish than to give them fish. I too wish to learn this craft. Could Master Feng teach me?" Certainly, but alas, there is no silk thread here, and a skilled artisan cannot work without materials," Feng Yunkai mused, believing that this remark would quell Shen Wenyuy's inquiries. Little did he know that, like a dog with a bone, she would persistently latch onto his vulnerable point. Had he not known that he had instructed a servant to purchase it, he might have thought she had discerned his casual acquisition of a trinket to placate Ijia. Unexpectedly, Shen Wenyuy directly dismantled the piece she had brought, unraveling several strands and handing them to Feng Yunkai. "Here you go, brother Feng." Upon meeting Ijia's eager gaze, Feng Yunkai felt a pang of dread, realizing he had forgotten that this girl had also brought a string of her own. Although slightly flustered, he dismissed the notion due to his inherent disdain for artisans. Having seen similar patterns before, he considered himself a scholar from a prestigious family, far more astute than the common folk. Surely, this would not pose a challenge to him. With a confident smile, he accepted the strands. The outcome was, as one might expect, rather dismal. Shen Wenyuy stifled her laughter. Her face nearly flushed as she beheld the peculiar creation he had fashioned. Just moments ago, observing his self-assured demeanor, she had believed he had genuinely studied the craft, only to discover he was merely a pretender. Ijia's expression darkened as she returned the bracelet to Feng Yunkai, demanding, "Speak honestly, did you truly make this yourself?" The evidence was clear before them. What could he say? He could only shake his head. Yet, unwilling to concede entirely, he added, "Ijia, I apologize. It is merely that my hands are clumsy, and I did not learn well. I feared you would think me useless." After all, they shared a bond of childhood familiarity. Witnessing his humble apology, Ijia's heart softened slightly, considering forgiving him this once for his initial transgression. However, Shen Wenyuy discerned her wavering resolve and was determined not to allow such concession. Chapter 53. Gifts I have come to appreciate, a saying frequently echoed by netizens. Virtue and a romantic disposition are the finest dowries for men. As for someone like Feng Yunkai, who gives gifts with such stinginess and pretends they are handcrafted, he ought to be sent to a male virtue academy for reform. Under the pretense of watching Seventh Sister dance, she pulled Ijia back into the hall. Ordinarily, Ijia would be reluctant to miss such a rare opportunity to meet her beloved in private. However, circumstances had changed. Deceived by a mere trinket from a street vendor, Ijia no longer held the same infatuation for him as before, and thus she obediently followed Shen Wenyuy away from the scene, leaving Feng Yunkai to glare at the meddlesome girl with resentment once they turned their backs. Cursed little girl. An unseen guard atop the roof caught sight of his expression and felt a shiver run down his spine. It appeared he harbored intentions of revenge against the little princess. Their eyes met in a tacit understanding. You stay and protect the princess. We will keep an eye on this fellow. But we are with the princess. Very well. You accompany the princess, and we shall assign some to monitor him. Agreed, but we truly are here to protect the princess. Thus, a consensus was reached. Under the cover of night, several shadowy figures discreetly followed the agitated Feng Yunkai as he stormed away. Inside the hall, the lively clamor of mingling guests swiftly dispelled the autumn chill that lingered outside. Only then did Princess Ijia seem to come to life, exhaling a sigh of relief. Shen Wenyuy leaned closer, resting her small head on Ijia's arm, and softly inquired, "Cousin, are you truly prepared to forgive him just like that?" Ijia felt the warm touch of a girl's cheek on her arm and instinctively reached out to caress her fluffy head, softly murmuring, "In this world, aren't all men like Feng Lang and Feng Yunkai? He is already one of the better ones, at least having grown up with me as childhood companions. Even if he truly becomes indifferent to our bond in the future." After a brief pause, Ijia sighed and continued, "At the very least, his family treats me well. Even if he were to change his heart, I could still lead a comfortable life." In that moment, Shen Wenyuy suddenly grasped the hardships faced by women in this era. She gazed into Ijia's dejected eyes and earnestly said, "But I believe, cousin, you deserve far better." Ijia, having experienced grand occasions and being at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, realized that her earlier expression could be misinterpreted by those with ulterior motives. Instantly, she reverted to her former flamboyant demeanor and smiled at Shen Wenyuy, asking, "What is it, Yuera? Do you dislike him that much?" Without hesitation, Shen Wenyuy nodded vigorously. If he truly valued the bond of childhood sweethearts as you do, he would never have acted in such a manner. Failing to learn to braid a cord is trivial. He could have simply gifted a different present instead of pretending to have crafted it himself to deceive you. The more she spoke, the more she felt he was lacking in sense, and she concluded in exasperation, "He wants to keep his treasures while also trying to appease you. It's a mere sleight of hand." Initially, Ijia felt a twinge of anger at her analysis, but seeing the girl nearly bursting with indignation, she found it amusing. "All right, cousin. I understand. Allow me to ponder it further. But you, so young yet so wise, does His Majesty often impart such lessons upon you?" If the emperor were to hear this, he would surely protest his innocence. In truth, it was she who was scolding herself internally. If he were to utter a harsh word to her, regardless of her thoughts, the Empress Dowager, who doted on her granddaughter, would suspect he might act against his kin. No jesting was involved. Just during the brief moment Ijia had taken her out, the Empress Dowager had inquired of her attendants over 10 times. "Has Yuera returned? Look, there it was again." The emperor felt as though his ears were about to develop calluses. Resignedly, he turned and said, "Mother, today you're the star. Why worry about that girl all day? With Ijia watching over her, it's surely." His words were cut short as the Empress Dowager shot him a reproachful glance. "How can you, as a father, be so neglectful of your own child?" The emperor retorted, "I have sent someone to keep an eye on them." "That is somewhat better," she conceded. However, the Empress Dowager's attention had already shifted entirely away from her son as she turned to beckon Ijia, who was approaching with Shen Wenyuy. "Great-grandmother." Shen Wenyuy immediately clung to the Empress Dowager's side, tilting her head up with a smile and asking, "Can you guess what gift Yuera has prepared for you?" This indeed posed a challenge for the Empress Dowager. In this palace, when concubines presented gifts, they typically consisted of rare materials or decorative items, both precious and safe choices. As for princes and princesses, they often bestowed copied Buddhist scriptures or paintings, a gesture of filial piety that subtly conveyed their diligent studies. Yet, with her question, it was clear that Wenyuy's offering would be something entirely different from the rest. In truth, the Empress Dowager was indifferent to the gifts presented to her. Her indifference meant that even if the offering were akin to weeds plucked from the roadside, through the lens of her affection for her cherished star, She could surely weave a narrative to justify it. She pondered deeply, proposing several guesses, all of which were dismissed. "You little rascal, just tell grandmother, for I truly cannot guess." Shen Wenyuy blinked, retrieving a small purse and placing it in the palm of the Empress Dowager. The Dowager squinted at the tender stitches adorning the purse, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "Did our Yuer make this herself?" Shen Wenyuy nodded, then eagerly opened the purse with her little hands. "The highlight lies within. I have specially prepared this for grandmother." The Empress Dowager reached inside, pulling out several small slips of paper, each inscribed in a childlike script with phrases such as obedient behavior voucher and shared meal voucher, representing various activities she would partake in with the Dowager. The author seems to suffer from a gift selection syndrome, often unable to choose presents, hence resorting to imitation. If you deem this commonplace, feel free to chastise the emperor. Each voucher was accompanied by a simplistic watercolor illustration. This marked the first occasion the Empress Dowager encountered such a birthday gift, prompting her to smile and inquire, "What is the purpose of these?" Grandmother can exchange these vouchers for corresponding activities with Yuer. The Dowager feigned anger. "Does this mean that without these vouchers, Yuer would not accompany grandmother?" "Of course not," Shen Wenyuy hurriedly refuted, her eyes darting away in a moment of guilt. "I realized that if the purse were filled solely with obedient vouchers, the quantity would be overwhelming. So I included a few others as well." The Empress Dowager grasped the implication, understanding that the child was aware of her usual mischief. Fearing that possessing an entire stash of obedient vouchers might render her completely submissive. Amused by this realization, she chuckled and affectionately ruffled the child's hair. "Grandmother appreciates your filial piety. This purse pleases me greatly." The Dowager examined it closely, exclaiming in surprise, "Is this embroidered with a golden pheasant?" "It is indeed vivid, though perhaps a tad plump." Chapter 54, What to Do? Why do I perceive this as a chicken? Isn't that the Antarctic immortal leading a spotted deer? I specifically asked the scholar, and he said it bears auspicious connotations. The Antarctic immortal and the spotted deer. The Empress seated below struggled to suppress a laugh, as though all her life's misfortunes had coalesced into this moment. How to put it, this scene felt oddly familiar. And even if that colorful creature were a spotted deer, where was the Antarctic immortal? Those few black lines beside it? You truly are an abstract master. However, while the Empress was stifling her laughter, the Emperor had skillfully begun to correct the Empress Dowager based on the clues. "Mother, this should be a spotted deer, and as for that lump beside it, it must be, the Antarctic immortal." The Empress was taken aback. "You can discern that?" "Oh, father truly understands me. I knew it was clearly embroidered more distinctly than before." Shen Wenyuy vigorously nodded in agreement from the side. The Empress Dowager was momentarily taken aback. Casting a glance at her son beside her, her expression tinged with an inexplicable emotion. As her gaze returned to the pouch, she closed her eyes and spoke with considerable difficulty. "Indeed, it appears I have misjudged at first glance. Truly, it resembles our U.S. craftsmanship, imbued with a certain ethereal charm." Hui Pin raised her wine cup to conceal her smile, yet an irksome voice drifted from the side. "You must be feeling quite proud, aren't you?" Hui Pin furrowed her brow, directing her attention to the contorted face of Yu Pin seated to her right. "I do not quite comprehend what you are insinuating." Yu Pin chuckled lightly, her eyes fixed on the group above, reveling in their merriment, her tone laced with resentment. "I mean, your daughter has garnered their favor so well that even you are riding her coattails to success. Surely you feel triumphant, believing you can overshadow me once more?" It remained a mystery who orchestrated the seating arrangements that placed this madwoman beside her. Even having Zhuang Pin, the taciturn one, would have sufficed. Hui Pin sighed, meeting her gaze with a gentle yet melancholic tone. "Believe it or not, sure you, I have never harbored the intention to overshadow you." After a brief pause, she added, "Neither now nor in the past." This familiar address transported you back 7 years to her early days in the palace. Perhaps it had been too long since she had reflected on it, for even her memories were slightly hazy. In truth, she and Yi Ran had shared a close bond upon their entry into the palace, verging on friendship. Yet, such camaraderie within the palace rarely culminated in a favorable outcome. From the time the emperor was but a prince, she had harbored affections for him, having encountered him on several occasions due to Yu Jisong's esteemed position. Entering the palace with hearts full of love and aspirations, she had envisioned herself and the emperor as destined partners. However, she soon faced her first setback in what she believed would be a smooth journey. The very one who claimed to enter the palace solely for sustenance, Yiran, was summoned by the emperor thrice, while she seemed to fade into obscurity among the other maidens. Perhaps it began with her repeated failures to gain an audience with the emperor. Or perhaps it was ignited by overhearing the palace maids discuss how her advantageous background allowed her to stand on par with Yiran. Unable to suppress her feelings, she took action against Yiran. Yet, as she recalled this, Yu Pin halted her thoughts. Human memory tends to skew in favor of oneself. She instinctively recoiled from recalling her own duplicitous exploitation of Yiran's trust. Nevertheless, the memories of Yu failed to evoke any semblance of guilt or nostalgia within her. And Yu Pin coldly remarked, "Had you not exhibited a desire to compete with me, could mere child have attained such heights?" Hui Pin shifted her position, distancing herself slightly, disinterested in engaging in a futile debate. "What should I do then? Indeed, I have benefited by relying on my daughter's triumphs. What do you propose?" Of course, she dared not voice this before Yu Pin, fearing the madwoman might lash out. Yu Pin maintained a stern expression as she observed the seventh princess complete her dance on stage, followed by some auspicious words that instantly earned a bracelet from the Empress Dowager. She joined the applause of the crowd, yet her heart remained somewhat dissatisfied with her daughter. Certainly, at such a tender age, her ability to perform at this level was commendable. However, this trifling reward pales in comparison to the sight of the sixth princess being escorted into the palace by the Empress today. In truth, according to the original narrative, there are only 3 princesses in the palace. The eldest princess is soon to be wed due to her age, while the sixth princess, long oppressed by her, finds herself in a position where the seventh princess, being the tallest among the shorter ones, is considered relatively favored. Furthermore, in the original timeline, the successful dance of Yu Pin garnered her additional affection from the emperor, providing her with a buffer that has improved her mindset considerably compared to the present. However, the arrival of Shen Wenyuy has altered everything, rendering Yu Pin's current state of mind akin to a rope tautly bound at the edge of a precipice, ready to snap with the slightest provocation. Fortunately, in her inebriated state, she was oblivious to the poignant exchange between her daughter and Shen Wenyuy on stage. Otherwise, she would likely have succumbed to an emotional breakdown right then and there. In the residence of the Prince of Hong, following their earlier altercation, Shen Wenyuy has been ordered by the prince to remain in the estate for reflection. Thus, apart from the prince and princess of Hong, only Shen Wenyuy has come to visit. As Shen Wenyuy observes the approaching figure of Princess Ija, she lowers her gaze and softly addresses the prince, saying, "Father, I have been seated for too long and feel somewhat unwell. I wish to step outside for some fresh air." Initially reluctant to acquiesce, the prince, upon assessing her pallor, relents, instructing, "Let one of your maids accompany you. Do not stray too far." "Thank you, father," she replies. The princess of Hong watches the slender figure of the concubine depart and cannot help but feel a sense of displeasure, scoffing, "She is always causing trouble." "Enough." The prince interjects, gazing at Ija's advancing silhouette. "You too are a mother. Conduct yourself with more composure." The princess has come to realize that, even without the presence of the favored concubine Yun, her incompatibility with the prince remains unchanged, and she no longer feels compelled to accommodate him. With another dismissive huff, she turns her attention to inquiring about the scenery outside and Ija's interactions with the sixth princess. Ija responds to each inquiry, but refrains from mentioning her meeting with Feng Yunkai. At that moment, Feng Yunkai leans against the railing, gazing into the distant night, troubled by his own thoughts. His concubine has been pregnant for 2 months, and though his mother insists on terminating the pregnancy, he is resolute in keeping the child. This is why he is eager to win Ija's favor, as he wishes to marry her before the child is born. Otherwise, should a son or daughter be born out of wedlock before their marriage, his prospects would be jeopardized, especially as the Princess of Hong would undoubtedly object, and most noble ladies in the capital would likely refuse to wed him. As he contemplates preparing gifts to charm Ija in the future, a melodious voice disrupts his thoughts. young Master Feng. Turning, he is met with the sight of a young maiden clad in a delicate light blue gown, her slender waist captivating his attention. His breath catches momentarily, and the annoyance he felt moments ago dissipates, replaced by a bright smile as he responds, "I am indeed Feng Wenyuy. But may I ask for your esteemed name, miss?" Shen Wenyuy naturally sensed his gaze, a fleeting glimmer of resolute confidence crossing her eyes. She then raised her head, adopting a delicate demeanor, declaring, "I am Miss Shen Wenyuy, the third daughter of the Prince of Heng's residence." She audaciously revealed her sister's name. Chapter 55. The Broken Sleeve, Shen Wenyuy. Is she not the willful and dim-witted half-sister spoken of by Yijia? Previously, whenever Yijia felt wronged by the trio of women, she would confide in Feng Wenyuy. Initially, Feng Wenyuy, believing himself to be Yijia's fiancé, felt compelled to align with her, and had joined her in speaking ill of them behind their backs. However, upon encountering Shen Wenyuy in person, his stance wavered unexpectedly. This fragile woman, in stark contrast to Yijia's usual grievances, appeared anything but the victim. Contemplating the cunning of the women in his father's inner court, Feng Wenyuy furrowed his brow, realizing that Yijia was indeed of a similar ilk. Yet, the individual before him was merely a concubine's daughter. Though Feng Wenyuy's family lacked the opulence of the Prince of Heng's residence, with Yijia's esteemed status preceding her, he found himself disinterested in the identity of this half-sister. Thus, while he felt a tinge of sympathy for the beauty's unjust plight, he maintained a prudent distance. "May I inquire what brings Miss Shen here?" As the third sister of Yijia, he deliberately mentioned Yijia, aiming to assert his own standing and indicate that he was willing to converse further out of respect for her. However, this cold demeanor did not deter Shen Wenyuy. Man, after all, a sardonic smirk played at the corners of her lips, as if she were blind to his earlier actions. Shen Wenyuy blinked, and the tears she had been nurturing began to cascade down her cheeks, as if the man's behavior had pierced her heart. Her voice turned choked with emotion. "Mr. Feng, I have come solely to extend my congratulations to you and my sister." "Congratulations? What is there to celebrate?" Feng Wenyuy, irked by thoughts of his uncertain marriage, lost his pleasant demeanor even in the presence of beauty. Observing his expression, Shen Wenyuy, already on the verge of tears, turned her head away as if stung, whispering, "I know, Mr. Feng, that you are to marry my sister, and naturally, you must maintain distance from other women. Yet from the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt a connection. So why do you treat me as if I were venomous?" Before Feng Wenyuy could respond to the ambiguity of her words, his excitement over the mention of marriage prompted him to step closer, grasping her shoulders. "Marriage? Where did you hear this?" Shen Wenyuy averted her gaze, fearful that he might detect her disdain. What judgment does Yijia possess to link herself with such a scoundrel? "I accompanied the princess into the palace precisely to seek the Empress Dowager's decree for marriage." Feng Wenyuy's previously taut heart suddenly relaxed. If the Princess of Heng had indeed sought the Empress Dowager's blessing for the union, it was likely that she was content with the arrangement. Thus, he felt assured that their first child could arrive safely. He was even moved by a burgeoning sense of paternal affection. If Yijia is concerned, it would be simple enough to expel that concubine and register the child under her name, as has always been the practice of the father. After the weight in his heart had lifted, he became acutely aware of the position he occupied with Miss Shen. The delicate shoulder beneath his palm trembled slightly, and the warmth of her skin, even through the barrier of her autumn attire, distinctly conveyed its presence to his hand. Feng Wenyuy was not an inexperienced youth unfamiliar with the pleasures of intimacy. On the contrary, due to his parents' indulgence, he had become a frequent visitor to the pleasure quarters. Naturally, being a sheltered woman, Yijia was oblivious to such matters, as his parents had always shielded him from scrutiny. As Feng Wenyuy savored the delicate sensation in his palm, he could not help but marvel at the refinement of a daughter nurtured in a royal household, even as a concubine. Her fair complexion surpassed that of the recent star attraction at the Yihong courtyard. He hastily reined in his thoughts, quickly retracting his hand from her shoulder. Yet, recalling the ambiguous words that had escaped her lips, he could not resist the temptation to touch her again. He feigned a sense of alarm as he turned to Shen Wenyuy. Apologizing for his earlier excitement, and any offense it may have caused. While he offered his apologies, he found himself pondering the unusual fragrance that adorned the daughters of noble families. Had he truly inhaled such an enchanting scent? He had merely brushed against her clothing, yet his hand now bore the lingering essence. Shen Wenyuy lowered her gaze in an act of modesty, though her eyes remained vigilant, discreetly observing his reaction. Noticing his dazed expression, as if he were leaning against the railing in a stupor, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed her mother's secret concoctions were indeed effective, and she had not been misled. Leaning against the railing, Shen Wenyuy gradually felt his thoughts blur. Even the figure of Shen Wenyuy appeared to fragment into three. Master Foam? Master Foam? What troubles you? Your complexion seems rather pallid. May I assist you to a private chamber for a moment's respite? Shen Wenyuy, in a daze, acquiesced, disregarding the propriety between men and women, and with her outstretched hand as a support, managed to rise unsteadily from the railing. The concealed guards nearby were at a loss. In this sparsely populated locale, they finally had the opportunity to converse. Should we intervene? The leader of the guards hesitated for a moment before speaking. There is something amiss with the fragrance emanating from Miss Shen. Those suited for covert operations possess senses far sharper than the average person, and I detected an aroma akin to an enchanting incense with the recent breeze. Yet, it is peculiar that Miss Shen seems unaffected. After a brief moment of contemplation, the leader made a decision. You two follow them closely. Do not allow this to escalate into a fatal situation. I will return to inquire with the Emperor. Understood. The remaining two guards responded with a bow. However, once he departed, a youthful guard with a cherubic face could not help but question, Kongqing, does resulting in death refer to pregnancy or actual death? The man addressed as Kongqing was silent for a moment. Shen, what is it? Given our superior's temperament, which do you think it would be? Well, considering that old-fashioned mindset, it should be the latter. Then why even ask me? You would do well to start behaving like a mute immediately. Otherwise, do not blame me for rendering you one. Shen lamented the absence of a beloved companion, silently mimicking the act of zipping his lips. However, as the two approached the door of the secluded chamber, they indeed heard some indescribable sounds emanating from within. Shen glanced reproachfully at Kongqing, his eyes pleading. See, I told you this was a possibility, yet you insisted I remain silent. Is there no law anymore? Kongqing shot him an irritated glare, whispering, did you not discern that only male voices are present inside? Shen's eyes widened in shock, disregarding Kongqing's earlier threat, exclaiming in disbelief. Are you suggesting that this Miss Shen is disguised as a man? Or that this young Master Feng is a... His voice was a mixture of delight and astonishment, akin to a child discovering a roll of toilet paper just as they find themselves in a predicament. Kongqing sighed. I am weary. Let us end this madness. Who will escort this rabid dog away? Chapter 56. Instant understanding what I mean is, young Master Feng has succumbed to an intoxicating potion and is likely lost in an illusion. Shen grasped the implication immediately. Oh, you mean he is engaged in that? Kongqing was too fatigued to respond. Using a nearby tree branch, he leaped onto the roof, cautiously lifting a tile. Fortunately, the noise within was considerable, so his slight disturbance did not alert the two inside. However, upon witnessing the scene, he nearly wished to gouge out his own eyes. Young Master Feng was shamelessly engaging with a pillar. He ought to be grateful that the palace's columns were so smooth, or the consequences could have been dire. Shen, seeing him ascend, grimaced and followed suit, becoming equally stunned. This Miss Shen was indeed a remarkable individual. Was she not supposed to be a demure young lady? Yet, she appeared even more composed than the two men in such a situation. They exchanged glances, each silently thinking, Leader, please return quickly. We are at a loss regarding this situation. The leader they called upon had just returned to the Emperor's side, due to the secretive nature of the guards. He had hurriedly donned the attire of a palace eunuch, though the deep-colored patterns at his collar were blue. Upon seeing the blue design, the Emperor immediately recognized him, and as he feigned pouring wine, he furrowed his brow and whispered, Did I not instruct you to protect the princess? She is within the palace. Why have you come to see me? The imperial guards were distinguished by their colors. and the emperor naturally recognized that the blue-clad guard was the one assigned to accompany Ijia. Songlong whispered a few words, and the emperor's expression grew increasingly grim. It was revealed that Ijia's third sister had drugged the one surnamed Feng, jeopardizing his reputation. Such an occurrence in this dynasty was indeed shocking. Although this era was relatively lenient regarding matters of gender, a woman's loss of virtue was far more consequential than that of a man's. I wish to clarify that I am merely discussing an alternate historical context and do not intend to express any views on contemporary gender relations. Regardless of gender, everyone must protect themselves. Moreover, should she be struck by another, the reputation of this lady would be irrevocably tarnished. Initially, as a royal illegitimate daughter, she might have aspired to marry into a household of slightly lesser stature. However, with this commotion she has stirred, the inevitable outcome would be to be born into the Feng family as a concubine, and the Feng family is hardly among the most esteemed. Having orchestrated this mischief, she would find herself relegated to the status of a mere concubine, subjected to the disdain of both her husband and his family. Furthermore, the emperor cast a wary glance toward the location of the Hung prince's residence. He distinctly recalled that they had brought only one illegitimate daughter, the second in the family hierarchy, no less. Could it be that he had erred in his recollection? Yet, pondering the deeds of Shen Wenyuy in a previous life, the emperor found a morbid satisfaction in witnessing their mutual conflict. You shall keep watch. Once the situation has reached its climax, bring some palace attendants to catch them in the act. Ensure it creates quite the uproar. The emperor's words faltered. No, this was the empress dowager's 60th birthday. Should such a scandal arise, not only would the festivities be marred, but the royal family would also suffer public disgrace. Approaching the age of discernment, with children nearing marriageable age, he had no desire to endure the wrath of the empress dowager. Although she might refrain from taking drastic measures due to his position as emperor, the shadows of their past still loomed large. Thus, he quickly amended his command. First, seize those two for me. Once the banquet concludes, I shall personally deal with them. In the dimly lit chamber, Shen Wenyuy pinched her nose, gazing impatiently at the man before her, who resembled a lustful dog. Why was this taking so long? She distinctly remembered that whenever her father visited her mother, it would not be long before he would call for water. Hung Wang sneezed and thought to himself that, indeed, autumn had arrived. He had dressed too lightly today and was likely catching a chill. He glanced at the time, then turned his gaze to the empty seat beside him, feeling a twinge of confusion. Where could Qinger have gone for so long? Yet, reassured by the presence of her maid and the stringent security of the palace, he believed she was safe from harm. Unbeknownst to him, she was not in peril. Rather, she was the one plotting mischief. Observing her intended victim let out a low growl before collapsing to the ground, Shen Wenyuy tugged at her clothing to make it appear disheveled. She then pressed her mouth to her arm, leaving several red marks. Counting the moments until he regained consciousness, she gradually moved closer to Shen Wenyuy, even dragging a chair for herself. Watching the woman on the ground, whose name she had heard mumbled repeatedly over the past quarter hour, Shen Wenyuy felt an unexpected sense of injustice for her sister. Though she could be indecisive and temperamental, occasionally committing foolish acts, Shen Wenyuy was indeed unworthy of her. She applied some white powder to conceal the vermilion mark on her arm, then used a small knife she carried to draw a little blood from her heel. Letting it drip onto the floor, other locations were too easily discovered. After arranging the scene to her satisfaction, Shen Wenyuy propped her head on her hand, waiting for her counterpart to awaken and continue the charade. At that moment, the three on the roof were left utterly astonished. Is this truly a woman? Qianshan swallowed hard. Observing the two wooden posts beside him, utterly devoid of any reaction, he poked at Kong Qing's waist. Hey, why don't you ask the boss what the emperor has to say? What's the issue? The boss is right there. Kong Qing shot him a disdainful glance. Songlong, overhearing their banter, remarked coolly, if you continue this ruckus, I will have you both thrown out. The emperor instructed to first restrain these two individuals and would attend to the matter himself later. Upon hearing this, Qianshan's cherubic face contorted into a frown. That man looks filthy. I refuse to deal with him. I will handle the woman instead. Moments later, the emperor arrived hastily. seeking an excuse to leave. He feared that if the banquet concluded and the effects of the drug proved too potent, it would be problematic should Feng Yunkai encounter any issues within the palace. Su Xuanfu stood by, holding a lantern in one hand while slowly pushing open the door with the other. What greeted his eyes was a man roughly wrapped in a piece of cloth, presumably a bed curtain, with a shadowy figure sporting a cherubic face and a grim demeanor standing behind him. On the other side, a disheveled woman was struggling incessantly, flanked by two scowling hulks. Su Xuanfu pondered the situation. He recalled that this young Master Feng was a martial arts practitioner. So why was there only a shadowy guard assigned? The personnel distribution seemed amiss. Chapter 57, Secrets Additional Update. Initially, when Shen Wenyuy was subdued, she presumed that Feng Yunkai's commotion had attracted passing palace servants, inciting her to kick him in frustration. However, upon observing the attire of her captors, she began to suspect they were intruders attempting to rob the palace. She contemplated leveraging incentives to persuade them to release her. It was only when she laid eyes on the emperor that she felt her body weaken in fear, collapsing to her knees, her mind a tumultuous mess. How could this happen? She had been meticulous in her concealment. How could she have stirred the emperor's attention? Originally, she had merely feared that if this matter were to be exposed, she would be forced to marry someone like Feng Yunkai. Panic surged within her at the thought of the emperor discovering that she had smuggled an aphrodisiac into the palace. The consequences would be dire. However, unexpectedly, he offered, "If you tell me the origin of this drug and your motives for this act, I can arrange a marriage for you and him." Marriage? Shen Wenyuy looked up at the emperor in astonishment. It was unheard of for a sovereign to arrange a marriage without the intent of making her a concubine. He was trading the rightful position of Feng's wife for her honest confession. Shen Wenyuy clenched her fists, quickly making a judgment. The drug was left behind by her mother, intended to facilitate a union between young Master Feng and her sister. Sister? The emperor furrowed his brow. Are you not the third Miss Shen? My sister has been confined at home by our father, so I have taken her name. Goodness, how dramatic. Do continue. Do not stop. I yearn to hear more. The emperor fell silent. How had this girl managed to follow him again? He hastily commanded Su Xuanfu to cover the unconscious Feng Yunkai with another piece of curtain. Such indecency should not be seen by children. Shen Wenyuy understood she needed to clarify everything to the emperor before Feng Yunkai regained consciousness. Otherwise, if he were to learn the hidden truths of the entire affair and discover that it was his own design that had sabotaged his marriage, even if she were to marry into the Feng family, it would yield no favorable outcome for her. Thus, without the emperor's prompting, she hastily divulged everything. It became evident that she harbored intentions not only to shatter her sister's happiness, but also to ruin her younger sibling. Seizing the opportunity while her sister was confined, she used a secret potion left by their mother to abduct Feng Yunkai, intending to feign a defiled appearance after the act, compelling him to propose to her afterward. Shen Wenyuy believed she had anticipated every possible scenario, such as if Feng Yunkai were unwilling to take responsibility or if her father opposed her actions. She even stationed her maid in the corridor to prevent any palace maids from passing by. However, she had not foreseen that the emperor would dispatch secret guards to monitor Feng Yunkai. Although this was merely a splendid misunderstanding, the emperor furrowed his brow, having not encountered such unscrupulous tactics in quite some time. Yet, upon reflecting on the recently uncovered scandalous deeds of Feng Yunkai, he felt a sense of relief. Perhaps fate deemed these two a perfect match, orchestrating their union. But, isn't Shen Wenyuy your sister? Why would you wish her harm? Why can't I rush in and demand answers? I am utterly frantic. The emperor, initially poised to depart, silently turned back. Shen Wenyuy, filled with vigilance, assumed he might have had a change of heart, only to hear him inquire, "Why do you seek to harm your sister?" The daughter recounted how, from a young age, she had stumbled upon her mother engaging in infidelity with various men. Her mother coerced her into keeping this secret under the threat of death. At first, she envied her sister's blissful ignorance, which gradually morphed into jealousy, culminating in her irrational actions. The emperor cast her a cold glance, recognizing that she was not entirely truthful. Yet, as the sounds of satisfaction echoed in his mind, suggesting that his daughter was on the brink of exuberance, he chose not to pursue the matter further. I shall arrange a marriage for you, but you must explain matters to Feng Yunkai yourself. As for those secret potions, I will dispatch my men to confiscate them. Should you engage in such behavior again, I will not show leniency. The hidden guards behind him suddenly relaxed their grip, allowing Shen Wenyuy to realize that her ability to remain upright was entirely due to their support. She collapsed to the ground, her attire in disarray. Yet she felt a profound sense of having narrowly escaped a dire fate. In truth, she had perceived from the Emperor's reaction that he did not believe her. Yet for reasons unknown, he refrained from further inquiry. Her mother had not threatened her with death, but rather intended to reveal her lineage to the Emperor. Throughout the years, she had nurtured the illusion that she was also a cherished child of both the Emperor and her mother, for as long as the topic of infidelity was avoided. Her mother indulged her every whim, even bestowing upon her the secret potions obtained from Yaojiang for future protection in marriage. However, this was merely an illusion. From the day her mother passed away, Shen Wenyuy had felt an impending revelation of the secrets she had concealed for so long, as if they were destined to be exposed to the harsh light of day. Consequently, she had committed patricide, and out of jealousy for her sister's audacity to charm their father, she found herself embroiled in her current predicament. The latter part of one's life, tethered to such a man, may well be a form of retribution. The Emperor caught the fleeing dumpling in the corner. "My goodness, father, how did you discover my hiding place?" The Emperor playfully teased her. "Because our ewer is too odorous. I followed the scent to find you." Shen Wenyuy exclaimed, "What nonsense! I bathe every day." The Emperor chuckled softly as he lifted her up, her muffled voice resounding on his shoulder. "If you think I smell, then don't hold me. All right, I was just teasing you earlier. Our ewer is not stinky at all. It's simply that your father has a spiritual connection with you. So no matter where you are, I can always locate you. You were just teasing me again." The Emperor chuckled softly, offering no reply. "Father, could you perhaps arrange for some hidden guards to protect me?" "What? Afraid of retribution for your misdeeds?" "Not at all," Shen Wenyuy retorted defensively, feeling guilty. "It's just that my father attracts too much enmity. I fear that one day, others might retaliate against this innocent little princess. Rest assured, I have already made arrangements. Just call for them, and they will come to see you." "Oh yay, you are the best, father." "Humph, what does that mean? Do you not believe in my sincere love for you?" The Emperor fell silent. Is it that kind of love, the one that is deeply felt? Chapter 58. The plan proceeds. Additional update. Consort Shu languidly nibbled on the snacks on her plate, her gaze occasionally drifting to the second prince, who wore a sullen expression as he stared across the table. This situation had persisted throughout the entire banquet. Consort Shu felt that having such a presence beside her was dampening her appetite, and she finally could not help but ask, "What are you staring at? Hurry and eat something. Are you not hungry?" Since the last incident of complaints, their relationship had softened somewhat, evidenced by the fact that the second prince would at least respond when Consort Shu initiated a conversation. "Mother, is that cloak on elder brother a bit familiar?" At her words, Consort Shu glanced up and, with a slight acknowledgement, returned to her pastry. "It was given by your sixth sister. It resembles the one you are wearing." "Of course it's familiar." Unexpectedly, the second prince grew agitated. "She even gifted it to elder brother?" Consort Shu was taken aback by his sudden outburst, nearly choking on her pastry that had lodged in her throat. "Child." Consort Shu was at a loss for words. "You both are her brothers. What is the issue with her gifting something to both?" The second prince turned his gaze away, his ears flushed with embarrassment. How could he articulate it? That he had felt a sense of specialness with his sister and had reveled in it for several days? Utterly humiliating. Consort Shu pointed at the third prince, offering him a few words of comfort. At least the third prince received nothing, right? Moreover, you neither play with her nor converse with her. It's already commendable that you are thought of you. Why are you quibbling over this? Should you reflect on your own issues first? The second prince pondered and understood. His sister was akin to their father. They were the consorts in the Emperor's palace, needing to constantly remind him of their presence to be favored. Consort Shu, in a bewildering manner, sensed that the look the second prince directed toward the first prince bore a hint of the jealousy that the concubines displayed towards one another during their daily greetings. She busily stuffed 2 pieces of cake in her mouth to calm her nerves, thinking that perhaps she was merely hallucinating due to exhaustion. While tears streamed down her face in silent anguish, she mused that the date cake from the imperial kitchen had become increasingly delectable. Perhaps she could request to spend the night there. Seizing the moment while the second prince and the first prince were engaged in a silent standoff, she discreetly moved the plate before him to her own side, relishing the delightful treat. Success. The Empress Dowager, out of affection for Hui Pin, feared that she might feel lonely below, and once the emperor retrieved Shen Wenyuy, she would send her to keep the emperor's company. Thus, Shen Wenyuy was positioned between Hui Pin and Yue Pin as a buffer. Feeling the piercing gaze of the original protagonist, as if she were a predator, Shen Wenyuy thought, "You truly are my dear mother." Earlier, she had been running around and scarcely eaten. Now that she finally had a moment to herself, she indulged heartily in the meal prepared by the emperor. Yue Pin frowned at the sight of her excessive eating and turned to grasp her daughter's hand. "All you do is eat. What will your father think if you grow fat?" However, her eyes drifted toward Shen Wenyuy, clearly suggesting something deeper. Frankly, such veiled sarcasm could hardly divert Shen Wenyuy's attention from the food. Compared to the witty remarks of contemporary netizens, this was rather lackluster. Yet, seeing her sister's forlorn gaze fixed on the food, Shen Wenyuy could no longer contain herself. "What kind of mother are you? How dare you?" In an instant, the gazes of the emperor, the empress dowager, the empress, and the imperial concubine all converged upon them. Hui Pin subtly shifted away, under the scrutiny of these figurative spotlights. Shen Wenyuy reached for the fruit tea before her, feigning difficulty. Then, in a theatrical manner, she overturned the teacup, spilling its contents directly onto Yue Pin's face. Before her expression could twist in shock, Shen Wenyuy dramatically shrieked and retreated into Hui Pin's arms. "Child, if she goes mad, we might both be in trouble. I can't protect you." Yue Pin, in disbelief, wiped her face only to find her hands smeared with white powder. Her makeup, the look she had painstakingly prepared to present to the emperor, was now ruined. Before she could start her tirade, Hui Pin preemptively took the initiative. "Wanshu, what on earth were you doing? The princess couldn't reach that cup of tea, and you just stood by watching? You even got Yue Pin splashed. Hurry up and slap yourself 20 times. Her voice boomed like cannon fire, leaving Yue Pin no room to interject. Wanshu, suddenly sharp as attack, began to slap her own face vigorously. In her heart, she felt a swell of pride, thinking, "This is a trick I learned from the seasoned courtiers. It's all about making a big fuss with little consequence." Indeed, after 20 slaps, her face remained unscathed. Yue Pin, fully aware that this pair was toying with her, stood up to deliver a slap of her own, eager to demonstrate the proper force of a royal reprimand. "Yue Pin," the emperor's voice halted her actions. "What transpired in your court? Why this uproar? Your Majesty first called upon me," she thought, convinced he must have witnessed her distress and intended to defend her. In an instant, her anger morphed into a sense of grievance as she turned tearfully towards the emperor. "Just now, I was sitting peacefully when the sixth princess insisted on splashing tea upon my face, and Hui Pin even sheltered her. How can a mother properly educate her offspring under such circumstances?" Aware of the Empress Dowager's recent favoritism towards Shen Wenyuy, she feared that her trivial grievances might escalate into something more significant. Thus, she redirected her attack towards Hui Pin. However, her current appearance evoked no sympathy among the higher-ups. Rather, it was somewhat alarming. The mixture of black and white powder on her face resembled a scene of carnage. The Empress turned her head away, unwilling to witness it further. The Emperor, faced with her visage, opened his mouth yet could not utter the term beloved concubine. While he was momentarily lost in thought, Shen Wenyuy had already prepared herself. Chapter 59. The flavor was overwhelming while Yue Pin continued to play the role of the sorrowful beauty with tear-filled eyes. Her appearance bore more resemblance to a crime scene due to the state of her face. Meanwhile, Shen Wenyuy, nestled in Hui Pin's embrace, was sobbing, her small shoulders heaving. Hui Pin, in a daze, took the third handkerchief from Wanshu and pressed it against her face. 3 handkerchiefs. How could this child cry so much? Once Shen Wenyuy realized her commotion had drawn everyone's attention, she opened her swollen red eyes to gaze at Yue Pin. A sudden pang of apprehension struck Yue Pin as she heard Shen Wenyuy's lament. "I am sorry, Lady Yue Pin." "Woo." You should not have been thirsty and gone for water, Wu. Yu Pin's eyes burned with fury. Who forbade her from drinking water, and how dare she lay false accusations? Yet, the mother and daughter spoke at an ever-increasing pace, interrupting each other. It's all my fault. Please do not blame Wan Shu, Wu. She has already struck herself many times. Her face is unrecognizable. If you wish to punish someone, let it be me. Wan Shu, quickly realizing the shift in situation, bowed her head, covering her face, and feigned sobs. Well done, Wan Shu, you are indeed teachable. Shen Wenyuy cast her an appreciative glance before turning to interrupt Yu Pin once more. However, Wu, if Lady Yu Pin wishes to strike me, could it wait until after grandmother's birthday celebration? I do not wish to disturb the festivities, Wu. Having concluded her performance, she wiped her tears while glancing at Yu Pin. Now it is your turn to perform. Do you sense the fragrance of green tea and white lotus emanating from me? It is suffocating. This is what you get for denying the 7th princess her meal, you scoundrel. Denying the 7th princess her meal? Several gazes shifted towards the 7th princess, and indeed, they noticed that the dishes on the table had scarcely diminished over time. Naturally, such a well-behaved child like you would not randomly splash water on others. It must have been Yu Pin who provoked her. Oh, how obedient and caring she is towards her younger sister. Such a perfect child. As for the labels of green tea and white lotus, what could they possibly mean? They were clueless. In that moment, Yu Pin felt several piercing gazes upon her. She could hardly believe her eyes as she looked at Shen Wenyuy. Had this little brat truly become enlightened? How could someone so young utter such irritating words? Your Majesty, please allow me to explain, she implored. I had no intention of striking the 6th princess. It's just that my face has become like this, and, naturally, I feel aggrieved and wish to teach that made a lesson for Hui Pin. Upon hearing her own part in the drama, Wan Shu pressed her face hard with her hand, then lifted her head to reveal the prominent red handprint that lingered on her cheek. Just moments ago, everyone's attention was focused on Yu Pin and Shen Wenyuy, who would pay heed to a mere maid. Now, upon seeing her face, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, and whispers of discussion arose behind Yu Pin. Wan Shu hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy. Your Highness, spare me. I have already slapped myself 20 times. The princess is timid. If you truly ruin my face, she will cry and disturb both the emperor and you in the middle of the night. Now she had invoked the emperor's name. Yu Pin could no longer endure this. Both the master and servant had invoked the Empress Dowager and the emperor. If she allowed them to continue, who knows, they might even involve the late emperor. Thus, she chose to retreat strategically, turning to the emperor, who professed his affection for her. It is indeed my fault. I should not have sat beside the 6th princess, provoking her displeasure. I should not have made a fuss about punishing the maid after being splashed with water. After all, Sister Hui Pin is so favored. I am unworthy to discipline her maid. She expected the emperor to refute her self-deprecating words and offer her comfort. To her astonishment, he merely nodded and said, Indeed. Yu Pin was left speechless. Indeed, what do you mean by indeed? The emperor recalled the recent secret reports from the front lines, which stated that Yu Tsongyan had launched a failed surprise attack with 500 troops and was now captured as a hostage. It seemed Xia was also preparing to act. He instantly straightened up, feeling a sense of liberation wash over him. Finally, he need not play along with the Yu family's charade concerning Yu Pin. With this newfound freedom, he spoke with greater candor. The 6th princess is still a child. As an elder, you should bear some responsibility. Moreover, she has always been innocent and kind-hearted. How could she possibly seek trouble with you? I never imagined such words. That she was merely a child would feel so soothing when directed at me. The emperor felt a sense of understanding dawning within him. Alas, what a pitiful child. Having never experienced familial love in her past life, such words could truly move her. Thus, his gaze toward Yu Pin grew more accusatory. And what is this you say? That you are unworthy to discipline a maid? Such sentiments could lead others to misunderstand Hui Pin. Yu Pin felt numb. No, could it be that you discern my meaning? Yet, you could not catch the sharpness in your daughter's earlier words? Hui Pin had already taken the initiative to sever ties with her maid in her own training. Why must you be so aggressive? This is the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. One should show mercy where possible. Have you not lived as wisely as a child? The Empress Dowager, disinterested, merely remarked, "Someone, assist Yupin in attending to her appearance." Yupin found herself rendered speechless. Had she been able to hypnotize herself in the past, perhaps the Emperor's affections for her would have merely been a fade, a shield against further schemes targeting her. Yet now, confronted with such blatant favoritism, she could no longer deceive herself. Could it be that her love, enduring through the years, was not but a one-sided yearning? The grieving Yupin followed the palace maid sent by the Empress Dowager to change her attire, appearing as though she were a victim of unfair treatment. Yet, Shen Wenyuy felt no compassion for her. Her gaze shifted to the previously overlooked Qi, who regarded her mother's departure with an impassive expression, lost in thoughts unknown. Although she was Yupin's biological daughter, her mother seemed entirely indifferent to her existence, consumed instead by her own grievances and desires for revenge. Shen Wenyuy bit her lip, quietly moving closer to pat the girl's shoulder. "She has left. You may eat now." A hint of trepidation arose within her. Although Qi occasionally sought her out for play, she was still her biological mother. What if Qi were to become upset? To her surprise, the seventh princess's voice, frail and trembling, reached her ears. "Sister, do you think I am of no use?" "What?" Shen Wenyuy was taken aback by the girl's line of thought. "I cannot defy mother. I must rely on you to stand up for me. Am I truly so worthless? Heavens, what a remarkable child." In an instant, Shen Wenyuy's eyes brimmed with compassion. Meanwhile, Chunyu looked at the seventh princess with incredulity. "Cannot defy? Who? You?" Chapter 60. Madness. Chunyu's expression was one of complex emotions as she observed the seventh princess obediently leaning against the sixth princess. Should the latter offer her something she typically disliked, the seventh princess would comply without hesitation, resembling a mere puppet, easily manipulated. She quietly averted her gaze, unable to witness such a sight. The atmosphere had softened, and seeing that Shen Wenyuy was not truly aggrieved, Xu Fei returned her attention to her meal. Alas, it seemed that the heavens conspired to distract her from her dining pleasures. The second prince's spectral voice once again reached her ears. "Mother, do you think sixth sister prefers seventh sister a bit more?" Xu Fei quietly set down her chopsticks, lest she choke on the audacious words that might follow. She mused that, if she were in the emperor's place, she too might find the seventh princess more endearing. However, Xu Fei refrained from voicing such thoughts, as the bond between mother and son had only just begun to mend, and she did not wish to jeopardize their fragile progress with a careless remark that could lead to resentful accounting. Thus, she carefully chose her words. "Boys and girls part ways at 7, you know? Even if you were, longs to be close to you, dear brother. Such displays cannot occur in public. However, the seventh princess may." Seeing the second prince nod in understanding, Xu Fei felt a sense of reassurance regarding her approach to child-rearing. Yet, in his mind, the second prince began to formulate equations of his own. Thus, it can be inferred that seventh sister is permitted to be in public with sixth sister, yet he must maintain a distance due to their differing genders. He silently cast a glance toward his father, the emperor. Beside him, eunuch Su Xuanfu seemed to be a permanent fixture by the emperor's side. Suddenly, he realized that seventh sister was akin to him. In an instant, jealousy dissipated. How could a eunuch be compared to a consort? After the commotion, Prince Hung finally encountered Shen Wenyuy. Noticing the stains marring her attire, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "What have you been up to? How did your clothes become so dirty?" Shen Wenyuy managed a strained smile. "I merely brushed against a clumsy little palace maid while out, father." "Yes, you. I am unharmed." Once she had navigated Prince Hang's inquiries, Shen Wenyuy took a seat beside Yijia, her emotions a tangled web. Recalling the emperor's reminder, "Disclose your sordid deeds to Yijia. Should I witness Yijia in sorrow over your actions, you can anticipate the consequences." The very phrase haunted her thoughts, as she shuddered at the lengths he would go to secure his throne. Resolving to confess to Yijia upon returning home, she steeled herself. "What?" Yijia could scarcely believe her ears. Staring incredulously at Shen Wenyuy, she exclaimed, "You possess an audacity I never imagined. I thought you had turned over a new leaf, yet it seems a dog cannot change its nature." The revelations were staggering. The affair between consort Yun and numerous guards. The sister's lack of blood relation to the emperor, Feng Yunkai as hypocritical fade, and the shocking betrayal of even one's own sister, all too surreal to comprehend. Yijia felt as though the pages of a storybook had sprung to life. Her mind was a tumult, overwhelmed by so much information that she scarcely had time to mourn her own feelings. You truly did not deceive me? The imperial decree for marriage is to arrive tomorrow. Surely I lack the ability to manipulate the emperor into granting me such a favor. Indeed, Yijia paced back and forth, contemplating how deeply the emperor would grieve if he were to learn of this. I implore you, do not disclose this to father. Why not? Shen Wenyuy lowered her gaze. Although I know you may find it hard to believe, I do not wish for father to know that I am not his daughter. I genuinely regard him as my true father. Unable to restrain herself, Yijia struck her across the face. Have you considered that your actions would also anger and hurt father? Why is it so difficult for you to admit that you coveted the title of county princess, even at the cost of your own father's life? Family ties? You, of all people, speak of kinship? Yijia found it utterly laughable. If Shen Wenyuy truly valued familial bonds, she would not be so eager to sever ties with her biological mother, betray her innocent sister, and murder her own father in an attempt to deceive the emperor. Though her anger had momentarily led her to strike, Yijia now regarded her cold-hearted sister with a newfound wariness. As the other party sat on the ground, face concealed in a moment of bewilderment, Yijia hurriedly lifted her skirt and rushed to the door of her father's study, knocking anxiously. When Shen Wenyuy was awakened from her slumber by a maid, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. However, upon changing her clothes and arriving in the hall, the sight of her sister kneeling on the floor rendered her utterly speechless. Could it be that father had discovered her involvement in a murder? Shinner, the Prince of Hong, rubbed his temples, having consumed some wine, and upon suddenly learning such a plethora of information, he found himself at a loss on how to address the daughter he had once cherished, albeit not of his own blood. Sighing deeply, he instructed, "Come here and listen." Shen Wenyuy, in a daze, complied and stood to the side. Yijia recounted all that Shen Wenyuy had confided in her earlier. Shen Wenyuy felt numb. How could so much transpire from a single banquet she had not attended? Her biological sister, attempting to cast her away as a concubine? Overcome with disbelief, she echoed Yijia's earlier question, why? Yet, Shen Wenyuy merely knelt silently, head bowed, offering no response. Were it not for your elder brother. The Prince of Hong sighed, his visage momentarily aged with sorrow. If your brother had not uncovered your actions and compelled you to explain to Yijia, would you have concealed this from me for the rest of your life? His reluctance to speak further was a testament to his inner turmoil. Shen Wenyuy remained on her knees, unwilling to utter a word. The Prince of Hong scoffed, since you exhibit no remorse, I shall draft a decree to remove you from the family registry. In a fit of anger, he flicked his sleeve and turned to leave with Yijia and Shen Wenyuy. It was only then that Shen Wenyuy, akin to a wooden statue, regained her composure and grasped his sleeve, exclaiming, "No, no, father. What of her? She is not your daughter either." Her finger pointed accusatorily at Shen Wenyuy, who was attempting to stealthily slip away beside Yijia. Shen Wenyuy retorted, "I truly cannot believe you, bringing up such matters when I am about to escape successfully." Before the Prince of Hong could respond, a maid beside Shen Wenyuy knelt and pleaded, "Your Highness, please show mercy. Since learning she is not your flesh and blood, the young lady has long wished to reveal the truth to you." She hurriedly presented a folded note from her sleeve. Upon opening it, the Prince of Hong discovered the meticulously penned revelations that Shen Wenyuy had kept hidden from him. Shen Wenyuy silently expressed her gratitude to her astute maid. However, after much deliberation, the Prince of Hong ultimately declared, "In light of our years of paternal affection, I shall allow you to retain your title as county princess, yet you must reside at the estate until your marriage." "Father," Shen Wenyuy exclaimed in a panic, "I would rather forfeit this title. Please, allow me to remain in the household to serve you. You are my only remaining kin." As for Shen Wenyuy, she had no desire to have a sister who might secretly plot against her. However, the Prince of Hong, who had indulged her since childhood, resolutely withdrew his hand from hers. "I believe you are a good child, yet I can no longer trust my own judgment. It was my leniency that allowed you and your sister to remain, nearly causing harm to Yijia and Shinner." Gazing upon the face he had known since her infancy, he felt an undeniable pang of reluctance. Although she was not his biological daughter, he had cherished her for many years. Even a dog elicits affection, let alone a living human being. Ultimately, he steeled himself to act upon his initial decision to send her away. You shall depart now. Your father has arranged for a steward to escort you to the estate. Do not worry, the scenery there is quite pleasant. If you find yourself bored, feel free to stroll about the city, but do not return. Having said this, he left with the incredulous Ijia in tow. Shen Wenyuy collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. What was this? It turned out that the absence of blood ties meant the Prince of Hung was willing to bestow upon her that identity. What then was the purpose of all she had done? She surveyed the royal residence where she had grown up, feeling a surreal sense of absurdity as if caught in a dream. She heard her sister's anguished screams as she rushed to confront her, demanding answers. Yet she felt no pain, only a quiet laugh escaping her lips. You are truly mad. Her sister's voice trembled with fear. Soon after, the last remnant of familial bond departed from her life. The following day, upon learning that the Prince of Hung had stripped Shen Wenyuy of her status, and that the emperor had decreed her marriage to the Feng family, Minister Feng, despite his affection for his son, could not help but confront him upon returning home. Did I not instruct you to comfort Princess Ijia yesterday? Whom did you end up charming instead? Feng Wenyuy scoffed. Father, though Qing'er is a concubine's daughter, her talent and beauty far surpass that of Ijia, and she has been personally betrothed by the emperor. What is there to be dissatisfied with? Huh, a concubine's daughter? She is no longer a county princess. She is merely a commoner. What? This time, Feng Wenyuy was taken aback, hastily inquiring, Father, what do you mean by this? Minister Feng, barely managing to sit in his chair, leaned against the backrest, supporting his weary form as he recounted the events of the court to his son. Having finished, he disregarded his son's further questions and walked straight out, muttering about retribution. They had once schemed to ensnare that young girl into their family as a stepmother, and now their own family had fallen victim to schemes. Truly, the tides of fortune shift unpredictably. In the Sinang Palace, the Empress listened to Mama Hien recount the day's happenings, nodding in rare satisfaction. If Hung could remain this clear-headed, why would he blame his royal brother for not assigning him significant duties? A biological brother is indeed more trustworthy than others. If the Prince of Hung were reliable, the emperor would have long appointed him to a role, rather than leave him with a nominal position in the Ministry of Revenue. Look at this fabric. It is quite suitable for a young lady. Mama Hien leaned in for a closer look, smiling as she nodded in agreement. Your discernment is always exceptional, but alas, the sixth princess may not be able to utilize it for several more years. This is not intended for Yuer. It is a dowry for the eldest princess. Regarding this matter, the Empress Dowager is quite troubled. She had initially uncovered the identity of the despicable individual responsible for the scandalous substitution of heirs. Yet the cunning nature of the perpetrator left her without tangible evidence. She contemplated urging the emperor to investigate further, ideally leading to the arrest of the individual. Having encountered countless people throughout her life, the Empress Dowager found it hard to believe that someone capable of such treachery as allowing a concubine to take the fall would possess a clean reputation. Unfortunately, the emperor once again favored this man as a potential prince consort, leaving the Empress Dowager exasperated, wishing to strike her son for his consistently poor judgment. Of course, his affection for Yuer was the sole instance where his discernment proved accurate, and the Empress Dowager had no desire to tarnish her little lucky star along with him. However, having spent years in the secluded palace, she pondered how to justify her investigation into Feng Wenyuy. Thus, she merely requested the emperor to conduct a more thorough inquiry. It was unfortunate that Feng Wenyuy, likely aware of the unfolding situation, had fortified his household's defenses like an impenetrable fortress. Being a formidable figure in the borderlands, he had no shortage of allies unwilling to risk offending him by leaking information. This predicament left the Empress Dowager in a rare state of perplexity. Moments later, she had an epiphany. Why was it necessary to uncover concrete evidence? The quest for evidence was merely to ascertain the guilt of the individual in question. Since she had already discerned that he was indeed questionable, Why not fabricate evidence to ensnare him? Thus, the diligent Shen Wenyuy, who had been lying in wait at the academy to alert her elder sister, learned that the prince consort Fang Wensheng had been accused of treason, leading to a raid on his home. What was happening? Although he was indeed an undercover agent from a neighboring country within the narrative, he was among the most deeply concealed. How could he be dealt with so easily as a mere pawn? She recalled that in the story, it was the elder princess's identity that was discovered by consort Nya, resulting in the imprisonment of both parties in a dungeon, while Fang's family was thoroughly investigated for inconsistencies. Little did they know that at that moment, Fang Wensheng was equally bewildered in his cell, questioning his identity, his whereabouts, and his purpose. To make matters worse, upon receiving the news of his undeniable capture, the Emperor of Zhou promptly discarded him as a pawn. Fortunately, he still had a fiancée who bribed the guards to deliver a letter to him. Initially, he believed it contained instructions for his escape, but upon reading its contents, he realized the true reason it had been allowed through. He had promised her that upon marrying the princess, he would confine her, allowing her to assume the role of the princess herself, believing that his heartfelt intentions would earn her some compassion. Instead, the letter bluntly stated, "Dear Fang, I have learned of your predicament, and I am deeply pained. I know you love me, and to spare you from worrying about my future in the afterlife, I have become betrothed to the fourth prince. Do not concern yourself with me. Go in peace." What on earth was going on? Now, Fang Wensheng found himself unable to rest in peace. The only glimmer of good fortune was that he remained unaware that the evidence leading to his capture was not hidden within the tunnels of his home, but rather fabricated by the Empress Dowager's agents. Otherwise, he would have been far beyond restless, likely to rise from the dead in the middle of the night. Chapter 62. Protecting one's own. The Grand Princess propped her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed upon the window, lost in contemplation of an unseen world. Beside her, a young lady from the Ministry of Revenue leaned in with a playful smile, following the direction of her gaze and understanding the unspoken thoughts. "Rest assured, your sister has not come today. The sixth princess had been lurking around these past few days, insisting on meeting the Grand Princess. However, the Grand Princess seemed disinclined to encounter the sibling who had usurped their father and mother's affections, instructing her entourage of sycophants to deceive the sixth princess into believing she was unavailable. Seeing the Grand Princess's lack of response, Xinya wore a sardonic smile and whispered, "That girl is quite persistent." After being dissuaded for 4 or 5 days, she finally stayed away. "If you truly cannot bear her, I could gather a few people to teach her a lesson. What do you think you are doing?" Unexpectedly, the Grand Princess rose, denying Xinya any semblance of face, and confronted her. Xinya's smile froze, and with a deep breath, she managed to maintain her composure. "Just to give your sister a little education. Are you not the one who despises her the most?" She lowered her voice, wary of being overheard. Although they were alone in the study, walls have ears, and should their words reach the wrong ears, it would spell trouble. The Grand Princess glanced out the window again, confirming the absence of the familiar figure, before turning back with impatience. "Is she your sister or mine?" "Of course she is yours. Mind your own business. My sister does not require your intervention." With that, she stormed out, not forgetting to turn back and warn Xinya, "I know you are full of tricks. If you dare to act against her in secret, do not blame me for your misfortune." Left alone, Xinya silently lamented her predicament. What kind of person is this? Did you not just declare your disdain for her? Curse it! All you princes and princesses are insatiably difficult to please. When Shen Wenyuy was intercepted by the Grand Princess, she was somewhat perplexed. Her bewilderment deepened when she saw the Grand Princess shove aside Qin Huai, standing nearby. "Sister, my own sister. This is the main antagonist, and we are but cannon fodder. What are you doing? Why did you not come today?" "Huh?" Shen Wenyuy regarded the Grand Princess, who was panting from her rushed approach, and after a moment of reflection, she grasped the meaning behind her words. Yet, as the narrative unfolded, the scoundrel prince had already met his fate, and discussing him seemed rather peculiar. Moreover, she had little interaction with the Grand Princess in her daily life. Thus, she merely deflected the conversation, responding ambiguously, "Your friend said you were not here, and I thought I would be a bother. They are not my friends. The Grand Princess swiftly distanced herself from those individuals. Ah, Shen Wenyuy nodded in understanding. She awaited the next words, yet the Grand Princess's ears blushed without any further dialogue. Wait, was that last punctuation a period? An awkward silence enveloped the two, who were nearly experiencing their first face-to-face conversation. Shen Wenyuy subtly shifted her feet. Well, since your highness is unoccupied, I shall take my leave. She cast a pleading glance at Shen Wenyuy, who merely stood there as a mere decoration. Oh, the villain, where is your power to suppress the expendables within your narrative? The atmosphere is so awkward that I can hardly bear it. Wait, the Grand Princess, upon noticing their intent to depart, resolutely interjected, I am not in the least busy. What I mean is if you have the time, you may come and find me again. The last sentence tumbled from her lips in such haste that Shen Wenyuy barely comprehended her words, responding with a perplexed huh? The Grand Princess, flustered and irritated, shut her eyes momentarily. She had only been willing to entertain the idea of accompanying him out of pity for his solitary plight. If he had no desire to seek her out again, so be it. With a stamp of her foot, she departed, leaving Shen Wenyuy alone, alongside Shen Wenyuy, whom she regarded as scarcely human. Shen Wenyuy, despite his efforts to restrain himself, could not help but inquire, is she mad? Shen Wenyuy gazed at her retreating figure, unable to fathom the whims of a young girl in the throes of adolescence, and could only scratch his head in uncertainty, murmuring, I don't know. Perhaps she's just in a bad mood? It was all rather perplexing. Shen Wenyuy swiftly rendered his judgment, noting that even he, with his typically gentle temperament, found it difficult to endure her outburst, having spent the past days in her company. Shen Wenyuy had sensed that he did not appear as gentle as the original text described. Upon further reflection, it seemed he might still be grappling with the shadows of childhood. After all, boys do change significantly by the age of 18. Once they mature, they inevitably evolve. But enough about her. Shen Wenyuy tugged him into a shaded area devoid of sunlight and, with renewed enthusiasm, inquired, what of that business you mentioned earlier? It turned out that Shen Wenyuy, believing it best to clarify the purpose for which he had accepted the money, had casually mentioned his desire to engage in small trade within the capital. To his surprise, this piqued Shen Wenyuy's interest. Of course, her fascination was not rooted in the world of commerce. Having spent her days within the palace, she had scarcely encountered merchants from the outside world. Instead, she contemplated the prospect of becoming a shareholder, reaping dividends annually. After all, who could resist the allure of wealth? Upon realizing her intentions, Shen Wenyuy, without reservation, revealed his entrepreneurial aspirations. Initially taken aback when he expressed his desire to establish a security agency, Shen Wenyuy found it surprising, for he appeared rather slender. Though he had gained some weight in recent days, he still seemed too frail compared to other children. Most of those in the escort business were burly men. How could a child manage such an endeavor? You need not worry. I have my methods, he reassured her. After all, I am your creditor, right? It is my grandfather's connections. Understanding why he had been so reticent, Shen Wenyuy recalled how their family had fallen into decline and even become taboo following the concubine's failed coup and subsequent execution. It was no wonder Shen Wenyuy hesitated to speak. I shall seek someone to draft a formal contract tomorrow. If you find it agreeable, we shall proceed to sign it. However, he quickly remembered that she was merely a little over 5 years old and likely unfamiliar with many characters. Thus, he advised, you should find an intermediary to read the terms of the contract to you. The intermediary would serve a role akin to that of a notary in modern times. Shen Wenyuy fell into contemplation. Who would be suitable for this task? Chapter 63. Swept out in truth, Shen Wenyuy had not initially contemplated the matter of finding a middleman. After all, the character of such a person was plainly established in the original text, and, as she was now a princess, it seemed unlikely that anyone would attempt to deceive her for money. However, when Shen Wenyuy raised the issue, Shen Wenyuy suddenly felt a genuine sense of investment, which she termed a sense of ritual. Furthermore, having an additional contract indeed offered more security, safeguarding both parties' financial interests. Thus, Shen Wenyuy earnestly began to regard this matter. Even as the emperor arrived that evening for dinner, her mind lingered on the topic. Huipin had long been informed of this matter through her daughter. Although she perceived it merely as childish play, She wholeheartedly supported her daughter's interests. Yet, her activities were confined to the palace. And though she knew were largely of little assistance, she resolved to keep this in mind and mention it to the emperor later that evening. Upon his arrival, the emperor casually handed his cloak to Su Xuanfu, rubbed his hands together, and lifted Shen Wenyuy into his arms. "Ah, let father take a look. Have you gained weight again?" This statement elicited a pout not only from Shen Wenyuy, but also a playful reproach from Huipin. "We just saw each other this morning. How could you possibly have gained so much weight in just half a day?" Shen Wenyuy, not one to indulge him, maintained her composure and playfully retorted, "Father, how can you say a girl is getting fat?" Her thoughts, however, were unreserved. "Father, are you making excuses because you've grown old and cannot lift your own child?" The emperor, momentarily chastised, felt a curious blend of sensations akin to compounded harm. To assert his vigor, he deliberately jostled the little bundle in his arms, prompting her to grasp his clothing and let out a delighted shriek. Huipin, in that instant, felt as though she were tending to two children. Naturally, one of them, the older and more temperamental giant infant, ought to be swept out sooner rather than later. Though she entertained such thoughts, Huipin maintained her composure. "It is time for the meal. Your Majesty, do not tease her further. Yuer has yet to even sample the pastries today." The emperor set Shen Wenyuy back in her seat and observed that the yam paste balls sent from the royal kitchen had yet to be touched. Without waiting for a taste test, he casually picked one up and popped it into his mouth. "Aren't these your favorites? Is a new flavor from the royal kitchen not to your liking?" As he savored the rich filling of salted egg yolk, the sweet and salty flavors harmonized exquisitely, prompting him to indulge in several more. When he finally regained his senses, the plate was nearly emptied, and his daughter's voice echoed in his mind. "Ah, that was meant to be saved for dessert after the meal. How amusing that someone is competing with my daughter for food. Who could that be? Your Majesty, I merely meant that she wished to wait for dessert after the meal, not that she dislikes it." Upon meeting the accusatory gazes of the mother and daughter, the emperor cleared his throat and turned his attention to Su Xuanfu. "What are you still standing there for? Have the royal kitchen send more." Shen Wenyuy quietly moved closer to him, contemplating the request she would make of him later, and in her heart, she considered the small round dumplings as a form of reward. "Father, might I trouble you with a matter?" The emperor, recalling the child's usual behavior, cast a wary glance at her and replied, "First, tell me what it is." Not receiving an immediate affirmation, Shen Wenyuy sighed inwardly, already aware that her father was not easily swayed. Given the court's long-standing disdain for merchants, she remained uncertain whether her father would support her endeavor, which was why she had hoped for his initial acquiescence. Since he had expressed his reservations, Shen Wenyuy resolved to lay everything bare. After listening to her explanation, the emperor pondered in silence for a moment. "Oh no, will father truly refuse? Merchants are vital. Without them, what would happen to the nation's economy?" As these thoughts traversed her mind, she noticed the emperor seemingly discerning her concerns as he chuckled lightly. "Do you think I would not agree, given your coy demeanor?" Shen Wenyuy nodded sheepishly. The emperor shook his head. "I am not one of those antiquated aristocrats who, in their arrogance, overlook others. Do you understand why these noble families live in such extravagance? Is it due to the high salaries of our officials?" After posing this question, he quickly negated it. "These individuals possess private wealth. The shops and residences in the capital yield them profits far surpassing their official salaries. Their disdain for merchants belies the fact that their lavish lifestyles are sustained by the very money earned by those they look down upon." He gently patted Shen Wenyuy's little head, smiling. "It is also my fault for forgetting that your mother came from a humble family of minor officials, who likely did not provide her with any substantial assets before she entered the palace. Relying solely on the palace's monthly allowances must be quite tight. And now we must have our Wenyuy earn some income." Consort Hui, standing by, smiled in silence. In truth, the gifts they had received in recent days were sufficient for their daily needs, even allowing them to splurge on extra meals from the imperial kitchen. The palace was filled with astute individuals who understood that for a consort of modest means, actual money would be far more appreciated than ostentatious jewelry. Hence, gifts would often include a monetary element at the bottom. But who would ever complain of having too much money? Moreover, she pondered that when her daughter married, If the dowry could be a bit more substantial, it would not only enhance their standing in her husband's family, but also allow for a more carefree daily expenditure. Thus, she refrained from interjecting and stood by, waiting for the emperor to draw from his private treasury to support their daughter. As expected, Su Xuanfu, bring forth the land deeds for the properties I possess on Taiping Street. Shen Wenyuy immediately beamed with joy, akin to winning a grand prize from a lottery ticket purchase for just 2 coins, experiencing an exhilarating rush of potential wealth. These houses, if placed in modern times, would be equivalent to the most coveted courtyard residences in Beijing. Consequently, she rarely showed such eagerness, raising her tiny fist to begin massaging the emperor's shoulders. Father is the best. Wenyuy loves father the most. Thank you, moi. The emperor basked in his daughter's sweet words, even casting a rare, self-satisfied glance at consort Hui. See, my daughter indeed favors me more. Hui Pin, it is of no concern. You may give her the money, and I shall safeguard it for her. When the time comes for her to request it, I shall remind her that I am her most cherished mother. However, Shen Wenyuy, having accepted several courtyard properties, did not forget her aspirations for investment. Father, why not act as a mediator for me? The emperor's expression stiffened. Having wielded authority and commanded respect for so long, being asked to mediate between 2 children felt somewhat beneath him, akin to presiding over trivial domestic matters. He suggested to Shen Wenyuy, what if we involve your elder brother? At least he is a prince, and his status should suffice. Chapter 64. The growing cohort know that one cannot even manage his own princely estate without running it into the ground, and now he seeks funds from the emperor. I cannot allow my business to be sullied by such misfortune. The emperor sighed, truly a disappointment. He did not wait for Shen Wenyuy to fabricate an excuse to decline and resigned himself. Very well, I shall take on the task myself. He had not anticipated that among his 3 sons, he deemed the eldest to be the most sensible, yet he could not even manage his own palace. They spoke of self-cultivation, family governance, statecraft, and world peace. If one could not even govern their family, how could they aspire to rule the nation or bring peace to the world? After lamenting the unfortunate fate of his offspring, the emperor comforted himself with the notion that perhaps the blessings accumulated by their ancestors were now bestowed upon Wenyuy. Otherwise, how could there be such extraordinary destinies across lifetimes? With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably. Shen Wenyuy was quite pleased as well. With the emperor's endorsement, her initial investment was bound to flourish. However, the emperor still had to attend the morning court session, so the following morning he ordered a palace attendant to escort Shen Wenyuy to the Yangxin Hall, planning to take her directly to the Imperial Academy after court to avoid unnecessary travel. Shen Wenyuy adapted swiftly to this arrangement, reclining against the cushions in the royal carriage and soon slipping into a slumber akin to that of an infant. Beside her, Su Xuanfu observed with amusement and lowered his voice to the emperor. The 6th princess is growing fond of you. If she were not entirely at ease, how could she sleep so soundly? He had attributed the emperor's habits to the 6th princess. Yet, while the emperor found it amusing that this child could sleep anywhere, Su Xuanfu's remark elicited an uncontainable smile from him. Indeed, this child shares a bond with me. Shen Wenyuy, in her drowsy state, overheard their conversation and turned over with a hint of exasperation. Speculate as you will. Today, I shall indulge you both. Please allow me to sleep in peace. The emperor remarked, sometimes hearing the truth is not entirely a blessing. Although he felt a twinge of embarrassment at his own sentimental musings, he was genuinely concerned about his daughter being disturbed from her slumber. Thus, Su Xuanfu, who believed he had flattered the emperor, was met with an inexplicable glare. He was nearly brought to tears, bewildered by the emperor's increasingly unpredictable demeanor. Casting a glance at the 6th princess, who had turned over and fallen asleep once more, he resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire further into the matter. In a state of drowsiness, Shen Wenyuy reveled in the luxurious automated royal morning routine, assisted by her maidservants who helped her wash, dress, and adorn herself. Nestled in the embrace of one of the maids, she couldn't help but emit a contented sigh, for this was precisely the treatment she had longed for during her school days when early rising was a necessity. Thus, When the emperor returned from court, he found his daughter indulging in pleasures even greater than his own, already commanding the maidservants to serve her breakfast. Given her tender age and enchanting appearance, her soft and gentle speech upon waking evoked no sense of servitude. Rather, the emperor noticed the maids' expressions of delight as they fed the child. He swore that these palace attendants had always been dutiful in his presence, especially after the previous emperor's reign had witnessed numerous scandals involving maidservants, creating an atmosphere of unrest within the palace. Consequently, upon his ascension, the Empress Dowager meticulously selected virtuous maidens to serve at court. For if it were not for the convenience of their assistance in daily life, the emperor felt his mother would be more inclined to fill the palace with eunuchs. Now, however, these typically stoic maidservants were rendered joyful by his daughter's affectionate calls of sister. As he observed his daughter with her eyes closed, cheeks puffed like a little hamster, the emperor felt a playful urge. He approached and signaled the maids to remain silent, then took the spoon from one of them, filled with porridge, and playfully fed it to his daughter. Shen Wenyuy nearly choked on the unexpected spoonful. In her startled state, she looked up, half expecting to see an assassin, only to find her father's somewhat sheepish expression. "I am utterly defeated by you. Can you not be a little more compliant? If you cannot serve yourself, then perhaps refrain from attempting it." The emperor, initially startled by her choking, was unable to feel anger at her silent reproach. Instead, he quietly retrieved a small ornament and placed it in her arms. Upon seeing it was a golden and jade auspicious beast, she immediately clutched it tightly, her irritation forgotten, wishing instead to lean closer and be fed the porridge all day long. "Thank you, moi." Clad in a resplendent yellow imperial robe, the emperor was an unmistakable presence wherever he went. Naturally, his sons studying at the academy noticed him. The eldest prince, recently emerging from the shadow of his mother's disgrace, saw his father alongside the sister who had comforted him on that fateful day. Unable to contain himself, he excused himself from his tutor and dashed outside. "Your humble son pays his respects to the emperor and greetings to my sick sister." The emperor, gazing at his eldest son's radiant smile, recalled Shen Wenyuy's earlier remarks about his inability to manage even his own princely estate. Thus, his tone was somewhat brusque as he asked, "What brings you here? Were you not studying with your tutor?" However, the lively and cheerful eldest prince, unfazed by his father's fluctuating mood, merely chuckled and grasped Shen Wenyuy's hand. "I have spoken with my tutor. Did you come to see me, sixth sister?" Gazing upon the child before her, who radiated warmth like a small sun, Shen Wenyuy found it impossible to voice her denial and could only laboriously explain. "I sought father to arrange for a mediator, and in doing so, I came to see you." Upon hearing this, the crown prince became animated, exclaiming, "A mediator? What business do you intend to pursue, dear sister?" Shen Wenyuy felt compelled to reiterate what she had previously discussed with the emperor. The crown prince, ever eager for excitement, insisted on joining them. The princes were all studying together, separated only by walls into individual chambers, and his exuberance prompted the normally reticent second prince to also come forth to pay his respects. The second prince, now keenly aware of the insights he had gleaned during the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, could not resist the urge to vie for attention when he saw his elder brother and sister seeking to assert their presence. The longing in his gaze, coupled with his earlier misfortunes, made it difficult for Shen Wenyuy to turn him down. Thus, inexplicably, the small party of father and daughter welcomed 2 additional members. It is often said that one must seize the opportunity to savor delightful things, and the third prince was embodying this sentiment. Though he feared the emperor and was not particularly close to this sister, witnessing the lively interaction among the 4 made him feel restless, as if he were being pricked with thorns. Chapter 65. A contest of affection due to the third prince's earlier display of causing their tutor to fall ill before the emperor, upon returning, appointed an elderly gentleman who had once served as a grand tutor during the previous dynasty, but had since retired to a peaceful life in the countryside. This pleased consort Zhuang immensely. She even felt compelled to send the old gentleman a gift to express her gratitude, hoping he would effectively discipline the third prince. The third prince stood out among the emperor's few remaining sons. His brothers were all diligent, and even the eldest princess, who seemed to squander her days mingling with other young ladies, managed to excel in her studies. Consort Zhuang feared that one day the emperor might simply abandon the third prince to his own devices, but thankfully, he was still his biological son and had secured a reputable mentor. Thus, Consort Zhuang admonished the third prince sternly, warning him that if he caused their tutor to leave again, he would have to remain in the prince's quarters and never return. Faced with the imminent threat of being cast out from the comforts of home into a life of wildness, the third prince tucked his tail between his legs and dared only to steal glances at the four outside, refraining from requesting leave from their tutor. Yet, his furtive antics did not escape Su Huai's notice. Clearing his throat, he observed the student instantly straighten up as if startled. After a moment of silence, he reflected that the third prince did not quite resemble the notorious figure known for driving people to illness. Being a teacher not prone to excessive harshness and valuing a balance of work and rest, he directly inquired upon seeing the glimmer of yearning in the young prince's eyes. "Do you wish to join them?" The third prince, relieved to see no anger on his tutor's face, nodded in affirmation. "Go ahead, but return promptly. We must complete the lesson I have prepared for you today." With excitement, the third prince sprang to his feet, brushed off his slightly stiff legs, and dashed outside. Thus, the already peculiar atmosphere among the quartet was disrupted by the arrival of a fifth individual, should Su Xuanfu be disregarded. Shen Wenyuy had grown numb. She had recounted her investment woes nearly 5 times over the past few days and now found herself too weary to speak, allowing the enthusiastic first prince to take the lead. The two brothers, close in age, shared a decent rapport, one being extroverted and the other playful. Following the incident at the birthday banquet, the first prince harbored intentions to oppose the second prince. He now draped an arm around the third prince's shoulders, engaging in light-hearted banter, completely ignoring the second prince who walked alongside them. Naturally, the second prince remained indifferent, striding beside Shen Wenyuy, parting the branches that obstructed their path. To his delight, he caught a fleeting smile from her. Shen Wenyuy had long since perceived the undercurrents swirling among the trio of young men and felt a pang of sympathy for the isolated second brother. Noticing his concern for her despite his own predicament, she reached out, grasping the sleeve of his garment and giving it a gentle shake. The second prince, sensing her gesture, turned to her with a hint of confusion. Shen Wenyuy softly murmured, "They do not play with you, second brother. I shall keep you company." The second prince raised an eyebrow, casting a glance at his boisterous siblings, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. Not everyone wished to mingle with these sweaty boys. Yet, upon witnessing his sister's pained expression, he suddenly comprehended the machinations of palace intrigue spoken of by their mother. It seemed that feigning vulnerability could indeed garner favor. Consequently, the first prince observed the second prince drawing ever closer to his sister, his usually indifferent gaze inexplicably glistening with a sentiment that could only be described as nauseatingly tender. The first prince was taken aback. How could his brother suddenly become so distastefully sentimental? Upon closer inspection, he observed his sister, who seemed to relish this display. Transitioning from clutching the sleeve to holding his hand, engrossed in private conversation. He was reminded of the day he had first encountered Shen Wenyuy, the day their mother was cast into the cold palace while he sobbed inconsolably in a corner. He was not foolish. He quickly realized that his sister possessed a compassionate disposition, unable to tolerate the unhappiness of others. His second brother was indeed a master of concealment. The first prince thought with a silent frown, recognizing that the usually reticent young man had cunningly ensnared his sister's affection. The prospect of his sister's support being diverted to his brother was intolerable. Watching the dejected expression on his brother's face, which belied a heart brimming with triumph, he scoffed inwardly, "Just you wait." Meanwhile, the third prince remained blissfully unaware of the sibling rivalry brewing between the two elder brothers. Enthusiastically boasting about his prowess in kicking the ball, "Royal brother, you may not know, those fellows invited me to play, intending to teach me a lesson. Little did they know, I am a natural talent. I trounced them effortlessly, and now they refuse to play with me." The first prince responded with absent-minded affirmations, his thoughts entirely consumed by the two figures beside him. The emperor furrowed his brow upon hearing this, and could not help but admonish the third prince in front of everyone. You are of an age to leave the palace and establish your own residence. Yet you remain so frivolous. Instead of wasting time, you would do well to engage more with your mentor. Before he could finish his sentence, the exuberant thoughts of Shen Wenyuy interjected. Could you? I have yet to witness a kuja match. I long to see it. My third brother is surprisingly skilled. The emperor smiled, swallowing the latter part of his statement, and, maintaining his composure before the children, rephrased, engage with your mentor to hone your kuju skills. Surely, kuju is not merely a sport relying on brute strength, is it? The onlookers were baffled. The third prince, too, found himself questioning his life. His mentor, an elderly man whose gait was unsteady, was hardly a fitting partner for discussing kuju techniques. Among the five, only Shen Wenyuy remained unaware of her mentor's true age, believing him to be a vigorous young man, and she gazed up at the emperor with starry eyes. Goodness, my father is truly the most enlightened of rulers. I thought my third brother was about to be scolded, but I have misjudged my father. He is indeed supportive. The emperor completely disregarded the strange looks from his three sons, lost in the sweet praises of his daughter. Meanwhile, Shen Wenyuy had released the second prince's hand and approached her third brother. Third brother, I wish to see you play kuju. Can you take me with you next time you compete? Accompany her? The third prince's face briefly reflected displeasure. Bringing such a little child would require him to care for her, hindering his own enjoyment. However, upon noticing the envious glances from his two older brothers, he quickly reconsidered. Recognizing this could indeed be a delightful opportunity. Thus, he smiled at his brothers, reveling in the attention, and readily agreed. I want to go too. A cold male voice interjected. Chapter 66. Captives. Upon seeing it was his second brother, the third prince's irritation dissipated, and he weakly protested. Second brother, you hardly engage in such activities. Why join the fray? Perhaps I possess the kuju talent you speak of? Came the reply. Then I wish to participate as well. The third prince was exasperated. Eldest brother, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you also consider yourself a kuju prodigy? The eldest prince, sharing the same lineage as the emperor, nodded without a hint of embarrassment. Thus, what began as a simple outing inexplicably transformed into a group activity. When they arrived at the academy's entrance, Shen Wenyuy was taken aback by the formidable entourage. Upon learning that this assembly was organized by Shen Wenyuy, he fell silent for a moment, questioning his own standing in her eyes. He must be quite a dismal character to warrant such caution. Fortunately, despite his youth, he had prepared the necessary documents thoroughly, refusing to present anything less than commendable to Shen Wenyuy. The emperor, having scrutinized the materials, found himself harboring a measure of admiration for the child, especially considering that the third prince, at his age, had been preoccupied with avoiding lessons to engage in cricket fights. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, he lamented internally. The child's mother was the sister of the late emperor's favored concubine, and he mused that, given his origins, this child would likely find it difficult to secure a position of great prominence in the court. At the border, the forces led by Great Xia finally breached the enemy's defenses, causing the disorganized enemy soldiers to retreat in disarray, rallying around their commanders. They were driven to the edge of a river, its depths unfathomable. Not long after they had encamped here, a young soldier had inadvertently fallen into the water, and without a trace of struggle, he was consumed by its depths. It is worth noting that the troops dispatched this time were meticulously chosen for their exceptional swimming skills, intended to conquer the vast lands interspersed with water. Yet, even such a soldier met his demise as if he had plunged straight down into the abyss. This was no ordinary water. The troops of the Zhou kingdom privately referred to this place as the River of the Dead, for it was said that anguished wails of lost souls could often be heard emanating from its depths at midnight. Behind them lay that eerie river. General Wei, we have retreated as far as we can. The vice-general, trembling as he gripped his sword, glanced at the solemn-faced commander beside him. Wei Jingyan stood tall and resolute. Despite a throng of men before him, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon a youthful figure astride a magnificent black steed. Just a youth, he thought, feeling a pang of despair within. How had the emperor of the Great Xia discovered such talent? Just when they believed victory was assured after capturing the illustrious Yu Tsongyun, This young commander had emerged, shattering their formation. Could it be that Yu Tsongyun was merely a decoy? He found it hard to believe. After all, Yu Tsongyun was the legitimate heir of the Yu family in the Great Xia, and it seemed improbable that the emperor would sacrifice him so readily. Thus, with a commanding gesture, he ordered a blindfolded man, gagged and bound, to be brought forth to the front lines. Perhaps due to several days of captivity, the man could no longer struggle. He was dragged forth like a lifeless corpse by two soldiers and presented before Yi Xian. Narrowing his eyes, Yi Xian regarded the man who had once plunged him into despair, realizing that if he merely urged his steed forward a few paces, his sword would pierce the heart of this enemy, staining the battlefield with blood and signaling their charge. Yet, he restrained himself. All the crimes this man had committed remained unexposed. A mere death would be too lenient a punishment. This is your Yu Tsongyun, General Yu, now in our custody. If you wish to leave unscathed, we shall not harm him, declared the vice-general, inciting a stir among the unaware soldiers. Young General Yi, please save General Yu. Despite his temper, many of us owe our survival to his strategies. Such voices echoed through the crowd. Yi Xian's gentle and handsome features revealed a hint of mockery. Yu Tsongyun had indeed committed many heinous acts, and it was no wonder that he had been so adept at inflicting harm. He lowered his gaze, a plan forming in his mind. General Yu has devoted his life to the nation and its people. We shall not forsake him. Very well, you may leave. The blindfold was lifted from Yu Tsongyun's eyes, and before he could savor the long-awaited light, he heard the man's words, feeling an ominous dread settle within him. What was this nonsense? Why did it sound as if he were already dead? Speaking of a lifetime. He was eager to discover who possessed such audacity. The surname Yi. Was it? As Yu Tsongyun staggered closer, squinting to discern the identity of that figure, he was met with the visage of someone who should have long since departed this world. With a piercing scream of despair, Yu Xing had already issued the command to continue the pursuit, and countless warhorses surged past him, rendering Yu Tsongyun once again incapacitated on the ground. What in the world was happening? That person, that foot soldier, was not supposed to be alive. Did he not realize the extent of his actions? Was it all deliberate? A torrent of questions flooded Yu Tsongyun's mind, and in a haze, he could almost hear the haunting wails of countless souls from the river of the dead. Damn it! What was wrong with them? Before Yu Tsongyun even reached their ranks, they dared to take action? Did they wish for his demise? The vice-general, unwilling to yield, contemplated loosing an arrow to spill Yu Tsongyun's blood on the spot, yet was halted by Wei Jing'an. That Yu Tsongyun is likely nothing but a discarded pawn. Our lives are of utmost importance. We must not fall into their trap again. Wei Jing'an had presumed that the enemy would secure Yu Tsongyun before having the leisure to pursue, but to his astonishment, even the esteemed eldest son of the Yu family could be forsaken. Even with soldiers falling one after another to buy them time, a man cannot outrun a warhorse. Wei Jing'an watched as his vice-general fell to the ground, having taken an arrow meant for him, while his heels grazed the precipice of a cliff. General, flee swiftly. Wei Jing'an forced a bitter smile, bending down to close his comrade's eyes, then tightened his grip on his sword, staring defiantly at the advancing soldiers of the Daxia kingdom. Even in death, he would ensure that a few would be dragged down with him. General Wei, our emperor has issued a decree. If you are willing to surrender, you shall be treated with the honors befitting a guest. Wei Jing'an spat, his fear evaporating in the face of impending death. He laughed heartily. Young man, you possess talent. I concede to being defeated by you. Yet, the rise and fall of kingdoms culminates in death alone. I shall not engage in such treacherous betrayal. What if the emperor you pledge allegiance to is the very enemy who annihilated your entire family? Yi Xing slowly curled his lips into a smile as he beheld the man before him, whose body had suddenly grown rigid. Chapter 67. The spy Wei Jing'an was not one to succumb to paranoia over a seemingly disjointed statement. Rather, he was taken aback that this individual knew of his lineage. It seemed their emperor had taken the initiative to investigate. Frowning, Wei Jing'an harbored no fondness for such tactics, and with a cold sneer, he gasped, "Do you truly believe I would heed your divisive words? Do as you please, whether to kill or to torture. Hurry up and cease your prattling." Yi Xing disregarded his mockery, continuing unabated. Have you never questioned why he saved you from the inferno at such a precise moment? For all these years, you have regarded him as a benefactor. How has he reciprocated? Observing the still wary expression on Wei Jingyan's face, Yi Xing added his final, potent revelation. I possess the secret edict he issued to orchestrate the destruction of your Wei family. Upon hearing these words, Wei Jingyan's expression finally shifted. He understood that the interlocutor would not have spoken so extensively merely to toy with a dying man like him. Suppressing the turmoil within, he maintained a facade of composure and inquired, "What about the secret letter? You do not expect me to be swayed solely by your words, do you?" Fang Wenqing likely believed that General Wei should be aware. Yi Xin took the secret letter from General Li, who had been stationed at the border, and tossed it to Wei Jingyan. This letter was unearthed from the hidden passages of Li's residence after his recent execution. Upon hearing the name, Wei Jingyan felt an inkling of foreboding. As he opened the letter, he found it indeed bore the emperor's handwriting, accompanied by the imperial seal. While the script could be forged, the seal was irrefutable. Even the renowned artisans of the Zhou kingdom had only produced one craftsman capable of such exquisite engraving. As Wei Jingyan knew, that artisan had been executed on the day the seal was completed to prevent any possibility of imitation. Once a crack of suspicion was opened, there was no need for Yi Xin to elaborate further. He observed as Wei Jingyan clutched the letter, his complexion growing increasingly pallid, ultimately breaking into a cold sweat. "So, what is it that you wish for me to do with this information?" he asked. "Submit," came the reply. "Impossible," Wei Jingyan retorted, shaking his head, dismissing the proposition with disdain. "Even if I were to yield, would your emperor truly entrust me with a position of such significance? I possess my own pride. Or perhaps your emperor would be inclined to abdicate in my favor." The general pointed at Li, wore an expression of innocence. Yi Xin remained silent for a moment, finding the adversarial general's competitive spirit somewhat exasperating. "General Wei, the path ahead has narrowed. Have you considered becoming a spy? We are willing to allow you to return. What of you? Do you not wish for vengeance? If you are amenable, our people will naturally reach out to you when the time is right." Wei Jingyan sensed that they were conspiring audibly, and yet such a scheme was unfolding before him. Their audacity reflected Yi Xion's confidence in controlling the soldiers within his ranks. Were it not for the assurance that no one among them would betray the secret, he would not have spoken so freely. Vengeance? Naturally, it was a thought that crossed his mind. He could not comprehend why the Wei family, which had once ardently supported his ascension, would now turn against him with such brutality, feigning camaraderie for years. Only through collaboration with his adversaries could he hope to attain the right to converse as an equal with the emperor. Yet he hesitated. Should the Zhou kingdom fall, countless families would be torn apart and left destitute. "I admit your proposition is alluring, but I am first and foremost a human being," then Wei Jingyan. "I shall never sacrifice the greater good for personal vendettas. Furthermore, my deputy has shown me kindness. Should you harm him, I assure you, I will not spare you. There is no need for you to worry, General." Upon hearing these words, Yi Xin couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the seasoned veteran who had fought for many years. Addressing him with a tone of respect, "Our Majesty does not wish for the storm of war to engulf the common people of our nation. Rest assured, we merely seek to support a prince who is friendly and peace-loving towards our realm." With a sigh of relief, Wei Jingyan finally took a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow, yet the hostility in his eyes remained unyielding. Yi Xin smiled, dismounted his horse, and retrieved a silver needle from the sleeve of his armor. "The command from our Majesty is to persuade both of you to surrender. Can you guess why I intend to use this on him?" He waved the needle, its tip glimmering with an ominous hue, and Wei Jingyan, not lacking in intelligence, immediately discerned its purpose. He could hardly contain himself. How unfortunate must one be to learn of betrayal from two individuals in a single day? He heard his own voice. "Numb with resignation, I will comply with your requests, provided you fulfill your promises." "Very well," Yi Xin replied, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the sinewy contours of his forearm. He flashed a smile at Wei Jingyan. "I must ask for your understanding, General Wei. If you return in perfect condition, it would surely raise suspicions." Thus, laden with questions, Wei Jingyan returned home, nursing a swollen head. Damn, that fellow is truly ruthless. The news of the army's triumphant return was undoubtedly the talk of the capital these days, as Xin, who had been temporarily bestowed the title of general and led a surprise attack, gradually entered the public eye. Many in the court began to inquire about the background of this rising star. Yet, only Yu Zhizong broke into a cold sweat. Yiqing, is he not the recruit? I had someone disciplined not long ago. He is still alive? The thought of his own son being captured while Xin now fought in his stead filled Yu Zhizong with a foreboding sense of dread. He hastily summoned the steward. Send the young master away, as far as possible, to Xiangzhou. Take him to Xiangzhou, where the governor is an old acquaintance of mine. Bring along some treasures from the storeroom, and leave at once. My lord, his beautiful concubine, cradling their newborn child, was perplexed by his agitation and approached, offering the baby to him. Yu Zhizong, who cherished this child born in his middle age, often found his anger dissipating upon seeing the infant. However, this time, the situation did not unfold as she had anticipated. Yu Zhizong snatched the baby from her arms and thrust it into the steward's hands, ignoring her screams as he swiftly led the steward away. The steward, cradling the infant carefully, hurried after Yu Zhizong, affected by his anxious demeanor, and raised his voice slightly. My lord, what about the second young master? He is still at the National Academy. What on earth is happening? Chapter 68. Protecting the emperor. The autumn wind outside brought Yu Zhizong back to his senses, calming him momentarily. He pondered carefully, realizing that there was no need for such haste. If Yinner's actions were truly exposed, he could merely distance himself from her, and perhaps the emperor would only harbor a bit more suspicion towards him. Moreover, there was the queen in the palace. Recalling his daughter's earlier words about the emperor's intentions towards her, he thought that with a few whispered words in the emperor's ear, they might navigate through this perilous situation. With this in mind, Yu Zhizong halted his steps, yet he had no intention of explaining himself to the servants. Instead, he instructed them, proceed as I previously advised. You shall escort the young master away at night, taking the carriage and then traveling by water to Xiangzhou, ensuring no one sees you. The steward, accustomed to his reticent demeanor, merely trembled slightly while holding the infant, stammering, well, should I inform Lady Xiao to keep her lips sealed and refrain from speaking out? With a sigh, Yu Zhizong caressed his son's soft cheek, uttering words that sent a chill down the steward's spine. Let her remain silent forever. However, unbeknownst to Yu Zhizong, the steward, whom he believed to be unwaveringly loyal, revealed a sly smile in the shadows. In the dim confines of the prison, the occasional squeak of mice echoed as they scurried from the corners, only to vanish into the darkness. For the first time, Yu Zhongyun felt a sense of relief, though it was not one of reassurance. Rather, it was as if his heart had shattered into countless pieces. Even he, no matter how obtuse, understood that the emperor must be aware of his previous deeds. Otherwise, he would not have reinstated Xin nor confined him here. Yet, he could not fathom where it had all gone awry, nor whether he should have simply eliminated Xin from the outset. But there was no longer time for such musings, as two burly jailers swung open the cell door and forcibly dragged him out. He was about to face the judgment of justice, having dealt with everything and received the emperor's commendation. Xin felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders upon learning that Yu Zhongyun awaited his execution in prison. During the preceding days, he had often felt as though he were wrestling with fate, teetering on the brink of a precipice, where a single misstep could lead to his demise. Fortunately, all injustices would eventually be rectified. The emperor, aware of his concern for his blind mother at home, permitted him to return early, and to facilitate his future attendance at court, rewarded him with a residence and a carriage. With gratitude swelling in his heart, Xin pushed open the door to his new home. The heavy redwood door creaked open, and as he crossed the threshold, a symbol of his newfound status, he beheld his mother, neatly attired and supported by several servants. For reasons unknown, an impulse to weep surged within him, as if this ordinary scene had once been beyond his reach. His mother's rough yet warm hands enveloped him in an embrace, unbothered by his towering frame or the tears streaming down his face, gently patting his back and saying, "We must learn to be grateful. Tomorrow, you shall visit our benefactor to express your thanks. Without his assistance that day, we would not enjoy our current lives. Yi Xin responded with a subdued tone, unaware that the emperor himself had visited their home that day. It was only upon his return from the battlefield that he beheld the true visage of the sovereign. He sighed inwardly, realizing that the ease of his journey to the frontier had been due to the assistance of a noble benefactor. Yet, his mother was of timid disposition, and he wished to spare her the shock of such a grand revelation. Thus, he discreetly wiped away the tears from his face, unwilling for her notice, and smiled as he said, "I shall go tomorrow to prepare some gifts, and I must also think of the daughter of my benefactor. If you find yourself short, mother, you may take from the money here." A simple cloth pouch was placed in Yi Xin's hands, and upon glancing inside, he saw it contained scattered coins, clearly saved from his mother's daily expenses. In that instant, his tears threatened to spill once more, and he returned the pouch to his mother's palm, grasping her weathered hand with earnestness. "Mother, I have sufficient funds now. Keep this for yourself, and do not be so frugal. We ought to spend and enjoy what we have." His mother smiled in response, gently ruffling his hair. "Why must I accompany you, Yi Xin, when you go to see the emperor?" Shen Wenyuy inquired with a hint of confusion. "Although I am delighted that you are well, it seems I have not been involved in this matter at all. Is the emperor a child, needing company for everything?" The emperor, reflecting on the unvoiced sentiments he harbored since her absence, realized that this victory would not come easily. Admittedly, there was a trace of selfishness in his motives. Previously, he had little regard for courtiers who boasted about their children, thinking their idle chatter could be better spent working. However, now his desire to showcase his daughter had awakened, and he understood the allure of such behavior. He longed to exhibit his daughter's charm to those outside, eager to demonstrate that she was far more delightful than their own offspring. Introducing Yi Xin to the imperial study would serve as an excellent opportunity for Wenyuy to present herself before the inner courtiers. The prospect of finally having someone to appreciate his daughter alongside him filled him with anticipation, and thus, he found no embarrassment in her internal criticism. Instead, he embraced his audacity. "It is because your brother Yi Xin has been to battle, and now he is quite formidable. The emperor fears him and has thus permitted you to accompany us for protection." Shen Wenyuy's eyes widened in shock. "Help, please don't say any more. I have already consented. I will go willingly." "Yes, father, I shall certainly protect you well." Consolerie, who had been poised to present them with delicacies from the newly established kitchen of Yonghe Palace, turned to leave upon hearing this exchange. It was too embarrassing to acknowledge the man, and she preferred to feign ignorance. What distressed Shen Wenyuy the most was the following morning, when her unremarkable father insisted she adorn herself with 2 puffs of rabbit fur. "These were specially prepared for you by the palace embroiderers at the emperor's behest. Look how charming they are." Chapter 69. Preparing for the future, however, the emperor felt no sense of discord. Did he not find the attire of that day, as mid-autumn feast, rather adorable? Huiren, do you not agree? Huiren, having momentarily aligned with him, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the 2 little fluff balls were indeed her idea. "I concur, your majesty. They resemble little jade rabbits, just as you said." In the palace, likening children to spirits was somewhat inauspicious, prompting the emperor to shoot Huiren a glance, though his hand naturally rested upon hers, his tone playfully teasing. "What are you saying? Are our children to be considered spirits?" Yet, he conceded that they did indeed resemble them. "Is there truly no one to speak on my behalf? Is there truly no one? Woo woo woo. Mother no longer loves me. She too is conversing with father." Huiren resolutely affixed the 2 little fluff balls on her daughter's small pigtails, stepping back to admire her handiwork. Seeing her resistance futile, Shen Wenyuy shook her head in embarrassment, wishing to remove the adornments from her head. However, the craftsmanship of the artisans was impeccable. The rabbit fur balls swayed gently with her movements, even more lifelike than those at the mid-autumn feast. Both Huiren and the emperor felt a fleeting softness in their hearts, akin to being charmed in contemporary terms. Today, the emperor intended to escort his daughter to the Grand Council, a privilege reserved for princesses. Were it a common prince being led there, even at an age of 3, the court would speculate upon the emperor's favor towards the child and whether to place their bets accordingly. However, with a princess, the historical context of this world dictated a more lenient approach towards her presence in such institutions. Thus, as Shen Wenyuy was led into the room by the emperor, she encountered several high-ranking ministers engaged in military discussions. Their lack of shock at the sight of a young girl was understandable, as they had likely seen the favored sixth princess at the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration. Yet, being brought into the Grand Council by the emperor signified a new level of recognition regarding her favored status. Pay your respects to the emperor and to the sixth princess. Please, no need for formalities, the emperor replied calmly, scanning the room until he inquired, "Where is Yi Exin? Is today not his first day in office? Your Majesty, Lord Yi is in a small chamber, requesting to meet with you privately." Shen Wenyuy pondered for a moment, casting a glance at Shen Wenyuy. "What say you, Yuera? Would you prefer to accompany your father to meet Brother Yi, or shall you remain outside to play with him?" Shen Wenyuy glanced at the solemn ministers, most of whom could easily be her grandfathers, and resolutely decided to see Yi Exin. They often say that 3 years mark a significant divide, with so many years past. It felt as though the Mariana Trench lay between them, yet she would still play with them. The emperor brought the sixth princess directly inside. This trust he bestowed upon her was indeed a testament to his affection. What could possibly be amiss? A stern-faced minister, adorned with a white beard, stroked his facial hair, expressing that if he were in the emperor's position, he would dote on the sixth princess even more than her father does, for she was as exquisite as a finely crafted porcelain doll. The surrounding court members could not help but smile at his remarks. It seemed that the Qin family was blessed with numerous offspring, boasting 4 generations under one roof, eliciting envy from many. However, there lay a singular sorrow. Despite having 5 sons and countless grandsons, the family was devoid of a daughter. Thus, upon seeing the emperor's daughter, it was no wonder he felt a pang of jealousy. "I recall that you have several grandsons of similar age to the sixth princess. Why not encourage them to strive to bring her home?" suggested one. Qin shook his head, sighing, "Alas, they're all unworthy. My home is filled with raucous boys who disrupt the peace. I could not bear to let the princess marry into such chaos, not even for the emperor." Meanwhile, a group of ministers was quietly conspiring, and among them, Yi Exin was filled with deep emotion. He lifted his official robe and knelt before the two, declaring, "Your Majesty has bestowed upon me both kindness and salvation. For this lifetime, I am willing to heed your commands." This was the gift Yi Exin had prepared for the emperor. He was not an arrogant man, yet he recognized his capabilities to contribute to the expansion of the Great Xia Kingdom, willing to dedicate the remainder of his life in gratitude. The emperor, of course, was not interested in material gifts. His treasury was replete with rare treasures. However, talents like Yi Exin were a rarity, and the emperor was deeply moved by his words, bending down to assist him to his feet, saying, "Your intentions are commendable. Since my ascension, I have always appointed those of merit and shall not neglect you." Shen Wenyuy, initially inclined to evade Yi Exin's gesture of respect, felt uncomfortable with the ancient custom of kneeling over trivial disagreements, finding it rather absurd. Yet the emperor understood that without Wenyuy, he might have missed the opportunity to forge a bond with a formidable general like Yi Exin. He was not one to presume that familial ties entitled him to take everything for granted. Rather, it was precisely because Shen Wenyuy was his daughter that he felt compelled to bestow upon her greater honor, ensuring that none would dare to belittle her. He had even contemplated matters beyond his own life, having subtly suggested that his daughter present clothing to her brothers and bringing her forth before these esteemed ministers. Now, he endeavored to ensure that Yi Exin would remember her contributions. The more people who recognized Wenyuy's virtues, the more smoothly she could navigate through life. Thus, he adjusted Shen Wenyuy's posture, declaring, "This is my sixth princess. Were it not for her, I might not have been able to discern your situation in time." Indeed, upon hearing this, Yi Exin wasted no time in paying his respects again, stating, "I shall forever remember the kindness bestowed upon me by your Majesty and the princess." He had always harbored a fondness for the young girl, perhaps even unbeknownst to her, when she had accompanied the emperor to visit him. Yi Exin was in a phase of existential doubt, feeling that humanity was inherently vile, as those in power were willing to act against the 2 orphans and their mother for the sake of trivial accolades. However, when he beheld the tender exchange between the illustrious father and daughter before him, particularly the clarity reflected in the little princess's eyes, he felt a pang of realization that he had misjudged the situation. As a man of honor, he should dedicate everything he possesses to safeguarding this purity, rather than lamenting his own misfortunes. Thus, although Yi Xian believed it improbable for a 5-year-old girl to comprehend so much, he was nonetheless willing to accept this precious bond. He understood the emperor's intent. Regardless of which prince ascended the throne in the future, he would fiercely protect the little princess. Huh? But it seems I haven't done anything at all? Why does father speak so peculiarly? Oh no, Yi Xian is not disputing anything. Have these two truly synced their thoughts? Chapter 70. Audacious thoughts. Even after the three exited that small chamber, Shen Wenyuy continued to ponder the earlier conversation. What could possibly motivate such statements? I truly cannot fathom it. She recalled that the setting of this tale was a typical ancient era, possibly laced with superstitions, such as the two so-called fortunate concubines summoned to the palace by the Empress Dowager. However, the notion of telepathy or any similar supernatural ability had never crossed her mind. Moreover, with a multitude of thoughts swirling in her mind daily, she likely forgot what she had contemplated that day. Thus, having ruled out the correct answer, her thoughts began to stray further afield. Could it be that I gazed too long at Yi Songyun, causing father to harbor suspicions? He certainly does not appear to be a man capable of leading troops into battle. Meanwhile, far at the border, the unimposing general inexplicably sneezed, wondering if the young Yi Xian was thinking of him in the capital. He then shuddered at the repulsive thought, only to be teased by passing soldiers. Hey, General Li, it's only October, and you're already feeling the chill. Does this mean we can only return to the capital in winter? Scram! If you're so brave, don't wear 3 layers, then dare to mock me. He retorted, incensed. Or could it be that father harbors resentment towards concubine Yu out of love turned to hate, and upon investigating the Yu family, stumbled upon such matters? The emperor, caught in the crossfire of these unfounded speculations, mused, when will she ever forget her past affection for concubine Yu? Unable to endure the conversation any longer, he stuffed a piece of cake into his daughter's mouth, attempting to divert her attention with food. Indeed, it was not long before Shen Wenyuy concluded that her father, in his old age, had simply misremembered events, and she began to focus intently on her treat. Your Majesty, the 6th princess is being raised exceptionally well. She appears robust and healthy, remarked a loyal minister. Observing Shen Wenyuy devour her cake with remarkable speed, Shen Wenyuy nearly choked in disbelief. Robust? Is that truly an appropriate compliment for a girl? The emperor stifled a laugh, responding, that term may not be quite suitable to describe a young lady. Indeed, the minister chuckled, acknowledging that the princess, with her plumpness, clearly did not engage in much exercise, and robust was perhaps an ill-fitting descriptor. In her heart, Shen Wenyuy felt as if a groundhog were screaming. As a girl who had always been praised for her slender figure before entering this story, such an unexpected evaluation left her somewhat overwhelmed. Thus, she transitioned from joyfully nibbling on her cake to sorrowfully doing the same. Nevertheless, she resolved not to abandon her indulgence in food. Fortunately, although the emperor often teased her playfully, adhering to the principle that only he could bully his own child, he swiftly silenced that martial general. Given his cultural ineptitude, it was no surprise that he had become a warrior. Yet, it seemed that heaven had closed one door while opening another for him. This general, named Cui Wu, lived up to his name with innate strength, excelling in swordplay. He was also one of the emperor's arrangements to support Shen Wenyuy. The emperor tacitly permitted Shen Wenyuy to remain in the military council, listening to the ministers fervently discuss how to exploit the recently surrendered Wei Zhengyan to achieve their objectives. The ministers debated heatedly, nearly ready to upend the table in the faces of those with opposing views. Shen Wenyuy stifled a yawn, finding their discussions unappealing. Let that Wei Zhengyan choose a timid and honest prince, provide him with several Han tutors, and by being immersed in our culture from a young age, he will naturally feel close to us, one suggested. It would be best if he were an unfavored prince, that way. When he is neglected by the emperor in the future, we can offer him assistance, and he would surely be willing to accept it. Moreover, It would be advantageous to teach him to be somewhat dull-witted. Once he ascends the throne and realizes he is inept at everything, he will think of us and, consequently, become dependent on us. The emperor listened intently to his daughter's thoughts, feeling a flicker of resonance within. This notion bore a striking similarity to what he had discussed with the Xian earlier. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but sigh internally. Over the years, he had not anticipated that the child most like him would be this princess, Wenyuy, if she were a prince. Though the heir apparent rises through competition of merit, Shen Wenyuy believed almost every emperor harbors dreams of immortality. He had no desire to experiment with the bizarre pills offered by alchemists. His vision of longevity was one of spiritual perpetuity. Rather than a capable heir whose governance philosophy starkly contrasted with his own, he would prefer one who, though perhaps lacking in some areas, perfectly inherited his ideals of governance. With such a successor, his aspirations could be perpetuated through generations until ultimately realized. Thus, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Imagining if Wenyuy were a prince blessed with such fortune, he would meticulously instruct her to inherit his empire. However, glancing at his daughter, the emperor recognized that this was who she was. To love her meant embracing all of her. Should she transform into a prince, would he then be compelled to regard her with greater significance? What sort of paternal love would that be? Simultaneously, a bold idea emerged in his mind. Was a princess inferior to a prince? Why should only princes engage in the art of political maneuvering, while his beloved daughter had to find ways to appease them to ensure her future prosperity? This sentiment, long concealed, finally erupted in this moment, igniting his unwillingness to seek a path for his daughter after his demise. He found himself unable to suppress the thought that rules are established by humans. Since his ascension to the throne, he had diligently devoted himself, believing he had honored his ancestors. What was the matter of granting his daughter power? Had he been the founding emperor of the Great Xia Dynasty, he would never have established such a foolish rule preventing princesses from participating in governance. Shen Wenyuy was inherently an emperor unbound by conventions. The thrill of challenging his ancestors' authority invigorated his mind. Indeed, he was the emperor now. Those who set the rules were long gone, and he was the most esteemed in the realm. Why should he cling to regulations set by the deceased? If Wenyuy possessed power and her own supporters, he would no longer need to worry about her being bullied in the future. Moreover, Wenyuy was naturally gentle and kind-hearted. Even in power, she would not impose upon others. With this train of thought, a bold idea took root in Shen Wenyuy's mind. In essence, no matter how many allies he found for her now, once he passed away, she would still have to rely on others to survive. However, if she could possess the ability to protect herself, the situation would be entirely different. The emperor, who had never properly raised a daughter in his earlier years, became increasingly fervent about his child. His concern that his daughter might be mistreated after his death stemmed fundamentally from her lack of influence. His previous dealings with his brothers after his ascension were telling. The more capable they were, the more cautious he became. Thus, if he could equip his daughter with a power akin to that of a future emperor's brother, while still maintaining her status as a princess who would not threaten imperial authority, she would become the object of desire for all. Shen Wenyuy's affection for his daughter was openly displayed for the world to see, whether through the continuous stream of foreign tributes to Yonghe Palace or his unabashed acknowledgement of her in any setting. Rather than confining his affection to the private sphere, he preferred that she enjoy the treatment befitting a star in public. Imagining the sight of noble families bowing to Shen Wenyuy once she wielded power sent shivers down his spine. This was what a true princess was. This was the essence of an imperial daughter. Rarely had he felt such excitement, as if he were a child with a new toy. He immediately took Shen Wenyuy back to Yangxin Palace, changed into casual attire, and intended to take her out of the palace for a glimpse of the prosperity he had created in the capital. In truth, his intentions were simple. His joy prompted him to wander, and, as emperor, it was indeed a delight to behold the flourishing realm he had established. Yet, to Shen Wenyuy, his behavior seemed peculiar. She had never witnessed her father act with such restlessness. Before she could settle herself, he was already eager to depart. She swallowed the last bite of cake. Reflecting calmly in her mind, is he out of his mind? The emperor had reached a point where he took pride in what should be shameful. displaying no awareness of it. Instead, he smiled and playfully tugged at her two little braids, prompting her to squeal and dodge away. The Empress Dowager and nurse and presented a bowl of bird's nest porridge before the Empress Dowager. As the Empress Dowager aged, she began to prioritize her health, taking to heart the teachings of the monks on Ling Mountain, who advised that one should walk a few circles before partaking in meals each morning. Recently, the Shufei had visited, discussing the selection of a legitimate wife for the second prince, prompting the Empress Dowager to realize that the emperor's eldest children were nearing the age when they would leave the palace to establish their own households. Stirring her bowl of bird's nest porridge with a small spoon, she remained troubled by this matter. The birthdays of the first and second princes were closely aligned, and according to the emperor's disposition, they were expected to leave the palace and set up their residences together. However, the choice of consorts had been influenced by the emperor's recent efforts to suppress the Zhou family, the maternal lineage of the first prince. Despite his lack of discontent towards the first prince himself, to demonstrate his regard for his son, the emperor chose a match from the Yin family. The eldest daughter of a reputable household, the Yin family was known for its integrity, with Minister Yin holding significant power as the Minister of Personnel. Furthermore, the brothers of this young lady had all achieved success, many already active within the court, making it difficult to find another noble lady of such esteemed lineage. Thus, the Shufei sought an audience with the Empress Dowager to request a suitable marriage for the second prince. The Empress Dowager understood that the Shufei was not motivated by self-interest for her adoptive son, but rather out of a sincere belief that her child should not be inferior to others. Nevertheless, being a generation removed, the authority over her grandson's marriage ultimately resided with their father, the emperor. "Your Highness?" The call for Mama, he interrupted the Empress Dowager's thoughts. She smiled and rubbed her forehead, remarking on her distracted state, "Look at me, so unfocused lately that I even lost my train of thought during breakfast. What is it you wish to discuss?" "Mama," he responded, though her expression bore a hint of confusion. "Earlier, you instructed me to investigate which individuals the young ladies of the Duke's household have been associating with. However, it appears that the young lady seldom leaves her residence. And even when she does, she is accompanied by attendants and refrains from engaging with outsiders." The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. "She does not leave her home, nor does she interact with outsiders? How then did this foreign prince come to be connected with her?" After a moment, she said, "Very well, I understand. Have someone continue to observe her for a few more days. I shall ponder this further. The last time I heard from you about the peculiarities involved, I took it upon myself to dismiss the child's standing. Although nothing conclusive has surfaced thus far, it seems to have averted her original fate, does it not? Yet, the Empress Dowager harbored a degree of apprehension and instructed Mama, he to maintain surveillance. Mama, he felt a twinge of confusion, uncertain why the Empress Dowager would be so vigilant towards an ordinary young lady of the inner chambers. However, as a loyal servant who had accompanied the Empress Dowager from her days as Empress, Mama, he firmly believed that the Empress Dowager's actions were undoubtedly justified. Indeed, it appeared that some encounters necessitate a blend of fortune and fate. For instance, after nearly half a month of observing the young lady from the Duke's household, Mama, he found that she had ventured out only once. Coincidentally, on that very day, the Emperor, in high spirits, took his daughter out and fortuitously encountered the young lady. Miss Shu of the Duke's household, of noble birth, immediately recognized the Emperor. However, noticing his casual attire and the servant-like appearance of Su Xuanfu beside him, she inferred that he likely wished to keep his identity concealed. With a slight bow, he stepped aside, allowing passage. In terms of familial ties, she could be considered a cousin of the Emperor. Thus he acknowledged her with a nod and addressed her as Miss Shu-san. To Shen Wenyuy, their interaction appeared to be merely the customary pleasantries exchanged between unfamiliar individuals. However, to Qi Xian, it was far more significant. Upon the Emperor uttering the young lady's name, Shen Wenyuy immediately shifted her gaze to the remarkably handsome guard standing beside her. "Oh, so this is the darkly transformed young prince? Qi Xian, if I recall correctly. He appears rather innocent at first glance," she mused. "Indeed, he possesses striking features. It is no wonder Miss Shu would consider eloping with him despite her ignorance of his background." The Emperor was taken aback. "Am I mad? Or is this world simply too insane?" How is it that encountering someone can unveil such a tumultuous life story? Initially, he observed the two with a detached curiosity, only to discover that this matter was intimately connected to him. Alas, it is unfortunate that in the end, Xu Ning was chosen in the grand selection and hanged herself. Thus their planned elopement was thwarted, a mere step away from freedom. It is no wonder this prince of the southern Ming has relentlessly attacked our Great Xia since his ascension. The emperor was astonished. Who had submitted such candidates, allowing those with romantic entanglements into his harem, and then leaving him to bear the blame? Chapter 72. Marriage by adoption. The emperor was no stranger to the southern Ming, as it bordered Great Xia. For centuries, since their ancestors established the Xia Dynasty, relations between the two nations had been relatively amicable. Thus, he pondered briefly why the prince of southern Ming would come to Great Xia, particularly to serve as a guard and elope, had it not been for Yuer's words. He might have thought he was reading a fictional tale. Sensing Qi Xian's wary gaze upon him, the emperor disdainfully scoffed at the protective young man and turned to leave. Yet, Shen Wenyuy's next comment halted him in his tracks. Had he not endured the agony of losing his beloved, he might have become a commendable emperor. He seems to possess a natural talent for everything, and it appears he has even conquered several cities along the Great Xia border. What? The emperor immediately ceased his departure. Upon hearing of a capable military leader, he felt as though he had encountered a delectable morsel, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. He yearned to return at once and arrange a marriage for the two, determined to retain this talent within Great Xia. Marriage by adoption. He turned back to glance at the pair across from him, smiling as he inquired, "Might I have a word with you? I have matters to discuss." Miss Xu Ning's pale lips twitched slightly, yet she dared not defy the emperor, forcing a smile and nodding in acquiescence. However, she found herself questioning the emperor's motives. Was it due to the awareness of her affections that her name had been brought forth? In recent days, the Xu family had been troubled, and few within the household believed she would be eliminated from consideration. Yet, such an outcome had indeed transpired, and her mother had even refused to speak with her, leaving Xu Ning feeling grateful for her exclusion, yet heavy-hearted at her family's distress. As Qi Xian confronted the shameless old man who was brazenly flirting while holding his daughter, his demeanor was understandably frosty. Upon ascending to the second floor's private room of the renowned restaurant, Rui Tower, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Even the previously jovial waiter, who had eagerly anticipated the arrival of esteemed guests, found himself hesitant to remain. "Gentlemen, would you care to order?" Typically, this inquiry will be followed by his recommendations for the house specialties. Yet today, he found himself at a loss for words, a testament to the room's palpable tension. Noticing the waiter's distress under the oppressive presence of a prince and an emperor, Shen Wenyuy compassionately took the order from his trembling hands. "Allow me to take care of this. What would you all like to eat?" The latter half of her statement was directed at the three men. The emperor was the first to respond, gently touching his daughter's forehead. "Order anything you desire, but perhaps refrain from oily dishes. Has your mother mentioned that your stomach has been troubled lately?" Shen Wenyuy chuckled softly in acknowledgement. Su Ning, feeling a twinge of trepidation towards her imperial cousin, found solace in the presence of the little princess, who, despite her reputation for being pampered, exuded a warmth that was quite endearing. She managed a strained smile and suggested, "When I dined here previously, I found their Longjing shrimp quite delightful. You might want to give it a try." The emperor raised an eyebrow, bemused. "Previously, you only praised my looks. What is this sudden shift?" Turning to Xu Ning, he inquired, "What flavors do you enjoy? I'll order a few more dishes. We wouldn't want to run short." Xu Ning blinked, puzzled by the notion of not having enough to eat. However, when it came to flavors, she instinctively glanced at Qi Xian, smiling slightly. "Let us have something spicier, perhaps with a bolder taste." Upon hearing this, Qi Xian could no longer maintain his silent duel with the man across from him. A smile broke forth that he could not conceal. The emperor, casting a final glance at the order, smirked and noted the spiciness of the dishes requested. "You dare glare at me? Enjoying spicy food, are we? Flirting in my presence, feeding my daughter this dog food?" Although he was unfamiliar with the term, he suspected it wasn't complimentary, and thus resolved to teach this young man a lesson for his insolence. Once the waiter departed with the order, The emperor turned his attention to the two men across from him. Enough of the charade. Sit down and join us for the meal. Xu Ning's immediate thought was of being caught exchanging glances with Qi Xian earlier, and though societal norms had relaxed since previous dynasties, she still felt a flush of embarrassment and lowered her gaze. Qi Xian, however, remained unfazed and, noticing that Xu Ning did not refuse, casually seated himself and poured himself a cup of tea. "Cousin, please forgive our household's shortcomings," Xu Ning ventured, gripping her fingers tightly. Although they were of the same generation, the emperor had watched the young lady grow up, understanding that she was not the type to conceal the truth in pursuit of wealth and status. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What does it matter? Was it not your decision to send her here?" Xu Ning bit her lip, glancing awkwardly at Qi Xian. Upon noticing the calluses that had formed on his once smooth hands over the past few days, she ultimately made her decision. "Please, I implore you to save us." The emperor furrowed his brow. What has transpired? Hearing Xu Ning address the man before them, and observing her respectful demeanor, Qi Xian immediately comprehended the identity of this individual and knelt beside her. Seeing the two of them kneeling in unison, Shen Wenyuy quietly moved to block the door to the private chamber. "Let us not be seen in this humiliating position." The emperor mused. Is it possible that humans are not so fragile? From their words, the emperor learned the entire backstory. Qi Xian had been pursued by his own royal brother in the southern Ming, fleeing to the central plains, where he was gravely injured and subsequently rescued by Xu Ning. In gratitude and seeking refuge, he became a guard at the duke's residence. The two shared a mutual affection, but being aware that a union between a noble lady and a mere guard would not garner familial approval, and fearing that revealing Qi Xian's royal lineage could attract pursuers, they kept their relationship a secret. However, with the upcoming selection, Xu Ning was the only eligible daughter in the duke's household. Her parents, eager to ascend the social ladder, disregarded her wishes and submitted her name for consideration, leading to the well-known events that followed. The emperor took a deep breath, forcing a smile. "So, young prince, do you intend to remain in the Great Xia or return to the southern Ming?" Qi Xian paused. He was not yet the formidable emperor of the southern Ming, but merely a youth driven to distant lands by the envy of his brother, unable to protect the one he loved. Thus, hearing that the emperor of the Great Xia offered him a choice, he could not help but chuckle. "Your Majesty of the Great Xia, do I truly have a choice? Nevertheless, you govern your country remarkably well." Setting aside his latent rivalry, Qi Xian could now regard the emperor with clarity. Expressing his impressions of the Great Xia, the security and prosperity of this capital far surpass that of my homeland. Moreover, with Ninger here, I naturally wish to stay. Xu Ning smiled at him, their hands discreetly clasping beneath the table, fingers entwined. This did not escape Shen Wenyuy's notice. Perhaps there was an advantage to her shorter stature, as she could easily observe the subtle gestures beneath the table. The emperor suddenly felt as though he were coaxing an innocent youth, and thus declared, "If you wish to remain, I can arrange for you to establish a separate household from the duke's residence, living independently. Should you contribute to the Great Xia, I shall treat you as my own subjects." He was indeed contemplating that Qi Xian should hasten to the military camp for training, subsequently venturing forth to carve out his own empire. However, expressing such sentiments to a foreign prince whose abilities had yet to be revealed seemed rather inappropriate to the emperor, for it might arouse suspicion. After all, there is no such thing as a free lunch. As a prince who had fled from another nation, having secured both a residence in the capital and a position of authority, such fortune seemed too good to be true. Furthermore, it must be noted that the crown prince of the southern Ming is the legitimate son of the empress, both the firstborn and a favored child, cherished by the emperor. To put it dramatically, this emperor's concern is primarily for this legitimate heir, despite the early death of his mother and neglect from his father, managed to survive the crown prince's assassination attempts, and even ascended to the throne under such dire circumstances in a previous life. The emperor did not perceive this individual as possessing a simple nature. Thus he maintained a demeanor that was not overly warm. This attitude, however, led the two individuals across from him to believe that the emperor's restrained demeanor was a result of his regard for shunning status, igniting a flicker of excitement within them. Qi Xian has always been one who can adapt and endure. Otherwise, He would not have remained inconspicuous as an ordinary guard in the Duke's residence for so long without raising suspicion. In recent days, he had faced considerable opposition from others in the household, far removed from the pampered existence he had once known in the palace. Therefore, upon hearing that the Emperor of the Great Xia was willing to shelter him and to betroth Shunning to him, he could not contain his emotions. Kneeling on both knees and bowing deeply, "Your Majesty's kindness will be eternally remembered by Qi Xian. If given the opportunity, I shall repay this debt with my life." This sentiment was too much for Shen Wenyuy to bear. "What nonsense are you spouting? If you die, what will happen to my beautiful sister?" "Spit, spit, spit." With that, she leapt from her chair to assist Qi Xian, pouting, "Big brother, if you die, what will become of my shunning sister? You must take care of yourself. Otherwise, I will certainly find her several more suitors." Qi Xian brushed the dust from his forehead, unoffended by her words. He genuinely loved Shunning, and if he were to die prematurely, he would wish for her to forget him and live well. Thus, he held a measure of affection for this little princess, who cared for Shunning. Leaning down to meet her gaze, he assured her, "Rest assured, Princess, I shall strive not to leave your sister in mourning." This declaration caused Shunning to blush deeply, and unable to contain herself, she playfully punched him. The Emperor, initially troubled by his daughter calling him sister, pondered whether the burdens of state affairs had aged him prematurely. This generational confusion was perplexing. Then, he witnessed the delicate young lady, who had barely stepped outside the door, deliver a punch that nearly sent Qi Xian sprawling to the ground. The Emperor gasped, bewildered. Is this person truly capable of leading troops in a battle? Surely, Shunning cannot possess such strength. Having barely regained his footing, Shen Wenyuy looked on, both astonished and fearful, as Qi Xian adeptly rose to his feet, rubbing his waist. He then turned to grasp Shunning's hand, gazing at her affectionately. "Did I hurt you?" Feeling the penetrating gaze of the father-daughter duo, Shunning, in a mix of embarrassment and indignation, retaliated with another punch. This time, Qi Xian truly fell to the ground. The Emperor exchanged a glance with Shen Wenyuy, both unable to suppress a gulp. Sister Shunning possesses an innate strength, one that the Emperor mused might have led her to the harem had she not already captured someone's heart. In a fleeting moment, he felt a peculiar sense of gratitude towards Qi Xian, youthful and vigorous as he was, in stark contrast to the Emperor's own aging frame. The dishes were likely to be served soon, so they should take their seats. At last, the private chamber fell into a tranquil silence. The young waiter, initially trembling with apprehension at the noise outside, cautiously knocked and inquired, "Esteemed guests, may we serve the dishes?" Su Xuanfu, observing quietly from the side, nodded in response, prompting the waiting staff to stream in, bringing forth nearly all the dishes. Owning a tavern in the capital requires a certain network, and the proprietor, aware of the esteemed company in the private room, waddled in with a jovial expression. Upon seeing the middle-aged man's face, his smile grew even more fervent. "Esteemed guests, our private rooms are renowned for their tranquility. To avoid disturbing your discussions, I took the liberty of having your dishes served promptly. Would you like me to arrange some fine wine as well?" The Emperor waved him off, casting a glance in his direction. "Wine is unnecessary. It clouds judgment." As the proprietor, still smiling, prepared to retreat, Su Xuanfu slightly lowered his head and whispered as he passed, "Mind your tongue." The tavern owner's smile faltered momentarily before he quickly nodded in understanding. Qi Xian, chewing on a piece of steamed fish adorned with chopped chili, remarked with a muffled tone, "This establishment seems rather unsanitary." Shunning shot him a glance and whispered back, "Silence is golden." Fortunately, the Emperor did not take offense. He chuckled and offered shrimp to Shen Wenyuy, thinking they would soon be family, and there was no need for such formality. He understood that the tavern had its backers, and the adage "clear waters harbor no fish surely" was not lost on Qi Xian. Rather than eliminate the proprietor and invite someone with an unknown agenda, it was wiser to retain him. Watching the Emperor's gestures, Qi Xian inexplicably recalled his own father, a man who appeared to dote on his elder brother, yet never displayed such affections during meals. Little did he know that the Emperor had been similarly conditioned by Shen Wenyuy and Hui Pin. Chapter 74. Father the Emperor had once been a staunch advocate of silence during meals until he encountered Shen Wenyuy. She was the sort of person who, if he remained quiet for any length of time, would chatter incessantly in his mind, nearly suffocating him with her thoughts. He had previously harbored a mild obsession with cleanliness, believing that meals should only be served by palace maids using designated utensils. However, he found himself helpless. Shen Wenyuy had a voracious appetite but a modest palate, requesting only the smallest portions from the maids, their hands flitting before the emperor's eyes, causing him vexation. Yet, he could not bear to witness the look of disappointment in his daughter's eyes. What was to be done? He had to step in himself. The emperor, with a sense of nostalgia and pride, reflected on how well he had raised his daughter, so composed and unperturbed. In the past, when he would serve her, she would anxiously express her gratitude, but now she simply dove into her meal. Ah, was this not a form of trust? Truly, she was his obedient daughter. Father, why did you serve me fish without removing the bones? You nearly choked me. The emperor silently turned and exchanged a glance with Su Xuanfu, who, understanding the unspoken cue, stepped forward with a pair of chopsticks to expertly deb-one the fish for the little princess. Observing Su Xuanfu's deft movements, the emperor couldn't help but reflect on his own shortcomings. How was it that, as the emperor, he was outperformed even in the task of deboning fish by a mere eunuch? The young girl's father had begun to spiral into an odd train of thought. Meanwhile, Shen Wenyuy remained blissfully unaware of her father's peculiar musings, as she was wholly absorbed in the delightful feast before her. Typically, her meals were not consumed with such haste. She did not usually eat while anxiously eyeing the dishes yet to be served. However, Qi Xian's voracious appetite was astonishing. In the brief moment she looked away, he had nearly finished the entire platter of lamb leg, devouring it with such speed that Shen Wenyuy almost mistook him for a famished dog that hadn't eaten for 3 days. Having rarely indulged in the rich flavors of the imperial kitchen, too cautious of what was suitable for a child's delicate constitution, Shen Wenyuy found herself unable to resist the tantalizing aroma of the spicy, roasted lamb leg. With a swift motion, she pulled the sizzling dish towards herself, confidently declaring, "But father hasn't eaten yet." Upon hearing that the emperor was to partake, Qi Xian immediately ceased his efforts to snatch the food, knowing he still needed to maintain a favorable relationship with the emperor in the capital. Nonetheless, despite the outward pretense, the reality was that the emperor ended up serving his daughter the tender meat from the lamb leg, allowing her to relish in the feast. After their meal, the emperor finally recalled the purpose of his visit. Once they bid farewell, he took Shen Wenyuy to a bookstore. Pointing at the shelves brimming with tomes and gazing at her with affectionate anticipation, he said, "Wenyuy, look at all these books. Which ones pique your interest? We shall take them home." While there were indeed many books within the palace, it would be somewhat controversial to openly present them to a newly enlightened princess. Hence, he thought it best to venture outside the palace and smuggle them into Yonghe Palace. However, Shen Wenyuй's mood was less than cheerful. It was not due to a lack of eagerness to learn. Her parents, both researchers, had always kept a watchful eye on her education, ensuring she was diligent and hardworking throughout her upbringing. Yet, who among us has not suffered the trials of classical literature from a young age? Now, her father was pointing at a pile of texts that made her lament over the fragments she encountered during exams, asking her if she found any of it interesting. "I find them all quite intriguing, truly," she replied, "though they seem to possess a weight that could quite literally crush me." "How fascinating," the emperor remarked. In this era of underdeveloped papermaking, even the palace still retains some bamboo slips for books. Outside, even a simple primer like the 3-character classic is thick enough to span a palm's width. Yet, Shen Wenyuy was no ordinary 5-year-old. Observing the scholarly patrons frequenting the bookstore, she felt a flicker of doubt. "Father, why have you brought me here? Surely, a princess need not learn the intricacies of statecraft?" At that moment, the emperor found himself experiencing a rare desire to boast about the remarkable accomplishments of his youth. He pointed at the wall filled with books and said, "These volumes are essential for all scholars, including the princes of the palace. Shouldn't he or you aspire to the same?" The passers-by glanced at the father and daughter with expressions of disbelief, as if questioning the relevance of a girl delving into such literature. What purpose would that serve? Learning these texts is far less practical than studying the lessons for women or the precepts for women which would better prepare her for managing a household and raising children. Yet, the idle chatter of those around them did not disturb Shen Wenyuy's inner excitement upon hearing her father's words. If scholars can read, and princes can read, then surely I can as well. Is it possible that my father's intention is for me to share the same starting point as they do? Can I attend court and use my own power to protect myself? Shen Wenyuy gazed up at her father, realizing that, in this moment, he had truly assumed the role of a father in her heart. Father, did I hear you correctly? She wished to ask directly, but the crowd's presence made her hesitate. Biting her lip, she delicately ventured, "Can I be like my brothers?" Heaven knows, although her brothers were not difficult to get along with. The notion of bowing to them simply due to her gender had troubled her for quite some time. If I could protect myself, why would I ever choose to submit to someone else for mere shelter? The emperor discerned her ambitions from her unvoiced thoughts, feeling a swell of pride for his daughter. He had not considered that she might resist such a possibility. Indeed, our Wenyuy shall be like her brothers. Suddenly, the complexities of classical literature no longer seemed daunting to Shen Wenyuy. She felt empowered, ready to tackle even oracle-bone script in the name of her newfound authority. She joyfully leapt into her father's embrace, exclaiming, "Father, you are the best. Let us bring these books home." The emperor responded in surprise. "Isn't that a bit excessive? Perhaps we should take it step by step." Indeed, while he intended to encourage his daughter's studies, he also felt a protective tenderness towards her, recognizing her tender age and the need for balance. Thus, he selected only a few of his own childhood favorites to take back to the palace. In the Yonghe Palace, concubine Hui was discussing with Shueisho how to plan Shen Wenyuy's 6th birthday celebration. This age was particularly significant, as children in the palace were often fragile. Reaching 6 years marked a milestone of survival. Consequently, previous birthday celebrations were kept simple, fearing that excessive fortune might overwhelm young children. Chapter 75. It's all his fault. Concubine Hui was particularly invested in planning Shen Wenyu's birthday feast. While she believed that the Empress Dowager and the Emperor would ensure the event's success regardless of her involvement, she still wished to compensate for the child's past misfortunes. Reflecting on her previous daughter, who had likely never experienced a complete birthday celebration, a sense of melancholy washed over her. Meanwhile, when the Emperor arrived at Yonghe Palace with Shen Wenyuy, he happened upon concubine Hui, who bore a furrowed brow. "What troubles you?" the Emperor inquired with curiosity. Huipin suddenly realized that tears had welled in the corners of her eyes without her notice. Hastily, she dabbed at them with a handkerchief and said, "It is not merely the thought that Wenyuy is soon to turn 6. I cannot help but lament that I have not properly celebrated her life in the past few years. In my heart, I feel I have been an inadequate mother." Upon hearing this, the Emperor felt a pang of guilt, for if Huipin had faltered in her maternal duties, then he, as a father, had not even visited his daughter once in these 6 years. How absurd that would be! He commanded Su Xuanfu to place the scrolls he had brought from outside the palace into a small storeroom in Yonghe Palace, and then took a seat beside Huipin, gently patting her shoulder. "It is not entirely your fault. The palace rules dictate that lavish celebrations cannot be held before the age of 6. Moreover, to err is human. What is a mere birthday? If Wenyuy desires it, we could celebrate her life every day." After saying this, he continued, "The Empress Dowager had previously suggested that she would like to personally oversee Wenyuy's birthday banquet. I did not refuse her at the time, but if my beloved consort wishes to take charge of the arrangements, then by all means, I shall speak to the Empress Dowager in a few days." Huipin naturally wished for the Empress Dowager to preside over Wenyu's celebration, for no previous prince or princess had ever received such an honor. If Wenyuy were the first, it would undoubtedly elevate her standing in the eyes of others. After all, does not a princess rely on the affection of her family? Yet, contemplating that her daughter's 6th birthday would only come once, and that it was the first birthday Wenyuy would celebrate since her rebirth, Huipin felt a tinge of reluctance. "Let me handle it, for the Empress Dowager is advanced in years, and it would not be right to trouble her with your affairs daily." The Emperor nodded, acknowledging that while grand celebrations could indeed be held for children once they turned 6, they were still quite young. "If we are to invite outsiders, let us only call upon your family," he suggested. "Family? Shen Wenyuy was taken aback, having never heard of Hui Pin's family before. The books had not mentioned them, nor had her mother ever spoken of them. She found herself surprised by this revelation. "Mother, will my maternal grandparents also be coming on my birthday?" Hui Pin considered her parents and several brothers before replying, "Not only your grandfather and grandmother, but your uncles will likely come as well. Would you like them to attend?" "What sort of question is that? Does my mother not cherish her family?" Great Xia Dynasty. Shen Wenyuy felt a sense of curiosity. Nonetheless, they were the ones who had raised her mother. Whether good or bad, they deserved some acknowledgement. Thus, Shen Wenyuy tilted her head and smiled at her. "I wish to meet my mother's relatives." The emperor decisively declared, "I shall send someone to issue the invitations." Only then did Hui Pin remember to inquire, "What were those scrolls that your majesty commanded Su Gonggong to take to the storeroom?" The emperor suddenly realized he had not yet discussed this matter with Hui Pin. Recalling her gentle exterior belied a strong will, he felt inexplicably guilty, and with a forced laugh, he said, "Perhaps it would be better if Wenyuy explained it to you." With that, he excused himself, citing official duties, and departed from Yonghe Palace. Left behind and forgotten by the emperor, Su Xuanfu found himself alone in the Yonghe Palace after just settling his books. "But your majesty, what shall I do now that you have departed?" He lamented. "Wenyuy, speak to your mother about this matter. What is happening?" Although Shen Wenyuy was aware that Hui Pin genuinely loved her, she remained uncertain if such unconventional thoughts would be accepted by her, given that her mother had merely endured decades of traditional female education in this dynasty. Thus, she mumbled softly, "It is nothing much. It is just that father wishes for me to learn the same things as my brothers." Her words were whispered and vague. Yet Hui Pin immediately grasped the implication. "Are you saying that the emperor desires you to participate in court affairs like your brothers?" Shen Wenyuy realized that this was perhaps an innate talent of all mothers, just as her own mother had always caught her sneaking glances at her phone during school. Every time she attempted to divert the conversation or conceal something from Hui Pin, her keen perception would swiftly uncover it. Reluctant to lie to her mother, she could only nod with a troubled expression and inquire, "Mother, you wouldn't disapprove, would you?" Observing Hui Pin's silence, Wanshu assumed she harbored doubts about the emperor's reliability and quickly interjected, "In our Great Xia, there has never been a princess involved in governance throughout the centuries. If you, princess, were to set such a precedent, it could tarnish your reputation." "That is enough, Wanshu," Hui Pin interrupted, turning her gaze to Shen Wenyuy. "Tell me, Wenyuy, is it your desire to undertake this role, or is it your father compelling you to do so?" Deep down, she already had her suspicions. Why would the emperor insist on Wenyuy undertaking such a task, which offered him no benefits? Surely, if Wenyuy were opposed, he could not force her, indicating her likely consent. Indeed, when Hui Pin observed Shen Wenyuy nodding her head, albeit subtly, she recognized her daughter's hesitance. Softening her tone, she reassured, "I do not blame you, nor do you think I would disapprove? Ah, could it be that you would actually agree to my request? My goodness, I never anticipated your openness." Initially, Wenyuy had believed her mother would not concur and felt guilty for making such a significant decision with the emperor without consulting her. "Good child," Hui Pin embraced Shen Wenyuy. "As long as it is what you wish to do, your mother will not refuse. Though I hope you will live a life filled with joy as a beloved princess. This journey is yours to chart." "It is all right, mother," Shen Wenyuy declared confidently. "Even if I may attend court like my brothers, they will still look after me. I will remain your most cherished little princess." Hui Pin had no objections, agreeing with her daughter's sentiments. If her daughter were to face difficulties in the court, it would all fall upon the emperor's shoulders. Should anyone criticize a princess for entering government service, the blame would rest with him. Ultimately, she believed her daughter was faultless. Any error would lie with the emperor for not fulfilling his role properly. Chapter 76. Brainstorming. To be frank, the palace is filled with cunning individuals. Even if the emperor intends to conceal what he has brought from outside for Shen Wenyuy, the news of their departure from the palace cannot be kept hidden. Within the confines of Gongquan Palace, concubine and heard familiar sounds of commotion from next door once again. How is it that consort Su, who daily pays her respects to the empress and copies Buddhist scriptures, cannot find peace of mind? Upon hearing the sound of porcelain shattering on the ground, she remarked to her maid, "At this rate, They will all end up like Yupin, and the imperial household department will have to double its monthly supply of porcelain. Guyu quickly whispered, "My lady, perhaps you should refrain from commenting too much. If she hears you, you might find it difficult to sleep tonight." Recalling this, concubine and felt somewhat disheartened. Initially, when she witnessed consort Su being inexplicably punished to copy scriptures for the empress, she relished the misfortune. If only there were flames allowed in the palace, the number of firecrackers that day could have ignited the entire imperial residence. Yet one day, consort Su caught her and Guyu mocking her. It seemed she understood that the empress would not advocate for her, and thus sought ways to torment concubine. For instance, she would suddenly crash things in the middle of the night, depriving concubine of sleep, causing her to visit the empress the next day with dark circles under her eyes. Furthermore, upon encountering her, she would bark like a mad dog. Startling concadin sununtay on occasion. Damn it, this crazy woman is truly barking, she thought, when she complained to the empress. Consort Su merely claimed she had not slept well and accidentally broke the porcelain in the night. As for barking at concubine, and her original words were, "Is it not that concubine and resembles a dog, thus interpreting normal speech as barking?" Moreover, in Gangquan Palace, there were only the two of them residing, and apart from their own maids, there was no third witness to be found. Although the empress was well aware that consort Su was likely causing trouble, she had no evidence to substantiate it. Uncertain of the emperor's stance towards the Su family, she merely punished her with a few days of confinement or the task of copying scriptures. After all, the palace regulations did not specify how to penalize a concubine for barking at others. However, consort Su seemed to have recently adopted a carefree attitude, unperturbed by either the scriptures or confinement, embodying the notion that a barefoot person fears not the shoes. Unbeknownst to her, consort Su had no intention of tormenting concubine. Rather, she was herself in a state of distress. Ever since her failed attempt to curry favor with the sixth princess, which resulted in being sent to the empress to copy scriptures, she had been receiving various secret messages from her family's agents. She had only recently entered the palace, yet her parents intended to bring her half-sister into the palace, even proposing to present her to the emperor in her name. Consort Su was astounded. She had yet to serve the emperor herself, and now she was expected to assist her half-sister in doing so. If she possessed such capabilities, would she still be residing in the almost desolate Gangquan Palace, spending hours daily to copy those tedious Buddhist scriptures for that wretched empress? Consort Su felt as though her life in the palace was rapidly spiraling out of control. The mansion had declared that should she refuse to assist, there would be no further deliveries of gold and silver to the palace. It is imperative to understand that Lady Su had recently fallen out of favor and had endured considerable scrutiny from the empress. Her continued sustenance within the palace depended solely on the support from her family. If she were to rely solely on her meager monthly allowance, the porcelain shattered today would likely exceed her means. This simply would not do. This young mistress must devise a plan. Her maid, more anxious than she, recalled how, in the past, her mistress had wielded her status as a legitimate daughter to oppress the lesser-born girls in the household, of which she had certainly played a part. Should that lesser-born girl enter the palace, while her mistress's safety could not be guaranteed, the maid's own precarious position as a mere servant in the palace left her vulnerable. "My lady, what shall we do? Even the emperor has not deigned to glance our way. What recourse do we have? Your half-sister is anything but demure, with a beguiling appearance that could easily capture the emperor's attention. Should he take a liking to her, she might very well leverage his favor against us." Lady Su felt a headache coming on from the relentless chatter of her maid. "Enough. Be silent. I'm already troubled, and your words only add to my distress. Leave at once, and grant me a moment of solitude." The maid, feeling aggrieved, exited the chamber. Lady Su remained, lost in contemplation. If she wished to recommend someone to the emperor, she would first need to see him, and the only individuals frequently in his presence were those who had access to him. Once again, she recalled Shen Wenyuy. Although her prior attempt to engage with her had resulted in a stinging rebuff, leading her straight to her rival, the empress, Lady Su remained a staunch materialist, convinced that even the most astute 5-year-old could not orchestrate such cunning machinations. It was likely mere coincidence that the emperor had passed by at that moment, and that she posed her questions. She reassured herself that she could not possibly be less clever than a child of 5. In a letter from her father, he had mentioned that soon her half-sister would be sent into the palace as a maid. At that juncture, if she could arrange for her to ascend the emperor's bed, her half-sister would undoubtedly manage the rest. Lady Su felt a twinge of disdain. If she herself struggled with such matters, how could her half-sister, lacking both intellect and depth beyond her beauty, succeed? With this thought, her anger dissipated, and she found herself intrigued to witness her half-sister's demeanor upon facing rejection. She began to contemplate ways to approach the emperor through Shen Wenyuy. This time, she resolved not to curry favor with the young princess. If she could use the princess to administer an aphrodisiac to the emperor and lead him to a secluded chamber, her half-sister could take it from there, thus achieving her goal. The more she pondered this scheme, the more ingenious she felt. She also considered that she had yet to share the emperor's bed. If her plan succeeded in intoxicating him, she could take her turn first, allowing her half-sister to follow, which would not only humiliate her, but also secure her own favor. If by chance she were to conceive, it would indeed be a twofold triumph. However, it seems Lady Su may have overestimated the endurance of a middle-aged man. Immediately after, she heard the news that the emperor had taken Shen Wenyuy outside the palace to purchase something. A surge of jealousy welled up within her towards the little princess, who enjoyed such affection from her father. It was worth noting that even in the Su family, her father, merely a minister, could not compare to the emperor and had never taken her outside to buy anything. At the same time, she revised her earlier plan in her mind. Initially, she worried that if the emperor's confidants discovered she had administered the drug, she would face exile to the cold palace despite being favored. However, since the little princess had returned with items from outside, it was likely she had acquired a plethora of curious trinkets in line with a child's nature. If she could disguise those sedatives as something innocently brought back by the princess, she might escape unscathed. Moreover, should the emperor become disoriented under the influence of the aphrodisiac, she could deceive him into believing she was forced into his chamber, thus evoking some sympathy. The more she contemplated, the more feasible this plan appeared, prompting her to hasten to Yonghe Palace the following day. When the concubine Hui heard the name of the visitor announced, she exhibited a hint of surprise. She had no prior connection with this newcomer, who had been assigned by the emperor to accompany the empress upon entering the palace. However, she had heard from Changshi that the Su concubine seemed to have some historical ties with the empress, which had led to her being specially retained during the selection process. The emperor had initially punished the Su concubine in secrecy, not wishing to allow such sordid matters to tarnish the reputation of their mother-daughter relationship. Yet, as the saying goes, appearances reflect one's inner nature. Upon seeing the Su concubine's countenance, we felt she did not possess a benevolent disposition. Thus, when the Su concubine expressed a desire to see her daughter, she inquired, "May I ask what brings you, Sister Su, to seek out Yuer?" The Su concubine thought to herself, "Should I truly divulge my intentions to you?" So, she could only manage a forced smile and responded, "I happened to see the 6th princess in the Empress's garden at Yonghe Palace and found myself quite fond of her. However, our farewell was too hasty, and I regrettably did not have the opportunity to converse with her properly. Now that I find myself with some leisure, I have come to humbly request an audience with the 6th princess." We found her words absurd. It was well known that although her daughter appeared youthful, her psychological age had surpassed her exterior by at least 5 years since her rebirth. Moreover, her daughter was cautious and always presented herself in public as a mere child. What conversation could such a Su concubine possibly have with a 5-year-old? Nevertheless, Hui instructed a palace maid to inquire about Shen Wenyuy. Upon hearing the name announced by the maid, Shen Wenyuy was taken aback. She had assumed that following the previous incident, the Su concubine would be more vigilant upon returning. Yet she still dared to seek her out. What could she possibly wish to reminisce about? Had she grown weary of her time with the empress and now sought to pester the empress dowager? Shen Wenyuy found the situation amusing. However, the day before, when the emperor had been driven away by Hui's questioning, he had not forgotten to send her a tutor. Typically, men could not enter the inner palace. Yet this tutor was not male. The emperor had mentioned that this woman originally hailed from a scholarly family, but during the reign of the late emperor, her father had been falsely accused of a grave crime and executed along with his entire household. Initially, the Empress Dowager, touched by her youth, secretly took her in and raised her within the Shu family, allowing her to mingle freely with the young masters of the household without imposing any strict educational regimen. Upon reaching maturity, this young woman did not seek a typical auspicious marriage, but instead accompanied the Empress Dowager to Ling Mountain, where she became a Taoist priestess. The emperor contemplated the prevailing conservative sentiments among the elder court officials, realizing that it would be a daunting task to facilitate his daughter's ascendance to power. Consequently, he resolved to adopt a gradual approach. Thus, he found it impossible to summon the esteemed scholars for her education and instead requested the Empress Dowager to bring the priestess from Ling Mountain to provide enlightenment for Yuer. Yesterday, the priestess was adorned in the guise of a palace maid and sent to Yonghe Palace. At this moment, Shen Wenyuy had already engaged in a morning's worth of studies under her guidance, akin to the early morning lectures in university setting. Just as boredom began to set in, the appearance of Lady Su brought a sense of amusement. With a cheerful smile, she addressed Huipin, saying, "Mother need not worry. Father has assigned some hidden guards to protect me. Should Lady Su dare to lay a hand on me, those guards would swiftly apprehend her. Open confrontations are easily countered, but insidious threats are far more challenging to evade." Huipin, however, remained somewhat apprehensive. Since the sixth princess was not receiving visitors, they might as well continue with their studies. The priestess, now fully embodying her role as a palace maid, held a thick bamboo slip that was evidently beyond the reach of an ordinary maid. The sight of the substantial bundle in the priestess's hands caused Shen Wenyuy and even Huipin a measure of distress. Help me, mother. If you continue to stand by, your beloved daughter may meet her demise." Huipin, catching the pleading glance of her daughter, ultimately relented, saying, "Excuse me for a moment, but Yuer must meet with Lady Su. Otherwise, it may be considered improper." After several days, Shen Wenyuy's reunion with Lady Su revealed a stark contrast. Previously, Lady Su had embodied the essence of a delicate beauty, but now, whether due to the daily hour-long commutes or the arduous task of reciting scriptures under the Empress, her cheeks appeared slightly sunken. Surprisingly, however, there was no trace of resentment in Lady Su's eyes. Shen Wenyuy widened her almond-shaped eyes in astonishment. Could it be that she had misjudged? Was Lady Su a cunning individual, merely feigning innocence to lower her guard? Or was she truly oblivious to her own machinations? "Lady Su, pray tell, what brings you to seek me?" Lady Su had been racking her brain on how to establish a rapport with the young princess, and upon hearing her forthright inquiry, felt a surge of delight. "It is this," she began. "I have brought several sachets of calming herbs for my parents. I heard that the princess has been having trouble sleeping lately, and I thought to offer you a few." This statement was not entirely inaccurate. Yet, Shen Wenyuy's sleep issues stemmed primarily from her father, who had recently developed a habit of sleeping alongside others. Previously, he would lie motionless, arms crossed over his chest like a mummy, but now he had taken to stretching and kicking during slumber. As an obstacle standing between the two, Shen Wenyuy undoubtedly felt the sting of her father's covert arrows. Initially, the emperor assumed that the dark circles under his daughter's eyes were merely a result of poor sleep. Thus, he ordered the Imperial Medical Bureau to prepare several herbal remedies for her. However, upon catching a whiff of the bitter concoction, Shen Wenyuy could no longer contain herself. She vehemently reproached her father for his absurd sleeping posture. Fortunately, the artisans at the palace quickly crafted a larger, wider bed, thereby resolving the so-called sleep issue. Moreover, Shen Wenyuy understood the adage that one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason. The noble Su had previously exhibited a desire to entangle herself with the emperor through her interactions with Shen. Thus, she could hardly believe that Su's inquiries into her ailment stemmed from genuine concern. The fragrant sachet undoubtedly bore some ulterior motive. With an air of innocence, she remarked, "If the sachet from Lady Su were given to me, what would Lady Su do if she were to suffer from insomnia?" Observing the child's naive expression, Su felt her previous concerns about Shen were indeed unfounded. After all, she was merely a 5-year-old child. With a smile, she replied that alleviating the worries of the sixth princess was her greatest honor. Yet, inwardly, she mused that if the child were to wear the sachet consistently, it would relieve her immediate predicament, ensuring her own restful slumber. Su understood, well, that should any mishap befall the emperor, those close to him would be scrutinized, and her gifted sachets would undoubtedly be among the first to be suspected. Therefore, the aphrodisiac she prepared was far from ordinary. It was a secret formula she had fortuitously acquired. The fragrance typically possessed a calming effect, but when combined with a specific catalyst, it transformed into a potent aphrodisiac. By ensuring the emperor was exposed to this scent over the coming days, she anticipated that when she next encountered him bearing the catalyst, it would take effect. She had even bribed a servant from Yonghe Palace, instructing her to hide some ordinary aphrodisiacs in a small storeroom to create a diversion should the situation arise. As she contemplated her scheme, she felt increasingly confident in its viability. Thus, she instructed a nearby maid to present several exquisitely crafted sachets, adorned with the latest decorative patterns. To Shen Wenyuy, these were, after all, the result of her considerable financial investment, aimed at enticing the child. When Huipin next met her daughter, she noticed the 2 sachets tucked away. "Were these?" she inquired, somewhat perplexed. "They were just given to me by Lady Su, who said they could help with my fatigue." Huipin, well aware of the origins of her daughter's malaise, casually replied, "Since she has given them to you, you may keep them for now. However, I shall have Wanshu dispose of them later." Shen Wenyuy shook her head and replied, "There is no need for that. After all, it is Lady Su's kind intention." Leaning closer to Huipin, she whispered, "I suspect that Lady Su harbors ulterior motives regarding father." "Ulterior motives?" Huipin responded, somewhat taken aback, just as she witnessed her daughter open the sachet before her, revealing the herbs contained within. "Previously, His Majesty had dispatched Dr. He to oversee my meals. Let us summon him to examine this matter, for I suspect that this sachet contains some harmful substance." When Dr. He, wiping the sweat from his brow, hurriedly arrived at Yonghe Palace with his medicinal box, he was greeted by an intriguing sight: 2 exquisite sachets laid out on the table, unmistakably extraordinary. Having spent considerable time in the depths of the palace as a physician, he was well aware of the insidious tactics employed among the concubines. At that moment, he had already formed some suspicions, primarily that the sachets contained abortifacients, likely made from safflower, designed to prevent the favored Huai concubine from conceiving again. He could hardly fathom the audacity of Consort Su, who had apparently taken such drastic measures against the emperor. Yet, when he meticulously pinched a bit of the powder to his nose, he detected no anomalies. "Is there something amiss?" the anxious Huai concubine inquired. "Your Highness, there is nothing wrong. Based on my humble experience, the majority of the spices contained within are tranquilizing agents, beneficial and harmless to the princess's health." This was indeed perplexing. Both women were shrouded in confusion, unable to fully believe that Consort Su would merely present a sachet intended for calming purposes. The palace was rife with treachery, and Dr. He, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from asserting his judgment as infallible. He thus bowed and proposed, "If your Highness harbors any concerns, I shall take this sachet back to the Imperial Medical Institute for a thorough examination." "That would be prudent," she replied. "Should you inform His Majesty?" Changshi interjected. "Indeed, relay this to father. He possesses a method for dealing with such matters. Perhaps one day, he will send her to the Empress Dowager for some stern admonition." The Huai concubine mused. Does a solution merely involve sending her away? Although she felt it somewhat inappropriate to trouble the emperor over such an unsubstantiated issue, her daughter's safety was paramount. Thus, she instructed Changshi, "Then please, make a trip to Yangxin Palace." Within Yangxin Palace, the emperor was diligently inscribing responses to a multitude of memorials. Ordinarily, he would not be in such a rush, as he did not need to visit the harem daily. On a day like today, he would choose to remain in the palace, meticulously reviewing the memorials throughout the night. However, today was different. He recalled the tutor he had previously sent to his daughter. Tonight, if he ventured to Yonghe Palace, he might witness her academic endeavors. He suddenly recognized the distinct differences between his daughter and son. Typically, when he inquired about his son's studies, it was merely to ascertain his diligence. Any shortcomings would warrant reprimand. Yet with Shen Wenyuy, it was not so. He found himself eager to see her furrowed brow and pitiful gaze when faced with difficulties, or perhaps her radiant expression of pride upon mastering her lessons. Regardless of which scenario unfolded, the emperor felt an irresistible pull towards Yonga Palace, eager to hastily dismiss the memorials before him. Of course, such a course was impossible. He could not leave behind a mess for his children, as his own father had done. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard Su Xuanfu announce that Changxi had arrived with Dr. He to present their counsel. The presence of these two individuals led him to suspect that something was amiss with his daughter, prompting him to hastily invite them into the palace. He did not forget to cast a disapproving glance at Su Xuanfu, pondering why he had to report this. What if there was an urgent matter at hand? Su Xuanfu met his gaze with an expression of innocence and confusion. Alas, sixth princess, please come to rescue your humble servant. The emperor's thoughts are increasingly enigmatic. Before the two could complete their formal greetings, the emperor, with palpable anxiety, inquired, "Is something wrong with your health?" Physician he, observing the emperor's stern visage, quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, rest assured, the sixth princess is in good health and is not in any distress." Changxi, standing nearby, recounted the recent visit of noble lady Su to the emperor. The emperor did not perceive this matter as a trivial disruption to his tranquility. Rather, he praised Changxi, saying, "You are indeed astute. In the future, should anything arise in Yonga Palace, regardless of its magnitude, ensure that I am informed. Do not heed your mistress's advice. She is perhaps overly considerate." The emperor understood that even a person of stature is not infallible and can err, often failing to perceive the machinations of others. Even the Empress Dowager, when she was still the queen, had fallen victim to the schemes of the noble consort on more than one occasion, despite her vigilance. Moreover, the emperor had previously encountered noble lady Su and was already aware that she was not a virtuous character. In fact, during a casual conversation with the queen in the Jiaofeng Palace, he had learned of the complex history between the queen and Miss Su. It turned out that the queen's maternal family had long-standing ties with the Su family. Consequently, the queen had often frequented the Su residence in her youth, and one could say noble lady Su had grown up under the queen's watchful eye. However, one day, when bandits invaded the Su residence, the queen and noble lady Su sought refuge in a small chamber. To their dismay, one of the bandits circumvented the guard's search and approached their hiding place. The queen had intended for them to remain hidden under the bed until the guard subdued the intruders. Unexpectedly, overwhelmed by fear, noble lady Su pushed the queen out when the bandits burst into the room. Had it not been for the presence of some guards accompanying the queen's maternal family, the bandits might have inflicted considerable harm upon her. This act of betrayal by a member of the noble family left a significant scar on the young queen's heart. Yet at the time, noble lady Su was merely a child, and the adults, believing her actions to be accidental, dismissed the incident. Only the queen recognized the malicious intent behind the forceful shove, realizing that such strength could not have been a mere accident. This incident did not tarnish the relationship between the two families. Adults often presume that children's matters are trivial and do not dwell on them. Even after her marriage, the queen endured annual visits to the Su family, enduring the sight of noble lady Su's detestable countenance. Thus, when noble lady Su was selected for the imperial court and the Su family requested that the queen keep her, the queen was taken aback, astonished that they had seemingly forgotten the grievances that once existed between them. Since the adversary has presented herself at the palace, the queen, who had initially thought that the noble Su would be unable to exact her revenge from outside, find herself in a position where she cannot refuse this encounter. Thus unfolds the current scene. The emperor remains skeptical, doubting that someone capable of such actions could genuinely care for a child not of her own, especially given her previous intentions to exploit the child. The imperial physician, Wei, who was appointed by the late emperor during the Empress Dowager's pregnancy, has served the royal mother and child for nearly 40 years, evolving from a youthful practitioner into a frail old man. Thankfully, his extensive experience allows him to perceive something amiss upon catching a whiff of the sachet's fragrance. Your Majesty, the scent within this sachet appears to differ from the usual calming ingredients. However, I must confess my limited knowledge prevents me from discerning its peculiarities. The emperor furrows his brow, reassuring the physician, do not belittle your abilities, Wei. I have faith in your expertise. Susumfu. Instruct the embroiderers in the palace to replicate 2 more sachets based on this design, ensuring no outsiders are aware. His intention is for you, to wear a similarly styled sachet, which will later reveal the true nature of the concoction that the noble Su is peddling. The 2 will be entrusted to the Imperial Medical Bureau for thorough examination. That very evening, the emperor visited Yonghe Palace. In truth, he had nearly forgotten his earlier intention to assess his daughter. Yet upon witnessing the scholar he had engaged, wielding a ruler while observing you as she studied, he felt a familiar itch of curiosity. Naturally, the ruler was merely a tool for her to vent her frustrations. Had she truly struck? The nearby concubine Hui would likely have rushed to intervene. How has your study been today? Shall I test you, my dear daughter? Yu Shun's heart sank at the thought. Isn't this akin to a high school teacher immediately conducting a chapter test after finishing a lesson? The emperor, somewhat perplexed, grasped the general sentiment, realizing that he was perceived as overburdening the child. Observing her distressed expression, he felt an unexpected delight, mimicking the act of picking up a book. Preparing to quiz her, his serious demeanor sparked anticipation in the scholar beside him, who thought that if the emperor posed questions she had taught, a good response from the 6th princess might earn her a reward. Then, under her hopeful gaze, the emperor, with a grave expression, turned to the scroll and posed a question. Ahem, you I inquire. In your heart, who holds more importance, your father or your mother? You shun so that's why it hasn't reigned. It's because you've left me speechless. Father or mother? The emperor's expression froze, hastily bypassing the question. If his consort were to witness him posing such an inquiry to their daughter, his dignity would surely be in tatters. Yet, given concubine Hui's recent perception of him, she would likely surmise what had just transpired upon seeing the scholar's expression. With a smile, she removed the grand cloak from the emperor's shoulders and placed it in the hands of Wan Shu, who was waiting nearby. She inquired, what did the emperor just say? Why does it seem that you is so delightfully cheerful? The emperor, feeling a sense of despair at being indirectly betrayed by his own daughter, exchanged a glance with Shen Wenyuy, silently urging her to keep the secret from her mother. Preserve my dignity, and I shall present you with gifts tomorrow. Shen Wenyuy acknowledged his meaning with a gesture of compliance. However, he seemingly forgot the presence of another individual nearby. Fu Min, why don't you enlighten us about what transpired just now? Fu Min was the name of the female tutor. The emperor's expression changed, knowing full well that Fu Min was obstinate and unyielding, and indeed, she recounted his previous inquiry verbatim to Hui Pin. The emperor sighed, thank you. I feel as if I might suddenly perish from embarrassment. Even Su Xuanfu felt a twinge of awkwardness on behalf of the emperor, or perhaps he found himself to be even more embarrassed. Hastily averting his gaze to distance himself from the sovereign, Hui Pin cast a knowing smile at the emperor, who now appeared somewhat childish, rendering him unable to lift his head. What are you thinking, asking you such a question? Parents are not to be divided. Both mother and father hold equal importance. Shen Wenyuy secretly reveled in this, thinking, you sought to put me in a difficult position earlier. Now you have been schooled by mother. Mother, allow me to suggest a question. If the Empress Dowager and the late emperor were to fall into a river simultaneously, and neither could swim, whom would you save first? Upon hearing this question, Hui Pin's eyes sparkled with intrigue, though her courage had yet to reach the point of openly questioning the Empress Dowager and the late emperor. Thus, they both missed a splendid opportunity to realize that they could hear each other's thoughts through their daughter. Of course, had the emperor been aware of this question, he would have answered without hesitation that he would save the Empress Dowager, perhaps even giving the late emperor a kick to ensure he sank, lest he escape and complicate matters further, especially considering the difficulties he faced on account of the favored consort. Although the emperor had invited Fu Min to be Shen Wenyuy's tutor, attending the Imperial Academy was still a necessity. The allure of the Imperial Academy for the children of nobility stemmed from its esteemed lineage. Within its walls, One could encounter both children of illustrious families and princes or princesses. Such connections were invaluable to anyone, particularly for royalty. Chapter 80. Disrobing you, the emperor understood that friendships formed during childhood are the purest, and those made at this juncture could prove to be beneficial in the future. For instance, his most trusted minister of personnel was a childhood companion who had grown up alongside him and was one of the few he could genuinely trust. He hoped that his child would meet some promising individuals at the Imperial Academy, as the education provided by these noble families was of great significance, presenting far better chances of discovering suitable talents than sifting through the common folk. However, Shen Wenyuy was preoccupied with thoughts of avenging her second brother. Previously, amidst the festivities of the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet and the selection of the harem, she felt constrained, apprehensive of causing discord that might jeopardize these significant events. However, with the tumult of those occasions now behind her, she was eager to unleash her ambitions. Her initial thought was that since these noble scions had bullied her second brother, even denying him sufficient food, she would retaliate by mirroring their actions upon him. The principle of an eye for an eye seemed fitting in dealing with such individuals. Yet, she pondered that merely dispatching her covert guardians to administer a beating would hardly equate to avenging her brother. Furthermore, these guardians had been entrusted to her by the emperor. If she employed them in such a manner, how would the courtiers react to her father's actions? The emperor's reluctance to address this matter stemmed from the perception among officials that it was merely childish bickering. After all, in this ancient era, the concept of bullying was not yet recognized. Thus, it fell upon her to take matters into her own hands, leveraging her status as a mere 5.5-year-old child to shield others from being implicated. Those who derive pleasure from tormenting others are particularly sensitive to their own reputation and standing within society. She envisioned making these nefarious young gentlemen the subject of ridicule at the Guozijian, allowing the public to mock them, thereby dampening their arrogance. Consequently, on the following day, Shen Wenyuy found herself lingering before the courtyard of these young scions. Recently, the second prince had moved to a separate residence, engaging in one-on-one instruction with a tutor as arranged by the emperor. This was a precaution taken to prevent the same fate from befalling his third son, who had previously driven numerous tutors away in disgrace. Thus, these bullies had sought a new target. When Shen Wenyuy chanced upon them, they were cornering a frail young boy, mercilessly beating him while evading bruises, their laughter echoing in the air. From a distance, she observed that the fabric of the boy's garments was not particularly fine. While of decent quality, it lacked the fashionable patterns prevalent in the capital. He likely belonged to a once reputable but now fallen noble family. In this dynasty, some old aristocrats were in such a plight. Perhaps their ancestors had once basked in glory, passing down a title that had diminished in stature over generations, until only a name remained. Yet, due to their former affluence, they barely qualified for entry into the Guozijian, often finding themselves in the lowest echelons, making them vulnerable to bullying. Shen Wenyuy arrived just as they had finished tormenting the boy and were preparing to leave the alley, casually warning him not to report their misdeeds. Fu Guang quietly followed behind him and loosen his belt, she instructed. Fu Guang was one of the young guardians sent by the emperor to protect her, perhaps in an effort to avoid frightening her with older, more menacing guards. Thus, the youthful and somewhat naive guardian blushed crimson upon hearing the princess's command. Was this something he was permitted to hear? Your Highness, are you truly certain that I should sever his belt? His voice, rendered somewhat hoarse due to the changes of adolescence, trembled in disbelief at Shen Wenyuy's suggestion, as if he were on the brink of fainting. The task itself was not particularly daunting. A few concealed projectiles tossed from a distance would suffice and would likely go unnoticed. Yet, the sheer audacity of such an act left him incredulous that the delicate young lady before him could utter such words. Without a trace of embarrassment, Shen Wenyuy boldly declared, "Of course. Very well. You are the princess. I shall heed your command." Thus, Fu Guang inhaled deeply and stealthily trailed behind the group of young boys. As they approached the exit of the alley and entered the crowd, he deftly flicked his wrist, and a glimmer of cold light passed through the air, simultaneously loosening the belts of several trousers. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the distance. Shen Wenyuy, however, appeared thoroughly entertained, tugging at Fu Guang's sleeve. "I wish to learn this technique." Fu Guang, wide-eyed with alarm, responded, "Your Highness, you must not. If the Emperor discovers that I taught you how to unfasten others' trousers, he would surely have my head." Shen Wenyuy, curious about her image in the eyes of the shadowy guardian, mused, "Could it be that I wish to learn the art of throwing darts?" Fu Guang replied, "Everything depends on the Emperor's will. Please, for the sake of our friendship." What is friendship? Fortunately, within the confines of the Imperial Academy, where boys and girls were educated separately from the age of 10, Shen Wenyuy felt secure in allowing Fu Guang to act. She did not wish to taint the eyes of young ladies. The embarrassment of the boys did not attract much attention from the opposite sex, resulting in only muted gasps, though the sight did cause some sternly raised brows among the more disciplined youths. Meanwhile, a flamboyant young man, languidly perched atop a table, awaited the arrival of the teacher, chuckled at the spectacle before him. "I must say, you lot have truly become more perverse. Haven't you?" Feeling a sudden chill, the boys quickly crouched down to retrieve their trousers. However, Lianian was not one to grant them such an opportunity. He strode over, pinning their hands down with a sardonic smile. "Not so fast. Where has my desk mate gone? Did you drag her into the alley to torment her again? I step away for just a moment, and you manage to concoct such mischief. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Enough." The leader of the group, the second young master of the Zhou family, sent to provoke them by the Emperor himself, glanced at Lianian, his eyes filled with an unusual plea. If this scandal reached his father's ears, given the recent warnings his father had issued about avoiding trouble, he feared for his own life. "Who is responsible for such disgraceful conduct? We have not wronged you in any way. Please, let's at least put our trousers back on." Chapter 81. The Great Xia Dynasty. He had always been sensitive to his reputation, and at this moment he could almost hear the whispers of the crowd regarding him. "Nonsense! How could you claim not to have provoked me? I have repeatedly expressed my disdain for your bullying behavior. Despite my numerous admonitions, you persist in taking advantage of my absence to secretly torment others. It appears you have become addicted to the thrall of my wrath. How infuriating!" Zhou Changyan, weary of engaging in discourse with such a brutish and simplistic individual, hastily seized a subordinate beside him to shield himself. He had no intention of being the subject of ridicule. Ironically, the very subordinate he had pulled over seemed caught off guard and stumbled, inadvertently directing his head toward Zhou's lower region. Instantly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the academy. At this moment, students were arriving in small groups for their classes. Although the commotion was considerable, the throngs of onlookers obscured the view for newcomers, leaving them unaware of the unfolding scene. However, upon hearing the scream, some could no longer contain their curiosity and pushed through the crowd, only to witness a head buried in the lower region of the second son of the Zhou family. The onlookers exchanged glances, each feeling a thrill akin to being unexpectedly struck by a falling fruit. What a spectacle! Who would have anticipated such an explosive incident at the academy? This dynasty is not particularly tolerant of effeminacy, as many consider it a disgraceful aberration that contradicts the balance of yin and yang. Furthermore, for nobility, the notion of their sons favoring men would be catastrophic. Should such information leak, it could bring shame upon the entire family. Thus, most students present had never encountered such a situation. Upon witnessing the scene, the few who had just arrived displayed a mix of excitement and trepidation. They huddled together, murmuring, "The second son of the Zhou family is indeed an effeminate man. He seems to have shown me considerable attention." One remarked with a disdainful frown, "Nonsense! With your appearance, how could he possibly take an interest in you?" Yet, as Zhou pushed away the subordinate who had shielded him, the crowd beheld his features and collectively recoiled. If someone of such appearance could attract his attention, a chill swept over the onlookers. "Get away from me!" Zhou, known for his vanity, felt a surge of indignation under the scrutinizing gazes of the spectators. He turned and forcefully pushed aside the subordinate who had been blocking his modesty. Consequently, the onlookers were treated to a view of their barely clad forms. What a revelation! Not only is he an effeminate man, but also an exhibitionist. Several individuals averted their eyes, feigning disgust, and hastily departed, uncertain whether they would propagate this shocking gossip thereafter. Shen Wenyuy had never envisioned such an outcome. Little did she know that her intention was merely to embarrass them, allowing them to experience the sting of being gossiped about. In a few days, she planned to feign an accidental encounter, inciting him to retaliate, and then, inevitably, to deliver a well-deserved beating. If you boldly act against the officials in public, those ministers would naturally have no grounds to object. Yet, the outcome exceeded all expectations. Observing the pallor on the face of the second son of the Zhou family, she suddenly felt as though she had accomplished something monumental, prompting her to reconsider her plans. At that moment, Li Anian, who had been holding the second son's hand, gradually loosened his grip and exclaimed in horror, "You can't possibly be a euphemism for a homosexual, can you? So, does that mean you will act against anyone I favor?" He swiftly withdrew his hand, wiping it disdainfully on his clothing. "Listen, I warn you, do not harbor any thoughts towards me." The second son of Zhou felt as if he were teetering on the brink of despair. What could he possibly think of this brash individual? Why did he assume a countenance akin to that of a maiden being harassed? Nevertheless, his reputation was paramount, even if it now lay in tatters. He hastily adjusted his trousers, awkwardly tying a knot with the remnants of his broken belt, and quickly departed the scene, intent on discovering who was behind this mischief. Surely, it cannot be mere coincidence that every belt in their party had come undone. Seeing Zhou Changyan approach with fury, Fu Guang's usually composed face betrayed a rare flicker of panic. If his colleagues discovered that his martial prowess had been employed merely to assist in unbuckling belts, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. Oh, but the most pressing concern was if the emperor were to find out, he might very well face dire consequences. "Princess, what shall we do now?" Shen Wenyuy scoffed with a derisive laugh, then declared, "We must flee. He's almost upon us." Such fierce words belied a rather cowardly sentiment. Fu Guang was left speechless. However, witnessing the furious approach of the second son of Zhou, he swallowed hard, quickly tucking the young princess under his arm, and with a powerful leap, ascended to the rooftops, hastily vacating the premises. Shen Wenyuy mused, "Is this truly the land of Hua? How terrifying it is." The jarring motion evoked memories of her childhood travels on a green train, reminiscent of the queasy sensation one experienced after a hearty meal. Behind them trailed the second son of Zhou, who, having just suffered humiliation, pursued them like a ravenous wolf, leaving her too frightened to utter a sound. Fortunately, this royal shadow guard version of the green train was swift, soon outrunning Zhou Changyan and depositing her safely on the ground. Only then did Shen Wenyuy take a moment to steady her breathing, gripping her chest as she inhaled deeply to regain her composure. "Must you carry me in such a manner?" Fu Guang's gaze was somewhat innocent. "I have never transported a living person before. When the emperor assigned us this task, it was always with the deceased." Realizing that referring to corpses might be too traumatic for the young princess, he quickly amended, "Carrying those who cannot move is always done this way." Shen Wenyuy understood the implication behind his words. It was indeed a challenge for a capable shadow guard to escort a child. Thus, she took a moment to compose herself and allowed him to proceed ahead. With a heart full of comfort, Fu Guang mused that although the little princess was mischievous, she was nonetheless reasonable. Thus, she swiftly took her place upon the eaves, preparing to continue her role as a silent statue atop the roof. Do not inquire, for the position was both comfortable and concealed, a requisite stance for shadow guard. Chapter 82, A Minor Flaw, and let us not forget the child who had just been bullied. Ensure a maid is dispatched to provide him with a change of clothing and some ointment for his wounds, while discreetly inquiring about his guardians. In this ancient society, with its rigid hierarchy, she could not ascertain whether the child's guardians would be willing to confront the Zhou family on his behalf. So she decided to gather some information first. Should they dare to step forward, she would certainly advocate for them before the emperor. Zhou Changyan, while traversing the ground, could not possibly compare to the shadow guard soaring above the rooftops with the little princess. Ultimately, they reached the end of the alley without encountering a single soul. What on earth was happening? Did this person sprout wings and fly away? Second young master, perhaps we should return. The class has already commenced. If the teacher does not see us now, we are likely to face punishment, One of his companions tugged at his waistband, which had sagged during their hurried run, speaking in a tone of urgency. "What are you panicking for? Does that old fellow dare to lay a hand on me?" The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, clearly aware that while the teacher would not dare reprimand him, they could very well find themselves bearing the brunt of any punishment. Nonetheless, Zhou Changyan was not one to be swayed by the opinions of those around him. He commanded them to search the vicinity, determined to unearth the culprit. "I refuse to believe that after such a disgrace, that person could simply slip away unscathed." However, at that very moment, the true instigator had already made her escape to the academy, leaving them unable to catch even a glimpse of her. Eventually, the group returned to the entrance of their academy, dejected. The teacher, who typically lectured with one hand holding a book and the other stroking his beard, initially wore an expression of anger upon seeing tardy students. Yet upon glimpsing the face of the leader among them, his ire was swiftly suppressed. He had intended to have them stand outside in reflection, but upon considering Zhou Changyan's notorious reputation, he sighed and opted for a more lenient reprimand. After all, it was evident that Zhou Changyan would find someone to compose his excuse. Yet the atmosphere in the classroom today was decidedly peculiar. He recalled that when Zhou, the second young master, was late in the past, his peers would remain silent. However, today the classroom buzzed with chatter. He could clearly see students whispering to one another, accompanied by stifled laughter. As he pondered this, Zhou Changyan, having barely settled in, erupted in anger. It is often said that a guilty conscience perceives the world through a lens of suspicion. Zhou Changyan believed his classmates were mocking him, especially as he noticed them whispering amongst themselves. In a fit of rage, he strode forward, seized a ruler, and slammed it upon the desk, exclaiming, "Silence! I dare anyone to laugh at me." The words spoken, initially causing Li Anian, who was half asleep in class like a chick pecking at grains, to lose his composure. He slammed his fist on the table, rose to his feet, and glared at him, cursing vehemently. "If you have no desire to learn, there are plenty of others who do. Do not disrupt the atmosphere of the classroom with your incessant noise." Upon hearing this, the teacher felt a warm current surge within his heart. Alas, this child, despite his penchant for jesting, neglecting assignments, dozing off in class, and arriving late or leaving early, is still fundamentally a good kid if one overlooks these minor faults. Zhou Changyan, though brash before others, dared not act recklessly in the presence of Li Anian, the sole son of General Li, who defended the borders. General Li had long been stationed at the frontier, and the emperor was rather indulgent towards his only son. Should word spread that he had openly affronted him, he would inevitably have to return home and grovel for forgiveness from his father. Moreover, he was no match for him, which added to his frustration. Otherwise, it would be akin to how he once bullied the second prince, cornering him to assert dominance. He had discerned that boys of this age are keenly sensitive about their pride, unwilling to confide in their parents about being bullied at the academy, let alone retaliating. With such thoughts, his anger rekindled. Originally, the second prince had served as his best outlet for frustration, his noble status coupled with a mild temperament. The emperor was perpetually occupied with state affairs, and the consort Shu was rather oblivious, seldom intervening. Zhou Changyan, with his stubborn disposition, was unwilling to admit defeat or report grievances to his parents. Yet, he was taken aback when this young lad suddenly disclosed the entire affair to the emperor. That day, the emperor summoned his father to the palace for questioning. Although no one else witnessed it, and his father's plea resulted in only a light reprimand, Zhou Changyan could not shake off the unease he felt upon seeing his father's expression upon returning home. After that incident, he never dared to provoke the children of those in high positions again, confining his bullying to those who had managed to gain admission to the Guozijian through connections. Like the boy from earlier, this boy, merely the child of a sixth-rank official, had managed to infiltrate the Guozijian due to his family's past merits. And yet he dared to sit among the esteemed elite. Zhou Changyan, relying on his own lineage, naturally looked down upon such individuals and seized the opportunity to bully him. The boy, soft-natured and neglected at home, lacked the courage to confront the Zhou family, enduring the bullying in silence. However, he did not anticipate that today's incident would unfold as it did. In truth, this was not what infuriated Zhou Changyan the most. His greatest ire was directed at Yu Kongwu, the second son of the Yu family, who shamelessly took pleasure in his misfortune. He approached with a grotesque smile plastered across his pudgy face, inquiring whether anything had transpired that morning at the academy and offering his assistance to suppress it. Zhou Changyin could not help but roll his eyes in response, turning away to oversee his subordinate as he drafted a self-critique, ignoring Yu Kongwu entirely. Observing Zhou Changyin's demeanor, Yu Kongwu began to plot. Initially, he had only come to stir the pot, but he had not anticipated that the morning's events were, indeed, true. Otherwise, given his understanding of Zhou Changyin, he would not have reacted so strongly. With a light-hearted chuckle, he leaned closer and said, "Do not be shy. You possess such peculiar tastes. It would have been better to share them with your brother sooner. Perhaps we could plan a visit to the theater one day." Unbeknownst to them, a shadow lurked behind, peering at the two. As they were engrossed in their confrontation, the figure boldly collided into them, sending Yu Kongwu crashing onto the table, his upper body landing directly in the embrace of Zhou Changyin, who had just turned around, ready to unleash a verbal tirade. Instantly, the lively classroom fell into a profound silence, as if a spotlight illuminated the two. Then, a murmur of astonishment or fear rippled through the room. Chapter 83. An Unexpected Embrace? What the hell is going on? The second prince stood frozen, utterly bewildered, following an order from his father. He had been seeking opportunities for petty provocations. Initially, he attempted to do so discreetly, hoping to incite the two by boasting about his comfortable life. But after being chastised by their elders, they adopted a more subdued demeanor, ignoring him altogether. Thus, he decided to take a more aggressive approach. He began to deliberately bump into them, feigning innocence. Under normal circumstances, they would have lashed out, but now they offered no reaction. The second prince found himself in a predicament. He could not simply strike them, for that would make him the wrongdoer. Each day, he persistently sought them out. And today he found them in the classroom, viewing it as an opportune moment to strike two birds with one stone. However, he had not anticipated such a remarkable outcome. It was almost frightening. He had instinctively stepped back, hoping that the hidden guards sent by his father would swiftly come to his aid, or he might be torn to shreds by the furious duo. To his surprise, instead of retaliating, Yu Kongwu, who was sprawled in Zhou Changyin's arms, hastily got up, brushed off his clothing, and angrily accused Zhou, "You pervert! Where were your hands just now?" His defensive posture resembled that of an innocent young maiden harassed by an unwanted suitor. The second prince was perplexed by this unexpected turn of events. How could everyone have lost their wits in such a brief span? Zhou Changyin, taken aback by the accusation, was not one to let it go easily. "Nonsense! What did you possibly have for me to touch? You were the one who crashed into me. I tried to push you away, but you were simply too heavy." Yu Kongwu was accustomed to his mother's indulgence at home, enjoying lavish meals daily, which had resulted in his plump appearance. Yet, he was particularly sensitive about comments regarding his physique. Zhou Changyin, in a moment of desperation, had unwittingly crossed a line, prompting Yu to retort with a sharp, mocking tone. "Huh, you think I am unaware? I have heard others say that you, the pervert, were engaging in some inappropriate acts with someone this morning, flaunting your undergarments. Such a blatant display of affection. And you expect us to believe it was unintentional? What? This Tuesday, the second son is revealed to be of such proclivity?" Yu Tsungwu's booming voice attracted the attention of passing scholars, who curiously peered in to discern the unfolding situation, leaving no gap at the entrance. It is evident that gossip is an innate human inclination. The second prince himself was taken aback, astonished that such rumors could circulate. He reflected on his daily encounters with this individual, realizing that it might imply a certain unwelcome intimacy. The thought repulsed him. No wonder Zhou Changyin had refrained from expressing anger towards him recently. He had assumed it was due to familial constraints. But perhaps it was simply an indulgence in this peculiar sensation. The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, sending a shiver down his spine and filling his gaze towards Zhou Changyin with trepidation. From a distance, a shadowy figure disguised as a book attendant rushed forward to shield the second prince, knowing that should he be humiliated in front of the emperor's son, it would cost him his life. Even Yu Tsungwu's attendant, witnessing the scene, instinctively positioned himself in front of his master, warning, "Young master, you must be cautious within the academy. If Madam learns of your association with this aberration, she will surely reprimand you." Since the eldest son, Yu Tsongyun, was imprisoned for his tyrannical deeds against loyal subjects, Madame Yu had cherished her second son as if he were her very lifeline, wishing to keep him under her watchful eye at all times. Moreover, with a favored concubine recently giving birth to a son, only for the child to be sent away shortly thereafter and the concubine discreetly dealt with, it was clear that the situation had angered the master. Yet, Madame Yu still harbored an inexplicable unease, sensing a foreboding calm before an impending storm. Thus, each day when he departed for the National Academy, she instructed his attendant to closely monitor him, ensuring he did not stray from the path. Ultimately, however, Yu Kongwu was inherently restless, despite numerous warnings. He remained unchangeable in his nature. Hearing his classmates speculate about his ambiguous connection with Zhou Changyin ignited a flame of anger within him. He forcefully pushed aside the frail book attendant blocking his path and confronted Zhou Changyin, seizing his collar and demanding, "You must clarify this to them." What exactly could Zhou Changyin elucidate? Upon hearing these words, he felt a mix of frustration and bewilderment. He had come to understand the painful reality of rumors. Previously, he had relished the power of being a prince, observing others shun him, feeling like a deity controlling their fates, which had inflated his ego. Yet, now that he found himself at the center of such scandal, he comprehended the true sting of such slander. He glanced around at the onlookers, those of lesser standing who had once sought his favor, now bowing their heads, lost in thought, some even daring to chuckle openly. Second master, the master, accompanied by the esteemed sacrificial wine administrator, has arrived. You must calm your temper. Zhou Changyin, momentarily distracted, found himself face to face with the young man who had spread malicious rumors about him earlier that morning. Although the sight of that face stirred feelings of resentment and shadowed his heart, the significance of the message was paramount. The sacrificial wine administrator, what could have prompted his sudden visit? He was a distinguished scholar chosen by the emperor when the Imperial Academy was established to educate the sons of noble families. Indeed, one might even consider him half a teacher to the emperor himself. In those days, he was quite renowned in the Hanlin Academy, often approached by the then crown prince with inquiries. Yet, this man, possessing a certain literary pride, was reluctant to accept the emperor as a student, thus earning the title of half a teacher. Consequently, his reputation overshadowed that of the emperor's true mentor. While some might perceive him as arrogant, to the literati who valued noble integrity, this venerable gentleman embodied high moral standards reminiscent of ancient sages. Thus, upon the establishment of the Imperial Academy, the emperor promptly dispatched emissaries to summon this esteemed scholar back to preside over the institution. This endeavor inevitably involved multiple visits to his humble abode, even to the extent of the emperor personally pleading for his return. Whether this was mere theatrics remains uncertain, as numerous rumors circulated in the capital regarding the emperor's reverence for talented individuals. Regardless of the truth behind these tales, the sacrificial wine administrator ranked among the individuals Zhou Changyin wished to avoid offending the most. Despite his usual boldness before the masters, he would never dare to display such audacity in the presence of this venerable figure. Therefore, upon hearing from the attendant that the sacrificial wine administrator was en route, and finding himself being grasped by the collar, anxiety surged within him. He hastily shoved the rotund man beside him, intending to rise and adjust his attire. Unbeknownst to him, his forceful push sent the portly figure staggering, causing him to crash into the sharp-edged tables and chairs at the back. The sudden jolt caused a sharp pain in his lower back, instinctively propelling him forward, right into Zhou Changyin, who was in the midst of straightening his clothes. Thus, in full view of the gathering crowd and under the scrutinizing gaze of the approaching sacrificial wine administrator, the two found themselves entangled in an unexpected embrace. Outrageous! Even when Ben felt the steam rising from his head, such conduct in the Imperial Academy was utterly disgraceful. What do they take this place for? While he typically disapproved of young men and women walking together, deeming it a breach of decorum and detrimental to the sanctity of this esteemed institution. Witnessing the brazen entanglement of two young men was beyond the pale. Suen inhaled deeply, calling out the master's name. "Did you summon me for this?" Suen was taken aback. He had only dared to invite the sacrificial wine administrator to seek justice due to feeling oppressed by Zhou Changyan in his own classroom for far too long. He had not anticipated encountering the second son of the Zhou family alongside the second son of the Yu family. A sudden sense of panic gripped him, as if he had stumbled upon the clandestine secrets of noble houses and feared for his life. "No, it is not for this week. The young master has been excessively tardy, yet in light of the current scene, even Lien Wenbin finds the lateness inconsequential." The two individuals over there, momentarily forgetting their prior stubbornness, promptly release each other and stand at a distance, eager to dissociate themselves, as if they had not just been in each other's embrace. Meanwhile, Suen has completely liberated himself, reasoning that the worst outcome would be demotion or dismissal. He is not bound to remain here, and thus begins to share his grievances with the instructor. Unsurprisingly, Lien Wenbin's anger intensifies upon hearing this, as he seizes the ruler from the table, intending to strike the two individuals. How outrageous! Do you think the National Academy is a place where you can indulge in romantic escapades and bully your teachers? The phrase romantic escapades strikes like a thunderbolt, rendering the two nearby individuals speechless and charred. How dare you speak of romantic escapades? If you cannot use idioms correctly, it would be better to refrain from using them altogether. Zhou Changyan is thoroughly exasperated, fearing that the surrounding classmates might take this matter seriously, potentially tarnishing his reputation. He hastily exclaims, "This is merely a misunderstanding. I have no connection with him. It was simply an accident." This attitude only incites further ire in Lien Wenbin. What? Just because the other party is a boy, you feel no obligation? This attempt to evade responsibility is hardly the demeanor of a true gentleman. The second prince, originally concealed behind the dark guards, realizes that the outcome is not what he desired, yet suddenly feels a harvest of joy within. He promptly leans forward, bows to Lien Wenbin, and states, "Esteemed instructor, I can attest that these two were indeed flirting in a public setting. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly disgrace the esteemed halls of a national academy. I hope the esteemed instructor will handle this matter with fairness." Naturally, Lien Wenbin recognizes the speaker as the second prince. Despite the prince's respectful bow, Lien Wenbin cannot forego the courtesy and reciprocates with a gesture of respect, saying, "Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall ensure these individuals receive a proper lesson." However, upon regaining his composure, Lien Wenbin realizes that the ruler cannot be wielded recklessly. Should these individuals return bearing wounds and seek counsel from their elders, he would find himself in an unfavorable position. Those noble families are notorious for their obstinacy. Thus, he opts to take the initiative, adopting a look of grievance as he rushes to the Yangxin Palace to seek an audience with the emperor. The emperor, preoccupied with how to deal with the concubine Yu, is troubled by the fact that her brother, Yu Tsungyun, is currently imprisoned and is to be executed shortly. In truth, the Yu family is now weak. He could take the opportunity to cast her into the cold palace, which would not be unreasonable. Yet, he is the quintessential individual who desires both face and advantage, fearing that the historians may record that he took advantage of her family's decline, thus becoming a paradigmatic example of ingratitude in history. This is not a burden he is willing to bear. Just as he is mired in these thoughts, he hears that Lien Wenbin seeks an audience. Lien Wenbin? What could he possibly want? Shouldn't he be in the academy at this hour? Though there is a considerable age difference between them, the emperor finds that they share common interests, leading to a cordial private rapport. The reason for inviting this individual to serve as the sacrificial wine bearer after the establishment of the Guozijian was to bestow upon him both an official position and a salary, fearing that his irascible temperament might lead him to starve. In the emperor's heart, he regarded him as a true mentor. Thus, as a student, he naturally contemplated providing for his teacher in his twilight years. He usually instructed him to remain comfortably at the academy and to avoid excessive toil. Yet now, with his sudden request for an audience, the emperor felt a twinge of confusion. He hurriedly commanded Su Xuanfu to summon Lien Wenbin. "What are you dawdling here for?" Quickly invite Mr. Lien in. His constitution is frail, and lingering in this cold wind may lead to illness. Su Xuanfu promptly complied, though he found it somewhat amusing. For Mr. Lien appeared quite robust. Just moments ago, he had walked with remarkable agility, even surpassing Su Xuanfu. It was only the emperor's overly concerned nature that led him to believe that a mere breeze could cause a chill. However, as a servant, how could he begrudge his master's empathy? It is this very humanity in a ruler that reassures him that even in old age, when he may be deemed useless, he could still rely on past affections for sustenance from the emperor. Thus, with a smile, he exited the palace to welcome Lien Wenbin. Before the emperor, Lien Wenbin adopted a more casual demeanor, shedding the formality of his position at the Guozijian. Upon their meeting, he performed a courteous bow and then sighed. Contemplating the emperor's intentions had become a requisite skill for officials. Yet Lien Wenbin had never excelled in this regard. Fortunately, their camaraderie allowed him to speak candidly. Your Majesty, might you enlighten me regarding your arrangements for the Yu and Zhou families? Chapter 85. A detriment to morality. The emperor, seldom privy to Lien Wenbin's furrowed brow, did not rush to respond, but instead sipped his tea and smiled. May I inquire why my teacher is curious about this matter? Although Lien Wenbin did not formally acknowledge himself as a student, it had become customary for him to refer to the emperor as his teacher in private. Lien Wenbin did not refute this, but sighed once more. Your Majesty, you are unaware that this morning I was summoned by a scholar to mediate a dispute. As soon as I crossed the threshold, I was greeted by the sight of those two embracing one another, surrounded by a throng of students. How disgraceful! To the uninformed, one might think our Guozijian resembled a brothel, truly a scandalous affront to propriety. Moreover, the two individuals were hardly handsome. Their appearance was quite unappealing, and even now, he felt discomfort in his eyes. The emperor was taken aback, recalling that the second son of the Yu family had previously been accused of abducting a commoner. How could Lien Wenbin now suggest that he was involved in such misconduct? Upon hearing the emperor's skepticism, Lien Wenbin became somewhat vexed. Your Majesty, although I'm advanced in years, my vision remains keen, and I clearly saw those two entwined. Furthermore, with the second prince present, if you do not trust me, surely you should trust your own son. The emperor fell silent for a moment, hesitant to admit that he had even less faith. He could only acquiesce to Lien Wenbin's assertion, acknowledging, indeed, it is rather peculiar. Lien Wenbin felt deeply pained. Throughout history, there has always been a barrier between the sexes, yet he was bewildered as to when the necessity for such boundaries between men had arisen. If these two individuals were to continue their association, it is likely that other young men would fall victim to their malevolent influence, causing profound distress to the parents of those children. Upon this reflection, even Lien Wenbin felt that the Guozijian he managed had devolved into a den of iniquity. The emperor was also troubled. Not only would the families of the Yu and Zhou clans be appalled to see their sons in such a state, but other households would likely stir unrest should they catch wind of the matter. For instance, he himself felt a twinge of unease knowing that his three sons were in the company of such persons. To be frank, as long as one discreetly indulged in such affairs behind closed doors, there would be no oversight. History is replete with emperors notorious for their same-sex proclivities. Yet one must not extend their debauchery to others. As a father, he naturally hoped for his sons to lead conventional lives, marrying and siring children. However, he also recognized that this situation might serve as an opportunity to compel the Yu family into a corner, thus allowing him to uncover their vulnerabilities and address the issue with consort Yu. Nevertheless, the emperor was not inclined to prolong matters. Should they remain unresponsive and continue their retreat, he would forsake his reputation and simply eliminate consort Yu, as it would be far preferable to harboring such a troublesome presence around his wife and daughters. Suddenly, he recalled the task he had previously assigned to the second prince. Had he not instructed him to deal with these two? Moreover, Lien Wenbin had mentioned the name of the second prince earlier. Could it be that this affair was orchestrated by his second son? If so, was this method not rather underhanded? Yet, as an emperor, he swiftly quelled his fleeting pity. Had he not suffered betrayal in his past life, being usurped by an illegitimate child? Such thoughts emboldened him further, leading him to declare, "Rest assured, I shall summon Yu Jisong and Zhou Jin to the palace at once. Please bring those two troublemakers with you." Just then, as Lien Wenbin prepared to take his leave, the emperor abruptly halted him, recalling something. "Also, bring along the second prince." This child was either a suspected mastermind or an eyewitness, and the emperor required his testimony. Lien Wenbin acquiesced and bowed, ready to depart. Wait, the emperor remembered yet another detail. Lien Wenbin was indeed quite demanding. He felt an impatience rising within him, his temples throbbing. Yet being the emperor's subject, Lien Wenbin managed a strained smile and inquired, "Your Majesty, is there anything else?" For reasons unknown, this expression evoked in the emperor a recollection of the fear he had felt in his youth under Lien Wenbin's authority. Nevertheless, he swallowed hard and, with a quivering voice, said, "While you are at it, please fetch the sixth princess from the Guozijian." Why we need the sixth princess? If Lien Wenbin were not yet at an age of confusion, he would recall that this sixth princess was merely a child of 5.5 years. Had the emperor truly descended into madness, to the extent of involving a child in such affairs? Could the imperial throne truly drive one to insanity? Much like the late emperor, upon perceiving the expression of the other party, as if gazing upon a beast, the emperor felt no remorse in thrusting the blame upon his daughter. Alas, having reached a state of being without his daughter, he found himself unable to gauge others accurately. "My dear minister, you are aware that children are playful. Where has a penchant for such things, and I merely acquiesce to her wishes." "As you command." When Shen Wenyuy was summoned by the teacher, she initially feared she had committed some wrongdoing. Perhaps he had caught her passing notes to a nearby young lady. Upon encountering the director of the National Academy, her anxiety intensified. How was this any different from being summoned by the homeroom teacher only to be called in by the principal? Would she soon face expulsion? However, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Her father was now the emperor, and surely there was no rationale for her dismissal. Thus emboldened, she greeted the director with a smile and followed him. The Academy for Enlightenment was conveniently located near the entrance, perhaps to prevent children from wandering too far. Consequently, it was Shen Wenyuy whom Lien Wenbin first came to escort. To be frank, he had never quite understood what made children so endearing. In his previous experience, they were as noisy as the ducks his wife kept in the backyard. Furthermore, those ducks were capable of laying eggs, while children could do little of consequence. The couple was rather unfortunate in matters of childbearing. Despite numerous consultations with physicians confirming no physical ailments, they remained childless. His wife, however, had an immense fondness for children, often weeping over their absence, which only deepened Lien Wenbin's indifference toward them. Moreover, he was naturally endowed with a stern and serious demeanor, as evidenced by the way young Master Zhou regarded him, for he could silence a child's cries with but a look. Yet, the sixth princess seemed unperturbed by him. Instead of fearing her own transgressions, she brightened at his approach, lifting her face to smile at him. At that moment, his thoughts mirrored a modern narrative of a CEO. "Child, you have successfully captured my attention." Shen Wenyuy remained oblivious to the myriad of thoughts swirling within him. In truth, could anything be more terrifying than the visage of her homeroom teacher peering at her from the window during her school days? After all, he was merely a rather stern-looking elder. She effortlessly initiated her own scheming, aligning herself with whoever her father favored. "Grandfather, has father summoned you for some matter concerning me?" Lien Wenbin, who prided himself on his eloquence, found himself momentarily speechless in the presence of this vivacious young girl, who seemed so familiar that he felt he could whisk her away at any moment. He discovered, to his dismay, that he could not utter the words he intended. He feared tainting her innocent heart. Thus, he found himself inwardly lamenting the emperor, questioning why such a delightful child was exposed to such matters at such a tender age. Truly a misfortune. He found it difficult to express his thoughts, believing that the emperor, the true instigator, should be the one to speak. Thus, he remarked, "You will understand once the sixth princess arrives. It is the emperor who has commanded me." So it was his father who sent someone. Suddenly, Shen Wenyuy felt an unsettling intuition that this might not bode well. Remembering her actions from the morning, she felt a twinge of guilt. Could that flickering light have secretly gone to report her? But then she reassured herself, hey, I'm merely a 5-year-old child. What could I possibly understand? What ill intentions could I harbor? However, when Lien Wenbin went to summon the second prince and the members of the Zhou and Yu families, Shen Wenyuy realized she was somewhat perplexed by the unfolding events. If it were only she and Zhou Changyan, she would naturally assume that her earlier misdeeds had been discovered by her father. But what could her elder brother and Yu Kongwu possibly have to do with this gathering? Then, she recalled that day in the Yangxin Hall when her father had instructed her brother to provoke the individuals from the Zhou and Yu families. Yet, how did this concern her? As someone who always found herself at the forefront of gossip on the internet, she could hardly bear the sensation of being left in the dark, akin to a tantalizing fruit hanging just out of reach. So close she could almost taste it, but unable to grasp it regardless of how she strained. Thus, she tugged at the second prince's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, do you know why father has summoned us today?" At that moment, the second prince wore a similarly bewildered expression. He shared Shen Wenyuy's thoughts. If this was indeed related to the earlier command given to him, then why was he bringing his sister along? If they were both in the dark, the other two seemed increasingly agitated. Master Jizhou, we acknowledge our mistakes, Yu Kongwu implored, his usually domineering demeanor absent. I assure you, I have no connection to Zhou Changyan. It is all a misunderstanding. Zhou Changyan quickly added, Master Yan, I acknowledge my tardiness today and accept responsibility for my actions. I shall certainly rectify my errors moving forward. However, I genuinely have no ties to him. I beg you, do not take us to meet the emperor. In a bid to dispel any suspicions of being a broken sleeve, he even divulged that he had recently visited a brothel, earning a scornful glance from the second prince, who instinctively shielded his sister from such talk. Children should not hear such things. Lien Wenbin took a deep breath, pondering how deeply rooted the corruption ran within these noble families. A youth of this age indulging in such vices was truly disheartening. He had little patience for their justifications. Gentlemen, your words are futile before me. Best to present your case before the emperor. I am but a humble official. How can I intercede on your behalf? Spare me your theatrics. The two young men were nearly exasperated by his phrasing. The most troubling aspect was that the matter was not easily explained. After all, it pertained to the privacy of their sexual orientation. Those who genuinely harbored feelings for men typically shrouded their truths in secrecy. Any attempts to clarify their situation would likely be misconstrued as attempts to cover up. And were they to provide evidence, would they dare visit a brothel in front of the others? The two could only hope that the emperor would refrain from spreading this disgraceful incident, lest it tarnish the reputation of the Imperial Academy. However, in truth, the emperor held little regard for such reputations. Even if the Academy produced a few peculiar individuals, it remained an exclusive institution for the offspring of noble families, a place where concerns about reputation were of little consequence. After all, if one chose not to study there, they could simply attend another academy. In the end, while the children of influential families studied at the Imperial Academy, one would find themselves in a different atmosphere at a lesser institution. Moreover, the connections formed at the Imperial Academy constituted an invisible resource. Surrounded by the children of high-ranking officials, one would inevitably feel out of place, lacking familiarity with anyone, thus starting off at a disadvantage compared to others. Determined to vex the Zhou and Yu families, the emperor summoned the heads of both households. Upon receiving the news, Yu Zizmong initially feared that his second son had gotten into trouble. Upon hearing the scandalous rumor about a public display of affection, he furrowed his brow, veins throbbing on his forehead. He pondered how the emperor could so casually defame someone without a modicum of preparation. If such a rumor were to spread, how would his son ever find a suitable marriage? Although he was currently more concerned about his youngest son in Xiangzhou, that child was still quite young, and his only adult son was Yu Zongwu. Thus, he clasped his hands and stated, "Surely the emperor has misunderstood. My second son already has a concubine. How could he possibly be a..." Standing nearby, Zhou Jin also found himself in a difficult predicament. He had seen Yu's second son, a rather rotund individual, and could not fathom how his own child could possibly be attracted to him. The young men he kept in his household were of a different caliber. His second son had never even cast a glance their way. It was not uncommon for men to harbor such preferences in his household, and if there were genuine feelings, why hide them? However, he could not let the emperor know about his own arrangements, so he echoed Yu Zizmong's words. Indeed, our children are of an age where they have already been educated. If there were any inclination towards such matters, why would they hide it? The emperor squinted at the two men, recalling that both of their sons were younger than his own. At such a tender age, engaging in matters of intimacy seemed imprudent. While they each had their reasoning, everything would have to wait until the children returned. Chapter 87. Madness. Su Xuanfu welcomed the four who had arrived, and as he turned back, he immediately felt the weight of an unspoken tension in the air. Su Xuanfu had earlier overheard Lien Wenbin's words and felt as if he had wasted years of his life. The news of recent days had been increasingly shocking. Both Yu Zizmong and Zhou Jin could not believe that their children would develop affections for one another. Setting aside the issue of appearances, both families were esteemed, with daughters who had entered the palace as consorts. Yet, it was particularly galling that the Zhou family's daughter had borne the crown prince while the Yu family's daughter had given birth to a princess. The Yu and Zhou families had long harbored mutual disdain for one another. Every night, Yu Zizong dreams of the future, envisioning the grand prince ascending the throne and seizing his family's estate. Contemplating this, he cast a sharp glare at his son, who responded with an innocent expression. His dissatisfaction with this second son was apparent. The boy was utterly mediocre, resembling his mother in every way. Yet, had it not been for their family support, he would not have attained the position of head of the Yu family. Thus, in public, he always portrayed a facade of indulgence towards his children to shield himself from gossip. Although his heart brimmed with frustration, he feigned a benevolent demeanor and said, "Xiao Wu, you must explain to the emperor how these rumors began." "Your Majesty," Yu Kongwu stammered, recalling his earlier mischief involving the second prince. Facing the father of the prince, he felt a wave of fear, sensing the potential for retribution. Trembling, he managed to utter, "I assure you, Your Majesty, I have been wronged." What transpired was merely a coincidence. Coincidence? Su Xuanfu, catching the emperor's subtle cue, stepped forward and inquired. But did not the ritual official mention that the two young lords embraced in public more than once? Susumfu hesitative, feeling a pang of guilt. How could a eunuch speak of such matters? Kneeling before the emperor, Yu Songwu's eyes flashed with resentment upon realizing he was being addressed by a eunuch. The emperor had so little regard for him that he could not even speak directly, delegating the task to a servant. However, the old adage that experience prevails rang true. Yu Zizong's brow furrowed, and a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. The emperor's demeanor suggested that his second son's troubles would not end well today. If it were only his second son, it would be bearable. He had previously instructed the steward to send his youngest son away. Yet, if this were indicative of the emperor's stance towards the Yu family, he could not help but harbor resentment toward his daughter. It was she who had claimed the emperor held affection for her, prompting him to keep her in the palace. Now, with her brother in trouble and the family facing turmoil, she had not even attempted to speak a kind word on their behalf. Unbeknownst to her, due to the erratic temperament of concubine Yu, the palace attendants had grown distant, failing to relay any news. Had she not ventured outside the palace today on a whim, she would have remained oblivious to her brother's imprisonment. Since she could remember, her brother had been the one who cherished her the most. In her memory, he was valiant and favored by the emperor, consistently achieving remarkable feats on the battlefield. It could be said that her previous audacity in the harem stemmed from her brother's influence. Yet now, she overheard the two vile women residing in her palace discussing when her brother would face execution. Execution? Yu Shiyu was momentarily engulfed in confusion, which quickly morphed into boundless fury. She lunged at them, intent on silencing their treachery. Wretches, how dare you speak so freely about the fates of court officials? However, in the end, her aspirations were thwarted as she was restrained by the anxious palace attendants and escorted back to the palace. They had all received the emperor's directive to keep a close watch on Yu Pin, ensuring she did not stir up trouble. In truth, the signs had been evident. For instance, the increasing indifference of the palace attendants towards her, as well as the evasive demeanor of eunuchs from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, who avoided discussing her needs. Furthermore, there was the emperor himself. Since that fateful day, He had not acquiesced to her request for an audience, nor had he made any effort to see her. "Mother," she suddenly felt her daughter by her side. "Are you well?" In that fleeting moment, all of Yush's pent-up frustrations and grievances seemed to find an outlet. She did not wish to blame herself. She had long refrained from contemplating whether her life would have been different had she complied with her brother and father's wishes to leave the palace and seek solace elsewhere. She unleashed all her life's frustrations upon her daughter, pondering how her circumstances would differ had she been a prince instead of a princess. Such thoughts surprisingly brought her a measure of comfort. Yes, it was all her daughter's fault. Had she been a prince, she could have been conferred the title of consort like Di Fei, and even if she committed grave errors and was confined to the cold palace, she could still live a semblance of a life, with her family remaining untouched by her fate. Unlike now, where her brother was imprisoned and she felt utterly powerless. No, it was not her fault. It was all due to her daughter's existence. She seemed to have convinced herself of this. Yushi felt as if she were on the brink of madness. Suddenly, a sharp sound broke her reverie. When she regained her senses, she saw her daughter clutching her face, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, crumpled on the floor, fragile as if she might shatter with the slightest touch. She watched as the palace attendant screamed and rushed to her daughter, lifting her up and surrounding her to assess her injuries. Yet, no one was there to guard her. She thought she would feel remorse for her daughter, at least approach her to see how she fared, but she did not. Almost instinctively, as she observed the attendants rushing to her daughter, a grotesque smile of excitement crept upon her lips. Then, disregarding the horrified gazes of the attendants, she lifted her skirts and dashed towards the Yangxin Palace. Little Gizi stood at the entrance of the Yangxin Palace and saw Yu Pin rushing towards him in disarray, without a single soul in tow. It was indeed peculiar. The concubines in the palace regarded their appearance as more important than life itself, terrified of revealing any ungraceful aspect to the emperor. Yu Pin had always been the epitome of this mindset, yet now she seemed utterly unconcerned. He furrowed his brow slightly and bowed. "Yu Pin Yang, what brings you here?" "I must see the emperor." Chapter 88. The truth of the past, little Gizi hesitated slightly. "Yang, the emperor is currently in the Yangxin Palace attending to matters." Attending to matters, as he always does, Yu Pin had grown weary of the emperor's endless evasions. Her heart was now ablaze with urgency, and she had no desire to heed his words. With a forceful shove, she pushed past little Gizi and made her way inside. "Your Highness, it would be unwise. Please wait outside while I report to the emperor." A commotion seemed to arise from outside, suggesting a dispute between two individuals, accompanied by the voice of a palace consort. The emperor furrowed his brow, pondering who could be so indiscreet as to cause a ruckus at the Yangxin Hall, particularly in the presence of the Zhou and Yu families, thereby bringing disgrace upon himself. Su Xuanfu, the emperor said, his patience waning as he shut his eyes momentarily. "Go outside and ascertain the situation." Dis, Susumfuri Blaiv. Recalling that the young eunuch on duty outside was Xiao Gizi, who usually displayed a fair amount of cleverness. Yet, in this instance, he seemed quite reckless. He summoned Falu to accompany him outside for a look. To their astonishment, they found Consort Yu fiercely tugging at Xiao Gizi's hair, engaging in a physical altercation. Despite her status as a consort, Xiao Gizi, as a mere eunuch, dared not retaliate, but could only dodge and plead for mercy. What on earth is happening? Has Consort Yu lost her senses? Su Xuanfu, having lived for decades, had never witnessed such a spectacle. A consort brawling with a eunuch was simply unheard of. He and Falu hastily pulled the two apart and instructed their apprentices to restrain Consort Yu. Su Xuanfu returned to the Yangxin Hall to consult the emperor's wishes. Under normal circumstances, Su Xuanfu would have confidently asserted that the emperor would not permit Consort Yu to enter. However, the current situation was somewhat unique, as her two relatives were present within the hall. Indeed, upon hearing Consort Yu's name, the expressions of the two standing nearby shifted to one of perplexity, pondering how a favored consort could be embroiled in such a scandalous altercation. Where were her maidservants? The emperor, noticing their reactions, felt a stir of intrigue. Rather than dismissing Consort Yu, he contemplated allowing her entry. Let her in, let her in. The more the merrier," the emperor declared. He raised his gaze, meeting the eager eyes of his daughter. With a sigh, he thought to himself, "This little ancestor of mine finds amusement in chaos, yet I must oversee the situation. What if the Yangshin Hall is torn apart?" Nevertheless, recognizing the rare opportunity for their family to gather, he ultimately acquiesced, pondering aloud to Su Xuanfu. "Since she wishes to come, let her enter." Yu Zizmong's foreboding sense of unease intensified. Such words did not seem fitting for an emperor addressing his favored consort, but rather suggested a careless disregard for her. Upon consort Yu's entrance, his expression shifted to one of disdain. How could his sister appear so disheveled? Was this not a stain on the Yu family's reputation? At that moment, another voice spoke up on his behalf. "Sister consort Yu, what manner of attire is this?" Yu Tsongwu's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction towards his older sister. Their relationship had never been amicable, as they were of similar age and had often vied for the affection of their eldest brother, while Yu Tsongyun seemed to dote on her younger sibling. Yu Shiyu was a willful individual, which caused Yu Kongwu to harbor a deep-seated aversion towards her. Upon witnessing her current appearance, he could not help but cast a derisive remark, momentarily forgetting his own predicament. However, Yu Shiyu did not bestow even a glance in his direction. Despite her lingering doubts about her brothers, father, and the two members of the Zhou family present in the hall, her primary concern lay with her brother's situation. "Your Majesty," she implored, "my brother has been unwaveringly loyal to you since childhood, and over the years, he has rendered numerous commendable services. Pray, why has he been imprisoned?" Yu Zizmong felt a chill run through him. What was amiss? Such a significant matter had escaped the notice of his daughter within the palace. Logically, while the harem was barred from political involvement, such a grave issue should have been common knowledge, even among concubines, maids, and eunuchs. Yet, his daughter, a principal consort, remained entirely uninformed. He was taken aback and turned his gaze toward the inscrutable expression of the sovereign seated above. Perhaps the emperor's animosity towards the Yu family had begun far earlier than he had imagined, perhaps even on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was then that he had enticed his daughter to remain in the palace. Following this line of thought, was the revelation during Yun's incident also a deliberate scheme of the emperor? As this notion crossed his mind, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. If that were the case, then Yu Kongwu's downfall was indeed plausible. He inwardly cursed the emperor for his despicable schemes, willing to tarnish his own child's reputation. The emperor, disinterested in the lamentations of the distraught Yu concubine, was inexplicably pained upon seeing her, as if memories surged into his consciousness and caused him acute discomfort. "Your Majesty?" Hearing Su Xuanfu's anxious voice, the emperor shook his head, signaling that he was unharmed, while he pressed a hand to his forehead and massaged his temples. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had relived decades of existence, leaving him nauseous and disoriented, as if awakening from a profound dream. Was this the recollection of a past life? He beheld the memories of his former self, who had lavished affection upon Yu concubine and the offspring she bore, to the extent of his own ruin. They harbored no gratitude. Instead, they had conspired behind his back, seeking to usurp power. The emperor envisioned himself, constrained upon the dragon throne by the palace guards, bowing his head before that child, while Yu Shiyu was in the palace, clandestinely meeting her lover. Everything aligned with what Yu had previously revealed. Setting aside the humiliation, more absurdly, he discovered that he was merely a character within a book. The emperor could scarcely believe his eyes. He was indeed a figure in a narrative, yet the protagonist was none other than Yu concubine, who now wept before him, while the male lead was not himself. Did she deserve such a role? He realized he was but a supporting character, a stepping stone for that family to ascend to power. Even in death, that man would replace him as the true ruler. For the then crown prince was merely a child. If Shen Wenyuy were to hear these words, she would undoubtedly be astonished, for she had mistakenly believed that her father was the male protagonist all along. It is no wonder, as it seemed utterly implausible that the female lead would betray the male lead. However, it is fortunate that she cannot hear. Otherwise, she might have racked her brains trying to discern who the true male protagonist was. At this moment, the burden of such contemplation fell upon the emperor, who found himself unable to recall the appearance of the man. possibly because he had never encountered him in person. This predicament left no room for further reflection, compelling him to abandon his thoughts. He felt a twinge of guilt for his previous complaints about the dilapidated state of the kingdom left behind by his father, fraught with numerous hidden dangers. Ultimately, it turned out that the downfall of the Shen family's dynasty was in his hands. In the emperor's eyes, as a sovereign, he ought to be the most exalted individual in the realm. Yet, the recent memory had dealt a harsh blow to his pride. This world was merely a narrative, and he was not the male lead within it, a notion he found exceedingly difficult to accept. His awareness of this being a story stemmed from his posthumous ability to glimpse various evaluations contained within this tale. After swiftly processing this information, the emperor finally opened his eyes and lifted his head, his demeanor towards Yupin growing increasingly hostile. He was determined to eliminate this calamity. Observing her weep pitifully, he felt no sympathy, only a sense of relief that if it were not for Yuer's rebirth, he might still be blissfully ignorant, ensnared by Yupin's deception. He was uncertain as to what triggered this memory, yet an inkling of realization dawned upon him. Had events unfolded in accordance with the narrative, he would never have attained this memory. So you claim your brother is innocent? The emperor scoffed. Su Xuanfu, go and inquire with Yupin about the misdeeds of her brother. Su Xuanfu paused momentarily, confronted by Yupin's seemingly deranged visage, internally lamenting his unfortunate predicament. Fearing that the madwoman might tear him apart, he cautiously took a step back. The emperor's commands were not to be disobeyed. Since the emperor was reluctant to converse with her, it fell upon him to do so. Thus, he shook his sleeves and commenced recounting the transgressions committed by Yu Tsongyan. Yet, one can never awaken a person feigning sleep. In Yu Shiyu's mind, all of this was a conspiracy to harm her family, driven by jealousy towards her brother. Such foolishness elicited a pained frown from Yu Zishong. He had initially indulged his only daughter, allowing her to enter the palace. But now this foolish girl threatened to drag the entire Yu family into ruin. He shot a glare at Yu Shiyu and whispered, "Be silent." Yu Shiyu, with tears brimming in her eyes, turned to look at her father in astonishment. She had never before heard him speak to her in such a tone, and tears streamed down her face. Yet ultimately, in Yu Zishang's view, while he could indulge his daughter in playful moments, at such a critical juncture, family and status were of paramount importance. Gazing upon the emperor's cold and desolate visage, he felt a sudden jolt within his heart, compelling him to press his daughter to kneel upon the ground, joining her in supplication. "Your Majesty, forgive me. Since her youth, Sure Yu has been indulged by this humble servant, leading to her unruly behavior. Our family has no objections regarding the sentencing of Tsong Yun. Father, Sure Yu realized her father's intention to abandon her elder brother. In that moment, she felt as if the very foundation of her world was crumbling. She understood the significance of her brother to their father, as he was the legitimate heir chosen to inherit the family legacy. Yet, if such a fate awaited him, and he were to be forsaken, she trembled as she cast her gaze upon the emperor. Upon witnessing the murderous intent in his eyes, the dreadful truth dawned upon her. The emperor was poised to strike against the Yu family. Although the emperor's heart still simmered with indignation at their display, he quickly regained his composure. Let it be known, the Yu concubine has behaved improperly before the court, exhibiting madness unbefitting of a palace representative. Henceforth, she is to be demoted to a commoner and cast into the cold palace. Father, you cannot. Oh, such a decisive and ruthless manner of handling matters. Truly, a fitting approach for one who reigns as emperor. Initially, the emperor had sought to find fault with her, but he was taken aback when she could not restrain herself from rushing to the court upon hearing the decree. The entire harem had evidently noticed her disheveled appearance, presenting a legitimate opportunity to condemn her. This marked her second descent into the cold palace. Yu Yin collapsed onto the ground, yet she understood that this time was markedly different from the last. It was then that she gained clarity. Her family had been her true support, rather than the emperor's favor. As the eunuchs dragged her away, memories of the Da Fei resurfaced in her mind. When the new concubine had entered the palace, she had visited Da Fei, intending to provoke her. However, she was unprepared for Da Fei's serene demeanor, seemingly detached from worldly affairs. engrossed in her spiritual pursuits. At that time, she had looked down upon her, believing that Defei had lost her ambition, content to dwell in the cold palace. Now, however, a sense of dread enveloped her. Defei managed to thrive in the cold palace due to her close relationship with the eldest prince. The emperor, unwilling to burden the prince, had no choice but to care for him within the palace walls. Although she, too, had a seventh princess, the bond between them was far from intimate. Recalling the moment when she had rushed out, her daughter had cast a glance back at her that stirred an inexplicable feeling within her. Should she enter the cold palace, she sensed that her own sorrow would be minimal. If that were the case, would the emperor still choose to keep her? A discarded concubine, stripped of familial protection and forsaken by her children, perishing in the cold palace seemed an entirely natural occurrence. How many palace women throughout history had quietly succumbed to illness? Tears began to cascade down her cheeks as she gazed upwards at the azure sky above the forbidden city. It struck her as absurd that after years of languishing within these palace walls, she ultimately discovered that her true reliance lay with her family and the daughter she had never truly valued. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, that child was the emperor's flesh and blood. With this revelation, she suddenly broke free from the grip of the nearby eunuch. Kneeling on the ground before the emperor and bowing deeply, she struck the floor with such fervor that she soon left crimson imprints upon her forehead. "I beseech your majesty, grant me the mercy to see the seventh princess one last time." The emperor, having observed the treatment of the seventh princess by the favored concubine during the last palace banquet, dispatched attendants to guard her, thus gaining insight into the troubling dynamics between the mother and daughter. Over the past few days, he had received no fewer than 10 reports from those in attendance, each detailing the unfortunate circumstances surrounding the seventh princess. Naturally, he wished to prevent her from encountering this venomous woman again. However, the sudden resurgence of memories left him with an unsettling premonition, a fear that the events of the past might repeat themselves. Contemplating a decisive resolution, he considered quietly eliminating her during her confinement in the cold palace, knowing that once the Yu family fell, no one would mourn the fate of a forgotten concubine. Though the seventh princess was still quite young, she had begun to form memories, and he suspected that she held some lingering hope for her birth mother. If he were to sever their connection without allowing them to meet, she might harbor resentment in the future. Thus, he resolved to inquire if she wished to see her mother once everything was settled in the cold palace. As he watched his sister being dragged away in a state of despair, Yu Kongwu felt a chilling sense of foreboding. Although he did not share a close bond with his sister, witnessing the emperor's swift judgment for a minor transgression made him reflect bitterly on his past bullying of the second prince, wishing he could return and chastise himself for his audacity. When the unfortunate Yu Shiyu was taken away, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. This display of authority served as a warning to the remaining courtiers, who were left wishing for the ground to swallow them whole, yearning for eternal rest. Zhou Jin felt the emperor's gaze upon him, a look imbued with unspoken significance. Though he often wielded his status with arrogance, he was not a fool. Otherwise, he would not have been able to elevate the Zhou family to their current standing. Considering the emperor's prior punishment of Yu Shiyu, he quickly deduced the implication of the emperor's look. Since execution was not imminent, it suggested there remained room for negotiation. History was replete with examples of those who had returned from the cold palace to find favor again. The emperor's expression seemed to indicate that they were being presented with a choice: either accept culpability and drag the Yu family into disgrace, or return home to await their demise. It was no wonder that Zhou Jin, an experienced courtier, had discerned the emperor's intentions with remarkable accuracy. He lifted his robe and knelt, bowing deeply, ensuring his second son joined him in supplication. He pleaded for the emperor's mercy, admitting that the misconduct at the Imperial Academy was a fault of his wayward son and his own failure in parenting, and he offered to resign from his official duties. This statement effectively acknowledged his culpability. The emperor regarded him with an approving glance. This week, Zhou Jin demonstrated a remarkable ability to read the room, which explains why His Majesty favored him in the past. His strategy of retreating to advance may have appeared as if they voluntarily accepted punishment and relinquished their positions. But the true strength of noble families lies in the many members they have serving in the court. The absence of Zhou Jin would not fundamentally weaken their influence. Indeed, upon receiving a glance from the emperor, Zhou Jin felt assured that his move was not misguided, allowing him to exhale and continue. Yet, while my son is indeed unruly, he would never commit such acts in the hallowed halls of academia. It is evident that someone has incited him. I implore your majesty to deliver justice on our behalf. Undoubtedly, he was directing his accusations towards the Yu family, insinuating that it was the son of the Yu family who had led his son astray. This sudden betrayal toward the emperor caught Yu Jisong off guard, nearly taking his breath away. The situation of having his daughter taken from him was already distressing. Although his daughter's position held less significance than power, she was, after all, a beloved child, and losing her was akin to the sorrow of a stolen pet. Compounding his frustration, the very person who had conspired against him now sought the emperor's favor. It is often said that daughters take after their fathers. In moments of agitation, their resemblance was strikingly apparent, as Yu Jisong found himself embroiled in a heated debate with Zhou Jin before the emperor. Zhou Changyan, though not typically involved in courtly affairs, possessed a certain shrewdness. Observing his father's demeanor, though unsure of the nature of his dealings with the emperor, he instinctively echoed his father's words. Your Majesty, please see clearly. Today's events were forced upon us by Yu Kongwu. We previously refrained from speaking the truth out of fear of the Yu family's intimidation. If we were to disclose these matters, it could be seen as a challenge to their status, which is on par with our own in the capital. For a moment, Zhou Changyan was at a loss as to what further threats the other party could pose. After a brief pause, and upon receiving a stern look from his father, he reluctantly swallowed his words and stammered. They're trying to spread rumors about my character, seeking to ruin my reputation. I beseech your majesty to intervene. What? Are you talking about something serious, or just making a fuss? Clarify your statements. Is this true? You two can't possibly have a real connection, can you? So, you are the one beneath him. The emperor fell silent, puzzled by why his daughter seemed so well versed in this matter. Yet, he firmly believed that she was not at fault. Someone must have been whispering in her ear. His gaze shifted pointedly towards the second prince. If this scheme originated from him, then perhaps he was the true mastermind behind it. The emperor, convinced he had identified the real culprit, shot a fierce glare at his second son, resolved to prepare some lessons for him from the classics to enlighten his corrupt mind. However, the immediate concern remained the matter at hand. Since the Zhou family had provided him with an opportunity to act, he would naturally not let it slip away, declaring, I shall thoroughly investigate this matter. It is outrageous that someone dares to threaten under the emperor's very feet. The second prince immediately stepped forward, eager to defend the unfortunate Zhou Ergongzi. Even Yu Jizong could not help but cast a glance at his son, although he harbored doubts about his son's orientation. The method employed to threaten others bore an uncanny resemblance to his usual conduct. He shot him a meaningful look. If it truly was your doing, you might as well admit it. I, your father, am innocent. Yu Kongwu continued to blink his small eyes, squashed by layers of flesh, gazing back innocently. Yu Jizong sighed, concluding that there was no hope left. Perhaps it was best to embrace destruction. Ultimately, under the heart-wrenching accusations of the victim, Yu Kongwu inexplicably found himself burdened with the guilt of coercing a classmate into immoral acts within the Guozijian. Although both were expelled as a punishment, Yu Kongwu was further sentenced by the emperor to spend several months in prison. They say true happiness is only realized through comparison. At this moment, Zhou Changyan experienced an unexpected joy of abundance. In contrast to the unfortunate soul beside him, he felt remarkably fortunate. He even relished the idea of evading school altogether, feeling justified in his luck. It was truly a double blessing. Chapter 91. Just a man, he even harbored a strange sense of gratitude towards the emperor, realizing that had the emperor chosen the Zhou family, he would likely be the one facing imprisonment, completely forgetting that he had initially been wronged. Had the emperor not insisted on stirring the waters, he would not have faced any punishment. Shen Wenyuy was taken aback by the genuine joy radiating from his face. Why is he so happy despite being expelled? Did he somehow know that he had never passed the 6 arts during his 2 decades at the Guozijian? Thinking this way, perhaps with a bit more effort, he might outlast his father on the throne. The emperor mused. It is hard to decide whether Zhou Changyan's performance is truly poor or if my reign as emperor has been a failure. The news of Yu Shiyu being cast into the cold palace spread rapidly throughout the imperial harem. Within the side hall of Yongshou Palace, Wu Yu felt that this was the best news she had heard since entering the palace. Her naturally vivacious disposition could hardly contain her excitement upon learning this delightful news, prompting her to pace back and forth within the hall. Your scheme is truly brilliant. I had thought that someone with Yu Shiyu's temperament would be a nuisance to her family, yet it seems she cares deeply for her brother. Upon hearing the news, she rushed to the emperor, not knowing if he was taken aback by her fervor. Naturally, she did not concern herself with the emperor's feelings. Rather, she harbored a hint of resentment towards him. Since her arrival in the palace nearly a month ago, the emperor had yet to summon any of the newly favored concubines, spending his days solely at Yonghe Palace. She could not fathom what allure lay within Yonghe Palace that captivated him so, hindering the progress of their assigned tasks. The palace was guarded as if it were an impenetrable fortress, with no information seeping through, let alone the possibility of planting spies inside. Indeed, it was likely because her brother treated her exceptionally well. Yin Wanxian struggled to muster a faint smile. Even someone like Yu Shiyu could have such a wonderful brother, while she herself was not so fortunate. Yet, in the absence of the principal consort, the two of them found themselves considerably relieved, no longer having to navigate the complexities of others' opinions. With a smile, one remarked on the uncertainty of who would assume the care of the seventh princess. Wu Yu, indifferent, replied that it certainly would not be the two of them. Why are you not the least bit anxious? She inquired. Let us not forget the reason we entered the palace. If we failed to bear a son or daughter, our fates within these walls would be sealed. What is there to rush about? Yin Wanxian responded with a hint of exasperation, puzzled as to why their master had assigned such an impatient companion to her. Their personalities clashed, often leading to misunderstandings. In her view, the sixth princess was preferable. At least she received compliments on her beauty daily, which alleviated the sorrows of life in the inner palace. Did we not devise a plan previously? We shall take our chances with the sixth princess. Wu Yu could not fathom why Yin Wanxian held the little princess in such high regard, constantly repeating the name of the sixth princess. After all this time spent together, there has been little progress. I suggest we explore the Yangshin Hall. Perhaps the emperor might take a fancy to us. Both she and Yin Wanxian were unparalleled beauties, confident that they could rival the favored Hui consort, especially considering the latter had already borne a child and was no longer as youthful. Wu Yu felt she had an advantage. Daily, she was met with complaints about her slow progress or suspicions of her loyalty to their master, which stirred a sense of impatience within Yin Wanxian. If you have a better suggestion, then you may attempt it first. Wu Yu's eyes brightened. Initially, she was instructed by their master to closely follow Yin Wanxian's lead, but found her companion's methods far too sluggish. If they were to wait for her strategies to take effect, they might very well grow old and die within the palace. In her disdain, she mused, what is merely an emperor? Are there not men in this world who are inherently drawn to beauty? Moreover, what I seek is not favor, but merely a single opportunity to capture the emperor's attention. Once I achieve that, I am confident I can administer that miraculous medicine to him. If she succeeded before Yin Wanxian, their master would surely reconsider the hierarchy between them, and perhaps she would no longer need to remain in a subordinate position. Give me that medicine. What medicine? Yin Wanxian frowned, aware that they had brought various secret elixirs from the western regions. The one that grants favor and ensures childbirth. This formula was discovered among a small tribe in the west, reputed to ensure the birth of a male child if one were to conceive within 3 months. And it also purportedly increased the likelihood of pregnancy. Wu Yu envisioned that if she could conceive a prince, their master's plan would be halfway to success. Once the prince matured, they would be able to seize the vast empire of Daxia without the need for conflict. She was convinced that the current emperor would not pass his throne to his 3 existing princes, all of whom were of considerable age. He would not wish to relinquish his rule to his own son before fully enjoying his reign. She felt her approach was far superior to Yin Wanxian's. No, she was lost in a daydream. Yet Yin Wanxian swiftly dismissed her. The ingredients for this medicine are rare. Let's not forget that we only brought 2 doses. If you use it now and later find yourself out of favor, what then? Wu Yu found her utterly unreasonable. How could she forget that despite his status as emperor, he is merely a man, and what man is devoid of desires? Did you forget how strikingly beautiful your mother was? Your father. The moment she uttered those 2 words, the woman across from her instantly darkened, the amiable demeanor vanishing in an instant. Wu Yu realized she had struck a nerve, so she fell silent, muttering in resignation, all right, please do not look at me with such a gaze. It is quite unsettling. I acknowledge my mistake and shall refrain from mentioning him again." At that moment, Wenyuy could hardly be bothered with her, merely waving her hand dismissively. "If you wish to entice the emperor, I have no objections, but do not involve me. I shall not provide you with that medicine now. Should you gain his favor, then I may consider it." Wu Yu responded with feigned compliance, yet internally, she felt a surge of ambition. She was aware of where Wenyuy kept the medicine, having caught a glimpse of it once while secretly observing. If only she could steal it away and achieve her own success behind Wenyu's back. In recent days, while paying her respects to the empress, she had carefully observed the appearance of concubine Hui, analyzing her makeup. Surely, if she were to replicate a similar look, the emperor would undoubtedly take notice of her. Chapter 92. Breeding within the everlasting longevity palace. Shen Wenyuy learned of the news that Yu Shiyu had been cast into the cold palace. She was at a loss whether to feel sorrow or joy. With a hint of melancholy, she applied medicine to the 7th princess's face, sighing, "Though she has not treated you well, she is still your biological mother. If the emperor were to arrange a stepmother for you, who knows what trials he might face?" Yet, she could not help but fantasize princess. What if the emperor designated the empress as your mother? You would instantly become the legitimate princess. The empress has no children of her own. If our princess were to be raised by her, she would have a solid foundation for marriage. If the empress remains childless, she might come to regard our princess as her own. Stop dreaming. Even as Shen Wenyuy applied the medicinal wine, the 7th princess's expression revealed no pain. She interrupted. "Such a fortunate outcome is unlikely. The empress surely desires her own child. How could she possibly accept me? Moreover, there was something she did not voice, deep down. She was reluctant to be adopted by the empress. If she were to become the legitimate princess, what would happen to her sister? Would her sister distance herself from her due to this change in status?" Despite knowing that Shen Wenyuy was not of such a nature, she could not help but entertain this possibility. The more one cherishes something, the more one fears losing it. She wished to avoid even the slightest risk. At that moment, a sharp voice from outside broke the silence. "The emperor has arrived." Shen Wenyuy was startled by this announcement, causing her to hastily rise from the princess's bed, unaware that she had unconsciously perched half a knee upon it while applying the medicine. The princess possessed a gentle disposition and had never been held accountable for her actions. However, she could not forget her roots, especially considering that the current emperor was a man who placed great importance on decorum. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, preventing the emperor from witnessing the scene. The maidservant paid her respects to the emperor, and the 7th princess seized the moment to call out to her father. The emperor, having caught a whiff of the medicinal wine in the establishment, was preoccupied with resolving matters concerning Yu Shiyu and had yet to inquire about what had transpired with his daughter. Upon detecting the scent, he furrowed his brow, questioning why. As a princess, she was not better attended to by her servants, leading to such severe injuries. The color of the medicinal wine had obscured the fingerprints, making it difficult for the emperor to discern the source of the wound. Moreover, it was unfathomable for anyone to believe that a mother could inflict such harm upon her own child. The 7th princess shook her head. "Father, it is not Shen Wenyu's fault. The injuries on Wenyu's face were inflicted by mother." "Mother? You mean Yu Shiyu?" Although he had heard from the palace attendants that Yu Shiyu was not kind to this child, he had not anticipated that she would resort to such cruelty against her own flesh and blood. The emperor's expression grew stern upon hearing this. He initially considered saying it was of no consequence, that her biological mother had already been sent to the cold palace, and that she would never have to see her again. If necessary, he could turn a blind eye and allow her to retaliate. Yet, upon reflection, He realized that if the child still harbored affection for her mother, such words would only wound her heart. Thus, he cautiously asked, "If I were to punish your mother for this, how would you feel?" Shen Wenyuy was taken aback, wondering if the emperor was testing the seventh princess's filial piety. It is often said that of all virtues, filial piety is paramount, and in the palace, the teachings for the princesses emphasize the importance of their parents. She discreetly tugged at the seventh princess's sleeve, hoping to temper her response. Regardless of her resentment toward Wenyuy, she should not express it in front of the emperor. However, the seventh princess understood that since the emperor had already consigned her mother to the cold palace, he would not alter his judgment based on her words alone. His inquiry surely had its purpose. Therefore, she chose to be forthright, stating plainly, "Mother." It then occurred to her that her biological mother was no longer a concubine, and she quickly amended her statement. "Yushuren has always been harsh with Yin. If I do not achieve results in my dance practice, she denies me food. If I do not practice my calligraphy until midnight, she scolds me. When father does not visit the palace, she takes her frustrations out on Yin." The emperor had already received reports from the palace guards about these matters, and upon learning of them, he had instructed the attendants to take good care of the child. Nevertheless, hearing it directly from the concerned party was quite shocking. It is said that even a tiger does not eat its young. How could Wenyuy act so ruthlessly toward her own child? If the emperor were to punish Yushuren for this, Yin would harbor no objections. Shen Wenyuy listened in alarm, fearing that the emperor's displeasure might endanger the princess. With her biological mother already in the cold palace, what would become of the princess if the emperor's favor continued to wane? To her astonishment, the emperor merely acknowledged her and stated, "Since this is the case, I am at ease. Your mother indeed deserves her fate. However, prior to her confinement in the cold palace, she requested an audience with you. I thought it prudent to inquire about your feelings on the matter. Would you be willing to meet her?" This revelation took the seventh princess by surprise. She had not anticipated that Wenyuy would still remember her at such a moment. Yet, a sense of mockery welled up within her. What ulterior motive did her mother have? Was she attempting to exploit her sympathy or their blood ties to coerce her into pleading on her behalf? Such notions were indeed far-fetched. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, she acquiesced, for she was genuinely curious as to why her mother could harbor such cruelty toward her. Most concubines in the palace aspired to bear a son, not out of love for the child, but for the security it provided in old age. If they could attain honor alongside their offspring, it would be considered a satisfactory conclusion. Yet, despite this, a daughter remains a part of oneself, akin to a piece of flesh. Even Nyepin, who had resorted to dubious remedies in her quest for a son, had shown some affection towards the eldest princess. Regardless of her precociousness, she was still but 5 years old, and such thoughts inevitably cast a shadow upon her spirits. This world of familial bonds often reveals itself to be paradoxical. Even when one resolves to be indifferent, hesitation lingers. Observing his daughter in such a state, the emperor felt a pang of discomfort, having previously overlooked the fates of his daughters. He was aware of the rumors circulating in the palace, insinuating that he favored sons over daughters, that he cherished princes while disregarding princesses. In truth, they were all his children. What distinction could he genuinely feel? At most, if he were to have only daughters and no sons, he would worry about who would inherit his empire. But now, with 3 sons at his side, he felt little trepidation. If these 3 were of no use, he could always have them sire more offspring. He had faith that among his grandchildren, there would surely be one capable of carrying on the legacy. The notion of quantity leading to a qualitative shift lingered in his mind as he regarded his 3 sons, who suddenly seemed to be mere vessels of procreation. Chapter 93. Honorary Professor of Male Virtue Academy, the emperor remained uncertain about how to engage with his delicate daughters. The eldest princess possessed a rather peculiar disposition. As his firstborn, he had wished to dote on her, for daughters ought to be nurtured with abundance. In her youth, she had been quite endearing. However, during that time, he was preoccupied with political strife alongside his brothers, thus missing the chance to cultivate a bond with her. By the time she matured, her thoughts had been influenced by Nyepin, leading her to express her desires in a rather reserved manner. The emperor, inherently suspicious and not one to speculate on the actions of others, found the father-daughter relationship had grown distant. As for the seventh princess, her mother, being a legitimate daughter of the Yu family, had initially been deemed unsuitable to bear a child by the emperor. If she were to give birth to a son, the Yu family would surely rise to prominence. However, due to a moment of negligence, he had inadvertently spent a night in her palace while intoxicated, forgetting to administer the contraceptive potion. That single occurrence resulted in her pregnancy. Since the child had been conceived, he could not allow her to terminate it, and thus permitted her to carry the baby to term. The poetic essence of this tale often reflects the nature of children vying for affection. The emperor, apprehensive that indulging her might invite calamity, is further troubled by the queen's lack of offspring. Should she, emboldened by her own children, dare to provoke the queen, chaos would undoubtedly ensue within the imperial harem. Thus, he feigns indifference towards the young. As time passes, engrossed in state affairs and the nurturing of his 3 grown princes, his thoughts inevitably drift elsewhere. As for Shen Wenyuy, a flicker of confusion suddenly crossed the emperor's mind. Why had he overlooked this child for so long? It was one thing to be enamored with Hui Pin, but this child was undeniably his own. How could he have treated her with such neglect? Was he truly so unworthy of affection? A throbbing ache surged through his head, as if recalling such matters was an insurmountable challenge. Noticing the emperor's sudden pallor and furrowed brow, the seventh princess, though unaware of the cause, compassionately suggested, "Father, if you are unwell, you should return to rest." Her words brought a tinge of embarrassment to the emperor. He had genuinely wished to spend quality time with his daughter. His recent interactions with Shen Wenyuy had eased his previously excessive caution towards his daughters. Yet, his current state rendered it unwise to linger, prompting him to hastily offer a few comforting words, promising to consult her regarding the choice of a wet nurse before departing to summon the royal physician. After the emperor's departure, Wenyuy, perplexed, inquired, "Princess, after such a long wait for a private audience with the emperor, why did you urge him to leave? If he was unwilling to stay, why insist?" But Wenyuy, the seventh princess, interjected. For reasons unknown, despite being merely 5 years old, she emanated an aura of profound experience. "I understand your thoughts and know you act with my best interests at heart. However, our elder sister has treated us with such kindness. We must not be ungrateful. Do you not recall who allocated their share of utensils to us when we were lacking?" Wenyuy had initially intended to justify her actions, to express that she did not wish for the princess to compete for the emperor's affection against the sixth princess. Yet, upon hearing the seventh princess's words, she faltered. The imperial household had persistently denied their request to replace the porcelain in Yongshou Palace. Meanwhile, Yu, with her restless spirit, would often resort to smashing things when displeased, ultimately exhausting the supplies meant for the princess, which barely furnished Yongshou Palace. Consequently, the princess had been deprived of the necessary items. Initially, the princess had thought it prudent to endure, for some items served merely as decoration. However, it was the sixth princess who, noticing the situation, proactively utilized her own share to remedy the deficit, allowing the princess's chamber to assume a more presentable appearance. Contemplating this, Wenyuy felt a pang of guilt, yet she hesitated. "But the emperor is also your father. A father's love can be shared. It is not a matter of theft." As she met the seventh princess's dark, penetrating gaze, her voice dwindled into a whisper. "Wenyuy, it is because of you that I am willing to converse further. In this royal court, the bond between father and son is of utmost importance. Was it truly my father's fault that the emperor favored my father less? It was merely that the favored concubine's son captured his heart instead. Over the years, I have encountered my father far more often than my sister. Yet she is the one who enjoys his affection while I do not. It is simply a matter of our lack of a father-daughter bond." As she spoke, her voice lowered further. "If you asked me to curry favor with my father today, I would find it quite distasteful. He chooses now to feign concern. Yet if he has his own troubles, that is for him to bear. I can no longer feel close to him, despite her boldness." Speaking ill of her father still sent shivers through her, yet voicing such rebellious thoughts alleviated much of the confusion and grievances she had harbored over the years. Wenyuy naturally dared not criticize the emperor, sensing that if she pressed the matter further, the princess might become irate. She could only respond gloomily, "I shall refrain from speaking of it again, and you too should cease these discussions. I fear for my own head." "Good, Chunyu," the seventh princess said, rising on her toes to pat her head. "After all, I am a princess. Given my father's temperament, he surely won't treat a princess poorly. In the future, when I reside in my own princess's mansion, I will live freely and joyously in the capital. Why should I worry about such trivial matters?" Chunyu found it amusing that a child spoke with such adult-like wisdom, and couldn't he help but chuckle. "Then you must take me with you, for I have yet to witness the splendor of a princess's residence." With newfound hopes, Chunyu's thoughts began to wander. "Our princess is so splendid. I wonder which noble will be chosen as your husband. I believe no young lord could possibly be worthy of you. Perhaps it would be more comfortable to keep a few favored companions in the princess's mansion instead." The seventh princess thought her musings too far-fetched and interrupted. The last princess who kept favored companions in her residence had such a multitude that they became infatuated with one another, and two of her favorites eloped. She certainly did not wish to be betrayed by two suitors at once. Chunyu recalled this incident and exclaimed with disdain, "To be a favored companion of the princess is their honor. How dare they behave in such a manner? A man lacking self-respect is akin to spoiled cabbage." The emperor, overhearing, coughed unexpectedly, pondering whether he was suffering from a cold. If Shen Wenyuy had been present, she would undoubtedly have awarded this forward-thinking maid the honorary title of Professor of Masculine Ethics. Chapter 94. A slip of the tongue, Huipin had been preoccupied with arranging her daughter's first birthday banquet, and the empress, understanding her situation, granted her permission to forego court greetings. Yet, she felt somewhat uneasy leaving Huipin to manage the celebration alone, as she had previously held only the rank of a noble lady and lacked experience in hosting such events. The empress believed that, given the significance of sixth birthday, it would be far more prudent to entrust the arrangements to herself or the empress dowager. However, despite her status as a legitimate mother, she was still distanced by rank. With the emperor's decree in place, she felt it inappropriate to interfere. Thus, she resolved to allow Huipin to skip the court greetings and focus solely on the banquet. Nevertheless, Huipin valued the importance of etiquette and did not wish others to believe she disregarded such customs. Therefore, she firmly declined the empress's suggestion. During her court greetings, she occasionally found her mind wandering as she contemplated the tasks ahead. Thus, it was only today that she realized the makeup on the face of the nearby courtesan bore a striking familiarity. This courtesan, along with the chosen sisters, maintained a demeanor of quietude within the palace, seemingly indifferent to vying for favor. Although they occasionally sought her daughter Yuer, Huipin was acutely aware of her daughter's rebirth. Possessing a mental age far beyond that of a mere 5-year-old child, she was a girl of discernment. Hence, as long as Yuer remained reticent, she did not concern herself with her social interactions. However, this newfound realization prompted her to commit this person to memory. Upon returning to the palace, while comparing the dishes served at the banquet, she suddenly inquired, "Wanshu, have you noticed anything unusual about that courtesan lately?" Wanshu, somewhat perplexed, did not grasp the meaning behind her mistress's words. What precisely was amiss? She ruminated over the courtesan's appearance. Could it be that the courtesan looked somewhat haggard recently, her makeup failing to conceal the dark circles beneath her eyes? Huipin shook her head, understanding that Wanshu was merely trying to eliminate erroneous assumptions. At that moment, Changshi, who had been concentrating on grinding ink, lifted his head and remarked, "In my humble opinion, the courtesan's makeup seems to bear a resemblance to that of your highness." His words sparked a revelation within Huipin. She finally discerned the anomaly. Ordinarily, her makeup in the palace was rather understated, merely a touch of powder and rouge, as her natural beauty rendered excessive adornment unnecessary. However, after ascending to the rank of primary consort, and with the arrival of a new concubine, she felt compelled to avoid appearing out of place. After all, for a primary consort, an appropriate application of makeup was a necessary means of demonstrating status. Thus, each time she paid her respects, she would instruct the palace maids to apply a bit more blush. Yet, she never glanced in the mirror before her audience. rendering her unaware of her own appearance. Today, prompted by this reminder, she turned her gaze towards the mirror and discovered that the courtesan indeed bore a striking resemblance to her. While it remained uncertain if this was mere coincidence, Hui Pin felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, no one relished the thought of being emulated by another. Changxi noticed the subtle anger in Hui Pin's eyes, and her usually gentle voice turned frosty. I recall your extensive connections, Changxi. Please inquire among the courtiers surrounding that courtesan. Has anything been amiss with her in recent days? Changxi, though tasked with a request, felt no reluctance. Instead, he secretly rejoiced, sensing this was a sign of his mistress's intent to favor him. He quickly replied, I understand. With a brief smile revealing his dimples, his fair complexion radiated warmth, naturally endearing him to those in the palace. Indeed, I have an acquaintance among the courtesans. On the day the new consort entered the palace, I had recommended her to stay by the courtesan's side, believing that with such a fortuitous fate, she would surely ascend to great heights. Upon hearing this, Hui Pin regarded him with newfound respect. Previously, she had merely thought of his connections as acquaintances gathering news, never anticipating that he possessed such remarkable capabilities. In the palace, one cannot fully trust the words spoken openly. The true intentions lie hidden beneath the surface. Hui Pin, having navigated the intricacies of court life for many years, understood that Changxi's implication was that he had already placed spies beside Wu Kairen since the arrival of the new concubine, a feat not achievable by an ordinary eunuch. She did not hold it against him for not revealing this earlier. Had she been in his position, she too would have guarded her secrets closely. She speculated that he must have sensed her intention to employ him more extensively, which prompted him to speak up. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Changxi, while appearing amiable, was shrewd. Casting a glance at Wan Shu, she let out a silent sigh, resigning herself to the notion that perhaps a fool's luck would prevail. If you handle this matter well, there will certainly be generous rewards from me once it is accomplished. It must be said that Changxi was indeed ambitious. For the following morning, he promptly informed Hui Pin of his discoveries. I overheard a young palace maid from the same hometown mention that Wu Kairen plans to impersonate you to seduce his majesty while you are occupied. As anticipated, upon encountering Wu Kairen that day, Hui Pin noted that the latter bore even greater resemblance to her than the previous day. Though the spirited confidence in her eyes diverged from her own, Hui Pin couldn't help but admire the exceptional makeup skills of this individual. However, resorting to such distasteful methods to usurp favor was something Hui Pin could not allow to succeed. Still, a flicker of doubt lingered in her mind. Even if Wu Kairen succeeded in winning his majesty's affections, would she truly thrive in the palace once her schemes were discovered? Or did she possess such confidence that a single dalliance would render the emperor unable to part with her? Fortunately, Changxi was not one to keep secrets for long and soon alleviated her concerns. Your Highness, I have heard that Wu Kairen has brought a miraculous elixir into the palace. It is said that if His Majesty favors her even once, she can guarantee the birth of a prince. Understanding dawned upon Hui Pin. If this were true, it would explain why, should Wu Kairen become pregnant, taking action against her would become perilous under the watchful eyes of the Empress Dowager. Moreover, a pregnancy would lend credence to the rumors of her fortunate destiny. Indeed, the world is filled with superstitious beliefs. Should she validate the truth of such a fortunate fate, it would likely garner her protection both within and outside the court. Yet, could such a miraculous drug truly exist? It was striking that even someone as esteemed as the Empress could not procure such an elixir. Otherwise, why would she suffer for lack of offspring? This thought stirred something within Hui Pin. If the Empress were to learn of this news, it was not with the intent to scheme against her, but rather out of empathy. For the Empress had endured many slanders due to her childlessness since entering the palace. If this elixir proved effective, it would serve as a means to repay the Empress for her kindness towards Yuer. With a plan forming in her mind, she called Changxi to her side and whispered a few words to him. Chapter 95. Unromantic, is what you say true? Can such a miraculous elixir truly exist? The Empress's reaction upon hearing this news mirrored Hui Pin's sentiments. She couldn't help but ponder if this were indeed the case. What then were all the bitter herbal remedies she had consumed for? A smile involuntarily graced Gontang's face. Indeed, Your Highness, it is absolutely true. It was the steward Su who spoke, suggesting that she had previously sought to curry favor with Your Majesty. Now, she informs me that one of her apprentices has entered the palace of the favored Lady Wu and has gained her esteem. Upon learning this news, she hastened to relay it to you, Your Majesty. The steward Su? The Empress had some recollection of this individual, remembering her as one adept at navigating social currents, maintaining a similar demeanor towards each high-ranking concubine. Though she harbored some skepticism regarding Gontang's intentions, her long-held yearning for an imperial heir overshadowed any doubts, filling her with joy and anticipation. At worst, she could summon the imperial physician to verify the absence of any toxins. Upon hearing the purpose behind Lady Wu's use of this particular medicine, a flicker of anger ignited within her. It was evident that Lady Wu sought to vie for favor against Huiping, having deliberately chosen this moment. The Empress had grown accustomed to her concern for Shen Wenyuy, instinctively pondering how scandalous it would be if, during her birthday banquet, the Emperor favored a woman reminiscent of her own mother. This only intensified her irritation towards Lady Wu, rendering the act of seizing her resources seem entirely justified. After all, it was prudent to secure the item for herself first. She had experimented with various remedies and strange concoctions over the years, and this instance was hardly a deviation. Gontang, prepare me for the occasion. I shall confront this Lady Wu. Gontang responded with delight, scarcely able to contain her excitement, wishing to whisk the Empress away and seize the medicine, so that the next day would herald the arrival of a young master. The autumn days within the palace, even in the imperial garden, bore a touch of desolation. However, the palace was indeed home to many skilled artisans, and the maple grove here, in its autumn splendor, was as resplendent as the evening clouds, creating a breathtaking sight. Lady Wu had exerted considerable effort to ascertain that the Emperor had taken to visiting the maple grove frequently these days. Consequently, she had memorized numerous poems about maple leaves, preparing to engage him in conversation should the opportunity arise. What she did not anticipate was that the Emperor would arrive accompanied by the sixth princess. Are you two conjoined at the hip? Observing the pair, it was evident that the princess was reluctant to attend, as the Emperor seemed to insist upon her presence. Lady Wu nearly gasped, feeling a sense of trepidation towards the sixth princess, who was notoriously unyielding. Her outward smile was sweet, yet her mental defenses were formidable, as she often refused to accept any gifts from Lady Wu. Now, with the princess nearby, she considered her intentions and her own appearance, feeling a twinge of hesitation. After all, one must uphold their dignity. Yet, thinking of her parents confined within the borders of the state of Zhou, Lady Wu bit her lip, reigniting her resolve. The current circumstances did not afford her the luxury of hesitation. The esteemed parentage of Yin Wanxian bolstered her confidence. She had voluntarily aligned herself under the Emperor's banner and shared a bond with him from childhood, which instilled in her a sense of trust and composure. However, she found herself in a different predicament. Her life and fortune lay in the hands of her master. Her family had incurred a substantial debt, and while relocating from the capital to their ancestral home, they inadvertently stumbled upon a clandestine meeting of the Cherished Society. Consequently, they were apprehended as spies. Initially, they were to be executed on the spot, but the leader, captivated by her beauty, reported her to the head of the Cherished Society, whom she referred to as her master. The latter, taken by her allure, held her relatives as hostages in the state of Zhou, compelling her to accompany Yin Wanxian to the Great Xia to fulfill his plans. Their mission entailed two primary objectives: to bear a prince and to ensure that the Emperor of the Great Xia fell victim to a secret elixir from the western regions, causing his health to decline, thus allowing them to exploit the opportunity to support the young Emperor's ascension to the throne. The Cherished Society was deemed a rebellious faction in the state of Zhou. Even Wu Yu, prior to her understanding of the situation, believed they sought to usurp the Zhou dynasty's throne, unaware that their leader was employing a strategy of misdirection, simultaneously lowering the vigilance of the Great Xia while covertly undermining their own nation. Initially, Wu Yu was coerced into this situation Yet her current actions were tinged with a sense of ambition. The debts her parents owed were no trifling matter. Even if the plan succeeded and her parents were released, they would undoubtedly struggle to live peacefully under such enormous financial burdens. However, if she could earn the trust of the leader and become a core member of the Shirshing society, her entire family could attain wealth and status. Furthermore, if the future emperor of the Great Xia were to emerge from her womb, her position as his mother would undoubtedly strengthen their bond, potentially elevating those around her to prosperity. Wu Yu was aware that she was not particularly astute, relying instead on her striking appearance. She also recognized that her ambitions might be perceived as distasteful by others, especially by concubine Hui, who, despite her high status, treated her with a certain warmth. In truth, Wu Yu harbored a fondness for her. Nevertheless, her parents' welfare took precedence, followed closely by her own standing. Matters of pride and dignity paled in comparison to the imperative of survival. Having come to this realization, she steadied herself and, adorned in a makeup style reminiscent of concubine Hui, approached the emperor and the sixth princess to pay her respects. However, it should be noted that concubine Hui typically presented herself in a natural state within the palace, only donning such elaborate attire during formal greetings with the empress. Hence, the emperor had never encountered concubine Hui in this way, and upon seeing Wu Kai, was not moved by her beauty. Instead, he furrowed his brow in disdain, remarking, "The floral adornment on your forehead is not befitting your rank. Speak, did you bribe someone in the imperial household to procure this, or have you overstepped your bounds?" Wu Yu's lofty aspirations were shattered by the emperor's lack of appreciation, forcing her to choose between two accusations. She was taken aback. This was far from what she had anticipated. Were not all men in this world driven by lust? As Shen Wenyuy admired the beauty of the enchanting woman, she remarked, "Indeed, such words are characteristic of you, your majesty." Chapter 96, The Iron-Willed Man. The emperor's statement left Wu Yu in utter shock, compelling her to kneel immediately. The romantic notions and schemes that had once occupied her thoughts dissipated, leaving no room for any poetic praises of the autumn leaves. At this rate, she might have to extol the beauty of the cold palace scenery instead. "Your Majesty," she stammered, her mouth agape, desperate to justify herself yet at a loss for words. The emperor's stern gaze intensified, interrupting her with a sharp command. "Why the hesitation? Answer my question." Wu Yu closed her eyes, her mind racing. It appeared that in moments of peril, an individual's latent potential could indeed emerge, and she found herself responding,